Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Chapter 101. Rosen is looking forward to Karina's transformation into a fox demon, and Marine is. I was wrong, I was so wrong. Closing square bracket. The Tsunade template that Haoya inherited not only provided her with a broad heart, but also provided her with extremely elastic thigh muscles and smooth skin. Closing square bracket. Just put the back of the head on Kaya's leg, and you can feel the elasticity that seems to blow the head away. Closing square bracket. It can only be said that it is really unstoppable. Quote. In the rhythm of the fingertips, I have to say that Tsunade is top-notch as a doctor. Closing square bracket. Even the knowledge of massage is included in Tsunade's template. Closing square bracket. Although Karina's reverse knee pillow is also quite enjoyable. Closing square bracket. But if you really want to talk about a level, it really is Kaya. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, I don't know what Yuta's knee pillow feels like. If I have the chance, I still have to feel it. Closing square bracket. Guion, is this Rosen recording a diary of enjoyment again? Really, as long as you become a Marine, I can provide you with knee pillows and the like. Don't you want to experience my slender legs? Quote. Charlotte Smoothie, it's really enjoyable, Rosen. But the knee pillow for long-legged people will satisfy you even more, Rosen. Vince Moke Reiju, is it a knee pillow? Mine should be pretty good too. Nami, it's okay to change me, mine is definitely better than Karina, give me a chance, let me see you, 213, Rosen. Whitey Bay, in this respect, I don't seem to have an advantage. Nuo Chigao, whether it is a knee pillow or a massage, I may not be as good as Kaya. However, if there are more content from the comic strips on the knee pillow, I should be able to win Rosen's favor. In that case, Rosen will take a lot of photos of me and let me earn points. Quote. Kazuki Hiyori, it seems that I need to do a good job of researching the knowledge about knee pillows. If there is no way to compare with Karina and Kaya, I will have very few opportunities to get Rosen to take pictures. In that case, there is no way to gain enough strength to avenge father and mother. Quote. Kami, knee pillow, this kind of action is something that a mermaid who has not reached a certain age can't help. Shiarly, Kami, maybe Rosen would like to lie on the mermaid's tail. Kaya looked at the contents of the copy of the diary, her body couldn't help shaking, and she looked in the direction of Karina and Yuta with some embarrassment. Yuta is watching Kaya now. When she saw Kaya looking over, she waved to Kaya generously, as if she didn't care at all. Karina didn't care either. With Kaya helping her to share the work of taking care of Rosen, Karina can relax a little. She can be said to be too happy. However, Karina does have a Kaya in her heart to help her share the ease of serving Rosen. At the same time, I was also displeased with what Rosen mentioned in his diary at the moment. This man is really, I don't know what to say. Is my knee pillow that bad? Obviously you enjoyed it very much at the time. Quote. Karina pursed her lips, complaining about Rosen in her heart. No, you can't say the same about Karina. Closing square bracket. Overall, Karina's knee pillow is very pleasant. Closing square bracket. And Ye Miko's template makes Karina's potential in appearance very huge. Closing square bracket. Perhaps bored for a while, and wait for Karina to activate the blood of Ye Miko more and more. Closing square bracket. Her knee pillow will be as good as Kaya's. Closing square bracket. And if Karina enters the template of Ye Miko, I can still stroke the soft fox tail. Closing square bracket. Thinking about it this way, I really can't say that Karina's knee pillow is bad. Closing square bracket. Hiss, I suddenly miss Karina's lap pillow. Closing square bracket. In Yuta, I have to say, Yuta's legs are really beautiful, as expected of legs that can dance gracefully, and Yuta's Elizabeth has the power of a dragon. Quote. Long Niang's knee pillow, I really want to feel it. Closing square bracket. It should have a different feeling from Yuta and Kaya's knee consultation. Quote. Rosen is enjoying Kaya's service, but he still thinks about me. This is what Rosen usually said about eating from the bowl and thinking about the pot. Quote. Yuta spat secretly in her heart, but she was quite happy with Rosen's affirmation of her. By the way, I usually lie on Karina's lap in reverse. Closing square bracket. If I let her come here now, I wonder if I can enjoy a front-to-back knee consultation. What is this guy thinking? How could there be such a knee diagnosis? Karina pursed her lips, and almost didn't say what she was thinking in front of Rosen. Similarly, Weya also worked hard to maintain the peace of mind and the movements of her hands. Having said that, Rosen's hands trembled with embarrassment whenever she thought of the pros and cons of what Rosen said. Finally, even Rosen opened his eyes. What's the matter, Kaya, are you feeling unwell? No, nothing, Rosen. But your hands are shaking, and your face is very red. It's really okay, I can continue. Okay, I'll trouble you then. If you're really uncomfortable, you can call me. Rosen adjusted his lying posture a little, then closed his eyes again. Kaya took a deep breath and stretched out her hand to Rosen after calming herself down a bit. However, before her hands touched Rosen's face. In Rosen's diary, content that made Kaya even more ashamed appeared again. Sure enough, Kaya is still too shy. Quote, even when fighting like a little girl. Closing square bracket. But in normal times, she is still that young and beautiful girl. Closing square bracket. But lying on her lap, she will blush. Closing square bracket. If she and I are really not as good as a wedding hall or a blended wedding room in the future, what kind of expression will she have? Closing square bracket. I really want to take a look. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Kaya inherited Tsunade's heart, and her children and I will have nothing to worry about in the future. Quote. At this moment, smoke came out of Kaya's head, and her eyes turned into spirals like mosquito coils. Fainted. Kaya was completely dizzy. She buried her head and lay down directly on Rosen's body. While Kaya blocked the sunlight shining on Rosen, she buried Rosen's face in her arms. Kaya. Rosen opened his eyes again and asked suspiciously. Because his face was pressed, his voice was a little deep and distant. Kaya didn't respond. Rosen frowned slightly, using the transparent world to make his vision transparent. The next moment, the internal situation of Kaya's body was displayed before his eyes. Strange, nothing unusual. Why are you dizzy? Rosen said in a muffled voice. Don't worry, Roger. Kaya is just overly shy. Yuta shook his head, smiled lightly and said in Rosen's direction. Shy. As expected, Kaya is too pure. Rosen smiled, and with a thought, he took a photo of himself and Kaya's current situation and uploaded it to his diary. Although it was a mistake, this was the first time his face tested Kaya's heart so directly. In any case, this is a moment worth remembering. Photo. The scene where Kaya falls. Nami. There are pictures again. Is this so bold? No, I can do this too. Nuo Chigao. It's a pity, this kind of action, my conditions can't be better than the current Kaya. Violet. In my opinion, this kind of action should also make Rosen happy enough to take pictures. 11. Barbara Carla. Fortunately, my parents gave me a good figure. This is probably the best treasure they left for me. Whitey Bay. Trouble, I don't have an advantage in terms of heart. Sure enough, do I still have to be bold enough to attract Rosen's attention? Bello Betty. In terms of elasticity, mine should be qualified. Skylark. Okay, I'm so shy, why does Rosen keep posting some photos in the diary? Peacock. After all, these are things worth recording for Rosen, and they are also things we can use. Tashigi. Should we also do what Kaya is doing now, to get closer to Rosen? Gion. Perhaps, this is something that can't be helped. Hina. Tashigi, don't be too nervous, these things shouldn't need you to do. Tashigi. Seeing Hina's message, Tashigi was speechless for a while. Although Tashigi feels relieved not to have to treat Rosen the way Kaya's picture is now. But Tashigi is also a woman, and she can't help but feel a little discouraged when she says that her heart can't attract a man's attention. If Rosen can see the conversation between Tashigi and Hina, he will definitely calm down Inshigi. And tell Tashigi, in the future, your heart will be much wider than Hina. Sadi-chan, if Rosen can give me a good torture, I can let him fall in my arms, Peacock, indeed, Rosen is a person who you want to train. I hope that when I get close to Rosen, I can find an opportunity to train him. First of all, from the psychological construction, let yourself be able to go out and use this body to let Rosen 5.3 let down his defenses. Quote. Dole. Psychological construction. We really need to do enough psychological construction. After we really get in touch with Rosen, we may have to give Rosen more benefits than we imagined. Gion. Perhaps, because Rosen saw through it, a fight broke out directly. Sadi-chan. I hope the Marines out there will learn from the lesson and stop being poisoned by Rosen. Seeing the photos in the diary, Yuta shrugged helplessly. When Kaya wakes up, I don't know if it will be because of seeing the photo in Luo Li's past again. Yuta knew that Kaya was fine, and saw Rosen's plan to get up. Then continue to focus on the work of manipulating the rudder. Karina, on the other hand, buried her head and continued to pay attention to Rosen's diary. Well, leaning against Kaya's arms like this, asking about her scent, I actually have the idea of wanting to fall asleep. Closing square bracket. This is not okay, at least I can't sleep until I finish writing the diary. Closing square bracket. Golden Lion Shiki, I don't know if I can really see the legendary pirate this time I go treasure hunting with Buggy. Closing square bracket. Shiki from the Golden Lion. Rosen's destination this time, will he meet Golden Lion Shiki? Gion stared wide-eyed, looking at the content in the diary in great surprise. Chapter 102 exposed the reason why Roger turned himself in, Tashigi Shaky Marine Justice. White Bay. How is it possible that the Golden Lion is still alive? Stussy. Golden Lion Shiki, what a memorable name, is he in East Blue now? Vince Mo K. Reiju, is there a person who is occasionally mentioned in the mouth of the father, and Rosen actually went to see him? Charlotte Smoothie, the character who used to be in the same pirate group as his mother is still alive. Black Maria, unexpectedly, I can still hear the name of Golden Lion Shiki now. Rosen went to see him, is it just a simple treasure hunt? Dole, according to Rosen, he wanted to find Golden Lion Shiki because of Buggy. Could it be that because Buggy met Rosen, he no longer decided to keep a low profile and started to act? The first thing he did was to find the former Golden Lion Shiki. But what is Buggy's purpose, and what is Rosen's purpose? It wasn't just Guion who was surprised. All veterans in the sea have the same teeth and doubts as Guion. Golden Lion Shiki, that is a character who used to compete with Whitebeard, Roger and others. Golden Lion disappeared for so many years, everyone thought that Golden Lion was dead. Now that it is suddenly mentioned by Rosen, how can Guion, Whitebeard and others not be surprised? All of a sudden, all the girls looked at the copy of the diary even more eagerly. Especially Marine, they are afraid that Rosen and Buggy will join forces with Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion was once able to troubleshoot 23 naval headquarters single-handedly. If he gets mixed up with Rosen and Buggy, maybe it will cause a huge disaster to this sea. At least, the current Guion, Dole and others think so. Golden Lion Shiki, who once confronted One Piece Roger, the world's strongest man with a beard on the sea. Closing square bracket. Although he and Roger were tit for tat, and had launched a huge war at sea. Closing square bracket. But this man is quite recognized for Roger. Closing square bracket. If it weren't for this, Roger Marine wouldn't have gone to naval headquarters to fight with Marine Sengoku and Garp when the One Piece surrendered himself. Quote. The girls were completely stunned. They thought Rosen was just talking about the Golden Lion. They didn't expect that at this time, they could still learn about Roger's secrets from the copy of Rosen's diary. Because of Roger, Marine became more and more worried, and the pirates became more and more curious about what Rosen would mention in the diary next. Guion, is Roger's surrender going to be exposed? A little troublesome. Tashigi, Roger is surrendered. Vince Mo K. Reiju, One Piece Roger, surrendered. Boa Hancock, didn't Marine claim that they captured the One Piece King Roger? Could it be a lie? Whiteby, sure enough, there is something strange about Roger turning himself in. That's right, he is an existence that can confront Dad head-on, how could he be easily caught by Marine? Violet, that is to say, did Roger, the king of pirates, intentionally start the Age of Great Voyages? Roger, you must have seen something amazing in the final island, so you want to use your own death to start the Age of Great Voyages. Closing square bracket. Hina, it can be said that Gia really surrendered on purpose, but why did he buy it? There is no way to do this, who told Roger that Guy has become terminally ill after becoming the One Piece? Closing square bracket. Even if you don't surrender, you only have a little time to live. Closing square bracket. So, he will make the final decision, let people go after his wife, Raftel. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, it turns out that, if it wasn't for his terminal illness, Marine would never be able to catch Roger in his life. Nico Robin, but, why would he do that, why must people go after, Raftel? Nico Robin frowned tightly. Vaguely, she felt that Roger's purpose of starting the Age of Great Voyages was only superficial. The Age of Great Voyage that Roger bought with his own death was fundamentally for a rather shocking purpose. Raftel, there may be something other than treasure buried there. But what exactly? Nico Robin muttered, looking at the copy of the diary. She expected an explanation from Rosen. The subject of Rosen's diary, however, has shifted to another direction. Speaking of which, this Roger is really good enough. Closing square bracket. Before turning himself in, he even made his wife pregnant with a child. Closing square bracket. In the end, in order to prevent Roger's blood from being left behind, Marine actually killed many pregnant women who were pregnant at the time. Closing square bracket. From this point of view, Marine's justice is a joke. Closing square bracket. Those are all pregnant women. At that time, I don't know how many pregnant women and their children died in the hands of Marine. Closing square bracket. Tisk tisk, I think I am not a good person, but at least I will not do such cruel things as killing pregnant women. Closing square bracket. That's one dead body and 2 lives. Closing square bracket. I don't know if those Marines dream back at midnight, will they not be able to fall asleep? Close tortoise shell bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, well said, the Marines are a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites. Run T, to kill an innocent pregnant woman. Even if it's to cut off the blood of One Piece, it's a bit too much. Baby 5. So many children, die without being born. Vince Mo K. Reiju, what a cruel result. Violet, this matter. Marine went too far. Nico Robin, the end will do whatever it takes, it's kind of like the Marines who destroyed O'Hara. The pregnant women were killed by Marine, and the female pirates ridiculed Marine. The diary dungeon holders who were neither Marine nor pirates frowned at Marine's actions. As for the holders of the copy of the diary on the Marine side, they were beyond shocked. Even, some people's justice for Marine began to waver. Hina is very surprised. Has Marine ever done such a thing? Tashigi, this is not the justice I want. How can this happen? Even if it's to eradicate the blood of One Piece, those pregnant women and the children in their womb are completely innocent. Skylark, Roger's son, did he die in the end? But, even he has nothing to do with what Roger has done. Dole, hey, if this matter is completely exposed, it will be quite troublesome. It seems that I have to have a good chat with the young Marines like Skylark and the others. Gion, this matter finally came to light. The older Marines such as Gion know about this. Similarly, they also knew that Marine had a lot of scruples about this matter, so they did such a thing. However, even so, Gion and others also know that this matter cannot be attributed to justice. Just like Rosen said, Roger is not a qualified husband in this matter, nor is he a qualified father. Closing square bracket. If he could do it more safely, his wife wouldn't have died. Closing square bracket. Skylark, sure enough, Roger's wife and daughter are also on the death list. On this matter, only Roger's wife Rouge is righteous. Closing square bracket. As a comment, in order to prevent Marine from finding me, and to save the life of my child. Closing square bracket. She used various methods to delay the child's birth date desperately. Closing square bracket. In the end she succeeded, and she carried the baby in her belly for 20 months before giving birth to him. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, she eventually died of exhaustion. Closing square bracket. Black Maria, Roger's son, is he still alive? Skylark, it turned out to be like this 053, this woman named Rouge is really great. Charlotte Smoothie, interesting, it's interesting. Marine has worked so hard and killed so many pregnant women, but in the end Rouge gave birth to Roger's child. Yamato, this kind of thing happened to Ace, his mother is so great. Damn it, I must find a way to save Ace. Ace, you wait for me. Nico Robin, Rouge, it reminds me of my mother. Vivi, Rosen is right, even if Roger and Marine are wrong, at least Rouge is right. Baby 5, Rouge, if only my mother was like this, that would be great. Runty, HMPH, Marine is a total joke on this one. But where is Roger's kid now, and what is he sitting on? Whiteby, calculating the time, Roger's child should have grown up. Now, will he be a pirate like his father? Dole, could it be that Roger's son was adopted by Rayleigh, the vice-captain of Roger's pirate group? Peacock, after all, Marine did something that was not worth the loss. Gion, it turned out to be such a result, hey. At this moment, the hearts of the female copy holders of Marine's diary are quite complicated. In order to kill Roger's bloodline, Marine has done unforgivable and outrageous things. But it turned out, Roger's child survived because of the greatness of its mother. This time, Marine not only tarnished the word, justice, but also failed to achieve her goal. Marine is indeed a joke-like existence. For a moment, Tashigi and Skylark, two sailors who had been Marines for a short time, looked at the long knife and rifle in their hands respectively and fell into a daze. Skylark, is it really right for me to join Marine? Tashigi, in Marine, do I really get the justice I want? Chapter 103 The youngest 4 emperors from East Blue. Impel Down will break out of jailbreak inside. Rosen's diary is led by Golden Lion, tells about Roger, and then tells about Roger's son. Today, diary copy holders seem to have forgotten that Rosen was recording the Golden Lion earlier. Everyone wants to know who Roger's child will be from Rosen's diary. Now, what is he doing again? It's a pity that Rosen seemed to realize that he had strayed from the topic, and the content of the diary returned to the matter of the Golden Lion. Roger and Rouge's children will be recorded later. Closing square bracket. Since now we have to go to Golden Lion Shiki talk about things. Closing square bracket. Let's recall him a little bit. Closing square bracket. As I recall, the man made a big fuss in naval headquarters because of Roger's execution, fighting both Sengoku and Garb. Closing square bracket. At that time, half of the naval headquarters port was destroyed. Closing square bracket. I have to say, lion fruit is really a power of convenience. Closing square bracket. It has both strong strength and super mobility. Closing square bracket. By the way, that guy's lion fruit has already awakened, right? During the battle at naval headquarters, Golden Lion learns from Sengoku that Roger will be executed in East Blue. Closing square bracket. And in the eyes of Golden Lion, East Blue is the weakest sea. Closing square bracket. He thinks that Roger's execution in East Blue is an insult to Roger. Quote. So, after that guy took the initiative to break his own legs to escape from Impel Down, he would want to destroy East Blue. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, this Golden Lion is really good enough. You obviously admire Roger so much, don't you know that Roger's hometown is East Blue? I still think that East Blue is the weakest sea. Don't you know that East Blue has produced a marine hero Garp in addition to Roger, the One Piece? According to calculations, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was also born in East Blue. Closing square bracket. There is also the youngest one among the new 4 emperors in the future, he is also from East Blue. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, East Blue. It seems that we must pay close attention to the pirates who came out of East Blue. However, according to Rosen, East Blue really can't be regarded as the weakest sea. Quote. Charlotte Snaman. On the contrary, East Blue may be the strongest sea area among the 4 seas. Runti. East Blue, that is to say, as long as you encounter East Blue pirates and destroy them, the status of Beast's pirates will not be affected. Dole. East Blue used to be such a sea area. Will there be new 4 emperors coming from East Blue in the future? Peacock. In this way, the pirates who come out of East Blue need to pay close attention. Gion. Better, arrest the youngest of the 4 emperors before he grows up. But right now, we need to pay attention to Golden Lion first, this guy actually wants to destroy East Blue. Just because One Piece Roger was executed in East Blue. How does this Golden Lion want to destroy East Blue? Even with his strength, it is difficult to destroy a piece of sea area. Could it be that Golden Lion intends to team up with Buggy to destroy East Blue? Rosen was also invited by Buggy to fight with Golden Lion to destroy East Blue. Buggy and Rosen went looking for Buggy for this very reason. However, regardless of Buggy, according to Rosen's displayed character, he should not be able to destroy East Blue. Kaya's hometown is in East Blue. Could it be that he will stop the Golden Lion, Lee? I have to say that Gion is very smart. Rosen will allow Buggy and Alvida to go treasure hunting, one of the purposes of which is to prevent the Golden Lion from destroying East Blue. Although his hometown is not here, the home of Kaya, who is already a partner, is in East Blue. In addition, Karina's hometown is also very likely to be in East Blue. Otherwise, she would not be active in East Blue now. Also, Rosen may invite his hometown Nami Noki Palace in East Blue to join the team in the future. Therefore, even for his own partner, Rosen will not allow Golden Lion to destroy East Blue. Now that the butterfly's wings have fluttered, Rosen is not sure if the Golden Lion will be defeated by Luffy, the son of Luck. That being the case, then only he will be the one to defeat the Golden Lion. Charlotte Smoothie. This Golden Lion treats Roger with so much love. Tashigi. Don't believe me, I have to be firm first, no matter whether Marine's justice is suitable for me, I have to stop the Golden Lion from destroying East Blue now. White Bay. Speaking of which, Ace is a pirate born in East Blue. Could the new 4 emperors be related to him? Could it be him? Although Ace will be killed by Teach according to the original historical trajectory, perhaps this process will not be too fast. Perhaps, after Ace became the new 4 emperors, Teach killed him. However, if Ace is really the new 4 emperors, isn't Dad? Speaking of this, Whitey Bay suddenly couldn't continue. She really couldn't accept the possibility that Whitebeard might step down from the position of 4 emperors. If it's a normal retirement, it's okay to say. But if Whitebeard lost his position as 4 emperors because he was killed. Just thinking about this possibility made Whitebeard feel like he was going crazy. Rosen, wait for me. I will let you fully experience the beauty of women. Whether it's the plot in my notebook or the plot in someone else's notebook, I can act it out with you. As long as you can give me the intelligence and strength to prevent Ace's death. As long as you can prevent Dad's possible death. My mother, I can do anything. Whitey Bay hit the edge of the boat with a fist, his eyes were extremely firm. I don't know how far that guy from Golden Lion has gone. Closing square bracket. However, go with what Buggy and Alvida said. Closing square bracket. Golden Lion should have almost completed the experiment on animal brutalization. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, this Golden Lion is also good enough. Closing square bracket. If his research is also successful, and successfully drops these ferocious animals from the air to the various islands, countries, and towns of East Blue. Closing square bracket. Maybe it will indeed destroy East Blue. Closing square bracket. After all, the mobility of this guy's Piao Piao story is too strong, except that he happened to meet the top combat power of the Marine side when implementing the plan. Quote. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Marine to stop him. Closing square bracket. It's a pity that this guy is so focused on research, he probably has neglected his practice and exercise. Closing square bracket. Adding the injury to his head from the battle with Roger, and the severed feet after leaving him down, I don't know how much his current personal combat power is. 1. I see, the destruction of East Blue was carried out by researching the brutalization of animals. 17. Marine's high-end combat power is concentrated in the first half of the Grand Line. As Rosen said, if Golden Lion actually implements the plan, East Blue may not be able to stop him without Marine. Gion murmured. Suddenly, she noticed a message from the communication group of the female marine in the copy of the diary. She narrowed her eyes and focused her attention on the communication group. The next moment, a panel was displayed in front of her eyes. Open black lens bracket Peacock. Guion Vice Admiral, it seems that Rosen is not the only one who is urgent now. We also need to conduct some investigations about the Golden Lion. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. Hina also feels the same way. If Golden Lion is not stopped, many people in East Blue may die. Close black lens bracket. Ian, this kind of thing can't happen. If that happens, everyone in East Blue will be too pitiful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi. For true justice, we need to stop the Golden Lions. Close black lens bracket. Skylark, I think so too. Stopping the Golden Lion is the real justice. Close black lens bracket. Seeing Tashigi and Hibari's message, Gion couldn't help being a little silent. She is a smart person, so she can naturally see the meaning behind the words of Yunkin Dasichi. Undoubtedly, both Tashigi and Hibari were also influenced by Rosen's earlier mention of Marine massacring many innocent pregnant women in order to remove Roger's blood. No, it's not just that. Gion felt that perhaps in this women's communication group, it wasn't just Einstein and Skylark who had hesitation about Marine's justice. Although the others didn't say anything, they may have hesitated about Marine's justice. Trademark Ah. Gion sighed for a long time, and Ling moved his thoughts into the language on the copy of the diary. Gion, don't worry, we naturally need to deal with Tashigi, Skylark, and Golden Lion. Now that I know, the Golden Lion's plan will not be allowed to succeed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. That's true, Hina has finished her work and is heading to East Blue via Com Belt. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. Exactly, me too. Close black lens bracket. Gion, Hibari, Tashigi, although justice has some flaws, most of it is still good, I can assure you of this. Close black lens bracket. Doll, yes, what Gion said is correct, believe in your past choices. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, got it, Gion Vice Admiral, Year Road. Close black lens bracket. Skylark, I see. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sadi-chan, Golden Lion, although I also want the Golden Lion who escaped to be captured again. But Rosen will not be arrested, I can't give up Rosen just for the Golden Lion. That man is getting stronger all the time. His partner is also constantly becoming stronger by relying on the diary system. Close black lens bracket. Gion, don't worry about this, Sadi-chan. Rosen is going to find the Golden Lion, so we only need to go to Rosen, and we will find the Golden Lion at the same time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino, but in this way, Marine will face even more difficulties. Neither Rosen nor Golden Lion are easy to deal with. Even, as Rosen said, the Golden Lion's strength may have declined somewhat. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Gion. I understand this, so, everyone should be careful to find Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. Hina understands. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. I know too. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Dole. This is a matter of course. Close black lens bracket. Facing Gion's proposal, all the Marines expressed their understanding. Gion let out a breath, and raised his hand to caress his chest. There, the damage left by Rosen has not fully healed. Hopefully this injury will heal before meeting Rosen. Gion muttered to himself, turned his attention to the copy of the diary, and suddenly found that Rosen had new diary content. Wait, there is such a thing. Impel down, will there be another jailbreak incident? Gion's eyes widened at this moment, all because of the latest content left by Rosen on the copy of the diary. Speaking of which, Golden Lion's jailbreak is enough to slap Impel down. Closing square bracket. But if you really want to talk about the real face slapping Impel down, it really is the big prison break that will appear in the near future. Closing square bracket. Impel down riots in all classes, and countless vicious pirates return to the sea. Closing square bracket. Even the vicious pirates and criminals whose names were erased by the Marine and world governments who were imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down returned to the sea in the end because of that big escape. Closing square bracket. Tisk tisk, compared to this jailbreak, Golden Lion's jailbreak is nothing short of trivial. Closing square bracket. Chapter 104. The riots in Impel Down are shocking, and a large number of vicious criminals will escape. Sadi-chan, what? There will be a big riot in Impel Down in the future, and even the vicious pirates in the 6th prison have escaped to the sea. Domino, how could such a thing happen? Impel Down is guarded by Director Magellan, it shouldn't have happened. Gion, Impel Down the 6th prison, no matter which one of these guys escapes to the sea, it will cause havoc. Bello Betty, Is there a big riot? I don't know if Ivankov took advantage of this opportunity to escape from Impel Down. Khalifa, HMPH, are the people in Impel Down a bunch of idiots, who actually caused a riot in such an important place? Monet, in Impel Down, there is a sixth prison. Marine and world government hide its existence. I don't know if the young master knows the situation of the sixth prison in Impel Down. Charlotte Smoothie, is it the sixth prison in Legendary in Marine? There may be vicious pirates who have been fighting with their mother for 10 ages. Black Maria, if these pirates really escape, it will have a certain impact on both the Marine and the pirates. Peacock, what the hell happened to make such a thing happen to Impel Down, which is known as the Iron Wall? The diary copy holders stared at the diary copy in front of them. Want to know the reason for the Impel Down big escape event in the future, and the vicious sixth floor criminals who may escape from Impel Down. Especially the Marine side. Among Marine, Domino and Sadie Chan are the two most caring. After all, they are the ones who work at Impel Down. If there is a big jailbreak event in Impel Down, they will be the first to suffer. Just thinking about the devastation a 6th tier prison inmate could wreak when he comes out makes both Sadie Chan 140 and Domino shudder. They were all escaped by the criminals. Those of us who served in Impel Down, shouldn't we be killed? Domino and Sadie Chan muttered to themselves, their bodies trembling unconsciously. How much the pirates and criminals in Impel Down hated them, the two knew it clearly in their hearts. Especially Sadie Chan, she has used her power many times to whip the prisoners in the prison with her braid. One can imagine how disgusted these pirates would be to her. If these pirates escaped once, Sadie Chan felt that it was impossible for them not to attack him. At this moment, Sadie Chan seemed to see the picture of himself ushering in death after the Impel Down prison break. Although Domino doesn't whip criminals as often as Sadie Chan, her mentality at the moment is not much better than Sadie Chan's. At this time, there was new content on the copy of the diary. For a moment, the two of them almost put their faces on the copy of the diary in front of them. Speaking of which, Buggy was also one of the protagonists in the Impel Down jailbreak incident. Closing square bracket. If it wasn't for its existence, there wouldn't be so many pirates who could escape. Closing square bracket. Dole, Buggy is one of the protagonists. This man really shouldn't be underestimated. Charlotte Smoothie, should I say that it is indeed the crew of One Piece, it's amazing. Guion, in the future on the sea, we need to pay more attention to this Buggy. Domino, Buggy, I remember the name. Sadie Chan, one of the protagonists, that is there someone else who led this prison break? Who will it be? Please, Rosen, this time, you must make it clear. Quote. CDCI, maybe I was frightened by the death scene I thought of. Sadie Chan unconsciously looked at the copy of the diary and prayed. This made Domino, who was right next to her, couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and looked at Sadie Chan quite unexpectedly. However, think of the possible impact that the prisoners of the 6th floor prison will have after they come out. Domino didn't say anything more to Sadie Chan. Let me just scratch the surface. I remember that the criminals who walked out of the 6th floor prison were Katrine Diami, Sanwan Wolf, Basque Chote, these guys joined the same pirate group. Closing square bracket. Also, Beloric Redfield, Berndi Waldo, Douglas Bullitt, the very famous people who also left Impel Down work. Guion, is it these guys? Sadie Chan, are you kidding? How can we let these guys escape? They will kill us. Domino, it would be too bad to let them escape, and it must be avoided at all costs. Guion, Sadie Chan, Domino and other Marines looked extremely serious. Rosen recorded the name of each person in the diary. It made their hearts tremble. Although these people have all traces of their pasts erased by the Marine and world government. But they still know more or less. If such an existence really leaves Impel Down, it is very likely to cause an extremely terrifying impact on justice. Others have also left the 6th floor. Closing square bracket. Except for the 6th floor, not to mention the people who left from the 1st to 5th floors of the prison. Closing square bracket. However, although there are many people who escaped this time, the ones who really deserve attention are those strong people on the 6th floor. Closing square bracket. Caitlin Diame and others became the cadres of the Four Emperors pirate group, deterring one side of the sea. Closing square bracket. Yun became a cadre of the Four Emperors. Peacock, is it the old Four Emperors, or the new Saiho? World Destroyer Berndi Valdo attempted to destroy the world, and even fought with Empress Hancock, one of the Shichibukai. Closing square bracket. Boa Hancock, you actually fight the concubine. Do you think you can destroy the concubine? Devil Descendants Bullet, tisk tisk, this guy is a ruthless person. Closing square bracket. Former crew member of the Roger Pirates, whose strength is recognized by Roger and Rayleigh. Closing square bracket. After Roger's death, the guy had a good time at sea because he felt he had lost a challenger. Closing square bracket. Finally sent to Impel Down by Sengoku and Garp. Closing square bracket. But even in Impel Down, this one has been practicing. Closing square bracket. Tisk tisk, what a madman, others have given up on themselves after being imprisoned. Closing square bracket. As a result, this one is still doing basic exercises. Quote. Also, although the Seastone chain can limit his demon fruit power. Closing square bracket. But for the truly strong, the Seastone chain has limited limitations. Although the Seastone chain can make him unable to use the ability of devil fruit, it can't hinder his activities, practice, etc. Closing square bracket. I don't know if Sati-chan, who likes to whip criminals and impel down, went to trouble him and tried to whip him for a while. Closing square bracket. Probably not. If she really did this, Bullet might have her neck broken. Closing square bracket. Even if he has Seastone, among the guards of Impel Down, only Magellan can suppress Bullet. Closing square bracket. Perhaps Shiryu has to be added, but it is a pity that this one was also imprisoned and placed in the 6th floor of the prison. Quote. Vince Moke Reiju, is it another crew member of One Piece? Sure enough, the members of the Roger Pirates are not simple characters. Whether it's Buggy who has been hiding himself for years, Shanks who has become 4 emperors, or Bullet who has been imprisoned in Impel Down. Quote. Run T, still practicing even after being imprisoned in Impel Down. This guy is really crazy. White Bay, what a nostalgic name, that monster is still alive, and it doesn't stop even after being imprisoned in Impel Down. Hina, couldn't he be one of the main culprits who pushed Impel Down to break out? Charlotte Smoothie, Shiryu, although I don't know who this person is, but he was recognized by Rosen, he must be a strong person. However, according to Rosen, he should be the one to Impel Down. But why was he imprisoned in the 6th floor prison? Within the Impel Down, Satachan looked at Rosen's message, and his body trembled. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little thankful that she didn't bother Bullet. After all, since Rosen said so, it means that Bullet is very likely to be able to twist his neck with the Seastone chains on his body. Hey, Domino, should we put more Seastone chains on the Bullet like Commissioner Magellan? Sati-chan turned his head to look at Domino beside him, and suggested with some fear. Dominoes. The Devil's Descendant Bullet is really strong, with a strong physique, a powerful Conqueror's Haki, a powerful Devil Fruit, and even Devil Fruit has already awakened. Closing square bracket. After coming out of Impel Down, this guy has made a lot of noise. Closing square bracket. However, if we really want to talk about the most powerful person who came out of Impel Down, it should still be the Red Earl Balloric Redfield. Closing square bracket. After all, Sengoku has commented that this one can compete with the Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates alone, although he feels that he is not as good as Whitebeard and Roger. Closing square bracket. However, it is undeniable that he is stronger than Rybert and Roger in some aspects without recruiting partners and only going to sea alone. Closing square bracket. If his future is really the same as in the original book, and he is willing to use the power of that Eudemon's devil fruit, maybe his power will stand at the top of this world. Closing square bracket. Whitey Bay, Lonely Red, he's still alive. Charlotte Smoothie, Rosen thinks so highly of him. Run, are you joking with the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates alone? Hina, although they are all names I have never heard of, Rosen will not lie in the diary, these criminals must be some troublesome existence. Gion, no matter what, they can't escape from Impel Down. Domino, would such a horror escape from Impel Down? Sati-chan, how about we add some chains to this Balloric Redfield too? At this moment, Sati-chan's heart has completely lost his peace. Now she is even more desperate to know the reason for the Impel Down prison break. Sati-chan breathed a sigh of relief, staring at the copy of the diary engrossed. Rosen, please, tell me the reason for the jailbreak in Impel Down. Just then, a screenshot in the diary caught Satachan's attention. Image, Sati-chan restraint figure. Closing square bracket. Asterisk. Chapter 105. Is there a traitor in Impel Down? Could it be Magellan? Peacock. What is this? Hey, there is something in this posture. Charlotte Smoothie. A woman I don't know, is she also one of the escaped people? Black Maria. To be able to be screenshotted by Rosen, presumably the person who has a copy of the diary. Kazuki Hiyori. Is it Marine? Speaking of which, Rosen cut out such a picture. Could it be that he likes women in such poses? It seems necessary to learn. Gion. This is Sati-chan. Domino. Sati-chan, this is you. Sati-chan, how could it be me? I was tied up. In such a posture, who made me pick up such a posture? In the screenshot, Sati-chan was bound and hung in the air by a whip in an extremely shameful gesture. Although this is just a screenshot, the holders of the copy of the diary know that this is what might have happened in the original historical track of this world. All of a sudden, Sati-chan, who was the party involved, immediately became nervous. Speaking of the Impel Down prison break this time, one has to think of this Impel Down jailer, Ms. Sati. Closing square bracket. During the Great Prison Break, this one wanted to intercept Ivankov. Closing square bracket. As a result, Ivankov fought back and was tied up and hung up. Geez, what a pity. Closing square bracket. Koala. Mr. Ivankov did it. Bellow Betty. Sure enough, Ivankov will take advantage of this opportunity to escape from prison. Moreover, it is very in line with his style to make the impel-down jailer look like this. Domino. Ivankov, is that the revolutionary army that Rosen mentioned earlier? Sati-chan. Damn, hateful Ivankov, don't let me find him, otherwise I will never let him go. Sati-chan clenched his fists angrily. If, say, Sati-chan sees Dr. Ivan K right now. Rosen has no doubts that Sati-chan will take revenge on Ivankov. Of course, there is a high probability that Sati-chan will be tied up in the final result. Sati-chan took a deep look at the screenshots of the anime about himself, feeling worried for a while. Being tied up like this, it is conceivable that she has lost the ability to move. And at this moment, Impel Down is in the middle of a big jailbreak. Even if Ivankov didn't kill her in the end, but if other pirates appeared, with their vicious character, they might also kill her. After all, during the years of working in Impel Down, she has punished these pirates with a whip. Under such circumstances, how could Sati-chan not feel worried? Impel Down's big jailbreak incident, although there are external factors of Buggy and other pirates. Closing square bracket. But in the final analysis, the success of this jailbreak event is ultimately inseparable from the traitor in Marine. Closing square bracket. If he hadn't done his own job honestly, perhaps not a single pirate in Impel Down would have been able to escape. Closing square bracket. Those pirates who invaded from outside will not be able to successfully achieve their goals. Closing square bracket. Forget it, the matter of Impel Down doesn't have much to do with me, let's think about Golden Lion. Closing square bracket. This guy's lion fruit can make pirate ships and islands fly in the sky. If he has been staying in the sky thousands of miles above the island that he floated with his ability, it will be a bit inconvenient to deal with him. Closing square bracket. I don't know if I told him that I have an excellent navigator here, can he agree to take me to his floating island? Closing square bracket. Gion. Huh, is there a traitor in Marine? Is he the one who led to the success of Impel Down jailbreak? And, did someone actually invade Impel Down from outside? Probably not, it was the Whitebeard pirates. Black Maria. I see, what a happy news. Charlotte Smoothie. To be the key to the success of the Impel Down jailbreak, the position of this traitor is not low. Domino. The traitor, and can affect the situation in Impel Down, who could it be? Sati-chan. Damn it, no matter who it is, I will never spare this guy. Sati-chan stared angrily. At this moment, she had already regarded this person who would betray Marine as her eternal enemy. If she could learn who the traitor is from Rosen, maybe she will find a way to find trouble with the traitor now. It's just a pity. After Rosen's diary was recorded here, there was no meaningful content for a long time. For a while, Sati-chan and other Marines seemed quite entangled. Open black lens bracket Hina. This man Rosen, has he stopped recording in his diary? Close black lens bracket. Doll. Maybe I think today's diary has recorded enough. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Skylark. Why is this? You are clearly talking about the key point. Who will betray Marine and let so many vicious pirates finally escape Impel Down? Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. Damn it, I want to know too. If you let me know who betrayed us, I will teach her a good lesson now. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino. Sati-chan, don't worry too much, this incident hasn't happened yet, we can let go of our nervousness a little bit. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. How can I not worry, I have been tied up like that, maybe I will be killed by pirates who escaped later. Domino, your situation is not clear, maybe you will also be in danger. The hateful Rosen really wanted to tie him up and force her to keep a diary. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. It is unrealistic to force Rosen to record some diary content that we want to know. However, if Rosen can see us, maybe he can take the initiative to record things related to us. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. That is, as long as Rosen sees me, he will write about my future in the diary. I said Marines, you have to work hard and catch Rosen early. While capturing the Golden Lion is certainly a big deal, it now involves so many criminals in the 6th tier of prisons in Impel Down. I think you don't want to see those criminals set free either. Close black lens bracket. Gion. This is natural, Rosen has always been the one who gets the most attention in our hearts. Also, Sati-chan, you don't have to worry too much. Although Rosen did not name the betrayer. But one of the masterminds of the Impel Down jailbreak event is the pirate Buggy. So, as long as he's in the East Blue, the Impel Down thing shouldn't happen. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. That's true. As long as buggy doesn't move, impel down should be safe. Even so, though, we'd better go ahead and identify teams that will betray Marine in the future. Those who can affect the impel down jailbreak event should be closely related to impel down. Sati-chan, Domino, do you have any guesses? Domino, unfortunately, I have thought about this issue before, but I couldn't think of a candidate who fits what Rosen said. If you have to say that a certain person is suitable, it is. However, it cannot be all him. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Skylark. Sister Domino, it's already this time, you'd better say it, in this way, I can feel a little more at ease. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, I want to know too. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Gion. Domino, what you want to talk about should be Governor Magellan. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino. Gion Vice Admiral, you know, close black lens bracket. Ian, Director Magellan. How could it be him? Wait, if it is, it does have this ability to make the escape incident a success. Is it really him? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Gion. Domino, if you can guess it, I can naturally guess it too. However, Magellan is just a possibility. Based on what I know about him, he should not betray Haiwu. Asking for flowers. Many things still need to continue to observe and investigate. Best to be able to find Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Peacock. Indeed, if Rosen can be captured and he and Magellan can meet, maybe Rosen's diary will be able to reveal whether Magellan is a traitor. 1. Dole. We can also use this method to test everyone in the impel down. If Magellan is not, maybe it will be someone in another impel down. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino. If it's not Director Magellan, is it Deputy Director Hannibal? Or the future me? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. How could it be you? You think too much, Domino. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino. Close black lens bracket. Gion. I believe that everyone in this group is trustworthy, and Domino will not be a traitor to Marine. Everything needs to be investigated. Sati-chan, Domino, and Impel Down will be handed over to you for investigation, and we will continue to search for Golden Lion and Rosen here. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. I still need to find Rosen for confirmation. I hope Hina can find her. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi. Colonel Hina, can you pick me up and go find Rosen together? I also want to participate in this operation. Close black lens bracket. 0. Open black lens bracket Hina, Tashigi and you too. Forget it, Hina will come to meet you. Close black lens bracket. Hina understood, after Rosen mentioned earlier that Marine killed the pregnant woman. Tashigi may have had some doubts about Marine's justice. At this time, she would want to find Rosen in person to confirm something, which is reasonable. So Hina doesn't mind taking Tashigi to find Rosen. As for the job in Rog Town, Hina feels that Smoker alone is enough. East Blue. Xenia number. Rosen. Yuta saw that there was no new content on the copy of the diary for a long time. Can't help but look down at Rosen who was lying on Kaya's lap pillow with some doubts. However, Rosen did not respond to Yuta. Instead, he moved his body and turned his body between Kaya's legs and heart, changing the original lying position into a side-lying position. I fell asleep. Yuta squatted down, feeling Rosen's steady breathing. She stretched out her hand and poked Rosen's arm with great interest. Maybe I'm too tired. After all, not much time has passed since the battle between Rosen and Marine Gion. And from that battle to now, Rosen hasn't had much rest. Yuta, let Rosen sleep well, and you help me steer the boat. Now there are no pirates from Zhangdao to help sail the boat. Karina stood at the helm and waved in the direction of Yuta. Just leave Rosen and Kaya alone. Yuta raised his eyebrows, looked with interest at Kaya's knee pillow who was lying on his side, and Rosen, who was unconscious, and Rosen said. Never mind, besides, don't you want to see Kaya's expression after waking up? Karina laughed. That's true. Yuta nodded slightly, got up and walked towards Karina. Maybe it was because of Yuta's footsteps, or maybe it was the shaking of the pirate ship. Kaya slowly opened her eyes at this time. This is. Kaya looked at Rosen's lower abdomen in confusion, and murmured. However, with the sensation of Rosen twisting in his legs and arms. Kaya soon came to her senses. This, Rosen. Kaya immediately widened her eyes and quickly straightened her upper body. Thinking of the touch that came from Rosen's heart when he twisted his head earlier. Kaya's face turned into a red apple again. Chapter 106 Rosen dishonest sleeping appearance made Kaya shy. Yuta got a lot of points and N. I fell asleep. Kaya looked at Rosen's peaceful expression, combined with the content on the copy of the diary, and the expressions of Karina and Yuta. She quickly understood the situation in front of her. Although a bit shy about Rosen falling asleep on his lap. However, Kaya did not push Rosen away after all. Just quietly looking at Rosen's side face. And this look is a few hours. Even Kaya, who has the Tsunade template, is gradually feeling a little numb in her legs. Yuta has been observing Kaya and Rosen's situation. She noticed Kaya's situation and Ying walked over immediately. Kaya, let me take your place. Just go and help Karina sail the boat. Yuta laughed. Hey, is that okay? Rosen is a little dishonest when he's asleep. Kaya pursed her lips, blushing and pointed to Rosen who had completely turned over and buried her face on Kaya's lap pillow. Obviously, after falling asleep, Rosen will not sleep in one position for a whole night. In the process of falling asleep, Rosen will continue to change positions. Arguably, Rosen has now rolled a poo on Kaya's lap pillow with her own face. Even though Kaya was wearing a long dress, there was a cloth wall between Rosen's face and her skin, 073. But Kaya could still feel Rosen's breath against her skin. And Yuta is wearing a short skirt. If Yuta is now exchanged with himself, Kaya feels that Yuta may encounter a more embarrassing situation than himself. It's okay. It's just a lap pillow, it's not a big deal. The guy helped me a lot and it was no big deal to have him sleep on my lap. Yuta waved his hand and smiled. Through Rosen's diary, Yuta knew that Rosen also wanted to try how her profile was different from Karina and Kaya. Now that Rosen has such an idea, Yuta feels that Rosen will always succeed in the future. That being the case, she might as well give Rosen a try earlier. And let Rosen take a photo of her knee pillow and upload it to earn points. That's it, I understand. Kaya nodded slightly, and finally nodded. At this moment, Rosen, who was lying on Kaya's knee pillow, suddenly lifted his right hand and directly touched Kaya's heart. Kaya blinked, looked at Rosen, and then at Rosen's hand, blushing for a moment, not knowing what to say. Kaya, you are right. When this man sleeps, his sleeping position is indeed not very good. Yuta raised the corner of his mouth and said with a light smile. Then, do you want to change it? Kaya looked at Yuta and asked very shyly. Of course, after all, I have made an agreement with you. Yuta nodded with a smile, stepped forward to help Kaya, and finally completed the substitution. And when Rosen's face touched Yuta's gentle skin, Rosen finally opened his eyes because of the human movement. Yo, awake, Rosen. Yuta smiled and reached out to greet Rosen. It's Yuta. Rosen smiled, and looked at Kaya next door who was looking at her with a blushing face. Although I don't know what happened when he fell asleep. But just looking at Kaya's apple-like face, Rosen was able to guess something. Would you like to sleep again? Don't worry, if there is any danger, I will wake you up. Yuta laughed. If there is any danger, I will wake up by myself. Rosen said with a smile. Although he had previously acted as if he had no perception of the outside world when he was asleep. But that's only because he didn't sense any malice. If there is any malice, the skill he holds through the world will react immediately and wake him up. However, Rosen didn't say much about it. He turned his body over, adjusted his posture slightly, put one hand on Yuta's snow-white leg, and half of his face was close to Yuta's skin. Regarding this, Yuta didn't say anything, just looked at Rosen with a smile on his face. Seeing Yuta's appearance, Kaya couldn't help but sigh. Both are women, but Yuta is much more generous and brave than her. What she didn't know was that Yuta was just doing this to Rosen. For other men, her performance can be said to be not much different from Kaya. By the way Yuta, I suddenly remembered something. Rosen spoke suddenly. What do you want to say, Luo Zan? Do you remember the last time you stomped on your back? Stand on your back. I remember, what's wrong? Last time you fainted because of using Gurgur fruit, but stepping on it was interrupted. I see, you want me to continue, right, Rosen? As expected of Yuta, really smart. Do you need me to help you continue now? Wait a minute, I haven't had enough rest yet. Let's talk about stepping on my back later. Rosen said, rubbing the skin on Yuta's leg with her face. Yuta's knee pillow, he didn't want it to end like this. While feeling Yuta's skin carefully, Rosen took several photos of Yuta and uploaded them to his diary. Photo, Yuta's knee pillow Kakuzu 1. Photo, Yuta's knee pillow Kakuzu 2. Photo Yuta's knee pillow Kakuzu 8. Charlotte Snaman. There are so many pictures of knee pillows again, it seems that Rosen is really resting on the woman's lap. Vivi. As long as I can meet Rosen, as long as I can let him rest on my lap, I can gain strength. Nuo Chigao, 8 photos, 40 points. It's really enviable. Nico Robin, a woman with nice legs and a bear would be very popular at Rosen. Kami, lap pillow. Would Rosen really like Murloc tail pillows? Gertz, as a titan, I might be a little too big. If Rosen wants a knee pillow, the whole body can't be compared to my legs. I don't know if Rosen will like. Peacock. 40 points, at this rate, the tower will become stronger quickly. Gion. The red-haired woman, combined with Elizabeth's template and the fruit of singing, if she intends to earn points through Rosen, she will become very powerful in a short time. Hina, it's not just Yuta, after Kaya and Karina joined Rosen, the frequency of earning points is not low. Ian, Yuta, Kaya, and Karina are relatively reserved. If Rosen is found by those diary copy holders who are purely pirates for power, they will rack their brains to get points from Rosen. Quote. Dole, if it were me, I might deliberately stage the plot in the book with Rosen. In this way, Rosen will probably take quite a lot of photos and videos. Many diary copy holders looked at the 8 consecutive photos of Yuta's lap pillow and thought of the many photos Rosen had previously taken of Kaya's lap pillow. For a while, they were either jealous or dignified. At the same time, it is just as Dole and others Marine thought. At this time, there are already a large number of female pirates planning to have some bedside stories with Rosen for their own purposes. The purpose, of course, is to accumulate points and character templates like Yamiko. Yuta also saw the photos in the diary. Noticing that Rosen was waiting for her answer, she couldn't help smiling, and said, "Okay, then step on your back later. This time I don't use the fruit of songs. Just step on your back in the real world. So I won't faint halfway through." However, reality said yes, you have to lie down properly, and you can't look back. Yuta usually likes to wear short dresses, and Rosen often has the experience of looking up when she and Karina are in the air. Because, just not to let Rosen take some humiliating pictures while she stomps on her back. Yuta chose to give Rosen a solemn reminder before stepping on his back. Although, Yuta knows that doesn't necessarily work. Hehe, let's talk about it later. Sure enough, Rosen smiled and gave an ambiguous answer. Seeing this situation, Yuta could only sigh slightly. Then, she rolled her eyes and stretched out her hands to scratch Rosen's itchy place. All of a sudden, Rosen didn't feel sleepy at all, and while lying on Yuta's lap, he happily fought with Yuta. On the other side, Kaya has come to Karina's side at this moment. She heard Rosen and Yuta talking and fighting, and could not help but use the communication group function to initiate a private chat with Karina. Open black lens bracket Kaya. Miss Karina, is Yuta really going to step on Rosen's back? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Karina. Since she agreed, she will do it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kaya. Ms Yuta, is it because you want to get more points? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Karina. You saw the 5.5 photos that Rosen uploaded in his diary, Kaya. I think Yuta does have the idea of wanting more points. After all, if she wants to prove herself to Shanks, she needs more strength. However, I think she will do it, not just because she wants to collect points. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kaya. Is it because you want to thank Rosen? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Karina. There is also this reason, but I guess, there is also Yuta who has a vague crush on Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kaya. Like it, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Karina. After all, Rosen avoided Yuta's future death and gave her a chance to meet and reconcile with the red-haired Shanks. Then, Rosen's works about Yuta also played a certain role in promoting it. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kaya. Then, those works that make people blush and shy, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Karina. Yes, although those works are quite embarrassing, but also make people feel angry. But, once you accept Rosen's work and don't feel angry about it, maybe these things can play a role in promoting the person's feelings for Rosen. Although Rosen's work is a bit too barebones, but to some extent, it can be regarded as a straightforward expression of love by Rosen. Perhaps, some people will wonder what it would be like to get along with Rosen as depicted in the comic strip. Close black lens bracket. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 107. Take an early shot against Rosen. Golden Lion shows up, nervous Nami. Kaya looked at the message belonging to Karina in the copy of the diary in front of her, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. Such words, if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to imagine. However, thinking of the video Rosen had uploaded about him and Karina having a massage, Kaya suddenly felt that maybe Karina was what she said. Karina turned to look at Kaya, after seeing the look on her face. Karina immediately guessed what Kaya was thinking. She raised the corners of her mouth, wrapped her hands around Kaya's arm, smiled lightly and whispered in his ear. Kaya, in your heart, you know that Rosen likes you. I'm not talking about you in the comic strip, but the real you. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have invited you on board. Then, are you responding to his invitation for the sake of calendar? Perhaps, but your expectation of strength should not be so heavy. After all, the Black Cat pirates have been dealt with. Is it because you want to thank Rosen? It should be more than that. Don't you have any curiosity and affection for Rosen in your heart? Did you ever think that one day, you could really put on a wedding dress and get together with Rosen like in the comic strip? Hey, Kaya, you have to accept Rosen's invitation even though you know Rosen likes you. Don't you think that 23 is equivalent to accepting Rosen's confession? Hear what Karina said. Kaya froze in place. I really like Rosen. Rosen confessed to me. I also accepted. I'm going to marry Rosen. Wouldn't that be having a baby? At this moment, Kaya was a little dazed. After a long time, after Karina shook her body, Kaya finally came to her senses. She looked at the smiling Karina in front of her, took a deep breath, and asked softly. Then Miss Karina, did you also accept Rosen's confession? And want to marry him? It's not that I haven't thought about this problem. You really plan to marry Rosen. But didn't you agree with Rosen to work by his side for 10 years? It was true that I thought so at the beginning, but judging from the current situation, after 10 years, I probably can't get used to the life without Rosen. Then, why don't you usually show too close to Rosen? It's not that the man is too hardworking. Yuta, Kaya, you boarded the boat one after another, and I don't know how many people will come to Rosen's big boat after that. Yeah, so that's how it is. So Kaya, if you want to take a shot against Rosen, you have to hurry up. Now, you only have me and Yuta as opponents, but after that, it won't be necessarily the case. Yes, the opponent or something, ah. Kaya covered her face, unable to speak anymore, and even more afraid to look at Rosen. Karina looked at Kaya in front of her, then at Yuta in the distance, then at Rosen, and finally she sighed faintly. In this situation, I don't know, Rosen will choose Cone in the end. Or, he will choose to open a harem. Karina thought to herself. Yuta is willing to fight with Rosen, it should be the days when he likes to fight with Rosen. Single quote. And sometimes she can still use the matter between me and Rosen as a reason to make fun of, if Yuta hadn't thought of marrying Rosen yet. Single quote. It's that Yuta doesn't mind sharing Rosen with other people, or rather, doesn't mind sharing Rosen with me. Kaya is still very ignorant of Rosen's feelings, but Russell is very interested in her. Perhaps after getting along for a long time, she will not just have a good impression of Rosen but love her. Single quote. Then I want to be more direct with Rosen, and then ask Rosen to be nice to me only. Single quote. Or, be generous, share Rosen with Yuta and the others. Or just hold back and leave Rosen's side in 10 years. Thinking of leaving, Karina set her sights on Yuta and Rosen again. For no reason, she felt a little reluctant. Not just Rosen, but also Yuta, who has been with him for a while. Because both of them are excellent singers, the relationship between Karina and Yuta can be said to have progressed quite quickly. Forget it. If it really becomes inseparable from Rosen. Then let's talk about it in due time. Single quote. Karina shook her head and pulled Kaya to steer the boat together. However, because of what Karina said to her earlier, Kaya was still unable to enter the normal working state. In her mind, there are scenes of Rosen since she knew Rosen. Kaya is thinking about whether she really likes Rosen. Meanwhile, the other side. Somewhere in East Blue. A small sailboat is sailing fast against the wind on the sea. On the boat, a cute girl with short orange hair was frowning and staring straight ahead. To be precise, it is staring at a diary that ordinary people cannot see. If Karina was here, she must be able to recognize the woman in front of her as her former good partner Nami. Well, a lot of photos. Just a lap pillow. Rosen took so many photos. If I let her lie on my lap, in my arms. Isn't it possible for me to have so many photos? If, like Karina massages Rosen, I can also have videos that can be exchanged for 10 points. But, where should I find Rosen now? Where is the golden lion that Rosen is looking for? Nami ran her hands through her hair, feeling frustrated. After realizing that the dragon pirates are in collusion with Marine, even if she has 100 million berries, she cannot save Cocoa West Village. Nami blocked almost all the incidents and found Rosen. For this reason, she has not stolen for a long time. As a result, now, she doesn't even know where to find Rosen. Such a result caused Nami to collapse for a while. At this moment, a shadow fell, just covering Nami. She raised her head in doubt, and was surprised to find that there was a ship flying in the sky. The ship flies in the air. Wait, is it Golden Lion Shiki? Nami opened his mouth wide and said incredulously. Although she has not met Shiki, but through Rosen's diary. Nami knows that Golden Lion Shiki has the power to make the ship fly. At this moment, she suddenly saw a ship in the sky flying away from the sea, and she naturally thought of this coldly. Hey, I never thought there would be someone in East Blue who could call me by my name. Little girl, what's your name? A man with a rudder on his head and a man with gold hair stretched out from the side of the flying pirate ship, looked at Nami with interest and asked. It's really him. Nami looked at Shiki's blonde hair, and became more and more sure that the person in front of him was the Golden Lion. Seeing that Nami didn't speak, Golden Lion sneered, and stretched out his right hand to shake in Nami's direction. The next moment, the water below the Nami boat was churning. What's going on? Nami grabbed the side of the boat in horror and spoke. Unfortunately, now I don't want too many people to know my existence. So, you who can call my name should die here. After Golden Lion finished speaking, the boat under Nami's feet was churning even more. Nami was terrified and tried to stand firm, but under the power of the Golden Lion, her strength was just in vain. Just when the 003 boat under her was about to turn 180 degrees. Nami suddenly thought of some content about navigators that Rosen told Golden Lion in his diary. Wait, don't kill me, I'm a navigator, and I can work for you. Nami raised his right hand and shouted at Golden Lion. Navigator. Golden Lion raised an eyebrow. That's right, if you don't believe it, by the way, it's going to rain soon. If it rains, you can trust me. After Nami felt the humidity of the air around him with his skin, he shouted to Golden Lion. It's raining. Golden Lion looked at the clear sky and said to Nami with a sneer. If you want to live, that's not the case. Golden Lion shook his head, and was about to overturn Nami's ship with his ability. However, at this moment, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky. Golden Lion frowned and raised his head. Immediately, a thunderbolt flashed in the dark clouds, followed by raindrops the size of soybeans. You are interesting. Golden Lion glanced at Nami, then waved his hand, and directly used his ability to lift the sailboat under Nami's feet into the air, making Nami fly towards his pirate ship. In the future, you follow me, understand? After Nami landed, Golden Lion laughed and said to Nami. Yes, I understand. Nami nodded repeatedly and spoke. Through Rosen's diary, Nami knows that the man in front of him is a werewolf who intends to destroy the entire East Blue. Naturally, he didn't dare to refute the Golden Lion's words. Golden Lion nodded, then turned and walked towards the cabin. Nami took a deep look at the back of the Golden Lion, and thought of Rosen who was looking for the Golden Lion at the moment. Speaking of which, if you stay with Golden Lion now, will you be able to meet Raso? Nami thought to himself. Chapter 108. Hina and Tashigi were arrested. Rosen found the whereabouts of the Golden Lion base. Nami didn't think about asking Golden Lion to save Kokoja village. After all, Golden Lion is a character who intends to destroy the entire East Blue. Nami felt that if the Golden Lion was allowed to save Kokoja village, the dragon pirates would probably perish. But the more than 20 villages controlled by the dragon pirates may also be destroyed by the Golden Lion. Naturally, Kokoja village was also included. So, what Nami thinks is to stay here with Golden Lion for the time being. Then meet Rosen via Golden Lion. Nami felt that since Rosen's diary mentioned using a navigator to attract Golden Lion, then Golden Lion would be polite enough to her navigator. But in fact, after Golden Lion forcibly pulled her into the camp, he directly ignored her. As for wanting to wait for Rosen's arrival at the Golden Lion in peace, it's simply not realistic enough. During these few days, she saw a Golden Lion go to various islands to collect wild animals and study them. It also saw the Golden Lion capture pirates, bounty hunters and even marines to test the strength of the experimented beasts. Although Golden Lion said that if these people can defeat the research beasts, they can live, but Golden Lion didn't fulfill it at all in the end. Even if someone was lucky enough to defeat an experimental beast. In the end, it was only the second round of testing. Nami understands this too. After all, Golden Lion still wants to hide his tracks from the world. If these winners were allowed to return alive, Golden Lion would not be able to calm down and conduct research. Nami, who was sitting in the auditorium, let out a long sigh after watching a brutal battle between humans and experimental beasts in which only 2 women survived. It's really a brutal battle. Hey, I don't know when Rosen will come to us. This place is 10,000 meters high, can he find it here? Nami murmured, shook his head and opened the copy of the diary. She wants to see if Rosen has recorded new diary content, and wants to see if Rosen can come to her door through the diary. Although she felt that the 2 women who survived were a little pitiful. But she has no good way to help them. But at this moment, Nami frowned slightly, subconsciously looking at the remaining 2 women in the arena. Just now, she seemed to see something familiar. That's a diary. They are also the holders of the copy of the diary. Nami stared wide-eyed at the 2 winners in the arena. Beside them, a copy of the diary similar to Nami's is floating. If there is a difference, only a few words on the copy are different. At this moment, just as Nami looked at them, they also looked at Nami. It's troublesome, since they have a copy of the diary. Single quote. Then they should also be one of the heroines in Rosen's works. Quote. Would Rosen be sad if he found out they died here? Thinking of this, Nami sighed faintly, stood up directly from his seat, and ran quickly from the auditorium to the arena. Hey, little brother, this time the experiment ends here, how is it? Nami came to a pirate who was in charge of testing the combat power of experimental animals, and said with a smile. At this moment, the pirate was about to press the button on the table and release the second batch of animals to let the two remaining women fight. It's Nami. The pirate looked back at Nami with the same smile on his face. You said just now that the experiment is over, was it Captain Shiki's order? In the pirate's words, there is respect for Nami. Although Nami feels that he is nothing to Golden Lion. But in fact, Golden Lion treats her much better than other common pirates. Therefore, the pirate of common in front of Nami treats Nami so kindly. It's not the captain's order, it's just that I feel that both of us are about to fall. You continue to experiment now, and it won't work. It's better to let them go to rest, and then let them accept a new round of experiments with others. Brother, you don't want to have to work hard to catch the released beast later. Nami laughed. Hearing this, the pirate couldn't help turning his head to look at the two women who were almost unable to stand still and could only stand with their hands on their knees. You're right, let's do it, just as I can take a rest earlier. The pirate smiled at Nami, then looked at the two women in the closed arena, and shouted with the microphone on his table. You two, now go back to your room honestly. When the two women in the center of the arena heard this, they looked at each other and then walked towards the passage. Coincidentally, this channel is just below the auditorium where Nami is. There is not much that can help you. Single quote. If you can survive, you have to repay me well, so that I have more opportunities to get in touch with Rosen. Looking at the two diary copy holders walking towards the passage, Nami thought to himself. At the same time, she also decided to try to find an opportunity to chat with the two diary copy holders face to face. Of course, the premise of daily cutting is to ensure your own safety first. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the two diary copy holders returned to their cells, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Colonel Hina, do you think we can go back alive? The person who spoke was none other than Marine Sergeant Tashigi. Not long ago, she left Rog Town to follow Hina to find Rosen. Unexpectedly, instead of meeting Rosen, they met Golden Lion first. As a result, their Marine was captured and forced to participate in the Golden Lion's experiment. After the experiment, among the Marines, only she and Hina are still alive. Hina doesn't know either. Hina looked at the seastone handcuffs on her hands, and thought of all her dead subordinates. She couldn't help but sigh. She never thought that she would experience such a thing. Even if she is as confident as she is, she will inevitably feel a little discouraged when facing the giant Golden Lion. Even though both of them have a copy of Rosen's diary, and can tell Gion and others what happened to them through the copy of the diary. But now the two have no way of knowing where they are. Therefore, there is no way for him to give an accurate address for Gion and others to support. If we say that the two of them are still at sea. But the problem is, the Golden Lion brought them to the sky. Tashigi couldn't help but feel depressed when he heard Hina's words. Hina saw Tashigi's depression, raised her hand and patted her on the shoulder, and said in a low voice. We still have a chance of surviving. Isn't Rosen looking for the Golden Lion? Perhaps, with his omniscience and omnipotence, he may not be able to find the Golden Lion accurately. And Gion Vice Admiral and the others won't give up on us either. And that girl with short orange hair we saw earlier. Although I don't know her specific identity, but since she helped us before. Maybe it will help us later. Hearing this, a flash of hope flashed in Yensiki's eyes. Yes, Gion Vice Admiral did not give up on them, how could she give up? And the mysterious orange-haired girl. And with Rosen's ability, maybe he can indeed find the Golden Lion. Maybe in the future, the situation will really improve. Thinking of this, Tashigi immediately opened the copy of the diary. Soon, she noticed something new in Rosen's diary. Colonel Hina, updated, Rosen updated. Quote. Tashigi lowered his voice and said excitedly to Hina. Hearing this, Hina couldn't help but immediately opened her own sailing diary. After so many days of sailing, we finally arrived at our destination. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Kaya always looked at me strangely during this time. Closing square bracket. Could it be that she has fallen in love with me? What should I do if she proposes to me? If you promise her, Karina and Yuta won't be sad, right? Kaya, Yuta, Karina, let's record the business. Closing square bracket. We managed to find the destination, Buggy said. Closing square bracket. There are indeed ferocious beasts here, and the appearance of those beasts is indeed very similar to the animals that I know to be poisoned by the Golden Lion. Closing square bracket. However, these beasts are all defective products. Either one foot cannot be used, or one eye is blind. Closing square bracket. Without much effort, we took care of the monsters. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, I did not find the Golden Lion or the crew of the Golden Lion pirates here. Closing square bracket. The buggy guy got his wish and found some treasure here. Closing square bracket. How could this be? Am I going to stay by Golden Lion's side for the rest of my life? Not Zhao's Mei muttered to herself and almost stood up nervously. In the other side, Hina and Tashigi frowned tightly, and were speechless for a moment. Just now, Buggy gave me a map, which was dug out from the treasure pile on the island. Closing square bracket. Interestingly, on this map, an island that exists in the sky is actually described. Closing square bracket. In this East Blue, if there is an island in the sky, it is the floating sky island made by Golden Lion using the ability of Lion Fruit. Closing square bracket. More interestingly, the location of the floating sky island shown on the map is exactly above the island where I am now. Closing square bracket. I boldly guess that the Golden Lion's base is above the 10,000-meter altitude of my island. Quote. And the reason why the island I'm on has those crippled ferocious beasts is probably because the Golden Lion regarded them as failures and threw them from the sky. Closing square bracket. This map must have been accidentally dropped by a pirate from the Golden Lion pirate group. Closing square bracket. Rosen, he found it. Nami's eyes widened, staring at the copy of the diary closely. Great, Colonel Hina, we have a chance. Tashigi grabbed Hina's arm excitedly. Yeah, anyway, recharge your batteries, Tashigi. Maybe we'll have to move around later. A sharp light flashed in Hina's eyes, and she spoke to Waski. Stand. Chapter 109 Golden Lion Horrible Experiment. Rosen is going to Sky Island, Buggy is shocked. Gion Vice Admiral, haven't you found any traces of Tashigi and Hina? Holding the phone bug, Smoker frowned and asked Gion who was opposite the phone bug. He is quite troubled at the moment. It never occurred to him that because he noticed that Tashigi was not in good condition recently, he agreed to her and Hina's mission to go to sea together, which would cause both of them to lose contact. If it's not that I don't know where Hina and Tashigi are now. He has now gone to sea to find Hina and Tashigi. Smoker, calm down. I'm in East Blue right now, and Vice Admiral Garp is in East Blue. You still have the task of guarding the town of Rog. The mission to find Hina and Tashigi, we will finish it. Trust me, I'm better suited to find Hina and Tashigi than you are. Gion held the phone bug and said to Smoker with a serious face. Previously, Rosen's diary had revealed that the youngest new 4 emperors in the future would come from East Blue. Therefore, Gion hopes that Smoker can continue to be stationed in Rog Town. So that this pirate who has not yet become 4 emperors is sent to prison without her knowing who it is. Similarly, Yinsichi and Hina were both arrested. But because of the existence of the Diary Dungeon Exchange Group, she was still able to get in touch with both Hina and Tashigi. So it is better for her to find Tashigi and Hina than Smoker. Gion Vice Admiral, do you already have their information? Smoker took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions a little and then spoke. That's right, I did find something here. Anyway, you stay in Rog Town first. Hina and Tashigi, I will find a way. After Gion finished speaking, he hung up the phone without giving Smoker a chance to talk. Afterwards, Gion quickly glanced at the new diary content recorded by Rosen, and an elite light flashed in 580's eyes. And after she opened the communication group of the female Marine squad. Sure enough, I saw a lot of messages in it. Open black lens bracket doll. Hina, Tashigi, how are you doing now? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Ian. Yes, Tashigi, are you all safe? Is there any danger? Close black lens bracket. Peacock, have you found your location? Everyone is looking for you now. As long as we have your location, we can help you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. Unfortunately, we only know that we were taken to the sky by the Golden Lion, and there is no time and opportunity to find out exactly where we are. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino. This is troublesome. If you don't know the location, even if Vice Admiral Garp is in East Blue, there is no way to help you. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. I didn't expect that. Rosen just mentioned Golden Lion, and you two met him. By the way, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. There is no problem with the Golden Lion mentioned in Rosen's diary, and the Golden Lion is indeed conducting experiments on vicious animals. Our entire ship Marine has been used in experiments testing the strength of laboratory animals. Now, only Midori Tashigi is alive. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tashigi. Thanks to the orange-haired diary copy holder, if she hadn't interceded for us, we might have died. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Peacock. Do you have any other diary copy holders? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. There is indeed one, but her identity seems to be from the Golden Lion pirates. Close black lens bracket. With that said, Hina told what she and Tashigi thought about Nami. Open black lens bracket Dole. Listening to the situation, although she is a member of the Golden Lion pirates, she doesn't seem to be such a cruel pirate. Could it be that she was captured by the Golden Lion just like you? It's just because she has a certain value, so she was left in his pirate group by Golden Lion. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. If that's the case, she's useless. It's good that she can keep herself. You can't expect this stranger to help Hina and Tashigi out of danger, right? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Peacock. You can't say that. Since that person helped Hina and Tashigi once, maybe there will be a second time. The question is, when will the second round of Golden Lion's experiment start? Close black lens bracket. After listening to Hina and Tashigi's description of the Golden Lion experiment, all the women understand that as long as the next animal experiment is started, both Tashigi and Hina may be about to die. Previously, they were able to survive because of the efforts of many Marines. But now, there are not so many Marine soldiers to help them. Gion, don't give up, Hina, Tashigi. Rosen's diary mentioned that he may have found the location of the Golden Lion, and maybe things will turn around later. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. So, can we only rely on Rosen now? That man is also very dangerous. If he knows that Hina and Tashigi are Marines, he may not be able to do anything. Gion Vice Admiral, haven't you been chasing Rosen all this time? Haven't you found out the location of Rosen's destination? Gion, unfortunately, this time Rosen didn't mention the location of the destination in the diary at all, so it's hard for me to find out where they are at the moment. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino. This is a little troublesome. Rosen can recognize the identity of Gion Vice Admiral, and presumably also recognize the identities of Hina and Tashigi. After all, they don't even have the chance to disguise themselves with makeup now. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. What Gion Vice Admiral said makes sense. No matter what, if Rosen really finds us, the situation will turn around. When the time comes, Hina and Tashigi will adapt accordingly. Hina will not die easily before the Golden Lion is judged. Close black lens bracket. Hina clenched her fists involuntarily when she thought of the death of those sailors who had followed her for a long time. Tashigi also felt bad. She even felt that if she hadn't boarded Hina's ship by herself, Hina's route would have changed slightly. Perhaps, those people will not meet the Golden Lion. After that, a series of things will not happen. She hates the Golden Lion no less than Hina. Just when Hina and Tashigi were depressed, an orange figure came into their eyes. It's you. Both Tashigi and Hina looked at the visitor in surprise. CDDA. Hush. The visitor, Nami, put his index finger to his lips and whispered. Be quiet, you two, and don't let anyone find out. After speaking, Nami looked around and saw that no one from the Golden Lion pirates noticed him. She took a small package to the cell where Hina and Tashigi were held, and handed it to Inshiki, who was closer to her. These are some food, you two should replenish your physical strength. Since you all have a copy of Rosen's diary, you must have seen the latest content of Rosen's diary. Perhaps soon, Rosen will come to your door. At that time, don't you have no way to escape because you have no physical strength? Nami said softly. Thank you, thank you. Tashigi looked at the rice balls and bread in the package, and excitedly said to Nami. Thank you, what's your name? Hina also looked at Nami gratefully. I didn't help you in vain. If you meet Rosen later, give me a chance to let him mention me more in his diary. The number of points I've gotten from getting a copy of the diary is simply too small. Someone is coming and I need to leave. Nami heard footsteps and stood up with a flustered expression. Then, as if she had thought of something, she quickly said to Tashigi and Hina. My name is Nami, you must remember my name. After speaking, Nami quickly left the cell of Hina and Tashigi. Nami. Such a familiar name. Tashigi frowned slightly. It was Rosen, the girl whose village was ruled by pirates, who mentioned her. Hina frowned tightly. It turned out to be her. Wait a minute, I remember Rosen also said that the reason why the pirate group was able to rule Nami's village was because of the collusion between Marine and the pirates. Tashigi opened his eyes wide and looked in the direction Nami left. All of a sudden, a pang of apology to Nami welled up in her heart. Meanwhile, Tashigi feels increasingly doubtful about Marine's justice. As for Hina, after looking at the rice balls and bread in her hands, she sighed deeply and handed them over. Since learning that Nami's hometown is in dire straits because of the mutual collusion between Marine and pirates, the Marines, who had a copy of the diary, investigated it. It's a pity that Rosen did not disclose which Marine and which pirate group colluded with each other. Their investigation of this matter has not been able to advance for a long time. Plus because most of their attention is on Rosen. The investigation into Nami's incident has also slowed down further. But at this time, Nami actually appeared and brought food to her and Tashigi, which made Hina feel quite uncomfortable for a while. Having said that, since we got new information, Hina still told about Nami in the exchange group of the female Marine team. Gion, Peacock, Ain and others saw Nami's information provided by Hina. For a while, it was also silent. At the same time, the other side, where Rosen is. Rosen, we're rich. There really are so many treasures here. As agreed, we can split it between him. Then, we can get out of here. Buggy came to Rosen with a smile, his face was full of smiles. At this moment, he no longer had the disgust he felt when he met Rosen earlier. After Rosen and others eliminated the beast and helped him get the treasure, Buggy felt that Rosen was more and more pleasing to the eye. Buggy, you can talk to my partner Karina about sharing the treasure. Also, I plan to stay here for a while. So after the distribution of the treasure is completed, you can leave first. Rosen stopped writing in the diary and spoke to Buggy. Huh, are you still planning to stay here? But there's nothing left here. Wait, you don't want to see Sky Island in the sky, do you? Buggy's eyes widened, and he looked at Rosen in surprise. Chapter 110 What? Fujitora can summon meteorites. Draw the template of Lay movie. Buggy has also seen the nautical chart found in the treasure pile, and naturally knows that there is a floating island above the 10,000-meter altitude marked on the nautical chart. And Buggy, who had traveled with Roger the One Piece, was naturally not surprised by the fact that there are islands in the sky. Others might not believe that there are islands in the sky, but not Buggy. Why not? Rosen raised his head and looked into the air with a smile on his face. Buggy rolled his eyes, rubbed his hands and came to Rosen's side. Well, Rosen, if you're going to Sky Island, can you take me with you? If something is found, we can still split the bill 50-50. On the sea chart, the islands in the sky are highlighted. Buggy thinks that maybe this means that there will be a lot of treasure on the island in the sky. You want to go, Buggy? Rosen raised an eyebrow and looked at Buggy with interest. I want to, of course I want to. Buggy nodded heavily. Even if the island floating above belongs to Golden Lion Shiki. There was a wide smile on Rosen's face. So what about the Golden Lion? Wait, who are you talking about? Buggy's eyes widened and he looked at Rosen in horror. Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary pirate who once fought Roger the Pirate King. Rosen laughed. Buggy opened his mouth wide and fell into a long silence. In the end, he chose to retreat slowly. Although I don't know if what Rosen said is true or not. But Buggy, who has seen the terrifying power of the Golden Lion with his own eyes, doesn't want to face the Golden Lion. When Rosen saw Buggy's movements, he just smiled and didn't care too much. After he glanced at the huge clouds in the sky again, he opened his own navigation log system. Golden Lion can make many islands freely suspended above the altitude of 10,000 meters. Closing square bracket. If my guess is correct, behind those huge clouds is the base of the Golden Lion. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, I have not awakened observation haki, let alone an observation haki that is powerful enough to perceive meteorites from the sky like the future Marine Admiral Fujitora. So I can't see the situation at an altitude of 10,000 meters, so I can only go up there to see if the Golden Lion is really there. Closing square bracket. The question is, how can I fly above the 10,000-meter altitude? Quote. There is nothing left to climb here, it will allow me to go to an altitude of 10,000 meters with people and boats. Closing square bracket. Tisk, if only I had Fujitora's abilities. Closing square bracket. With his ability, I can not only use observation haki to see the situation at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Closing square bracket. I can still use Fujitora's fruit ability to fly directly to the altitude of 10,000 meters. Closing square bracket. No, if you have the ability of Fujitora. Closing square bracket. There is no need to take the initiative to board the Golden Lion's territory. Closing square bracket. As long as you draw a circle and use the ability, you can directly pull down the Golden Lion from the sky. Closing square bracket. After all, this Fujitora is a ruthless person who can easily pull down meteorites from the sky. Closing square bracket. Tisk tisk, to some extent, Fujitora's ability can also be regarded as the nemesis of Golden Lion's ability. Closing square bracket. If these two guys meet, it will be very interesting. Closing square bracket. No. To pull down the meteorite, Fujitora's fruit ability and his knowledge are indispensable. Closing square bracket. If another person uses Fujitora's fruit ability, it may not be able to pull down the Golden Lion's island suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Close tortoise shell bracket. Sure enough, it is only when Fujitora uses his fruit ability that it is the nemesis of Golden Lion's lion fruit. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, are you kidding? Observation haki who can perceive meteorites from outside the sky. Isn't this Fujitora's knowledgeable color stronger than Katakori's elder brother's knowledgeable color? Black Maria, the devil fruit ability that can pull down meteorites from outside the sky. This is really a natural disaster level power. Whitey Bay, the destructive power of pulling down the meteorite is comparable to that of Dad's shock fruit. What kind of devil fruit ability does this Fujitora have? Monet, this Fujitora is not Marine Admiral right now. If he can be allowed to join the young master's camp, then the Don Quixote family doesn't even need to be afraid of the four emperors. Gion, this Fujitora, does he have such power? His destructive power is not even inferior to Sakazuki. No wonder he can become a Marine Admiral in the future. Dole, since he is willing to become Marine Admiral, this Fujitora should also have a considerable sense of justice. If he can be invited to become Marine in advance, Marine's power will be able to grow further. Peacock, it's a pity that Rosen didn't announce his appearance, or even the name of his devil fruit. Then again, a strong man with such strength would be willing to join the army step by step and become a Marine Admiral's location. Rosen just revealed a little bit of Fujitora's power, which made everyone more concerned about this future Marine Admiral. It's just that everyone's attention is more focused on Rosen's plan to find the Golden Lion. So after seeing Rosen's diary still going on, their attention then fell on their respective copies of the diary. Without Fujitora's devil fruit ability, I still have to consider the power I have at this stage. Closing square bracket. The Jiguo Yuan template I have doesn't have the ability to fly, and I haven't learned moonwalk either. Closing square bracket. Relying on my own strength, there is no way to fly into the air. Quote. Kaya's Tsunade template also does not have the possibility of flying, so pass. Closing square bracket. Although Yuta's singing fruit allows her to fly, it is only in the Yuta world, and in the real world she cannot rely on the singing fruit to fly. Closing square bracket. As for the template of the spearman Elizabeth held by Yuta, I remember that Elizabeth can grow wings, so as long as I fuse with Yuta, I can fly. Closing square bracket. Not far away, Yuta saw Rosen mentioning himself in the diary, and couldn't help but put a little smile on his face. The last thing left is Karina, the Ye Miko template that Karina has. Although Ye Shenzi is of the blood of a fox fairy and does not have wings, but given her background, it is not justified that she cannot fly. Quote. In any case, they are also thunder gods' dependents. If they can't fly, many Ye gods won't be able to participate in the battle. Closing square bracket. Or, can she walk in the air with her feet on the thunder like General Thunder, or fly in the air surrounded by thunder? This is a topic worthy of research. If it is confirmed that she can fly, Karina will be able to use the power of Ye Shenzi more freely in the future. Closing square bracket. Karina is busy crating the treasure she found. Seeing Rosen's message at this moment, I couldn't help but see myself flying freely in the air. For a moment, Karina couldn't help yearning. If it can really fly. Quote. If you steal the treasure in the future, you don't have to worry about being caught by others. Quote. Karina thought to herself. If Rosen knew what was going on in Karina's mind at this moment, he would probably look at her with a look of resentment. At the same time, many female marines and female pirates who wanted to find Rosen frowned involuntarily after seeing Rosen's message in the diary. It's no wonder, after all, if most of Rosen's pirates have the power to fly. It will be even more difficult for them to find Rosen in the future. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed today's diary recording task and obtained 123 points. Closing square bracket. You currently have a total of 1113 points accumulated. Closing square bracket. Finally, the points have finally broken through 1000. Quote. In this way, I will be able to conduct the advanced lottery, the system. Single quote. Ding. Answer host, you are currently able to conduct a total of one advanced lottery draw, consuming 1000 points. Closing square bracket. Very good, then give me an advanced first. Wait, before the advanced lottery, let's use 100 points to conduct a primary lottery first. Quote. Rosen rested her chin on one hand and made her own decision. Asking for flowers. Just like when Rosen played card games in the past, before making 10 consecutive draws, he would make a single draw to test his luck. Although it is metaphysics, Rosen decided to write this letter now. Ding. 100 points have been deducted, and you currently have 13 points left. Closing square bracket. Start the primary lottery draw, the lottery is in progress. Please, let me be Uhuang once. Quote. Rosen prayed inwardly. Ding. The lottery draw is over, congratulations to the host for getting the Ray Movie template primary body. After using it, you will initially get Lay Movie's strength, experience, skills, talent, blood, etc. Closing square bracket. Remarks. Users who want to inherit the Thunder Movie template primary body need to have at least 3 attributes of the following attributes: eternity, God, woman, warrior, swordsman, thunder, majesty, beauty, dessert, hard cooking. Hiss, it turned out to be her. Rosen stood up from his seat in surprise, the word surprise was almost imprinted on his face. It never occurred to him that the single draw he used for testing could actually draw out the template of one of the 7 gods in Yuanshan's worldview, Lay Movie. Although this is only a template for the primary body. But the upper limit of the template is horribly high. If someone can really get the full power of Ray Movie. Rosen felt that even the 4 emperors would not be her opponent. In addition, Rosen has noticed the progress of Karina and Yuta during this period. Rosen felt that if someone could obtain Lay Movie's template, with the talent and bloodlines given by Lay Movie's template, the user's testosterone would also increase rapidly. Rosen, what's the matter with you, is there a problem? At this time, Karina came forward holding a box full of gold treasures, and looked at the shocked Rosen with some doubts. Hee, something good happened, Lena. Rosen laughed. What a good thing, can you share it? Karina blinked and asked curiously. Combined with what Rosen had previously recorded in his diary, Karina began to feel that Rosen had already determined the way to go to the sky to find the Golden Lion. Karina, if it were you, you should say General Thunder and Movie Thunder. The corner of Rosen's mouth turned up, and he looked at Karina with interest. I do know. Karina nodded slightly. When she obtained the Ye Shenzi template, she also obtained certain information about the Ye Shenzi. And among these information, there is the content about General Thunder and Lightning. In Karina's impression, Lei Movie is the god who controls thunder. Even if she has fully obtained the power of Ye Kamito, it is impossible to catch up with a god. Wait, did you say that Captain Rosen has found the power of Rei Movie? Karina looked up and looked at Rosen in surprise. Karina's exclamation also attracted the attention of Keenan and Yuta not far away. They stood up one after another, and came to Rosen's side with curious eyes. Rosen smiled and nodded to Karina, and said, That's right, I did find her power. As Rosen said, he intercepted fragments of his memory through the navigation diary system to make a skill introduction video about Lei Movie, and recorded it in the navigation diary. Yuta, Kaya, and Karina also instantly saw the relevant hints in the copy of the diary. Not only the three girls, but Nami, Hina, Gion, Juliet Smoothie, Whitey Bay and others who were also paying attention to Yuji's copy also saw some skill introduction videos uploaded by Rosen. All of a sudden, all the girls showed expressions of surprise and search. Soon, all the girls clicked on this video called Video Screen, Introduction to Some Skills of Lei Movie at the same time. And as the video played, all the diary copy holders showed extremely surprised expressions on their faces. So strong. In the hearts of everyone, such comments appeared involuntarily. Mountain. Chapter 111 The True God, Rei Movie, The False God, Celestial Dragons. Only Eternal Mark is the closest to the law of heaven. A general with dark purple long hair tied in braids hanging behind him, wearing a purple kimono and wearing black stockings on his legs, pointed his sword at the sky. Closing square bracket. After his voice fell, the powerful and continuous thunder force shot from the tip of General Thunder's sword to the sky, and finally spread in all directions. Closing square bracket. In just a short while, the powerful thunder formed a huge thunder barrier around one country. Closing square bracket. Isn't it, there is thunder falling, forming a huge pothole on the sea and on the land. Gion, it's so strong, such a large-scale thunder power is already comparable to the top Logia demon fruit power. Black Moria. This man Rosen, has he obtained a character template again, and he is still such a powerful character template. Whiteby, got to find Rosen sooner, maybe I'll have a chance to get the power mirage of this template. Under the majesty, the world is like a shadow. Lei Movie waved and spread out a corner of the pure land, forming a pattern of thunder and lightning shining like eyes around him. Closing square bracket. Immediately, Lei Xingxing summoned the long-handled Naginata, Inaoguang of Naginata, and rushed towards the battle formation. Closing square bracket. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of enemies, 7 FE, lost their vitality under Lei Movie's Naginata. Closing square bracket. Tashigi. Okay, what a powerful slash. Gion. Not only does it have the powerful power of thunder, but is it also so powerful in the use of Naginata. Charlotte Smoothie. I really want it, such a powerful force. Wu Nian Severance, open black lens bracket Wu Zhang's knife close black lens bracket. Lei Movie lightly put his right hand on the place where the thunder light was shining on his heart, and slowly pulled out the sharp blade Dream One Heart from the thunder light. After it fully appeared, countless powerful thunder powers can start to focus on open black lens bracket Dream One Heart close black lens bracket. Closing square bracket. Immediately, with a swish of the knife, the huge thunderbolt slashed towards Orobus, the demon god in the shape of a giant snake, covering the sky and covering the sun in the distance. Closing square bracket. Hidden by the thunder sword light, the demon god Orobus died suddenly on the spot. Wu Shang's knife the remaining power fell to the ground, forming a narrow, long and magnificent rift. Closing square bracket. Run is, this, how is this possible, how can she have such power? Gion. The character template Rosen got this time is stronger than Jiguo Yuan, Elizabeth, and Ye Miko. Black Maria. Shocking power, this kind of power has even surpassed Marine Admiral, surpassed 4 emperors. Charlotte Smoothie. If I can get such power, I can even surpass my mother. Nami. With such power, I can easily deal with both the Dragon Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates. Rosen is now under the floating sky island. Do I have such power? Hina. It's like the power of a god, and the video shows the flying power of Lei movie. Will Rosen use this template on himself, and fly directly into the sky to find gold? Tashigi. Yeah, Rosen doesn't have any other partners around him now. If he is in a hurry to use the template of Lei movie, he can only use it himself. At that time, will he be able to see Lei movie's slash, and the naginata and samurai sword she used? Speaking of this, Tashigi felt a little regretful. Although Lei movie's skill demonstration video only shows a corner of Lei movie's power. But Tashigi has seen the incomparably exquisite technique from Lei movie's slash. Although I know that Rosen is unlikely to give the template of Rei's movie to himself such a marine. But Tashigi's uncontrollable heart longed for being able to touch the power of Lei movie. No wonder. After all, whether it is from Rai movie's slashing, or the naginata no Inamitsu, and the samurai sword Dream Yixin used in Rai movie's skill demonstration video. They all have a strong appeal to Tashigi, who likes swordsmanship and loves famous knives. In short, Lei Ying is the god of Rai's wife, the god who masters thunder, and the person who pursues the ultimate martial arts. With a faint smile on his face, Rosen explained the situation of Lei movie to Kaya, Yuta, and Karina in front of him. At this moment, the three of them were already in shock because of the skill demonstration video uploaded by Rosen and what Rosen told them about Lei's movie. Seeing the scene of the three people before him, Rosen also smiled, and sat down alone, thinking about where to use Lei movie's power. Rei movie, after all, is a god who has lived for thousands of years and has great power. Even if the template of Lei movie I got as primary body, I have to think about her origin. Closing square bracket. She pursues the ultimate of martial arts, grandmaster hundreds of martial arts, and the wushang's one sort developed by her is even more profound among the secrets, which ordinary people can't even match. Closing square bracket. And after that, Lei movie's mentality changed, and he developed a stronger Dream's one sword than wushang's one sword. Closing square bracket. For such a Lei movie, who should inherit her power? Quote. Tashigi. So that's it. The sword that cut off the giant snake in the mountains and rivers before is called wushang's sword. And this is not the strongest sword of Rai Yingying. Rebecca. Sword of Dream. I don't know how powerful this move will be, I really want to take a look. Kazuki Hiyori. General Raiden. Her identity seems to be similar to Wanokuni's general. No, she is not only a general, but also a god. It's a pity that I'm not by Rosen's side right now. If I'm by her side, maybe I'll have a chance to gain such powerful power. Quote. Vinsmo K. Reiju, is it actually a god? Yes, that kind of power is indeed worthy of the status of a god. Skylark, is there really a god in the world? Dole, can Rosen's system also make the power of gods a template for power? Hina, that is to say, if you gain the power of Rei, you will have the chance to become a god. Charlotte Garrett, to be able to live so well, it must be a god. Damn, I have such an opportunity, if only I was by Rosen's side. Gion, is there a chance to become a god? Doesn't Rosen intend to inherit the template of Rei movie? Could it be because his attributes and Rei movie's attributes can't match? I have to say that Gion really guessed right. When Rosen got the template of Lei movie, the first thing he thought about was whether he could use it himself. Although with his current body, there is definitely no way to fully exert the power of Lei movie. But he believes that as long as he takes time, he will be able to train his strength to the same stage as Lei movie. At that time, not only will he be able to master the power of thunder, but he will also have a life as long as thunder. How could Rosen not want to use a template with so many benefits? It's just a pity that when he inquired about the system, he found that in his current situation, only the two attributes of warrior and swordsman could match up with Lei movie. If you want to use Lei movie's template, there is still one attribute missing. But it was such an attribute that forced him to choose to hand over Lei movie's template to others. Lei movie has attributes such as thunder, swordsman, warrior, woman, and god. Closing square bracket. As the general of a country, the ruler of a country is also a powerful warrior who chases his wife. Closing square bracket. People who are worthy of this power and meet enough attributes of Lei movie. Hey, it seems that there are not many suitable candidates among the people I created in the second time. Closing square bracket. Marine's Gion is counted as one, but unfortunately this guy fought with me before, it is impossible to give her power. Closing square bracket. Gion. Marine's Tashigi has attributes such as swordsman, woman, and warrior, but she is also a marine, and she cannot give power to her unless she withdraws from marine. Closing square bracket. Tashigi. Charlotte Smoothie. This woman is strong, confident, and able to correspond to the personal attributes of many Rei movies. It's a pity, this woman is still in New World, I can't keep the template of Lei's movie waiting for her. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie. Hateful, I have to find a way to set out a mission to leave the nations, and find Rosen as soon as possible. After much deliberation, it seems that not many people are worthy of the power of Lei movie. Closing square bracket. Whitey Bay, I also use a knife, maybe I can also be suitable for this historical area. Charlotte Smoothie, then keep it, and you can give it to me after we meet. Nami, isn't it suitable for me? Well, I really don't look like Lei Movie. No, in this world, if you can really find a character who can really match Lei's movie, then you will fight monsters. Closing square bracket. Though the disgusting celestial dragons claim to be gods, they are nothing more than a bunch of smashers. Closing square bracket. At the end of the day, celestial dragons are just descendants of 19 of the 20 kings who betrayed that huge kingdom that could bring peace and laughter to the world 800 years ago. Quote. In order to cover up their crimes, these disgusting guys also erased the 100 years of history. 1. Hee, just such a group of rotten people dare to call themselves the descendants of the Creator, claiming to be gods. If it weren't for these bastards, the world would have been peaceful and happy, full of laughter and laughter. Closing square bracket. This world will not be full of conflicts and bloodshed everywhere like it is now. Quote. If these guys are gods, then I want to ask them face to face if gods bleed, haha. Closing square bracket. Boom. Rosen's sudden diary was like an explosion in the ears of many diary copy holders who were paying attention to Rosen's diary. For a moment, all the diary copy holders were stunned to see the contents of the diary written by Rosen. Chapter 11 to 100 Years of History and the Truth of Celestial Dragons, Emma Yashiro Template, the Boa Hancock. Those celestial dragons are really a bunch of bastards, they actually claim to have the blood of gods. If I can have the power of Lei Movie, I should be able to ask them in person if they will bleed like Rosen said. Quote. Nico Robin, Rosen knows 100 years of history. That's right, since he knows the future and past of this world, he naturally knows 100 years of history. Perhaps, instead of staying in Alabasta, I should look for Rosen. If that man sees me and understands what I say, he might just write about that century-old history in his diary. At worst, it should reveal the coordinates of the historical text stele. Speaking of which, why only 19 descendants of kings became celestial dragons, and the remaining descendants of one king became extinct? Khalifa, the celestial dragons are the descendants of the betrayers. Is this the truth of the world? Tashigi, without the ancestors of these celestial dragons, the world would have been peaceful long ago. Skylark, so, what really made this world like this is the Tianlong district. Hina is surprised. Dole, no way, the truth of this world is like this. Bello Betty, sure enough, the celestial dragons are our enemies, and what our revolutionary army did was right. Crawl, damn celestial dragons, I must work hard and make a contribution to defeating them. Stussy, if other people know about these things, it should have a big impact. I don't know how many people in Marine have a copy of the diary. If they do, I don't know if 23 would want to leave Marine, hehe. Stussy's guess is not groundless. Not to mention Tashigi, Skylark and other new generation Marine who joined Marine not long ago. Even Guion, a veteran Marine, was a little shaken in his belief in justice. All along, Guion and the Marines have known the darkness of the celestial dragons. But they always thought it was because of the world government founded by the ancestors of the celestial dragons. That's why the world can maintain basic peace. Therefore, for the peace of the whole world, they chose to endure the darkness of these many celestial dragons. Some people even chose to remain silent when they saw the viciousness of celestial dragons. As a result, reliable news told them that without the ancestors of these celestial dragons, the world would have been at peace long ago. This made the female Marines who had a copy of the diary feel disillusioned for a while. After a while, someone in the Nan Marine did not recognize and left his own doubts. Open black lens bracket Tashigi, everyone, is it really the right choice for us to become Marine? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Skylark, I also want to know, do celestial dragons really exist like that? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina, Rosen has no possibility of lying in the diary, so. Hina is very sad. Close black lens bracket. Doll, Rosen really revealed a very impactful news, even I was a little bit at a loss for a while. Close black lens bracket. Peacock, I suddenly feel that if I continue to have a copy of this diary, I might even want to quit Marine. However, Grandma he is still in the Marine, so I have no way to quit. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Guion, although the ancestors of the celestial dragons did something wrong before, that was already 800 years ago. Marine work is indispensable for the peace of the present world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Dole, Guion Vice Admiral is right, but I always feel a little bored and panicked. Looks like I'll have to find a psychiatrist too. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan, by the way, is it really okay for us to talk about celestial dragons like this? Close black lens bracket. Dole, they can't see our message, so let's just say it. But when you are in the real world, remember not to talk about them like this, so as not to cause trouble. 1. Open black lens bracket peacock. I suddenly hope that Rosen's diary can relax a bit, otherwise, my heart really can't stand it. Close black lens bracket. Ian. Yes, yes. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, many female Marines unexpectedly formed the same front with a tacit understanding. They all hope that Rosen will not reveal similar explosive news for the time being. Rosen seemed to have heard their voices. Sure enough, there is no continuing to expose more celestial dragons. Forget it, wait until you see the celestial dragons and think about making them bleed. Closing square bracket. If possible, first cultivate a person who has grown up with the Ray movie template on my side. Quote. This will allow those celestial dragons, 5 elders, and that I am to take a good look at what is really a god. Closing square bracket. Khalifa. M. Who is this? Koala. Rosen actually mentions this I am with celestial dragons and 5 elders at the same time. Bello Betty. It seems that the identity of this I am is not simple. Is it the one with high position and weight among the celestial dragons? Thunder movie has attributes such as eternity, god, woman, warrior, swordsman, thunder, majesty, beauty, dessert, and hard cooking. Closing square bracket. It's not easy to find someone who is truly worthy of Ray's power. Closing square bracket. Sure enough, I can only find someone who has the 3 attributes of Lay movie to make do with it. Closing square bracket. Boa Hancock. Woman, beautiful, majestic, concubine can use the template of Ray's movie. Charlotte Smoothie. Warrior, swordsman, majesty, beauty, dessert, woman, so I have so many attributes that fit Ray's movie, no wonder Rosen wants to give me the template of Ray's movie. Nuo Chigao. Is not being good at cooking considered an attribute? It seems that even if I meet Rosen, I can't use the power of Lay movie. Nami. I'm a female, and I'm beautiful enough, damn it, how come I only have 2 attributes that match Lay's movie? Wait, are there other attributes that Rosen didn't name? Tashigi. Swordsman, woman, warrior, I should have these 3 attributes. However, Rosen will not give me the template of Lay movie. When the diary copy holders saw Rosen's announcement of Ray's movie attributes, they secretly compared these attributes with themselves. Even some people who are far from Rosen know that they will hardly have the opportunity to get the template of Ray's movie. But this does not prevent them from comparing attributes. It's no wonder, after all, Lay movie's power is too strong. In the skill demonstration video, Lei Yingying easily cut through the giant snake and Shanchuan's knife. Even now, the girls are amazed in retrospect. Forget it, let's take a step at a time. When someone joins my Flame Blade Pirates and can adapt to the template of Lay movie, I will hand over the template of Lay movie to her. Closing square bracket. I hope that someone who has the determination to hone martial arts like Lay movie will inherit this template. Closing square bracket. When Charlotte Smoothie, Whitey Bay, Runty and others saw that Rosen planned to seal up the template of Ray's movie, they couldn't help but feel a burst of enthusiasm. Similarly, Marines such as Guion and Dole are also particularly serious. At this moment, whether it is the pirates or the Marines, they hope that the power of Lay movie can belong to their own side. After all, if such power is obtained by the enemy, it may be a devastating blow to one's own side. Rosen said that I am in line with the power of Ray's film. As long as I invite him to become a Marine, maybe he will give me the power of Lay movie. Sure enough, we can't give up making Rosen a Marine. Guion clenched the handle of the knife at his waist, and looked at the other side of the sea with firm eyes. As if in this way, you can see where Rosen is. However, after thinking about Rosen's evaluation and understanding of celestial dragons, Guion frowned again, becoming a little unconfident. It's no wonder, after all, even she herself has doubts about the justice she bears. Her determination to invite Rosen to become a Marine naturally shrunk unconsciously. Next, it's the super lottery draw. In other words, the primary lottery has an explosive reward. Single quote. Isn't there a lottery for advanced? Rosen frowned slightly, feeling uneasy for no reason. But thinking that I have saved for so long, I finally saved enough points to be able to participate in the advanced lottery draw. Rosen gritted his teeth, contacted the system and started the advanced lottery draw. Ding. After deducting 1000 points from host, the remaining 13 points will start the lottery draw. The lottery has ended. Congratulations to host for winning the Shiro Emiya Template Challenge Volume. Emiya Shuru. Is that the heroic spirit Emiya Shuru who has the unlimited sword system 197? If it's him, although it's not as powerful as Lay movie, but if he can get all of his power, it's not bad. Quote. However, what about the challenge paper? It's not the complete template that I gave when I obtained Jiguo Yuan's first template. Rosen frowned, and immediately concentrated on reading the corresponding remarks of Shiro Emiya Template Challenge Volume confidently. It didn't take long for Rosen to gain a solid understanding of the template challenge role. The so-called template challenge volume is to integrate the body of the person using the template as the basic condition, and then integrate the basic strength of the template character. Then, when the battle is launched within a certain period of time, more power from the character template can be continuously integrated. Take Rosen's use of Emiya Shiro's template challenge paper as an example. That is, Rosen will get the amount of the young Emiya Shiro who has not yet become a heroic Emiya and cannot use the infinite sword system at the beginning after using it. To be precise, it was the Emiya Shiro who could project the winning golden sword who had established a bond with the Night King Arturia. And after that, as long as you go through harsh battles in the corresponding events, you can quickly and gradually obtain more power emperors belonging to Shiro Emiya. From Shiro Emiya who established a bond with the King of Knights, to Shiro Emiya who established a bond with Rin Tosaka, Shiro Emiya who established a bond with Sakura Meitu, Shiro Emiya who is a big brother of Meiu, and who has become a hero. Rosen may obtain the power of the red Emiya Shiro, the blackened heroic spirit Emiya Shiro, and even the heroic spirit named Senko Muramasa. Of course, there is a limit to the amount of time you can quickly gain strength using the template challenge role. Rosen himself is not sure whether he can obtain the power of Kionzi Muramasa in one step. But what he can be sure of is that only by ruthlessly fighting powerful enemies can it be possible to obtain more power belonging to Shiro Emiya. From Emiya Shiro to Emiya Superman. It looks like I have to fight you, Golden Lion. Rosen raised his head, looked at the sky and said. Chapter 113. From Emiya Shaosha to Emiya Superman, you need to fight the Golden Lion heartily. Today's luck is pretty good. Closing square bracket. After using 100 points for the primary lottery and winning the Ray movie template primary body, I actually spent 1000 points for the advanced lottery and won the Shiro Emiya template challenge volume. Closing square bracket. Now, I urgently need a hearty, life and death battle. Closing square bracket. Perhaps, it is right to come to Shanbao with Buggy this time. Closing square bracket. If I can find the Golden Lion, I'll be able to gain Emiya Shiro's power by killing him. Closing square bracket. The premise is that the strength of Golden Lion is not as weak as described in the story. Closing square bracket. If the current him is really only the Golden Lion who will lose to the rookie pirate who doesn't know what hockey is in the story. Closing square bracket. Then, Emiya Shiro template challenge volume cannot be used on him. Closing square bracket. Ordinary battles cannot make this challenge paper play enough effect. Closing square bracket. Nami, Shiro Emiya, did Rosen draw the character template again? Since I can't use the template of Rai movie, then I should be able to use the power of Shiro Emiya, right? Gion, advanced lottery, I haven't seen the template challenge roll, I don't know what effect it will have. Charlotte Smoothie, I'm really curious, what kind of power this Emiya Shiro has, and I don't know how it compares to Lei movie. Black Maria, didn't Rosen find Golden Lion to form an alliance with him, but to kill him? Whiteby, is there some kind of feud between Rosen and Golden Lion? Or is it just trying to use Golden Lion to make the Shiro Emiya template challenge paper work as it should? Stussy, the template challenge role, which needs to rely on battles to gain strength, seems to be very different from the templates Rosen has obtained before. Tashigi, do you need a template that can be effective through fierce battles? Maybe this template can't play a role for a swordsman of my strength. Hina, anyway, since Rosen intends to fight the Golden Lion, it is in our favor. Get ready, Tashigi, this will be our chance to get out of the crisis and meet Rosen. Ian, no matter what the purpose of this man Rosen was to find the Golden Lion in the first place, but if he can solve the Golden Lion, it will be a good thing for Marine. Sadi-chan, this Rosen actually said that Golden Lion will lose to the rookie pirate who doesn't know hockey in the future. Which rookie would have such ability to defeat Golden Lion? Domino, could it be that after that man left Impel down, his strength has weakened to that extent? Runty, who is the rookie pirate? By the way, what kind of reward is this challenge ticket that Rosen drew? Rosen seemed to have heard Runty's last question. Soon, he briefly introduced the operation rules of the template challenge volume through the diary. This also made the girls understand why Rosen needed a fight so badly. Emiya Shiro, although there are many versions of this man, each version has his most iconic, projection magic. Closing square bracket. The technology that can quickly analyze an object and construct and strengthen it, after I master it, it will be much more convenient whether it is for fighting or for repairing daily necessities. Closing square bracket. However, rather than using projection magic to create other things, Emiya Shiro's projection magic is indeed more suitable for creating products with the sword attribute. After all, the origin of Emiya Shiro is sword, and the attribute of magic is also sword. It is most time-saving and labor-saving when using projection magic to make swords, and the specifications of projection magic are also in charge. Closing square bracket. In other words, Emiya Shiro's projection magic can make a near-perfect copy of other people's swords, and even read the skills of the original sword holder when copying the sword. Closing square bracket. If I projected and copied the Black Sword Knight of Mahawk, the first swordsman, can I also copy his swordsmanship a little bit? It seems that when using projection magic to project other weapons, although it will take a little more effort than projecting swords, it seems that you can also observe the skills of using weapons through projection. Closing square bracket. Then if I project the axe of Titan Brigi, can I also use the move of the Titan family, the Spear of Al-Buff? Well, write it down, and you can test it a little after you get the power of Emiyashiro. Closing square bracket. Khalifa, projection magic. Being able to copy other people's weapons and skills, how can you have such an unreasonable ability? Gion, when projecting the sword, the consumption will be reduced, and the original sword can be restored almost perfectly. Can my sword also be restored through Emiyashiro's projection magic? Or, only common weapons can be copied by projection magic. If it is a famous sword, projection magic cannot be copied and restored. No, it won't. Rosen seems to be very optimistic about Emiyashiro's power, maybe even the unparalleled sword. Emiyashiro's projection magic can also be restored. If this is the case, then Emiyashiro's ability will be quite enviable for swordsmen. Tashigi, Emiyashiro's origin is sword. In other words, is he also considered a swordsman? Nami, it seems that there is no chance. Woo. Rosen plans to use Emiyashiro's template himself. Charlotte Smoothie, is Rosen getting new powers again? I really want to see how powerful you will become. Whitebee, projection magic is only the basic power of Emiyashiro. In other words, does he have more powerful powers? Stussy, I don't know if this person will directly gain the power comparable to Marine Admiral this time, it's really curious. Yuta, Kaya, and Karina fixed their eyes on Rosen, feeling a little excited in their hearts. Up to now, all three of them are Rosen's partners and members of the Flaming Blade Pirates. Therefore, the three naturally hope that Rosen can become stronger and stronger. Ahem, I ask the three of you, can you stop looking at me like that? If you do this, I will be embarrassed. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth, and said to the three partners in front of him. Captain Rosen, you are not a person who feels embarrassed. Compared to this, shouldn't we act quickly? Didn't you say that you need to go to heaven? Karina walked up to Rosen, put her right hand on Rosen's shoulder, raised her index finger with her left hand and pointed to the sky. That's right, since we're here to make orders. Whatever you say, you have to go to the sky to see it. In that case, I'll trouble you, Karina. Rosen took Karina's hand and said with a smile. Karina blinked, and the next moment, she felt a familiar feeling spread all over her body. When she regained her vision in front of her eyes, she found that she had merged with Rosen. Sure enough, using the power of Ye Shenzi, it is also possible to fly. Rosen surrounded his body with the power of thunder, and he really floated up. He smiled with satisfaction and said, Karina, I have to borrow your calendar for a while. Yuta, Kaya, you just wait here for a while. After Rosen finished speaking, he planned to soar into the sky. But at this time, Haoya and Yuta pulled out one of Rosen's arms respectively. What's the matter, Yuta, Kaya? Rosen lowered his head and asked suspiciously. Since I'm going to deal with the Golden Lion, I'm going too. Rosen, maybe my ability can help you. Putting his empty hand on his heart, Yuta solemnly said to Rosen. Me, I would too. I'm a doctor, and I'll be of use to you, Captain Rosen. Kaya nodded heavily and said. But, a golden lion is a golden lion after all. The air is his home field again. If he's stronger than I expected. I'm worried that I won't be able to take care of you too. Quote. Rosen shook his head and said. Yuta is okay, her strength is pretty good now. Rosen believes that Yuta has a certain ability to protect itself. But Kaya's ability is still very weak. Rosen is really worried about letting the two follow. As for Yuta using the ability of the song fruit to bring the golden lion to the song world, that is not very realistic. After all, in the song world, the golden lion can also attack Yuta. Don't worry, Rosen, we'll take care of ourselves. Big deal, Kaya and I hide. Besides, maybe when you fight, islands will fall from the sky. 17. We were really in danger when you weren't by our side at that time. Yuta spoke hastily. Well, you're right, Tower. Since that's the case, let's go on the road. Yuta, you should be able to summon wings. It's up to you to take Kaya, okay? Rosen asked. Don't worry. Yuta patted his chest confidently, then activated Elizabeth's template, and called out the wings behind him. After some attempts, Yuta also successfully flew. Fine, follow me. Rosen nodded to Yuta, then walked towards Sora. Yuta put both hands in front of Kaya, and carried her to follow Rosen's figure. Hey, Rosen, are you really going to find the golden lion? Buggy looked at Rosen who was getting taller and taller, and shouted anxiously. Of course. Buggy, if you don't want to get hit by an island that may fall from the sky. Just get out of here quickly. By the way, let your brothers keep an eye on my ship. If I'm missing something, I'll have a good talk with you. Rosen waved to Buggy, flying faster and faster. After a while, he, Yuta and Kaya disappeared from Buggy's sight. This lunatic wants to fight the Golden Lion. Buggy frowned tightly, with a sad expression on his face. Buggy, what are we going to do next? Alvida stepped forward and asked. Let's go, leave this island. If the Golden Lion were up there, we could really get involved. When Buggy thought of the power of the Golden Lion he had seen before, he felt a twinge of fear in his heart. Hurry up, Alvida. By the way, take care of Rosen's ship by the way. If they manage to come back and don't see the boat, it's going to be difficult. After Buggy finished speaking, he quickly ran to his crew. On the other side, Rosen also saw his goal after traveling upwards for a while. Sure enough, there are islands in the sky. It can suspend so many islands and currents. Golden Lion, as expected of a character who uses lion fruit to perfection. Rosen muttered to himself, and immediately took pictures of the floating islands in front of him and uploaded them to his diary. Chapter 114 Can Garp grandson defeat the Golden Lion? Exposing the Golden Lion in #039's brutal. White Bay, is this, the floating islands? Sure enough, the Golden Lion is at Rosen's place. Gion, it seems that the battle between Rosen and Golden Lion is doomed. If I am near him now, I may be able to see the fluctuations of their battle and let me find Rosen. Charlotte Smoothie, is this the ability of the Golden Lion that my mother is very concerned about? It can actually make more than 10 islands float in the sky, and it can even suspend water. It's a terrifying ability. Charlotte Snammon, if Rosen can take down the Golden Lion, maybe his fame will spread across the oceans. I have to say that after seeing these floating sky islands, I think Golden Lion still has considerable strength. Closing square bracket. If there is no certain strength, how can it be possible to make so many floating sky islands suspend at an altitude of 10,000 meters for a long time? I now really suspect that the future Golden Lion got serious when he met Luffy. Closing square bracket. Is Golden Lion selling Garp's face? No, Golden Lion can't sell Garp's face, it should be selling Roger's face. Closing square bracket. Perhaps that guy saw the shadow of Roger the Pirate King in Luffy, so he was defeated by Luffy in a trance. Closing square bracket. Perhaps it can't be counted as being defeated, it's just because Luffy's words and fists made him doubt his goal for so many years, so he finally ended up being caught by Marine again. Closing square bracket. It seems that I still have to be careful, and I can't let my partner who is with me get hurt. Closing square bracket. In short, sneak in here first. Closing square bracket. White Bay. It's Luffy who beats the Golden Lion in the future. But, Luffy who can't hockey yet. Sadie-chan, are you kidding? Even if Luffy is Garp's grandson, it is impossible to defeat Golden Lion without hockey. 933 inches. Gion, so the rookie pirate that Rosen mentioned is Luffy. Golden Lion really won't sell Garp's face, but, why does Rosen say that Golden Lion's defeat by Luffy is to sell Roger's face? Black Maria, Golden Lion sees the shadow of the One Piece Roger in Luffy. Interesting, these contents seem to hide something deep. Dole, isn't the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp still related to Roger? Peacock, strange, when Luffy was born, Roger had already been executed. Why is Rosen talking? Bello Betty, Luffy has the blood of dragons and Garp flowing through his body, and is also related to Shanks, and will have the experience of defeating Golden Lion in the future. This Luffy is quite complicated. Could it be that she is the youngest 4 emperors mentioned by Rosen in the future? Charlotte Snarman, this Luffy, you have to watch it carefully. With Rosen revealing that Luffy defeated the Golden Lion in the future. Diary copy holders are paying more and more attention to the Luffy Rosen said. Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Snammon and others began to speculate whether Luffy would be the new 4 emperors in the future. They already had the idea of killing Luffy in the bud in advance. But when they had this idea just now, Smoothie and the others thought of Luffy's background, and felt a little tricky for a while. Charlotte Smoothie, the grandfather of the Marine hero, the father of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the 4 emperors Shanks who lead the way. This Luffy is completely a second-generation ancestor. If you do kill him, you'll probably bring in Garp, dragons, and Shanks. Really, a troublesome rookie pirate. Quote. Monet, absolutely, CDJ must be vigilant against this Luffy, and we must not let the young master become enemies with him. At this moment, Luffy never thought of it. Not long after he went to sea, many people have already put him on the blacklist of people who can be contacted. Because of Rosen's relationship, some battles that should have happened to him also disappeared automatically. Come on, let's have a look. There are too many floating islands here. Before we find the Golden Lion, let's explore the situation here first. After Rosen falls, the fusion state with Kurina is released. Although it is possible to fly using the power of Kurina's Yae Miko. But it may be because Rosen is not proficient in using the power of Ye Shenzi, or Ye Shenzi's desire to fly is a matter that consumes more power. So Rosen took Karina to fly to the destination, which already consumed a lot of physical energy. After seeing so many floating sky islands, I decided that the Golden Lion's strength might not be as bad as it was when fighting Luffy in the original book. Rosen decided to recover his physical strength first, and then fight the Golden Lion. Karina, Kaya, and Yuta naturally had no objection when they heard Rosen's words. After Rosen found a direction to go, the three quickly followed. Although there was no observation haki, with the help of Tongtong World, Rosen and the others managed to enter a rather magnificent building without anyone noticing. Seeing this, Yuta couldn't help but sigh. What, this Golden Lion seems to be nothing special. There are all us invaders. They didn't notice it at all. While walking cautiously along the street, Rosen shook his head and said, maybe it's because the Golden Lion pirates are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. So the inspections and stuff here aren't that great. But that guy is a legendary figure after all, and this is his home field again. So let's be careful. As soon as Rosen finished speaking, he stopped suddenly, with a look of surprise on his face. What's the matter, Rosen? Are there any enemies? Seeing Rosen's appearance, Karina immediately froze and looked forward warily. It's not the enemy, it's just. Anyway, let's keep up. Rosen beckoned to the three of Karina and strode towards the open door ahead. Karina, Yuta, and Kaya looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they quickly followed Rosen's pace. And as Rosen took the lead in pushing open the concealed door, a room full of cells appeared in front of several people. Is this where the prisoners are held? Karina frowned and spoke. There are so many people, what happened to them? The expression on Yuta's face was also somewhat gloomy. There are really too many people in this room who are imprisoned in various cells, and many of them are not vicious pirates or criminals but more like common civilians. Moreover, many of these people were wounded. What's more, it is broken arms and so on. It's so cruel, what happened here? Kaya put her hands to her mouth and said unbearably. Because of the experiment, the Golden Lion used these people as materials to test the combat power of experimental animals. Rosen said, frowning. Because of his keen perception, he had already heard the words of some detainees in the room through the concealed door. So I probably know the reason why they were detained. After opening the door, Rosen also learned more information about these people through perception. Among these people, although there are some pirates and criminals, most of them are common people or bounty hunters. You did such a thing. Rosen, let's help them. Kaya clasped her hands together and looked at Rosen beseechingly. Rosen glanced at Kaya. Although he felt that many people here were pitiful, he didn't want to spend his time helping them before defeating Golden Lion. But looking at Kaya's eyes, he couldn't bear to reject Kaya after all. In that case, let's help those common civilians. But Kaya, save your energy. Although my intention is to fight the Golden Lion myself. But the enemy may still find you. So, it's better to be cautious. Rosen sighed and said, don't worry, Rosen, I know how to measure. Kaya shook Rosen's hand happily, and then walked towards the nearest cell with her medicine kit. I'm going to help too. Yuta quickly followed Kaya's footsteps. Karina, go and see them too. I'm on guard here. Rosen said to Karina. Karina nodded slightly, and also walked towards Kaya. Soon, people who noticed Kaya, Karina, Yuta and others in the cell looked over excitedly. With hope, people become talkative. Rosen was also vigilant about the surroundings, and at the same time asked the detainees around him about the specific situation here. After a while, Rosen roughly understood the situation here. Photo. People used as experimental materials. This is where the people who were used as experimental materials by the Golden Lion gathered. Quote. According to those who were detained, people were sent here every once in a while. Closing square bracket. These people will then be sent to individual arenas to duel with experimentally modified animals. Closing square bracket. But these people who go to duel with animals rarely come back alive. Closing square bracket. Even if you survived once by chance, there will be a second and third duel immediately after. Closing square bracket. Presumably, in order to supplement experimental materials, Golden Lion will go out to arrest people every once in a while. Closing square bracket. Nuo Chigao. Too cruel, how could such a thing happen? Vivi, for the sake of research, you actually went to capture living people to fight with animals. White Bay, it's really Golden Lion style. Nico Robin, in the photo, are Kaya and the others helping the injured. Violet, as expected, Rosen and the others are not those vicious pirates. Dole, as a pirate, are you actually helping the prisoners? Sure enough, Rosen's heart is not bad. If it weren't for the celestial dragons and Colonel Mouse, perhaps Rosen would not have considered becoming a pirate from the very beginning. Thief. Chapter 115 Nami Help and Welfare, everything is to become stronger. Doll, it seems that Rosen's nature is not bad. If he hadn't encountered the celestial dragons when he first came to this world, he might still be a marine. 1. Open black lens bracket Peacock. Rosen said that his motto is, repay kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. Maybe he is just a kind person, but he is a little too arbitrary. 1. Open black lens bracket Guion, to repay kindness. If Marine can be kind to Rosen, would he be willing to help Marine, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sadie Chan. Judging from Rosen's performance so far, if Marine is kind to him, he will indeed be willing to help Marine. But can Marine really show favor to Rosen? Even if we forcibly give him some favors, if these favors are not what he needs, he will not repay them. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino. This is indeed a very difficult thing, especially now that Marine, Celestial Dragons and Rosen have feuds. Don't forget, Rosen also has a motto, if there is a grudge, it will be doubled. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Skylark. Difficult. Could it be that Rosen will not treat Ms. Hina and Ms. Tashigi because of Colonel Mouse and the incident with Guion Vice Admiral last time? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Guion. Rosen, you shouldn't blame the other Marines for Colonel Mouse and me. Wait, why didn't you see Hina and Tashigi in Rosen's photo? They should be in the blind spot of the photo. Hina Vice Admiral, Tashigi, are you still there? After IN left a message, the communication group of the female Marine team fell into a long silence. At this moment, everyone thought about what Rosen said earlier, that the Golden Lion would frequently let the people he captured to fight the experimental animals, and they all began to feel uneasy in their hearts. Open black lens bracket Skylark. Is it? Can it be said that Hina and Tashigi have entered the arena again? Close black lens bracket. Peacock. Too bad. We can't do anything now. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino. Perhaps, we can only rely on Rosen. Close black lens bracket. The Marines realize this and immediately focus on the copy of Rosen's diary. Since there is no way to contact Hina and Tashigi in the communication group, they want to know about the relationship between Hina and Tashigi through the copy of Rosen's diary. The other side. After recording the relevant diary, Rosen also found the passage to the arena through the guidance of the detainees. In fact, there is a wall between the arena and the prisoner's room. After Rosen opened the transparent world again, he used the perspective function of the transparent world to see the situation inside the arena. At this time, a group of people were fighting three ferocious beasts with various weapons such as long knives and spears. On the ground, there are still many human limbs and broken arms and people who have died. Rosen looked up to a higher place, and found that several men dressed as pirates were looking at the figures fighting with ferocious animals with smiles on their faces. Hey, that person is Nami. Rosen wondered inwardly. Although Nami in the anime world is definitely different from Nami in the three-dimensional world. But the woman who appeared in Rosen's vision was too similar to Nami in the anime. The same short orange hair, the same delicate face, and more importantly, when Rosen looked through the t-shirt of the woman in front of him, he saw Nami's iconic three short sticks in the four-dimensional pocket on his heart. Under such circumstances, it would be really strange if Rosen didn't feel that the woman in front of him was Nami. It's strange, Nami will appear in this place. How big is the butterfly effect of my appearance in this world? So that Golden Lion and Nami met earlier. Rosen frowned, and finally decided to confirm it in person. After confirming that there is no danger in the room, Rosen asked Karina and Yuta to protect Kaya. And he himself groped his way to the auditorium above the arena, relying on the transparent world. Came behind the suspected Nami woman. Oops, if this continues, they will really die. Quote. Nami clasped his hands together, looking worriedly at Tashigi and Hina who were fighting the beasts in the arena, thinking in their hearts. Although she met Tashigi and Hina by chance, she didn't even know their names. But after learning that the two were pulled out again for the second round of experiments, she still came to the arena worried. But this time, she really couldn't think of any way to help them. You look worried. Why, are there any acquaintances of yours down here? Suddenly, a slightly familiar voice sounded behind Nami. She shook her body and turned quickly to look behind her. The next moment, her eyes widened. You are. Guy who has never seen it before, who are you? Could it be the experimental material that jumped out of the cell? Rosen didn't hide his voice. So after he finished speaking, members of the Golden Lion pirates looked over immediately. And after seeing such an unfamiliar face as Rosen, someone naturally walked over warily. Sorry, I don't want to talk nonsense with you now. So, I can only ask you to be quiet. Rosen looked at several members of the Golden Lion pirates who came over in awe. In the next instant, his body turned into an afterimage and disappeared before Nami's eyes. And when he came back again, Nami was surprised to find that the bodies of those Golden Lion pirates had been separated, and fell tragically in a pool of blood. Good, so strong. Nami looked at Rosen in surprise. He already recognized the person in front of him as Rosen. Although through the copy of the diary, Nami understands that Rosen is very fishy. But when I really saw Rosen make a move, she's still pretty surprised. But soon, Nami reacted. She stepped forward quickly, put her hands behind Rosen's waist, and hugged him tightly. Please, help me. I was brought here by Golden Lion Shiki. I'm not one of them, Nami said, showing a pitiful look to Rosen. Really, what's your name then? My name is Nami. Rosen frowned when he heard Nami's words, and carefully looked at the girl in front of him, thinking that it really was her. Seeing the way Rosen looked at her, Nami couldn't help feeling a little nervous. According to her idea, Rosen has drawn portraits, comics and other works based on her. And she herself wasn't the Marine that Rosen didn't like. Then Rosen should be happy when she declares her family name. After all, Rosen admitted it in his diary, and he himself had the idea of meeting the heroines in those comic strips. What she doesn't know is that Rosen is not unresponsive, but is using a diary to record his encounter with Nami. Photo. A short-haired version of Nami. Closing square bracket. The world has changed so much, I didn't expect to meet Nami here. Closing square bracket. I don't know whether to say she is lucky or unlucky. Closing square bracket. If I don't show up, Nami may have to play for the Golden Lion for the rest of his life. Closing square bracket. Gion, is this Nami? Habari, are there people from the fallen Golden Lion pirates around? Rosen made a move, Hina and Tashigi will be saved too. Asking for flowers, 0. Nuo Chigao, Nami, why is she there? Wait, if she meets Rosen, does that mean there is hope for Kokoja village? So, are you listening to me? Nami pursed her lips, thinking that Rosen would not respond. She continued to speak to Rosen a little nervously. At the same time, in order to attract Rosen's attention, she consciously pressed her body towards Rosen, trying to draw Rosen's attention to him with his own two-bear cry. Obviously, Nami's goal has also been achieved. Even if I haven't finished growing up yet, the pressure on people is still huge. Single quote. Rosen glanced at Nami, who was tightly in front of him, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Listen, your name is Nameshi. Yes, I am Nami. You want me to take you out of here, don't you? That's right, if you're willing to take me out, I can work for you. Don't look at me like this, I'm an excellent airline Poseidon. Nami nodded repeatedly. She knew that although Rosen had Karina by her side now. But Rosen also said that she is still looking for a more excellent navigator. Since Rosen is looking for a navigator, why can't this navigator be me? This is what Nami is thinking at the moment. Soon, Nami expressed to Rosen the fact that he has excellent navigation skills. You must need a navigator if you are sailing on the sea. I will work hard for you, so that you can ride more conveniently and safely on the sea. 11. Nami said quickly. Rosen looked at Nami, who was a little excited in front of him, and couldn't help feeling a little dumbfounded. After coming to the world, he imagined what it would be like to meet the heroine of the pirate world. But he never expected that when they really met in the real world, Nami actually begged herself to be his partner. This made Rosen's original plan of inviting Nami to be a partner was directly declared invalid. Forget it, this world is already different from the original world. I have to gradually get used to the different performances of the original characters. Rosen thought in his heart, raised his hand and patted Nami's shoulder, and said with a smile. In that case, then I agree with you to be the navigator of our Flameblade Pirates. Nami, from now on, you must serve me and the Flaming Blade Pirates. Hearing this, while Nami breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but nodded again and again. Aboard Rosen's ship is the equivalent of escaping the Golden Lion. It is also equivalent to being able to save Kokoja village. Such things naturally made Nami quite happy. It wasn't until she relaxed that Nami noticed that her copy of the diary already had Rosen's photos of her and related text records. One photo, my name mentioned twice. That is to say, when the settlement is made later, I will be able to get points. It's great, sure enough, after meeting Rosen, I can quickly earn points. If I show more affection to Rosen now, will she be able to take more pictures of me and mention my name more in the diary? Nami rolled her eyes, and when Rosen was about to look at the arena behind her, she suddenly raised her hands and placed them on both sides of Sen's cheeks. Then, Nami stood on tiptoe and brought her face to Rosen with great speed. Towel. Chapter 116. The bold Nami has become a template for everyone, suitable for marriage. Rosen frowned, a little stunned. What is this girl doing? Just when Rosen was a little stunned, he suddenly felt a foreign object stuffed into his mouth from Nami. Rosen licked subconsciously. Immediately understood what the foreign object was. Although some doubts, but Rosen subconsciously turned on his logbook system to record the situation in front of him. Video recording. Am I being raided by Nami? Rosen's voyage diary system allows Rosen to upload the recorded video to the diary. At the same time, you can also upload diary while shooting. When Rosen finishes recording, the video of the diary will be uploaded while shooting, and it will appear in the diary in its entirety. Certainly, the two approaches aren't too different for Rosen. But for diary copy holders, there are many differences. The former is equivalent to that they are looking at Rosen's completed work. As for the latter, it is equivalent to that they are watching Rosen's live broadcast. And now, since Rosen is recording the video, the face-to-face of Nami and Rosen is presented in front of the girls in a live broadcast. Open black lens bracket peacock. This, tongue. Okay, so shy, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket dole. You are really a smart girl, she deliberately used this method to induce Rosen to take a video, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket domino. Is she trying to let Rosen take her away, or is she trying to save her hometown, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. There are both parties, speaking of which, the Marines outside of you haven't found out who the Marine in Nami's hometown is colluding with the pirates. If this situation continues, Rosen will help Nami solve the crisis in his hometown. And this Nami, probably will follow Rosen's side wholeheartedly. Maybe this Nami will inherit the power of Lei movie at that time, and become a very troublesome existence to Marine at that time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Gion. Unfortunately, the time is too short, and it is difficult to find out when there is insufficient information. As for the power of Lei movie, Rosen will not necessarily teach Nami. She doesn't seem to be able to correspond to a personal attribute of Rei's film. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan. Even if she can't get the template of Lei movie, as long as she joins Rosen, Rosen will prepare other templates for her. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Gion. Yes, that's true, close black lens bracket. Speaking of this, Gion had a bitter look on his face. What Sati-chan said, she didn't know. But, so what if you know? As for the eyeliner situation, the Marine is helpless at all. Nico Robin, if you shoot a video, Nami will get 10 points if Nami appears in the video for 1 minute, and 20 points if Nami appears in 2 minutes. By analogy, as long as Nami persists longer, she can get more points. It seems that this beautiful lady really needs more points to make herself stronger. That's right, after all, this Nami has been running around to save his hometown. Knowing that Marine and the pirates colluded, the previous method of saving the hometown was ineffective. Presumably Rosen has become Nami's last hope. In order to save her hometown, she is willing to sacrifice not only kisses but even more. Vivi, if I meet Rosen, can I do Nami's level? No, I have to do more than just do it. Peacock, as long as you let go, can you have a chance to get more points? Stussy, I don't know if any of the girls on Happy Street have a copy of the diary, as if some of them have a copy of the diary, Tenwoks will use various techniques to please men to make Rosen take more and longer videos. Yes. Charlotte Smoothie, what an enviable little girl, but you just need to get points, but don't take away the template of Rei's movie. Nuo Chigao, is this a ready-made broadcast video? And it turned out to be a kiss. As expected of Nami, she actually did what I wanted to do. In this way, as long as Nami returns here, Kokoja village will be saved. However, in the end, did Nami bear everything? If I could replace Nami, it would be hell. Quote. Speaking of this, Nuo Chigao let out a long sigh. In her view, what Nami did was a sacrifice for everyone in Kokosha village, for her sister. Thinking of this, Nuochi suddenly wanted to bear these thoughts instead of Nami. In the past, she had no way to replace Nami as the navigator of the dragon pirates. After all, she is not a navigator with a genius navigation like Nami. But now, the village of Kokosha can be saved without sailing skills. As long as you meet Rosen, as long as your name appears in Rosen's diary many times, then you can get a lot of points that can make you stronger quickly. Under such circumstances, Nuo Chigao did not let Nami bear all this alone like before. Nami is cute, but I'm pretty good too. Right now Rosen and Nami are just kissing, it's not a big deal. It would be nice if Nami could be replaced in time for the two of them to actually sleep together. After that, Nami should bring Rosen to Kokosha village. When the time comes, I just have to be proactive and let Rosen feel more of what Nami didn't give her. Maybe I can replace Nami. Nuo Chigao muttered to himself, clenched his fists involuntarily. Nah, Nami. Karina opened her eyes wide, looking at the copy of the diary in front of her in disbelief. Karina, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly mention your partner? Yuta was helping Kaya to explode for the wounded. After hearing Karina's suspicious voice, she turned her head in doubt. Karina didn't speak, but raised her finger and pointed to the copy of the diary in front of her. Yuta instantly understood what Karina meant, and she called out her own copy of the diary. The next moment, her mouth became a B shape. Okay, that's amazing, isn't this the picture in those comic strips? Who is this girl? She is even bolder than us, even Karina. Karina opened her eyes wide, watching the scene in front of her. If she had seen the Three Kingdoms, she might have said something like, whose general is this? Hee, not the good partner I used to be. Karina said with a half smile. Although she herself was ashamed to do such a thing with Rosen. But seeing Nami's performance like this, she felt an impulse in her heart for no reason, an impulse not to be compared by Nami. However, just when she was about to go to Rosen to stop Nami, she saw Kaya, who was still bandaging the wounds of the common people with a worried expression. Forget it, Nami is also for her hometown. Quote. Just let her get more points. Single quote. Afterwards, have a good chat with her. Karina sighed and rejoined in helping Kaya heal. Hoo. Nami put his hand on his heart, gasped and looked at the video of the copy of the diary that had stopped recording. 3 minutes and 30 seconds, converted to 4 minutes. Quote. Great, now you can get 40 points all at once. It's a pity, if only my lung capacity could be better. Single quote. Maybe we'll be able to get Rosen to shoot a longer video. Single quote. However, it's a good start. 7. As long as you find an opportunity to help Rosen with a massage or something next. Quote. It must be possible to get him to record a longer video. Quote. Nami thought of the video about Karina massaged by Rosen earlier, and felt yearning and embarrassment for no reason. Longing, because this may be able to get more points. Shy, naturally, because Karina's massage seems a little too bold. But even if those massages were a bit too bold, Nami couldn't care less. She raised her head, looked at Rosen, who was looking at her with interest, and said with a smile. This is thanks, thank you for giving me hope. In Nami's heart, Rosen did give her hope. Therefore, although her tone seemed a little mischievous, it was also very solemn. Rosen nodded slightly, expressing understanding. Nami smiled, and just when she was about to speak, her body froze suddenly, and she stared blankly ahead. To be precise, she was looking at the copy of the diary in front of her eyes. Sure enough, Nami is Nami, she is really open enough. Closing square bracket. Although my appearance did give her hope. Closing square bracket. But a hot kiss or something as soon as it comes up is quite beyond my expectation. Closing square bracket. Nami in the story is also like this, from time to time, she will give benefits to other people. Closing square bracket. I remember that in Alabasta's palace bathhouse, she took the initiative to open the bathrobe to the boys next door in front of the princess, and the reason was that the boys group owed herself a sum of 4 miles. Closing square bracket. Although she has a good relationship with the boy group next door, this is a bit too exaggerated. Closing square bracket. After this, she also gave benefits to boys many times. Closing square bracket. A girl like this is okay to look at, if you want to marry her, then forget it. Quote. Overall, it's not as good as Karina. Closing square bracket. If you want to talk about the distribution of benefits, it is really better to focus on the kind of beautiful women who only give benefits to me, a man. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, the King Cobra in Alabasta is really weird, his daughter and friends take a bath in the girls' bathroom. Closing square bracket. This old man actually encouraged the boy group to take a peep, his father has become this level, there is no one in 5.1. Closing square bracket. What? How did this happen? Nami froze in place, as if struck by lightning. As expected of Rosen, now you know me. Quote. Karina puffed out her chest unconsciously, with a look of pride on her face. Will Nami come to Alabasta in the future, and will you take a bath with me as friends? Wait, Dad brought someone to spy on me and Nami. Damn it, what is he doing? Vivi stomped her feet, shy and angry at the same time. However, in the original historical trajectory, Nami would come to Alabasta. Then if she becomes Rosen's partner now, will she bring Rosen to Alabasta? Thinking of this, Vivi's eyes flashed brightly. At the same time, after being stunned for a second, Nami quickly shook his head vigorously and woke up. She raised her head and looked at Rosen in front of her, her eyes full of determination. Is it because the original me was too casual? Quote. Very well, just know why Rosen would dislike me. Just avoiding those things that Rosen hates will definitely change his opinion of me. It doesn't matter what marriage is, but as long as he cannot dislike me. I will definitely be able to make him willing to accept my closeness, take videos and photos for me, and record my name in the diary. Nami thought firmly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 117. Hina was seriously injured. Tashigi asked Rosen for help, willing to pay any price. Black Maria. I see, Rosen likes exclusive women. Violet. It seems that I need to avoid contact with other men in the future. Charlotte Smoothie. Rosen is not going to give Nami the template for Ray's movie, so I have hope. Guion. Obviously I like dedicated women, but I am not so dedicated. Stussy. Rosen, you really are a man with a heart. Nuo Chigao. So Nami will grow up to be such a girl in the future. Sure enough, I still need to get in touch with Rosen. After seeing Rosen's diary message, some diary copy holders were happy while others were sad. But these, Rosen himself does not know. Yes, there are them too. Rosen, can you help the people in the arena? Nami suddenly looked anxiously towards the direction of the arena, and said to Rosen. After meeting Rosen, Nami was so excited. So much so that I forgot Tashigi and Hina, who have the same diary copy holder as myself. Though those two might also be contenders for her power around Rosen. But read it for the sake of being the holder of the copy of the diary and having some exchanges. Nami doesn't want to see Tashigi and Hina die. Yes, I know. Rosen naturally didn't know what Nami was thinking. He also thought that Nami just wanted to save those innocent people. And Rosen himself also planned to make a move. However, when he saw clearly the people fighting in the arena, he couldn't help but frown tightly. What's wrong, Rosen 23? Nami noticed that Rosen's expression was wrong, and asked suspiciously. It's nothing, I just saw two people I knew on the opposite side. Rosen shook his head and said. Pink has long hair, a neat dark brown suit, and a woman of good strength. The accumulation of such characteristics directly reminded Rosen of Hina from Marine. With the influence of this person, Rosen also quickly recognized the young Marine girl Yansichi, who was holding a sword and wearing glasses. I didn't expect to meet them here. Rosen muttered to himself, sighing. Rosen, won't you make a move? Nami asked with a frown. Nami is not surprised that Rosen can recognize both Hina and Tashigi. After all, Rosen drew comic strips based on the two. However, she was a little puzzled by the fact that Rosen didn't seem to have a lot of love. The pink-haired woman and the black-haired woman in there are Marine. And I'm the captain of the pirates. In theory, they and I are enemies. Rosen walked to the edge of the auditorium and opened his mouth to explain to Nami. See, Marine. Nami's eyes widened, and it never occurred to him that the two who had the copy holders of the diary would be Marine. After learning that his hometown will be ruled by the dragon pirates for many years, including the influence of Marine's collusion, Nami dislikes Marine quite a lot. All of a sudden, the way she looked at Hina and Tashigi also became complicated. I see, they are Marines. Single quote. So, they are here to look for Rosen. Nami looked at Rosen, thinking silently in her heart. Photo. Hina, Tashigi fighting with the beast. Closing square bracket. Nuo Chigao, other people's photos. Wait, Hina, Tashigi, these two people have appeared in Rosen's diary, they are Marine. Charlotte Smoothie, Marine's people. Are they after Rosen again? Runty, hee, but this time, they seem to be miserable. Stussy, would you do it, Rosen? Skylark, it's Hina and Tashigi. How dare Golden Lion do something like this to them? Dole, Rosen, you must make a move. Peacock, this man Rosen, isn't he planning to make a move? Unexpectedly, the Golden Lion's territory not only includes Nami, but also Marines Hina and Tashigi. Closing square bracket. The characteristics of these two people are so recognizable that it is hard for me to think of others except them. Closing square bracket. Theoretically, I shouldn't be helping the Marines. Closing square bracket. After all, Marines Colonel Mouse tricked me, and that woman from Gion also fought me for no reason. Closing square bracket. Gion. However, I can't put my anger on other Marines just because of individual Marines. Closing square bracket. Other Marines are fine, it doesn't matter whether they are saved or not. Closing square bracket. But Hina and Tashigi are one of my heroines after all. Closing square bracket. Forget it, let's consider it a payment for their appearance in my works. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, after saving them, do you want them to be my models? In the past, they were only created based on manga and animation. Closing square bracket. Creating with a real person may have different inspirations in my mind. Closing square bracket. Well, I saved them, so it shouldn't matter if I let them be my models for a while. Closing square bracket. It would have been nice not to have them marry each other or quit Marine to be part of my Fireblade Pirates. Closing square bracket. It doesn't matter if these two don't quit Marine. Closing square bracket. Anyway, they won't be able to grow up in a short time, so they won't pose any threat to me. Closing square bracket. Gion, Dole, and the others looked at the contents of the diary in front of Marine, not knowing whether to relax or be nervous for a moment. It's a good thing that Rosen is going to make a move. But he still wants Hina and Tashigi to be his models. Just kidding, in Rosen's comic strips, there are quite a few portraits of the heroine's clothes. Rosen asks Hina and Tashigi to be his real-life models. So should they wear clothes, or should they not wear clothes? In addition, Rosen even mentioned the idea of making a promise and letting Hina and Tashigi quit Marine. In such a situation, how can we not make Gion and other Marines feel nervous? But Charlotte Smoothie, Runty and other pirates felt sorry for Rosen's plan to rescue Hina and Tashigi. Nami, on the other hand, looked at Rosen with a complicated expression. Rosen, why don't you let me do the same? Speaking of which, if you really agree with your body. Quote. Maybe Rosen chooses to record video. And it should be a long video, right? In this way, I can get a lot of points, but. Nami thought of the picture of her body, even her face flushed a little. And after thinking about how Rosen uploaded the video to the diary. Hina, Karina, Nuo Chigao and others will see her and Rosen entangled together. For a moment, Nami's face became even more flushed. The picture of me and Rosen kissing earlier. Single quote. Karina has seen it. Single quote. Rosen mentioned Noki Gao's name in his diary. So, she also has a copy of the diary. Quote. She also saw the picture of me and Rosen earlier. Single quote. Nami pursed her lips and lowered her head shyly. Because of this, she didn't notice that Rosen who was standing in front of her had disappeared and appeared among the duel leaders. It seems that this battle is still a bit difficult for Hina and Tashigi now. Quote. That's right, Bai Yaofu is still wearing Seastone's handcuffs. Single quote. Rosen glanced at the handcuffs in Hina's hand. After seeing Hina belatedly using her signature devil fruit ability. Rosen knew that the handcuffs were mixed with Seastone. After seeing a tiger and a bear rushing towards Hina and Tashigi from behind, he shook his head and jumped into the arena. Boom! A loud noise startled Hina and Tashigi, who were standing side by side, and quickly looked behind the sound. In front of the two of them, a tiger and a bear were lying on the ground with more air intake and less air output. And their heads were sunken an inch inward, obviously they couldn't survive. Hina and Tashigi swallowed and looked up. I saw a handsome man standing on top of the giant bear's head, and there was a scabbard in his hand, which was gently placed on the giant tiger's head at this moment. Yo, how are you guys, do you need help? Rosen chuckled at Hina, Tashigi, and the rest of the surviving testers. Then his figure disappeared in front of everyone with a burst of flames. Everyone only saw a fire dragon flying up and down among the beasts. A few seconds passed, and the ferocious beasts had all stopped in place. It's as if someone hit the pause button on them. God of Fire Kagura Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. With a low moan, Rosen dissipated the flame from the blade, and finally sheathed the blade. Kacha. Pause key is cancelled. Numerous beasts, their bodies automatically split into several pieces and fell to the ground. 937. This scene directly stunned everyone present. Is this the beast that nearly killed them earlier? To be taken away by someone like this. At this moment, everyone looked at Rosen in disbelief. The same goes for Hina and Tashigi. Excellent swordsmanship. Tashigi looked at Rosen and the sun blade in Rosen's hand with bright eyes, his whole body trembling. Hina, I'm surprised. Hina whispered, and suddenly, her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Rosen raised her eyebrows, stretched out her free right hand to support her waist. Colonel Hina, are you okay? Tashigi looked at Hina in horror. Hina is fine, poof. As soon as Hina finished speaking, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Rosen could vaguely see pieces of internal organs in it. He frowned, opened the transparent world and looked at Hina. The liver is cracked, and if there is no accident, he will die within 10 minutes. It's not all right, Colonel Hina. Rosen spoke. How come, can you save Colonel Hina? Please. As Tashigi said, he was about to bow 90 degrees to Rosen. Rosen raised the handle of the knife, directly blocking Tashigi's movement. You still don't want to do too much action, Wong. Although this Miss Hina has endured more firepower to protect you and others. But that doesn't mean you won't get hurt. In fact, if you don't receive treatment, you will die too. The difference is that you can still be saved, but Hina is basically hopeless. Rosen said. How so? Tashigi looked at Hina in horror. At this time, Hina had already spit out several mouthfuls of blood with pieces of internal organs. Suddenly, Yin Sichi thought of the Tsunade template that Rosen had obtained. You must have a way, right? Please help Colonel Hina. For that, I'm willing to pay any price. Tashigi looked at Rosen firmly and said. Chapter 118 Hina wants to repay her kindness and stage a comic book plot. Rosen and the Golden Lion N. Tashigi. Hina took a deep look at Tashigi, and then looked at Rosen firmly. Please heal Tashigi. Hina will do anything for you if you are willing to help. Tashigi could think of the Tsunade template thing. Hina herself can naturally think of it. Hina knew that Rosen had recognized the identity between her and Tashigi. Therefore, she knew she could not make up an identity to allow Rosen to treat them. But she also knew that Rosen liked beautiful women. Especially the women who had been traumatized by Rosen twice. She felt that if she was willing to satisfy some of Rosen's desires, maybe Rosen can help treat Tashigi. At this time, Hina was even ready to be Rosen's bed partner. Interesting, what a cunning answer, Miss Hina. I'm helping Tashigi heal, and you have to do anything for me. That means I still have to treat you, right? After all, you can only do anything for me if you are alive, right? Rosen clapped his hands and said with a smile on his face. Hina doesn't have such thoughts, that's all. In fact, what you said is not unreasonable. Please, please help, Tashigi can't die here. Hina pursed her lips and lowered her head as she spoke to Rosen. I'm begging you to. If there is something you want me to do, I will definitely do it. Tashigi held back tears and told Rosen. Yeah. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Is everything really possible? Tashigi and Hina looked at each other, and then quickly nodded to Rosen, trying to get ahead of the other. So, what if I want you two to quit Marine and become part of my pirate team? Rosen waved to Nami in the audience and the others who were fighting the beasts, and then he held Hina and Tashigi one by one as he walked towards Karina, Kaya and others, and said. Exit Marine. Become a member of your pirate team. Tashigi and Hina stiffened and looked at Rosen who was supporting them in disbelief. Why, can't you promise me anything? Sure enough, you must have lied to me. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Hina and Washi with an expression like, I've seen through you all. After Tashigi and Hina came back to their senses, their eyes could not help but tremble a little, and they fell into deep thought. By the time they came to their senses, Rosen had already led them to where Kaya, Karina and others were. Tashigi and Hina looked around. At this time, Nami and Karina were already noisy. And those who had faced the beasts with them before were also receiving simple treatment from Kaya. Puff. At this moment, Hina suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. And Tashigi's body also weakened, and his physical strength began to drain away quickly. Tashigi and Hina looked at each other one after another, their eyes gradually became firmer, they raised their heads and looked at Rosen and said, Rosen, I would like. Kaya, merge with me. This pink-haired Marine over here has her guts ripped open. Pipe. Quote. That Tashigi over there has multiple fractures on his body. If not treated properly, the broken bones will pierce the internal organs, and there are still many bruises that need to be drained out. Rosen spoke to Kaya and interrupted Hina and Tashigi at the same time. Yes, Captain Rosen. Kaya nodded and ran over quickly. She understands that her current use of Tsunade's ability is not yet at the level where she can heal Hina. As for Tashigi, she was able to slowly treat Tashigi to recover. But in a hurry, Tashigi still has to be fused with Rosen to cure him. Soon, Rosen and Kaya merged into one person in front of Hina, Tashigi and everyone else. You two, lie on the ground. Don't move or talk casually. After Rosen knocked Tashigi and Hina down directly, he began to use healing jutsu to treat them. What would be a fatal injury to other doctors was nothing to Rosen, who had fused the power of Tsunade. Even though he also can't use the full power of Tsunade. However, Hina and Tashigi's injuries were healed. Compared to Tsunade, it just takes a little more effort. After a while, Hina and Tashigi felt their bodies getting warmer and warmer, and the original pain was drastically reduced. Tashigi and Hina looked at each other, at Rosen's serious face, and finally at Rosen's hand placed on their hearts at a distance, and couldn't help but whisper thank you at the same time. Rosen smiled and said nothing. After continuing the treatment for several minutes, Rosen stood up and released the fusion state. At this time, T and Dasichi were no different from when they were not injured. Rosen glanced at the seastone handcuffs on Hina's hands and cut them off with a knife. Speaking of which, did you have anything to say to me earlier? Rosen inserted the long knife into the scabbard and asked Hina and Tashigi curiously. Hina and Tashigi blinked and opened their mouths, unable to finish what they had said. Previously, the two finally made up their minds to quit Marine and become Rosen's partner for each other. But now, the determination in both of their hearts has dissipated. It is obviously very difficult for them to say that they will quit Marine and become a member of the Flame Blade Pirates again. Even Tashigi, who now has doubts about Marine's justice. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Remember, you two owe me a favor. I am a person who wants to take revenge and repay kindness. I also like people who want to take revenge and repay kindness. I hope you two won't retaliate. I'll save your debt and settle it with you later. Now you take these people and find a way to leave this island. I remember seeing hot air balloons outside the island when I passed by before. With your abilities, you should be able to use those hot air balloons to take them away. Rosen raised his hand and patted Hina and Tashigi on the shoulders. Then he said hello to Nami, Karina and others, and walked outside. Seeing this, Hina and Tashigi had no choice but to follow Rosen's instructions and began to gather people who could still move to prepare to capture the hot air balloon. Rosen, those two women are Marines, right? Don't you want to keep them and become yours? Karina put her arm around Rosen's shoulders and said with a charming smile. After finishing speaking, she glanced at Nami intentionally. Seeing this, Nami hugged Rosen's other arm not to be outdone. This situation made Bird Tower and Kaya sigh. Of course, the person who lamented must also add Rosen. After all, compared to Yuta and Kaya, as a person involved, he felt the impact from Nami and Karina quite intuitively. Let those two people join my team. In that case, just joking. They literally quit Marine and came to me. I also have to wonder if they are here to be spies. Rosen shook his head and said, I see, that's really a pity. Karina smiled. After she noticed that Nami was still staring at her, she raised the corner of her mouth and said, raising her hand, a few bolts of lightning hit several members of the Golden Lion pirates who happened to be walking by. Sure enough, after seeing Karina's power, Nami's eyes immediately flashed with envy. Karina was even more happy when she saw this one. But just when she was about to continue showing her power to Nami, Rosen moved Karina's arm on one side and said, save your strength, you may need to use your emperor later. Hearing this, Karina nodded slightly, okay, Captain Rosen. The other side. Because Rosen opened the way. So it didn't take long for Hina and Tashigi to get everyone captured by the Golden Lion onto the hot air balloon. However, the two of them did not choose to leave with ordinary people. After sending off the people captured by the Golden Lion and preparing the hot air balloon for the two of them to leave, Hina took Tashigi to find Rosen and others. Colonel Hina, are we really going to Rosen's place? Even if we go there, we won't be able to help much. Tashigi asked as he walked forward. Even so, we can't leave easily. Although it's a bit elusive, it's hard to find him now. We have to fight for him to become a Marine. At least try to prevent him from becoming Marine's enemy. Hina raised her head, looked into the distance in the direction where Rosen and others left and said. But, if you meet him, he once again asked us to quit Marine and become a member of the Flameblade Pirates. What should we do? Tashigi asked worriedly. Hina was silent for a while, and then she spoke to Tashigi. Quit Marine, Hina can't do it. But Hina will give him other things he wants. In that case, he wouldn't be asking Hina to become a Marine. Looking at Hina's determined expression, Tashigi frowned. Colonel Hina, what are you going to do? Book. That's right. Don't Rosen really like the scenes in those comic books? In that case, Hina will help him. Kekiki, Lucky Jiao, this is the kind of thing. What if Rosen? At this point, Washi couldn't speak anymore. In Rosen's works, there are some scenes between lovers that are not so heart-pounding. But there are still some pictures that are enough to make Tashigi's head smoke. Just thinking about the scenes in his own works, such as him kneeling in front of Rosen, Tashigi feels as if he cannot think. Although Hina may not necessarily make it to the last step, if Rosen asks, will Hina really refuse? Insichi thought this was unlikely. After all, Hina looked so determined at the moment. Tashigi, stop talking. Hina doesn't want to owe him anything. And only after repaying his kindness can Hina let him become a Marine. Hearing this, Tashigi fell into silence again. Hina's words once again confirmed that if Rosen was interested, Hina would bite the bullet and play out at least a complete set of plots in the comic strip with Rosen. I also owe Rosen a debt of gratitude. What should I do? While Tashigi was thinking, suddenly there was a huge explosion in the distance. Following this, there will be bursts of wind blades and thunder. Tashigi and Hina looked in the direction of the explosion. Rosen discovered that he was fused with the power of Karina's eightfold godson and was wielding a blade wrapped in fire and thunder to fight the Golden Lion. Chapter 119 Golden Lion throws out an olive branch, cuts off Lion Fruit's ability with one knife. Has it already started? Tashigi raised his eyes to look at Rosen and Golden Lion Shiki who were fighting in the distance, and his attention immediately focused. The original thought of how to repay Rosen was temporarily put on hold. Let's go, Tashigi. Go over there first. As for how to deal with the matter with Rosen in the future, let's talk about it after this battle is over. Hina looked at the battlefield in the distance with serious eyes and said solemnly. Hey, should we go there? But Colonel Hina, we can't participate in such a battle at all. Tashigi said worriedly. At least, closer to home, we can more accurately judge Rosen's power. Moreover, after the battle is over, we will be more likely to leave with Rosen. Maybe they will need this later. After Hina finished speaking, she raised her finger and pointed at the small hot air balloon they had prepared earlier. This hot air balloon is enough for relevant people to ride on. Hina thinks, maybe wait until Rosen fights and wins the Golden Lion. Maybe this hot air balloon will come in handy. Of course, she didn't expect this hot air balloon to be able to repay Rosen's kindness. After all, with Rosen's ability, he can fly directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters with his partner. Come to think of it, he has already thought about how to leave this floating sky island 10,000 meters above the ground. Although Tashigi was a little confused, she was unwilling to leave like this. Soon, she coordinated with Hina's movements and controlled the hot air balloon to fly towards the floating sky island below the battlefield where Rosen and Golden Lion were. At the same time, Hina and Tashigi also noticed new information in their Marine Team communication group. Tashigi, Colonel Hina, are you really alright? What is the situation there now? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Sati-chan 000, could it be that he is really dead? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino, be careful, Sati-chan, close black lens bracket. Previously, Tashigi and Hina had told other Marines about their injuries in the communication group. Therefore, all Marines in the female Marine communication group are very concerned about Hina and Tashigi's injuries. From time to time, someone would ask Tashigi and Hina in the communication group to confirm their injuries. Hina, don't worry, everyone. Rosen used Tsunade's ability to treat Hina, and of course Tashigi was also treated by Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Tashigi, that's right. Colonel Hina and I have fully recovered from our injuries. Close black lens bracket. Peacock, can such an injury be recovered so quickly? It is indeed Tsunade's strength. Close black lens bracket. Dole, sure enough, it would be great if Rosen could lead his people to become Marine strength. In this case, just relying on the Tsunade template, they can become popular in Marine. Close black lens bracket. Habari, but, is it really possible? Ms. Hina, Ms. Tashigi, have you mentioned becoming a Marine to Rosen? Close black lens bracket. Hina, it's a pity that man became a rat colonel because of the celestial dragons, and first hate Marine. He even suggested that we quit Marine and become members of his pirate group on the grounds that he had saved us. Although he didn't force it in the end, Hina felt that based on this, it was concluded that the possibility of him letting go of his hatred and becoming a Marine was very low. Close black lens bracket. When the Marines saw Hina's message, although they had expected it, they still felt quite sorry. Gion, no matter what, it would be great if you and Tashigi can be saved, Hina. For now, let's consider returning to the team first, and forget about the other things for the time being. Close black lens bracket. Hina wants to try again. In addition, Rosen is currently fighting the Golden Lion. Hina wants to watch more of Rosen's battles to understand his power. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Tashigi, me too, close black lens bracket. Both Golden Lion and Rosen showed extremely strong swordsman strength at this moment. Tashigi watched this scene from a distance and already firmly decided to stay and watch the battle. Of course she didn't want to leave like this. Gion, has Rosen started fighting the Golden Lion? Hina, do you have an impression phone bug there? If so, I hope you can use the impression phone bug to record Rosen's battle with the Golden Lion. Close black lens bracket. Dole, that makes sense. I still don't know if Rosen will compile a video of his battle with the Golden Lion and record it in the diary. If we can take the initiative to record the video, it will not only make us, the holders of a copy of the diary, learn more about Rosen's power. Similarly, it can also let other Marines who have not obtained a copy of Rosen's diary know what kind of person Rosen is. Close black lens bracket. Hina, Dole Vice Admiral, do you plan to let the superiors understand Rosen's power so that they can give him an appropriate bounty? Close black lens bracket. Dole, I hope that the higher-ups can recognize Rosen's power. In this case, maybe the higher-ups can also provide some convenience and give Rosen the opportunity to become a Marine. Or, at least, make Rosen a Shichibukai. Close black lens bracket. Hina, Shichibukai. Hina understands. Hina will record the battle between Rosen and Golden Lion. Close black lens bracket. Rosen mentioned that Shichibukai's position will change in the future. Hina feels that if this is the case, then if Rosen cannot become Marine, becoming Shichibukai will also be a good choice. At least this way, Rosen still won't be Marine's enemy. If Rosen knew what Hina was thinking at this moment. Probably laugh out loud. The harmony between Marine and Shichibukai is only superficial, which means that even if he becomes Shichibukai, he will not be Marine's friend. More importantly, Rosen knew that Shichibukai would be completely abolished by the world government and Marine in the future. This further determines that even if he becomes Shichibukai, he will not get together with Marine. If he wanted to become a Shichibukai, he would probably use the Shichibukai's position to achieve some purpose like Blackbeard did. For example, he can use the location of Shichibukai to impel down to see the heroines Sati-chan, Domino and others in his works. Especially Sati-chan. Rosen really wanted to see this fighting level beauty. Among all the heroines in the pirate world, the number of works related to Sati-chan is also at the forefront. After Hina closed the communication group, she quickly found an impression phone. She took a deep breath and looked at Tashigi next to her. Let's go, afde, Sichi, go to Rosen's side. Hearing this, Tashigi nodded heavily, and together with Hina, he controlled the hot air balloon and continued to fly directly towards where Rosen and the Golden Lion were. You guys are actually able to fight Zahn to such an extent. Say your name and why you came to me. After Golden Lion saw that his flying slash was cut down by Rosen again, he landed on the floating sky island and looked at Rosen on the opposite side with interest. A look of appreciation flashed through his eyes from time to time. Just call me Rosen. As for the purpose, don't you still understand? Of course I'm here to fight with you. Rosen threw out a sword and looked at the Golden Lion in front of him with a smile. Although he plans to use the Golden Lion to allow himself to master more of Emiyashiru's power in battle. But before using the Emiyashuru template challenge scroll, Rosen seemed to confirm that Golden Lion indeed had the power worthy of him using the Emiyashuru template challenge scroll. If we say that the strength of Golden Lion is really as weak as the theatrical version stock, then Rosen might have kept the template challenge roll and used it on others. You want to fight with me? Jia ha 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 ha, you are the first man to say such things to me in so many years. How about you, do you want to join me and become a member of my pirate team? I admire you very much. If you are willing to join, I can bypass your troublemaking here. Golden Lion said with a laugh. As expected of a Golden Lion, at least he still has a lot of courage. It's just a pity that I really came to fight with you. I have no intention of joining your pirate group. Rosen put the knife on his shoulder, shook his head and said. You guy, do you know who is on Shiki's ship? How dare you not accept the captain's invitation? Do you know what you committed? The captain asked you to join to give you a chance, otherwise, you will definitely die. That's right, you will become a material for experiments and die in endless pain. At this time, a group of crew members from the Golden Lion pirates rushed over, holding their weapons high and shouting at Rosen. It's really noisy. Rosen glanced at the surrounding pirates, with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Little people should not get involved in situations they shouldn't be involved in. Boom. The words just fell. A domineering aura overflowed from Rosen and spread in all directions. The pirates who were caught up in Rosen's momentum had their eyes glazed over and fell to the ground in an instant, unable to move. Conqueror's Haki. Golden Lion frowned and murmured. I didn't expect to meet a man who can use Conqueror's Haki in East Blue. Isn't it really impossible for such a man to join? At this moment, Golden Lion seemed to think of Roger, who also had Conqueror's Haki. Now that you know it, don't think about letting me join you. You'd better have a good fight with me. Let me see if you are worthy of me using that. Rosen returned the long sword to its sheath, lowered his body slightly, and assumed a stance of drawing the sword to strike. For a moment, a chilling aura rushed towards the Golden Lion store. Golden Lion frowned more and more. The awe-inspiring aura Rosen gave him at this moment even surpassed the aura exuded by the Conqueror's Haki he used previously. To give a metaphor, Rosen is like a sharp sword. A sword intended to drink blood. Interesting. Although I don't know what you are talking about. However, I will make you regret your decision. Golden Lion sneered and stretched his right hand forward. The next moment, the ground in front of Rosen began to turn over at high speed, forming a huge lion's head more than 30 meters high and biting Rosen. Golden Lion. Lion Majesty, Earth coiling. Seeing the huge stone lion head in front of him, Rosen felt neither arrogant nor impetuous and breathed rhythmically. Suddenly, Rosen moved. Boom. A thunderous sound accompanied Rosen's movement. With a swipe of the knife, his body turned into blue lightning surrounded by blazing flames and passed directly past the moves used by the Golden Lion. The huge stone lion, which looked extremely tall and extremely hard, was easily broken into two pieces under Rosen's slash, as if it were made of paper. It wasn't until this moment that the words Rosen said when using the sword move reached Golden Lion's ears. A flash of thunder, lightning and lightning speed. Chapter 120 Emiya's template appears. Golden Lion, do you have my weapons and combat experience? What? The Golden Lion's eyes widened in surprise. At this time, Rosen's body had arrived in front of the Golden Lion. His slashing attack was not aimed at the stone lion summoned by Golden Lion's ability. He was targeting the Golden Lion himself. Ding! With a crisp sound, Rosen's long knife struck the sharp blade that Golden Lion quickly raised. The powerful force caused Golden Lion's body to retreat continuously. Rosen himself also appeared behind the Golden Lion because of the use of Thunderbolt Flash Thunder Speed. I admit, your slashing move is very good. What? After Golden Lion quickly stabilized his body using the Lion Fruit ability, he was about to praise Rosen. His observation Haki suddenly sensed that after Rosen stabilized his body slightly, he immediately turned around and waved the sharp blade towards him again. And this slash was exactly the same as Rosen's previous slash. The Golden Lion's eyes widened, and he hurriedly raised his feet and kicked out several flying slashes at Rosen with his sharp blade. However, the flying slash that could easily cut through the giant rock collapsed after hitting Rosen's slash that carried the power of lightning and fire. It didn't even do much to slow Rosen down. It's no wonder that Golden Lion has the strength of a great swordsman. But underestimating Rosen and acting in a hurry, his slashing skills naturally fell short. Ding! There was another crisp sound, and the Golden Lion was once again driven back by Rosen's slashes. Golden Lion even vaguely felt that the two famous swords on his feet were screaming. Whoosh! Suddenly, Golden Lion once again sensed something fast coming from behind. Again, the Golden Lion looked ferocious, and the high-intensity armament Haki gathered on the sword and slashed towards Rosen. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and a column of smoke surrounded Rosen and the Golden Lion who collided together. After a while, the smoke dissipated, and the scene of Rosen and Golden Lion wrestling with each other appeared in the eyes of those who were watching the battle between the two. Boy, you are very good. Can such a move be used 3 times in a row? Or are you going to use more songs if I don't stop you? The Golden Lion looked at Rosen in front of him with a ferocious smile, his murderous gaze almost splashing out. How could it be possible? So far I have only been able to use this move 3 times in a row. In other words, use it 3 times in a row. No matter how much, my legs can't bear it, and I can't build more than 3 wild Ganshi curse killing Sakura at one time. Rosen said with a smile. Wild service curse killing Sakura. Golden Lion was stunned and glanced around. At this time, he discovered that there was a small ornament-like object shining with thunderous light left where Rosen had previously attacked. No more, no less, exactly 3. And they surrounded him right in the middle. At this moment, Rosen suddenly withdrew his strength and stepped aside. In the Golden Lion's eyes, Rosen's eyes flashed with purple lightning, and 9 fox tails spread out behind him. The true pupils appear. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and pointed the knife towards the sky. Rumble. A huge thunder sounded. Just as Golden Lion raised his head, a huge sky fox thunder with a diameter of more than half a meter fell from the sky and draped directly on Golden Lion's body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So strong. Can Rosen use that extremely fast slash 3 times in a row? Is it possible for me to learn such a level of slashing? Tashigi swallowed and looked at the scene in front of him excitedly. The move that brings down the fox-shaped thunder is probably the grand secret technique Celestial Fox manifestation that appeared in the Ye Shenzi skill demonstration screen before. Unexpectedly, Rosen was able to use it with sword moves. Hina sighed and looked at the 3 killing Sakura that Rosen had left around the Golden Lion. Hina, who had watched Ye Shenzi's skill demonstration, understood that Rosen's attack on Golden Lion was not over yet. Sure enough, the Golden Lion had just charged out from the giant Sky Fox Thunder. 3 more smaller Sky Fox Thunderbolts fell from the sky and mercilessly covered Golden Lion's body. Suddenly, the Golden Lion's hair stood on end due to the power of thunder and lightning. His clothes and face were also stained with a layer of burnt black marks. However, even so, the Golden Lion is still standing. Exceptionally, are legendary pirates just legendary pirates? Hina sighed as she raised the impression phone bug in her hand further forward, intending to let the impression phone bug take a clearer picture of the battle between Rosen and Golden Lion. Thinking of what Rosen previously wrote in his diary, Hina guessed that Rosen might use the Emiya Shuru template challenge scroll that he won through the advanced lottery next. Rosen didn't have Shuru Emiya's power, which was shown too much in the diary. Let Hina use these eyes to witness it properly. Hina murmured. Similarly, Tashigi next to her lit up even more after hearing Hina's voice. Shuru Emiya, whose origin is sword. What kind of sword power does he possess? Tashigi muttered excitedly. Jia ha 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 ha, good, very good. Did you eat thunder fruit? You can actually use the power of thunder to this extent. No, you haven't used elementalization. And you can use both the power of thunder and fire, although your power seems to be mainly based on thunder. Plus, add the fox symbol on your body. Quote, could it be that you ate some kind of devil fruit, a phantom beast related to foxes that can trigger thunder and burning flames? After the Golden Lion emerged from the thunder, it did not immediately attack Rosen. Instead, he laughed and asked Rosen. At the same time, he looked at Rosen with admiration again. What if I said, I didn't eat devil fruit? Rosen looked at the knife on his shoulder, and while talking, he used the clairvoyance function to check Golden Lion's physical condition. Haha, don't be ridiculous. With that kind of power, how could it not be devil fruit? Right, Rosen, it would be a shame for someone like you to die. Join me and conquer the world with me. I will give you the position of vice captain of the Golden Lion Pirates. Golden Lion once again extended an olive branch to Rosen. Obviously, he admired Rosen quite a lot due to the power he had shown previously. In response, Rosen just chuckled and shook his head. The next moment, Rosen's body was enveloped in a ray of light. In this ray of light, his body was split into 2. When the light dissipated, Golden Lion was surprised to find that Rosen's clothes had not only changed from witch-like clothes to casual men's clothes. Even Rosen's fox ears, tail and other fox characteristics have disappeared. What surprised Golden Lion the most was that there was another person beside Rosen. Karina, please leave first. Golden Lion's strength is pretty good. Even after suffering my previous blow, he was still in good condition. He is worthy of me using that. Rosen handed the Nichiren sword in Karina's hand and looked in the direction of the Golden Lion with a smile on his face. Please be careful, Captain Rosen. Karina nodded heavily and said nothing more. After taking a deep look at Rosen's back and the surprised Golden Lion's face, she quickly dodged away into the distance with the power of thunder wrapped around her body. BTE 1R. The Golden Lion pointed at Karina and then at Rosen. After a while, he nodded with a sense of loss and said. That's it, I understand. Is it the woman who ate the devil fruit? And you must have eaten some kind of devil fruit that is similar to jacket fruit. Golden Lion is well informed and has seen someone use the power of the jacket fruit. That is the power that can transform oneself into a jacket and attach itself to others. The dependent person will completely become the object of control. However, in Golden Lion's opinion, Rosen's devil fruit is even better. After all, Rosen's devil fruit seems to have the power to completely integrate with other people and use other people's devil fruit. Jacket fruit, you can think so if you want to. Rosen twisted his neck and jumped twice on the spot. Golden Lion can withstand so many attacks from me just now. And it's still in relatively good condition. So, you are qualified. Next, I will use some other powers. Rosen said. Use other forces. I thought you gave the knife to that woman with the intention of surrendering to me. So, are you planning to use that you just mentioned? Okay, then I will let you realize the gap between you and me. Golden Lion said with a ferocious smile. He felt that as long as he could show his power as much as possible, Rosen would realize the gap between the two parties. Then Rosen would join him. Although Rosen is not a demon beast with demon fruit power. But the devil fruit power he showed, which can use the abilities of other espers, made the Golden Lion want Rosen more and more. What's the gap? Hee, just take a good look at it. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth, and with a thought in his heart, he directly called up his system panel. The system starts the video recording mode and records the video into the diary. Single quote. I need to review the process of using the Emiyashuru template challenge volume later. Video recording mode is turned on, and the video will be synchronized to the host's diary. Closing square bracket. Very good, then use the war template for me. As you said. Suddenly, dark green magic circuits belonging to Emiyashuru spread through Rosen's body. As these magic circuits spread throughout Rosen's body, his body gradually changed. Video recorded live fighting Golden Lion Shiki using Emiyashuru template challenge scroll. 0. Please give me flowers. Charlotte Smoothie. Is this, Rosen has already started fighting the Golden Lion, and is he planning to use the Emiyashuru template challenge scroll? Black Maria. Just in time, we can take a good look at how much power the challenge roll can give Rosen. Wida. Being able to make Rosen like. What form will the power of Shuru Emiya, whom I admire so highly, take? Dole. I didn't expect that I would be able to see Rosen's video before I saw the video sent by Hina and the others. Gion. Shuru Emiya, whose origin is a sword. Can we see Rosen copying the Golden Lion's sword and the Golden Lion's slash this time? The video of live relaxation that suddenly appeared in the diary copy stopped all the diary copy holders who were about to go out to do their own things and attracted all their attention. On top of the copy of the diary in front of me. Everyone, especially, wants to know whether Rosen can use projection magic to copy the sword. Is it possible to use projection magic to copy the moves used by the owner of a certain sword? This is true even for those who do not use swords. After all, Rosen once said in a copy of his diary. Emiyashuru can also project non-sword weapons, and it is possible to copy the skills of the weapons of the holders of these non-sword weapons. And this means that as long as people fight with weapons, their moves may be mastered by Rosen through projection magic. Under such circumstances, how could they not pay attention to Rosen's next battle? From the perspective of the women, green streaks suddenly appeared on Rosen's exposed skin. Against the backdrop of these stripes, Rosen's outfit gradually changed. The casual clothes changed to blue and white casual clothes, and the hair color also changed from black to brownish red. And these are the iconic outfits of Shuru Emiya, who is still in high school. Sure enough, even the clothes will look like this. I wonder if I will attract the attention of many ladies if I perform a high jump or something. After Rosen felt the new power in his body, he muttered to himself. You guys, are there other people integrated into your body? This appearance was brought about by other demon fruit powers that were fused into your body. At this time, Golden Lion's slightly curious voice reached Rosen's ears. Haha, if you think that my appearance is brought about by other people with abilities, then think so. Anyway, the situation is roughly the same as what you said. Quote. Rosen smiled and said, absolutely, it's interesting. I'll ask you after I defeat you. So, shall we start now? You gave the weapon to that woman, are you planning to fight me with your fists and kicks now? Golden Lion also smiled. Weapons. Rosen glanced at the famous swordsman Mikuru and Sakura Ju at the feet of the Golden Lion. Who says I don't have weapons? Projection, start. Rosen groaned, and the projection magic quickly unfolded. In an instant, the structure and material of the two famous swords at Golden Lion's feet appeared before Rosen's eyes as if they were transparent. Create ideas, identify them. Basic skeleton, scenario. Material composition, copy. Production technology, imitation. Growth experience, empathy. The accumulated years and months are now. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and raised his free hands to point at the golden lion. The entire projection project is completed. Buzz. The green light of the magic circuit flashed across Rosen's arms. Amidst the muffled sound, blue-white magic particles bloomed in Rosen's palm. An instant later, Golden Lion was surprised to find 2 more sharp blades in Rosen's originally free hands. What surprised Golden Lion even more was that the 2 sharp blades looked so familiar. Just like wood dry, Sakura dry. The Golden Lion looked at Rosen's hand that used projection magic to create Mukuro and Sakura Ten, and was a little stunned for a moment. That's right, they are the 2 famous swords at your feet, Mikuru and Sakura Ju. Golden Lion, do you still think I don't have a weapon in my hand? Rosen tried the sharp blade in his hand and said to the Golden Lion with a smile on his face. He was also a little surprised. Projection magic can also be used in this world. It's as simple as projecting Kuku and Sakuraju again. The current Rosen is the same as Emiyashuru in the Moon World, when projecting Kuku and Sakuraju. It is also possible to read Golden Lion's usage experience against Muku and Sakuraju. Therefore, he can use Mukuru and Sakuraju directly with ease. Although because he didn't use enough magic circuits, what he read about the Golden Lion's abilities against Muku and Sakura Noboru was only superficial. But that's enough to make Rosen happy. He felt that if he wanted to, he might actually be able to project the Golden Lion's slash. If I use the slash wave, lion, thousand slice valley and other slashes he used before in front of him later. Quote. His expression must be quite wonderful. Single quote. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and said in his heart. 1Z. Chapter 121. Does the replica surpass the original Golden Lion? Projection. Golden Sword of Victory. Charlotte Smoothie. Did the 2 swords of the Golden Lion really appear? Gion. In other words, if Rosen wanted to, could he even project my sword? Tashigi. Golden Lion's 2 famous swords, Mikuru and Sakuraju, are better than my Shigur. Rosen can even project those 2 blades, so my Shigur must be able to be projected as well. Black Maria. The expression of the Golden Lion cannot be fake. Rosen's 2 sharp blades made the Golden Lion think they were real for at least a moment. It is quite good to see the legendary pirate show such an expression. W. Waidabe. It's no wonder that Golden Lion has such an expression. If Dad's unparalleled sharp sword with 12 skills is also copied by Rosen's projection, Dad will definitely have a similar expression. Kazuki Hiyori. If the famous swordsmiths at Wanokuni knew about Rosen's projection ability, they would definitely feel extremely envious and ashamed. Runti. No matter what, let's fight quickly. By the way, after Golden Lion's defeat, Kaido should be very surprised. Although all diary copy holders know that Emiyashuru's projection magic can copy swords. But I know that after seeing Rosen demonstrate this ability, all the girls were quite surprised. Of course, the most surprising thing still belongs to the person involved, Golden Lion himself. What exactly is your ability? Why is my sword in your hand? After Golden Lion looked at the 2 sharp blades at his feet, he frowned and asked Rosen. The 2 sharp blades in Rosen's hand are very similar to the Kuku and Sakura Ten that Golden Lion has held for many years. As someone who has owned Kuku and Sakura for more than 10 years. Golden Lion has long been familiar with his 2 famous swords. How long and how wide are the 2 sharp blades? What does the hilt look like, what kind of lines it has, etc. Golden Lion knows everything clearly. And these things, the 630, sharp blades in Rosen's hands match perfectly. If Muku and Sakura Ten were not still at his feet at this moment, Golden Lion would have thought that Rosen had stolen Muku and Lu Ten from him. Projection magic is magic that materializes magic power to create a mirror image of the prototype. You can also understand it as an ability. Don't worry about projecting other things. But now when I project weapons such as swords, the projected blade will be infinitely close to the original blade. As Rosen spoke, he stepped hard on the ground with both feet, and his body turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the Golden Lion. In just one moment, the 2 of them, Kuku and Sakura, fought for more than 10 rounds. And this also made Golden Lion frown even more. The 2 sharp knives in Rosen's hand gave him the feeling that his wife, who had been with him for many years, was suddenly being teased by someone else. This feeling made Golden Lion feel very unhappy. Projection magic. It's really a good ability. Golden Lion gritted his teeth and emphasized the word, not bad. Thank you for your compliment, Golden Lion. Actually, this is my first time to use this ability. Your 2 sharp blades are also the objects of my first projection. As Rosen spoke, there were several more attacks. Golden Lion frowned, feeling awkward in his heart. At this moment, Rosen did not use the slash he had used before. And the slash he is using now gives Golden Lion an illusion. It was as if the fighting techniques Rosen was using at this moment were somewhat similar to the fighting techniques he used before his legs were broken. How can it be? Single quote. Golden Lion shook his head and put aside the strange thoughts in his mind. He looked deeply at Rosen and the two Mukuru and Sakura Ten in Rosen's hands, frowned and said, "Copies are just copies. In the final analysis, the two swords in your hands are just fakes whose quality is extremely close to the original ones." After saying that, Golden Lion Armament Haki covered the weapon under his feet, and instantly kicked out two powerful slashes at Rosen. Rosen swung his sword to block, but with a click, the sharp blade in his hand broke. Tashigi, broken. Gion, is it because the quality of the replica is lower than the original? Charlotte Smoothie, even so, if it was used by Rosen, it shouldn't be so fragile. Rosen used projection magic to create the fractures of Muku and Sakura Ju, which made the diary copy holders confused. As for Golden Lion, a smile appeared on his face. Like I said, a copy is a copy. 11. Rosen, do you really want to fight me? When you used the power of fire and thunder before, it must have consumed a lot of physical energy. Golden Lion said with a smile. You don't need to worry about my physical fitness, Golden Lion Tail. Although the previous battle did cause me some wear and tear. But now I am in full condition. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth and responded with the same smile. This is another benefit of using template challenge papers. Rosen had previously discovered that after using Emiyashiru's template challenge scroll, his physical fitness returned to its usual peak state. What is even more exaggerated is that Rosen learned from the system that as long as he entered the next stage of Emiyashiru from the current stage, his physical energy will be reset again. If Shuru Emiya's physical fitness at this stage is not as strong as Rosen's usual physical fitness, his physical energy will be reset to Rosen's normal state. And if the current version of Emiyashiru is stronger than Rosen's usual physical strength, Rosen's physical strength will be reset to the current version of Shuru Emiya's physical strength. And when the battle is over, Rosen's physical fitness will be able to maintain the physical fitness of the current version of Emiyashiru. Also, do you think everything will be over if you destroy the Sakura Ju and Cuckoo I projected, Golden Lion? A mysterious smile appeared on Rosen's face. Then he waved his hand and used projection magic again. In an instant, two more Muku and Sakura Ten appeared in Rosen's hands. Not only that, after Rosen projected Muku and Sakura Ju, he treated them like arrows and threw them directly towards the Golden Lion. Afterwards, more than 10 Cuckoo and Sakura were projected and thrown by Rosen towards the Golden Lion. This scene made the sword wielders such as Tashigi, Charlotte Smoothie, Julot Karstad, Fujib, and Gion who were watching the battle stunned. They thought about it for a while. If Rosen projected their sabers and used them as arrows, they would definitely not feel comfortable. In fact, the same is true for Golden Lion. Golden Lion waved his sword to block the sharp blade coming towards him, and looked at Rosen with an ugly expression. Not only was the sharp blade he cherished no longer unique, but after being copied by others, it was also thrown around at will. How can such a situation make the Golden Lion feel happy? Damn it, Rosen, are you trying to anger me so that I lose my composure to fight? If that's the case, you'll be disappointed. They are just some fragile replicas. It doesn't matter how many such things there are. Golden Lion said to Rosen with a ferocious expression. Really, but your expression is not as calm as you said, Golden Lion. Rosen smiled, and the brilliance of magic burst out from his hands again. And compared to the radiance that erupted when Rosen projected Sakuraju and Kukuro before, the magic radiance erupting from Rosen's hand at this moment is even more dazzling. Golden Lion, even though I said it, when I use projection magic, the copied sword will only be infinitely close to the original version at best. But, this is for swords that can be called noble phantoms. And the Mukuru and Sakuraju in your hands are just sharp sword-level blades. I can copy weapons of this level with the same strength as them. Even surpass them. After Rosen finished speaking, the magic power in his hand instantly formed a new Cuckoo and Sakura Ten. But this time, the quality of the Cuckoo and Sakura Ten projected by Rosen even surpassed the original weapons in the hands of Golden Lion. Boy, I have to admit, you are very good at irritating people. Since you said that the weapon in your hand is better than the weapon in my hand, then I have to give it a try. After Golden Lion finished speaking with a ferocious smile, he couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward to fight Rosen with swords. In front of him, Rosen did not use the power of fire or lightning, but simply waved the sharp blade in his hand. Golden Lion also did not use armament haki. In this way, Golden Lion competed with Rosen with real strength. He wanted to see if, simply fighting each other with strength, the Moku and Sakura Ten in Rosen's hands could compare to the Sakura Ten and Muku in his own feet. Similarly, he also wanted to confirm whether the fighting skills used by Rosen were the same ones used when he still had his hands. As time passed, Golden Lion's face became increasingly ugly. Is this kid really using my old fighting skills? And this is my fighting skills when my legs are not broken. Golden Lion gritted his teeth, only to feel that he had been greatly ridiculed, and the wound on the broken leg that was already scarred seemed to be in pain again. At this moment, a strange crisp sound came from the collision between Sakura 10 kicked by Golden Lion and Sakura 10 swung from Rosen's hand. The corners of Golden Lion's mouth raised slightly. He knew this voice all too well. When two sharp blades collide together and the edge of one sharp blade curls, such a sound will be made. Rosen, you said your replica is stronger than my original. But in the end, the weapon in your hand was the first to fail. Or are you planning to use the excuse that your sword skills are not as good as mine? Golden Lion looked at Rosen with a smile and said. Shiki, take a closer look. Whose weapon failed first? Rosen took back his Sakura 10, took a step back, and pointed at the Sakura 10 in Shiki's hand with a smile on his face. Golden Lion frowned and looked down. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened. On top of his famous sword Sakura Ju, a sword suddenly appeared in one place. And that place was exactly where he collided with Rosen's Sakura 10. Waidabe, Sakura 10, a Golden Lion sword-level swordsman, was actually split by Rosen's replica with a curling blade. Charlotte Smoothie, this is really true. Rosen actually projected a weapon that was stronger than the original version. Gion, Rosen can project a Sakura 10 that is stronger than Golden Lion's Sakura 10. Can he project a saber that is stronger than my saber? Kazuki Hiyori, it's so surprising. Emi Yashiru's only projection is infinitely close to the original weapon. The rules of utensils don't apply here. Is it because a sword of the level of a great sword is too ordinary? That noble phantasm Rosen mentioned before, what kind of sword should it be? Colonel Hina, did you see that? Rosen projected Sakura Ju and Kuku, who are stronger than the big sword Sakura Ju and Kuku. Tashigi was lying on the edge of the hot air balloon, staring closely at Rosen and Shiki's battlefield. At this moment, Tashigi's eyes were shining, and even his body was trembling. Of course I saw it. Tashigi, it's better not to get too excited. Besides, we can't get too close. Hina held the specially made impression phone bug in her hand and said to Tashigi cautiously. But that's a famous sword. And it's Sakura Ju and Kuku who are held by Golden Lion. There are only a few such famous swords in the world. For so many years, no famous craftsman has ever created a weapon that can be called a famous sword. But Rosen can project weapons of the famous sword level with ease. It can even project and copy a weapon of a higher level than the original famous sword. Moreover, Rosen also said before that noble phantasm is more difficult to project. The famous sword is already a rare and precious treasure in the world. What kind of treasure should that noble phantasm Rosen mentioned be? Tashigi said excitedly. Hina glanced at Tashigi. If Rosen and Golden Lion weren't fighting now. She suspected that Tashigi, who loves famous swords, would rush over to Rosen to talk about famous swords and noble phantasm. However, when Rosen mentioned that noble phantasm earlier, he seemed to look down on the so-called famous sword. It seems that a famous sword that can be called a noble phantasm will be very rare. Not just Tashigi, other swordsmen would also be quite curious if they knew about that noble phantasm mentioned by Rosen. What kind of swords are these noble phantasms like? If Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman, knew that Rosen could project copies of famous swords and so-called noble phantasms, I don't know what action will be taken. That man might go look for Rosen himself. Hina looked in the direction of Rosen and Shiki and whispered. Shiki, why don't you speak? Don't you believe that your Sakura 10 is no better than my Sakura 10? In that case, we are colliding. As long as your Sakura Jujo leaves some scars, you should be able to accept the reality. Rosen looked at the Golden Lion who had been silent for a long time and said with a smile. Rosen, you're really good at 0.4 irritating people. I give up. As expected, it would be better to be dead. The Golden Lion glared at Rosen coldly, raised his hands, and the ground under Rosen's feet immediately began to tremble violently. The next moment, the entire floating sky island under Rosen's feet seemed to come alive and separated automatically. Rosen lost his support on the ground and his body began to fall rapidly. But even so, he did not panic. Instead, he used projection magic to create a Sakura 10 under his feet as a pedal. Rosen just stepped on the two swords and floated in the air. HMPH. Golden Lion snorted again when he saw Rosen stepping on his two swords. Then he firmly grasped his hands inwards. In an instant, the clods of soil separated by the Golden Lion's ability quickly turned into several huge lion heads and bit into Rosen. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. This move would have been used by Golden Lion against the Straw Hat Pirates in the future. And when this move was used against the Straw Hat Pirates, the final result was only a large formation and small raindrops. However, when Rosen faced this move himself, he found that it was quite terrifying. The entire island was transformed into several huge lion heads that even made Rosen feel that his life was in danger. Haha, this is the right thing, Shiki. How can I make progress if you don't hit me hard? Rosen was not sad but happy because he shouted with a smile. For him at this moment, only a fight that is enough to make people fight can make his Shuru Emiya template one step further. Therefore, Golden Lion's previous lax behavior made Rosen unhappy. In this case, I will show some real skills. Projection, start. Buzz. Magic circuits spread all over Rosen's body in an instant, and blue-white magic particles shone with Rosen's body. The golden sword that must win. Rosen's eyes narrowed and he read solemnly. Chapter 122 Cut off the Golden Lion blade, Infinite Sword System, appears. Determine the base structure. Copy the composition material. Relive the years of accumulation. Exerting effort over all projects. Here, create the sword of fantasy, the golden sword of victory. Rosen's eyes narrowed and he raised his hands. Magical photons quickly condensed in his hands. It only takes a moment. An extremely gorgeous double-edged sword shining with golden light appeared in Rosen's hand. Laugh. Rosen waved his sword in a circle around his body. A golden ray of light burst out from the sword in his hand and pierced the huge stone lion's head. The next moment, a large amount of golden light emerged from the stone lion's head. Finally, the golden light exploded in the flash. Those stone lion heads that were originally extremely ferocious turned into crushed stones in the golden light. Kazuki Hiyori, this is a beautiful golden sword. Charlotte Smoothie, could it be that this sword is that noble phantasm that Rosen mentioned before? It seems like we can see a sword that has been given the title of noble phantasm. Waidabe, the power of the golden lion was shattered by the golden light released from a sword. Gion, this sword is unusual just by its appearance. It seems to be much better than the sword in my hand. Vivi, why does this sword give me the feeling that only a king should hold it? The holders of the diary copy looked at the gorgeous golden sword that appeared in Rosen's hand, and their emotions were aroused. Especially after seeing Rosen holding this sword and easily smashing the golden lion's attack. However, through the screen, they could not clearly understand how powerful the golden sword in Rosen's hand was. On the contrary, Tashigi, who was watching at the scene, was deeply touched by this. The golden sword that must win. Is that the name of that sword? It's so powerful, neither Shigur in my hand nor the golden lion's Kuku and Sakuraju can compare to that golden sword. Even Mihawk's black sword may not be able to match that golden sword. Tashigi clenched the edge of the hot air balloon vehicle with both hands, his body trembling with excitement. At this moment, she could hardly help but touch the sword in Rosen's hand. At this moment, Rosen had stepped on the O5 sword that he kept using projection magic under his feet, and used it as a platform to rush towards the golden lion. Sword of choice, give me the power to cut off evil. This is the golden sword that must win. With the low groan from Rosen's mouth, he had already rushed to the vicinity of the golden lion. The golden lion was originally surprised when Rosen used the sword that suddenly appeared in his hand to smash his move. Rosen's sudden and rapid approach brought him back to his senses. Look at Rosen's golden blade since then. Golden Lion's eyes narrowed, and he quickly mobilized the armament haki in his body to focus on the two sharp blades on his feet. Then, he turned around and stabbed Rosen with the sharp blades of his legs together. Click. There was a heartbreaking sound of metal breaking. The Golden Lion's eyes widened and he looked in disbelief at the sharp blade on his foot that was broken into two pieces by Rosen's thrust. And this does not mean that Rosen's attack is over. Buzz. A beam of golden light emerged from the tip of the sword in Rosen's hand and quickly rushed towards the Golden Lion. In an instant, the Golden Lion's body was engulfed in golden light and flew very far away. Charlotte Smoothie, did I make a mistake? Two of Golden Lion's famous swords were broken like this. Gion. The Golden Lion used armament haki before, but it couldn't block Rosen's stab. Waidabe. No wonder Rosen looks down on the so-called famous swords. The Golden Lion's sword was broken during the duel. This shows that my father's Kong Yunchi is probably not as good as the golden sword in Rosen's hand. Yamato. If I had that sword, I would be able to cut off my Seastone bomb easily. By the way, if I fight that bastard dad with that sword, would it also shatter his weapon? Domino. Can a Seastone chain hold such a sharp blade? Sadi-chan. Rosen is not an Esper. Even if he is locked with a Seastone chain, he can still project the golden sword. When the time comes, won't he be able to easily cut off the Seastone chain and escape from prison? The holders of the diary copy were already surprised that Rosen's sword could easily smash the stone lion created by the Golden Lion's ability. But after seeing the two famous knives on Golden Lion's feet being cut off by Rosen's sharp blade, they realized that they were still surprised too early. Did Rosen win? Colonel Hina, let's move closer. I want to see the sword in Rosen's hand. Tashigi pulled Hina's clothes and said excitedly. Hina lowered her head and glanced at Tashigi. At this moment, she seemed to be able to see light flashing in Tashigi's eyes. Tashigi, Hina understands that you want to see that sword. Even touching that sword. However, it is still too early for us to get close. The battle is not over yet. Hina shook her head and looked at the golden lion that was repelled by the golden light. Tashigi followed Hina's gaze and saw the golden lion breaking through the golden light and flying out. Although compared with before, the golden lion's clothes at this moment were torn, his hair was falling down, and he looked more embarrassed. But in fact, the golden lion is still in good shape. Actually, you're still alive, Tashigi said incredulously. This is the legendary pirate. A character who was able to fight Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp to the point of destroying half of the naval headquarters. Even if he did become weaker as stated in Rosen's diary. Quote. But it won't be defeated easily. In other words, even Rosen wouldn't want the golden lion to lose too quickly. Hina murmured. She still remembered that the Emiyashuru template challenge volume that Rosen was currently using required intense fighting to advance Emiyashuru's template. Although Hina didn't know the specific power of Emiyashuru, she always felt that Rosen might not have completed an advancement at this moment. Now the power that Rosen is showing. It's just the power that Emiyashuru had in his first progress. Sure enough, you won't be defeated just because of your previous move, Golden Lion. Rosen stepped on the projected Mokuru and Sakuraju, and looked at the Golden Lion in front of him with a sigh. Rosen, I admit that your strength is very powerful. The sword you made with your ability is beyond my expectations. Even the 12 supreme sharp knives held by Roger and Whitebeard cannot compare with the sharp blade in your hand. However, if you think you can easily defeat me with that sword, you are totally wrong. I, Golden Lion, can dominate the sea not only by relying on swordsmanship. Golden Lion looked at Rosen coldly, as if to prove his words. After he finished speaking, the surrounding floating sky island and floating water began to tremble. I know, if you lose so easily, it would also bother me. Rosen shook his head and looked at the Victory Golden Sword Factory in his hand. Because Rosen had previously used the power of the Victory Golden Sword. At this moment, the golden sword in his hand has become somewhat transparent, as if it will disappear at any time. Golden Lion naturally noticed this. The sword in your hand can no longer be used. Next, do you still have a sword that you can use? If not, then I have to give you a ride. Golden Lion said with a sneer. Although he initially had the idea of recruiting Rosen. But until now, Rosen has personally destroyed 2 famous swords that have been with him for decades. This made the Golden Lion no longer want to take Rosen under their wing. At this moment, he wanted to cut Rosen into pieces. This Victory Golden Sword is the sword that chooses the king. In that legendary transition, only the recognized king can pull it out of the stone. That's why it's also called the sword in the stone. Rosen looked at the increasingly illusory sword in the stone and said silently. Huh, that's not what I'm asking you, Rosen. The Golden Lion frowned. Golden Lion, what I want to say is that only the King of Knights can exert all its power with this sword. If I could exert its original power before, you were reduced to ashes just now. Rosen said with a chuckle. Rebecca, the sword of the chosen king. Is that sword a sword that only a king can pull out? Vivi, my feeling is actually correct. Is that sword really a king's sword? Gion, the King of Knights. He can only exert the power of the sword when he holds it. Tashigi, I really want to see what kind of king can hold this sword, and what kind of power this king will have when he holds this sword. Rosen, you are really good at making people angry. I want to see how tough your mouth is. Golden Lion laughed angrily and raised his hand in Rosen's direction. The next moment, those huge water balls that were originally suspended in the air turned into a huge water lion and Rosen rushed over. Developing capabilities to be able to manipulate seawater. You really have 2 skills, Golden Lion. The corner of Rosen's mouth raised slightly, looking at the water lion charging towards him, he raised his hand to block the sword in the stone in front of him. But even so, he was pushed back more than 10 meters by the impact of the water lion. Then, the water lion turned into a huge water ball, trapping Rosen in it. How about it? How does it feel to be trapped in the sea? Although your ability is very special. But it's from devil fruit after all. And don't forget it. Thousands of miles above the sky, this is my home court after all. Now, can you use your projection magic to construct the sword again? The golden lion flew near Rosen. He took a real look at the golden sword that turned into golden particles and disappeared in Rosen's hand, and then said to Rosen with a sinister smile. In the water ball, Rosen closed his eyes, as if giving up resistance. Upon seeing this, the golden lion shook his head, turned around and flew towards where Hina and Tashigi were. Earlier, he had noticed Tashigi and Hina who were using phone bugs to record the battle between him and Rosen. It's just that his attention was on Rosen at the time, so. This does not deal with Tashigi and Hina. Now, Rosen, the esper in his eyes, has been trapped in the sea. Death was a certainty for Rosen. Now Golden Lion finally has the leisure to deal with Hina and Tashigi. Golden Lion is very fast and has the ability of Lion Fruit. With just one move from his hand, the hot air balloon Hina and Tashigi were riding on lost control and flew towards the Golden Lion. Oops, oops. Hina and Tashigi were startled and immediately panicked. Using a phone bug to record my fight with Rosen. Unfortunately, I have not revealed the meaning of my existence to the outside world now. So, I can only ask you two to die. The Golden Lion laughed ferociously and planned to use its power to crush Hina and Tashigi to death. But at this moment, the voice of Rosen, who Golden Lion originally thought could only wait for death, came over. This body is made of swords. Huh. Golden Lion frowned slightly and looked behind him. There, Rosen was still trapped in the water. It's just that Rosen's appearance and clothes haven't changed at this moment compared to before. But Golden Lion always felt that something had changed in Rosen. The blood is like iron, the heart is like glass. Open black lens bracket conquer countless battlefields without defeat, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket never lost once, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket not even a single victory, close black lens bracket. Golden Lion watched Rosen's voice continue to come out of the water, and his brows furrowed more and more. It's amazing that you can still talk in the water. Rosen ignored the Golden Lion, but raised his right hand forcefully and pointed his palm in the direction of the Golden Lion 413. The flag bearer is here alone, forging his sword on Jancho Jung. Open black lens bracket then, this life does not have any meaning, close black lens bracket. Golden Lion's eyes flashed with a red light, which was the unique luster of observation haki. At this moment, he keenly felt that something was wrong with Rosen. It was as if there was an inexplicable power brewing in Rosen's body. That slightly dangerous premonition made the Golden Lion instantly use its power to control the water surrounding Rosen to flow into Rosen's body. He wanted to use the water flow to burst Rosen. Unfortunately, the power brewing in Rosen's body has reached its limit. This body is definitely made of the infinite sword. Close black lens bracket. When Rosen sang this, his eyes suddenly widened. Then, huge magic power exploded on itself. In an instant, Golden Lion felt that his eyes were covered by a white light. What happened? Golden Lion frowned and became alert instantly. Fortunately, this bright light came and went quickly. Soon, the Golden Lion regained its light. However, after seeing the scene in front of him, Golden Lion froze on the spot. At this moment, the original white clouds, blue sky, floating sky island, and suspended ocean currents are no longer there. Instead, there was a red sky approaching sunset and an empty red wilderness filled with countless long swords. At this moment, Rosen was standing among the swords. It was as if he was the master of those swords. Waidabe, is this, the environment has changed. Monet, what kind of ability is this? Those countless swords, could it be said that they have the same power as the young master, awakened by devil fruit? Sugar, no, Rosen is not a person with abilities, so this is not an awakening. Charlotte Garrett, countless long swords, are these the further power of Emiyashuru? Charlotte Smoothie, that must be the case. Although Rosen's appearance and clothing have not changed, the wounds he sustained when he fought the Golden Lion have disappeared. The current Rosen must have entered another stage of Emiyashuru's template mode. Gion, Shuru Emiya at another stage. So, the former Shuru Emiya was able to project the golden sword that would surely win, and the current Shuru Emiya can project this golden sword. Infinite sword. Rebecca, but how was it done? Why did the sky and the earth change? Black Maria, the islands suspended by the Golden Lion have all disappeared, as if they have entered another world. At this moment, the holders of the diary copy looked at the scene presented in the diary copy, and their hearts were filled with shock and doubt. Of course, the most shocked ones were Golden Lion, Tashigi, Hina, Nami, Karina and others at the scene. What exactly is going on? Rosen, what on earth did you do? Golden Lion frowned and roared at Rosen. The corner of Rosen's mouth raised slightly, and he pointed a sword at his side at the Golden Lion. This is Unlimited Sword System. Chapter 123. Even Hawkeye was shocked when he saw Unlimited Sword System, Shuru Emiya's Template C. Captain Rosen, you are really awesome. I don't know when I will grow up to the level of Captain Rosen. Karina looked at the long sword stuck in the ground around her and sighed in her heart. Not long ago, she was on the nearby floating sky island. In the blink of an eye, we arrived at this land filled with infinite swords. Even though Rosen had already told her, Yuta, and Kaya about the Unlimited Sword System before. But after really coming to this Unlimited Sword System territory, Karina was still surprised. Yes, if I can have such power. I can handle the dragon pirates and so on by myself. But, where is this place? How on earth is this done? Nami nodded heavily and looked around with excitement and emotion. At this moment, Nami thought about the points she had gained by kissing Rosen before, and she became more determined to use her own means to get Rosen to take more photos and longer videos for her. Because only in this way can she get more points, making it more likely that she can achieve what Rosen can do at the moment. Because she was so excited, Nami even forgot that she didn't need to be as strong as Rosen at this moment to destroy the dragon pirates. Unlimited Sword System, the inherent barrier owned by Emiyashuru. The so-called inherent barrier is the mental world, the inner world of Emiyashuru. Captain Rosen used his ability to summon this inner world, which is what we see. Yuta patted Nami on the shoulder and explained. Then, she looked around and sighed. If Shanks saw the sword here, he would be quite surprised. I wonder if he knows that I became the partner of someone who can summon countless swords. What kind of expression will it look like again? Behind Yuta, Kaya chuckled and said. He will definitely feel relieved about you joining Rosen. Yuta raised her eyebrows secretly when she heard this and said with a smile. Maybe, but I think his expression would definitely be more interesting if he knew that Rosen wanted me to be his wife. You're right, Kaya. Kaya's face instantly turned red when she heard the word, wife. Facing Yuta's question, she just pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Yuta was very amused when she saw this, and started playing with Kaya again. I said, aren't you worried about Rosen? He is still fighting the Golden Lion. Nami looked at Yuta and Kaya and asked with a frown. She now also wants to rely on Rosen's power to deal with the dragon pirates in Kokoja village. Therefore, she desperately hopes that Rosen can win the battle with the Golden Lion. Don't worry, Nami, if you read Captain Rosen's diary. Just understand that this fight is what he expected. Watch carefully, he will definitely come back with victory. Karina said with firm eyes. Nami looked at Karina's face, thought of her before, and sighed. Karina, you have changed. You used to not trust a man so easily. Hearing this, Karina also had a slight smile on her face. In the past, you would never have expected to be able to ride on a man's boat. Not to mention, give yourself a passionate kiss for the purpose. Speaking of which, Rosen seems to have some doubts about marrying you. As expected, in terms of single charm, I am better than you, Nami. Hearing this, Nami frowned. I'm not the woman Rosen thought. At least now, I've never done anything like that. He likes a dedicated woman, so I will show her to him exclusively. When the time comes, you are welcome to attend my wedding to Rosen, Karina. Karina laughed angrily and said. Haha, tell me, Nami. But do you really like Rosen? You are only close to him for the power. If you want to attend a wedding, you should attend my wedding with Rosen. After all, he and I have been together for a long time. Nami crossed his arms and said unwillingly. HMPH. Who says you can't marry Rosen just for power? Besides, I still have a good impression of Rosen. Maybe I'll like him soon. We'll see, Karina. Yuta and Kaya looked at Karina and Nami, who were back to back and fighting each other, as if they knew why Rosen recorded in the diary that Karina and Nami were mortal enemies. Unlimited sword system, what is that? Could it be that you are the devil fruit awakening? The esper you fused into your body is the esper who awakened the devil fruit. The Golden Lion frowned and looked around. Although he can sense objects such as the floating sky island that he levitated using his abilities. But whether he used the naked eye or observation haki, he could not determine where the floating sky island he used to levitate was. This confused Golden Lion quite a bit. At this time, Golden Lion still believed that Rosen was a person with abilities similar to the jacket fruit. His body still contains a certain ability user who can create swords. Unlimited sword system is a small world. This is where all the swords copied by the man named Emiyashuru are stored. Golden Lion, welcome to the land of the infinite sword. Besides, can you still say that this is your home court now? Rosen said and glanced at Golden Lion contemptuously. In addition, Golden Lion, your IQ seems to be affected by the rudder above your head. I summoned this world of swords from the sea water you controlled. Do you still think I am a capable person? When Golden Lion heard Rosen's reminder, he was both angry and confused. Indeed, Rosen conjured such power in sea water. But according to common sense, demon fruit power occurs when the whole body is completely covered by sea water. It's because you can't use your abilities. Rosen, what the hell are you? Golden Lion said coldly. This question is not easy to answer. Also, instead of answering, shouldn't we start the second round? After Rosen finished speaking, he didn't wait for Golden Lion to respond. Directly use the ability to control the swords around the Golden Lion, rise up, and stab at the gold. Golden Lion's eyes narrowed, and he quickly used his ability to fly into the air. While avoiding the sword controlled by Rosen, he also left Hina and Tashigi's side. You two haven't left yet. If you are too curious, don't blame me if you die. After Rosen glanced at Tashigi and Hina, he pursued the flying Golden Lion. All of a sudden, swords kept flying out from Rosen's side and heading towards the Golden Lion. In desperation, Golden Lion could only control the broken blade under its feet to block the seemingly endless sharp blades. Tashigi watched this scene and swallowed hard. Colonel Hina, am I right? Rosen actually threw these swords like arrows. Each of these swords is at the level of a famous sword. No, many of them even surpass famous swords. Tashigi said, couldn't help but step forward, walked to a sharp blade stuck on the ground, and looked at it carefully. The sharp blade made Tashigi feel that if he slashed at it with his own sword Shigure, his Shigure would be broken immediately. This may be Emiyashiru's fighting method, Hina whispered. She is not a swordsman and does not have Tashigi's excited reaction. But even so, she was very surprised that Rosen could summon such a world of swords. Replace the entire world. Even Paramesha demon fruit power can't achieve such an ability. Is this the limit of Emiyashiru? Hina looked towards the direction where Rosen and Golden Lion were fighting and murmured in a low voice. At this time, Tashigi couldn't help but reach out and touch the sharp blade stuck in the ground. However, as soon as her hand touched the hilt of the sword, a force came out of the sword and bounced Tashigi's hand away. It was as if the sword itself was rejecting Tashigi. At the same time, Rosen and the Golden Lion are on the battlefield. Damn Rosen, do you think you can defeat me with these sharp knives? Look at me taking them away with my power. Golden Lion landed on the ground, clapped his hands toward the ground, and Lion Fruit's abilities surged in all directions with Golden Lion as the center. Especially rushing towards the sword stuck in the ground. However, just when Golden Lion was about to control these swords and stab Rosen. But he was surprised to find that the swords stuck on the ground were completely unmoved. All he can control is the ground beneath his feet. What happened? My power has failed. After Golden Lion dodged a flying sword controlled by Rosen, he frowned and said. Then, he raised his hand and grasped the hilt of the sword stuck on the ground beside him. However, when his hand touched the hilt of the sword, a force directly bounced off the Golden Lion's hand, just like what happened to Tashigi before. This situation made Golden Lion frown even more. Tashigi and Golden Lion planned to touch the appearance of the sword in the infinite sword system field. They were all seen by the diary copy holders who were watching the battle through the diary copy. At this moment, they also sighed more and more. Charlotte Custard, can't these swords be touched by anyone except Rosen? Why compared with these swords of Rosen, my sword, Beasta's sword, and even my father's sword are far incomparable. Charlotte Smoothie, it's really sad to suddenly feel like the sword in my hand is nothing special. Kazuki Hiyori, father's sword cannot be compared with the sword made by Mugen's sword. If the sword masters and swordsmiths of Wano-kuni see this world of swords, they will definitely fall into madness. Gion, if a sword from this world could be spread, even Mahawk would be very interested. Black Maria, it is indeed the power of a man whose origin is a sword, but will this kind of power be the limit of Emiyashiro? There is no doubt that the appearance of unlimited sword system is surprising. In fact, a group of diary copies who did not know enough about the power of the Golden Lion persisted. Some have concluded that Rosen can defeat the Golden Lion with the power of the unlimited sword system. But, slowly as time goes on, the girls realized that they were wrong. It's not just whether Rosen can defeat the Golden Lion with unlimited sword system. Likewise, the limit represented by the name Shuru Emiya is also wrong. Lion Fruit's power cannot control the sword stuck in the ground. Even the land in the world of infinite swords is more difficult for Golden Lion to control than before. In addition, the two weapons on Golden Lion's feet have been broken, and Golden Lion has suffered some injuries in the previous battle. When Golden Lion dealt with Rosen's constant calling for the sword, it almost had no choice but to fight and retreat. But even so, new wounds kept appearing on his body. Damn it, am I going to be defeated by a newcomer here? Golden Lion gritted his teeth and looked gloomily at Rosen, who was standing on the ground looking at him with a smile. But, just now, Golden Lion was surprised to find that the whole world was filled with a little halo. Not long after, the world full of infinite swords disappeared. The floating sky island suspended in the air by his fruit power also appeared again in Golden Lion's eyes. This is, the Golden Lion reduces its flying speed to 0. He looked in Rosen's direction with a puzzled look. Not only him, but Nami, Karina, Tashigi, and even the holder of the diary copy looked at Rosen in confusion. They had clearly seen before that Rosen should have the advantage. It's such a pity that I still couldn't defeat you within time, Golden Lion. It can actually delay time until my magic power can no longer support the infinite sword system. Golden Lion, you are really faster than the flies flying in the sky. Rosen shook his head and said with regret. Fly. Very good, you are doing very well, Rosen. Golden Lion cursed angrily and waved his right hand in the direction of Rosen. The next moment, a floating sky island crashed directly in the direction of Rosen. Although the Golden Lion was angry, he did not lose his mind. After seeing the scene where Rosen was clearly in a weak state, but still able to summon the infinite sword system. Naturally, he would not foolishly believe Rosen's words that he had no physical strength. Therefore, he chose to control the floating sky island to test Rosen. Rosen looked at the floating sky island that hit him. The smile he always had on his face slowly disappeared, and his expression became much lower in an instant. At the same time, the clothes on his left arm were torn, and the arm completely wrapped in red cloth appeared in front of everyone. Gion, is this Rosen's status changing again? Kazuki Hiyori, This power has not reached its limit. Can Rosen use further power? No Kigao. Even the unlimited sword system is not the final power. How powerful is Rosen? But, as long as I can win, Nami will definitely bring Rosen. Let's go to Kokoja village. At that time, I will be able to contact Rosen, sacrifice myself on behalf of Nami, and obtain the power from Rosen to fight against the dragon pirates. Quote. Waidabe, the battle with Golden Lion made Rosen take a step further. If Golden Lion knew that he was being targeted by Rosen for leveling, I don't know what kind of expression he would show. Quote. Tashigi lay excitedly on the edge of the vehicle, staring closely at Rosen. Rosen, what kind of power will you show next? Will you still take out the powerful, noble phantasm? This kid still has some energy left. The Golden Lion's eyes flashed with a light that foreshadowed observation haki. In his perception, Rosen's original weak state changed again. It was as if he had returned to his peak again. This can't go on like this. Otherwise, I will definitely be dragged to death by him. He must be killed in an instant. Golden Lion gritted his teeth and stepped onto the stage with both hands. For the time being, except for the floating sky island, which is the main base of Golden Lion Shiki, it remains as it is. All the other floating sky islands moved toward Rosen at extremely fast speeds, crashing into them from top to bottom. Rosen's eyes narrowed and he slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, an inexplicable aura completely enveloped Rosen. As expected, the power of Emiya Shuru using the heroic spirit Emiya's arm is not so easy to use. Even I can feel myself being eroded just like Emiya Shuru did. Single quote. It seems that we have to fight quickly. Single quote. Rosen thought in his mind, looking at the ancient Golden Lion with an even deeper look. At this time, he was ready to project and kill hundreds of heads to deal with the Golden Lion. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 124 Use Golden Lion's sword skills to deal with Golden Lion, Heroic Spirit Emiya, Kanyuke. If Emiya Shuru uses the heroic spirit Emiya's arm, his body will be constantly eroded. Even the brain can be damaged. As the force is used more and more, Emiya Shuru's brain will also be reduced more and more. In order not to let his brain be weakened so much that he loses his sanity to fight and cannot defeat the Golden Lion. Rosen had planned a quick victory, and at this stage Shuru Emiya defeated the Golden Lion. Projection, start. 7 rings covering the blazing sky. Rosen raised his head into the air. Subsequently, with his palm as the center, 4 huge flower-like magenta energy shields spread out on his head. Those falling floating sky islands hit the energy shield, only smashing 3 energy shields. The falling floating sky island did not touch Rosen in the end. How come? Golden Lion was stunned. Projection, start. Rosen ignored the Golden Lion's surprise. His eyes were fixed on the 2 broken sharp blades at Golden Lion's feet, and the projection magic was instantly launched. It is different from the previous projection viewing of Golden Lion's famous swords Kuki and Sakuraju. This time, Rosen could even clearly see some of the important growth experiences of Golden Lion using Deadwood and Sakura 10. Some scenes of the fight between Golden Lion and Roger, Golden Lion and Garp, Golden Lion and Sengoku, etc. that Rosen had not seen in the One Piece comics and animations also flashed across Rosen's eyes. Because of this, Rosen has a clearer understanding of the power of top players such as Roger, Garp, and Sengoku. At the same time, he also realized the power of Golden Lion at its peak. Golden Lion, you are indeed much weaker now. Red-haired Shanks can get stronger even with a broken arm. But you are getting weaker and weaker after losing your legs. If you don't want to do this fearless research, you're not like this either. Rosen raised his hands, and bursts of light surrounded his hands. At the same time, he looked at the Golden Lion opposite with emotion. Rosen, what do you want to say? Golden Lion frowned even more tightly. What I want to say is, projection, loading. Buzz. A gust of wind unfolded beside Rosen. And surrounded by this strong wind, a Mewtwo and a Sakura 10 appeared in the hands of Rosen 127 again. Hey, what are you going to do next? If you make such a big noise, will it end up projecting my sword? Golden Lion saw Rosen's performance, his brows widened again, and he said to Rosen with a sneer. Although he was angry with Rosen for randomly projecting his Kukui Sakura 10. But now, he will not lose his calm fighting spirit because of this. This time, it's different, Golden Lion. Rosen took a breath and quickly moved his hands towards the floating sky islands that were still surrounding him, as if they were waiting for an opportunity to attack him. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Every time Rosen waved his hands, a golden flying slash flew out from the Deadwood and Sakura Jujong. The seemingly huge floating sky island had huge cracks immediately after being hit by the slash. Tashigi appeared, with the same weapon as the Golden Lion, and the same slashing attack. Charlotte Smoothie, this is the slash that Golden Lion used against Rosen before. Charlotte Custard, did Rosen really copy other people's sword skills? Gion, Rosen really didn't lie. Shuru Emiya really has the ability to project not only weapons but also skills. Peacock. Could this man Rosen also be able to copy Devil Fruit's abilities through Shuru Emiya's projection magic? Yamato. That's awesome. If Rosen copies my weapon, or copies Kaido's weapon, can he also copy Thunder 8 trigrams? Wait, if Kaido sees Rosen using the same tricks against him, his expression will be quite interesting, right? And if I give Odin's 2 swords to Rosen and let him project them, will he also be able to see Odin's sword skills? By then, wouldn't I be able to learn Odin's sword skills through Rosen? Although everyone had already had a premonition, they were still surprised when they actually saw Rosen using the same sword skills as Golden Lion. As for Yamato's idea of learning Kazuki Odin's sword skills, if Rosen knew about it, he would most likely just sneer at it. After all, in Rosen's mind, it is most appropriate for Yamato to use her mace. Impossible, absolutely impossible. AFBB, why can you use my sword skills? Fake, it's all fake. Golden Lion shook his head vigorously and looked at Rosen holding Mukuro and Sakura 10 on the opposite side in horror. Nothing is impossible, Golden Lion. Didn't I say that I can even use projection magic to copy other people's skills? Although when I put down these 2 swords, the sword skills derived from you will also disappear. Rosen looked at the Mukuro and Sakura 10 in his hands and sighed. I have to say, the scene of you holding these 2 swords and fighting against Roger, Whitebeard, and Garp is very impressive. If you still had the strength at that time, I would not be your opponent now. If it were you at that time, you might be able to let me directly use Shuru Emiya's power to its limit. However, if we can reach this level, we can't force it. The experiment is over, now it's time to officially project the weapon. Golden Lion couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard Rosen's words. You guy, have you seen my past? Well, Tianfin had a magnificent past. You actually have such ability. Golden Lion has a big mouth, and he is also nostalgic for the past. Charlotte Smoothie, it's not just about projecting sword skills, it's also about seeing some of the weapon holder's past memories. Khalifa, such a power may also be extremely useful for gathering intelligence. Gion, it seems like an invasion of privacy. Black Maria, my weapon is an Esper who ate devil fruit. Can Rosen really project and copy it? Charlotte Pudding, Mom's weapons are made using her soul energy. Rosen can also copy them from time to time and see fragments of Mom's past memories. Rosen took a deep breath and lifted the red cloth on his arm. For a moment, the inexplicable atmosphere surrounding Rosen became even more intense. Golden Lion and others who followed the battle were surprised to find out. After Rosen lifted the red cloth, an illusory figure with an unclear face appeared in front of Rosen. The only thing everyone could see was that the figure had white hair and was wearing red clothes. Who is this guy, Rosen's helper? Golden Lion frowned, and the attack he originally planned to launch was halted by the red figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. However, the red figure did not look at the Golden Lion, but turned back to look at Rosen. At this time, Rosen felt his head was a little dizzy, and memory images that originally belonged to Shuru Emiya and the heroic spirit Emiya quickly appeared in front of his eyes. Emiya Shuru's memory. Rosen thought to himself, raised his head and looked forward, and happened to see the red figure looking back at him. Unlike others, Rosen could clearly see the face of the red figure. He is none other than Emiya, who has become a heroic spirit. Can you follow me? After heroic spirit Emiya saw Rosen noticing him, he spoke calmly. It's interesting that I can actually hear this sentence. Rosen raised the corner of his mouth, moved his legs and ran quickly in the direction of the heroic spirit Emiya. After his body passed through the position of heroic spirit Emiya, Rosen muttered silently. You should be the one to keep up. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic circuit in Rosen's body fully unfolded. At the same time, the red figure also dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. Damn it, don't even try to succeed. Golden Lion ignored the dissipating red figure after seeing Rosen rushing towards him. The inexplicable feeling of uneasiness caused him to immediately use his ability to form a lion's head block from the objects around him. Then he directly pushed the lion's head with both hands and bit Rosen. At this moment, Rosen could even see the dark luster shining on the lion's head. Apparently, in order to strengthen its attack, Golden Lion even used an armor-colored hockey on the lion's head. In response, Rosen simply raised his left arm as if to hold something. Projection, start. Project, load. The whole project is completed, 100 heads shot. As Rosen chanted, a huge stone axe sword appeared on Rosen's coin. Then, Rosen held an axe and sword in his hand and swung it at the incoming Golden Lion. In an instant, the lion's head constructed by the Golden Lion's ability was directly shattered. The Golden Lion himself was forced to stop where he was. Golden Lion looked down at his abdomen blankly. There, Rosen's huge axe and sword had completely penetrated him. A lot of blood spurted out. What happened? Golden Lion spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Rosen blankly. Previously, he didn't see Rosen's movements clearly. He only seemed to see the axe sword in Rosen's hand swinging a few times quickly. By the time he came to his senses, the lion's head had been shattered. And his chest has also been penetrated. Golden Lion could feel that many of his internal organs had been broken into several pieces by Rosen's blow, and he also knew that he would not survive. Now, he just wants to know what Rosen did to him. The same is true for the many diary copy holders who did not see Rosen's previous actions clearly. Rosen raised his head, looked at the Golden Lion quietly, and then said silently, "Shooting 100 heads does not refer to the axe and sword in my hand. It refers to a genre that can use various weapons. Of course, the axe sword in my hand also uses this style. When I projected this axe sword, I also copied the style of killing 100 heads of beings holding axe swords. I used the technique of shooting 100 heads on you, and the result is obvious. You have no way to continue." When Golden Lion heard this, a wry smile appeared on his lips. "It turns out, it's not this axe sword that defeated me. The one who defeated me is the school called shooting 100 heads. I do somewhat want to meet you, the person who created this genre. I don't know, in my heyday, I was able to stand up to the people who started the genre from time to time. Because of Golden Lion's injury, even speaking was very difficult. It's a pity that you will not be that great hero's opponent. He is a god, a true god." Rosen said silently. "Is he a real god? Interesting. Rosen, maybe, yours in the future." After Golden Lion finished speaking, he finally closed his eyes forever. At the same time, the axe and sword disappeared from Rosen's hand, and his costume returned to its original appearance. "Based on your last words, I will find a place to bury you properly, Golden Lion." Rosen paid the Golden Lion's body, looked at himself again, and said silently. In the end, it just evolved from the basic Shuru Emiya to the Hero Emiya version of Shuru Emiya. I don't know if there will be a chance to take Emiya Shuru's template a step further in the future. Fortunately, even if I finally only reach the stage of Hero Emiya at this stage. But you can also use the power of young Hero Emiya from the previous stage. Otherwise, I really can't withstand the erosion from the heroic spirit Emiya's arm. Rosen touched his arm with a sigh on his face. At the same time, he was determined in his heart. If the situation was not particularly suitable, he would use the power of Hero Emiya. Otherwise, he would never use this power. After all, the Emiya Shuru Template Challenge Volume has been used at this stage. If he uses Hero Emiya's template again, his injuries will not be healed due to the changing and recovery functions of Emiya Fujiro Template Challenge Volume. Although he was able to convert the backlash from Heroic Emiya's arm into other injuries by exiting Heroic Emiya's template. But that is still hurt after all. Unless Kaya's use of the Tsunade template is excellent to a certain extent, Rosen will not be too willing to use the fighting method of Gong Daxia, which damages the enemy by 1000 and damages himself by 800. Rosen shook his head and looked at the body of the Golden Lion that he was holding on to. After the Hero Emiya version of Emiya Shuru, there is the red version of Emiya Shuru, the black version of Emiya Shuru, and finally Shoko Muramasa. If possible, Rosen naturally hopes to take Shuru Emiya's template a step further. That's all, I'll think of ways to advance later. There should be corresponding rewards in the system that can further advance Emiya Shuru's template. It's better to get out of here now. Rosen looked at the floating sky island in the distance that was sinking because it lost the power of the Golden Lion. He immediately got up and rushed to the hot air balloon where Tashigi and Hina were. Chapter 125 Morgan's reporter wants to interview, will Kaido form an alliance with Big Mom? And lost. You too, your hot air balloon has been commandeered by me. Go over there, I need to meet my partners. Rosen put his hand on Tashigi's shoulder and raised his hand to point to the fallen island where Nami, Karina and others were. Ming, I understand. Tashigi glanced at Rosen with admiration, and immediately took the initiative to control the hot air balloon under his feet to float in the direction Rosen pointed. You are a very enthusiastic woman. Rosen said to Tashigi with great interest. Tashigi likes famous swords, and you have shown many swords and swords that are more precious and powerful than famous swords. It's completely normal for her to be excited. Hina had already put away the phone bug at this time, and she was looking at Luo Lin with the same sigh. If Rosen hadn't explained to the dying Golden Lion what it means to shoot the head. Hina doesn't even know how Golden Lion died. Really? Then why not just quit Marine? In this case, maybe you can see the sword I project every day. Rosen said to Tashigi with a smile. At the same time, he also closed the battle video that had been recorded for a long time. In an instant, the video in front of the diary copy holders fell into darkness. However, even so, some people clicked the play function and tried to analyze as much as possible the power Rosen used to kill the Golden Lion in the end. Unfortunately, the video Rosen uploaded does not have a slow playback function. Even the powerful Gion, Charlotte Smoothie and others. With only video observation, there is no way to understand the power Rosen used in the end. Jun is, can you defeat the power of Golden Lion Shiki? I'm looking forward to meeting Rosen more and more. Black Maria, Rosen used Shuru Emiya's template for himself. Now there is still a template for Raiden movie that he has not used. I hope he can gain this power. Charlotte Smoothie, the school called shooting 100 heads. If I were to fight against it, would I be able to withstand it? The other side. In the Marine Communication Group. Dole, Golden Lion was finally killed by Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. Yes, I didn't expect that I could witness such a wonderful battle with my own eyes. The power displayed by Rosen must be quite attractive to swordsmen. 1. Gion. Indeed, whether it is the golden sword of victory projected by Rosen in the first stage, the infinite sword system used in the second stage, or the killing of hundreds of heads shown in the third stage school. Although the school of killing hundreds of heads does not seem to be purely a school of swords. Close black lens bracket. Sadie Chan. No matter what, Rosen killed Golden Lion, at least that guy can't continue to implement his plan to destroy East Blue. It's a pity that Impel Down can't imprison the Golden Lion in Impel Down. Having said that, Rosen has directly saved East Blue. Do we need to give him a banner? Hee. Close black lens bracket. Dole. Forget about the pennant, but this may be a condition for other Marine executives to allow Rosen to become a Marine. Or maybe it's the conditions for Rosen to become a Shichibukai. Close black lens bracket. Domino. I don't know what the current situation is at Rosen's side. Speaking of which, Hina and Tashigi are with Rosen. We may be able to know Rosen's location through them. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. That's true. Hina and Tashigi can tell us Rosen's location through the chat group, but Gion. It's just that Rosen's partners Karina, Yuta and others must know the chat group mechanism. With their presence, Hina and Tashigi may not have the opportunity to pass on the news to us. Close black lens bracket. Ain. That's true. If it were normal, the two of them might have been talking to us in the chat group. Close black lens bracket. Dole. When they are free, they may find a way to communicate with us. Speaking of which, Gion Vice Admiral, what do you think of the fight between Rosen and Golden Lion? With the strength shown by Golden Lion, do you think you would be able to defeat him if it were you? Close black lens bracket. When the girls saw this, they all waited attentively for Gion to leave a message. They all knew from Rosen's diary that the Golden Lion's strength might have declined. Gion's words can prove to a certain extent how powerful Rosen is now. If Rosen really has the strength to defeat the peak Golden Lion, then it may be difficult for them to win over Rosen. Gion, if I fight the Golden Lion, I have a chance of winning. If the Golden Lion leaves without using the lion fruit and I fight him to the death, my chances of winning will be greater. 1. Dole. That's good. Sure enough, Golden Lion's strength has declined. In this way, Rosen has not yet reached the level of 4 emperors. We still have a chance to win him over to Marine. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. Indeed. Speaking of which, do you still remember the red figure that appeared between Rosen and the Golden Lion before Rosen solved the Golden Lion? Close black lens bracket. Dole. Of course I remember it. That man seemed to have a conversation with Rosen. I even doubted whether he was Shuru Emiya. Close black lens bracket. Gion. Maybe, he is Emiya Shuru. Close black lens bracket. Ain. But Rosen's hair did not turn white before, nor did he wear the same clothes as the Red Shadow. Close black lens bracket. Gion. So, maybe Emiya Shuru's power can be further developed. Rosen, he can become stronger. Close black lens bracket. Ain. That's it. I wonder if Hina and Tashigi can get some news from Rosen's side. I hope they can find a chance to talk to us. Close black lens bracket. Ain is worried that it will be difficult for Hina and Tashigi to find the opportunity to use a copy of the diary to talk to them. In fact, this is indeed the case. As soon as Karina, Nami, Yuta and others came to Rosen, their eyes were fixed on them. Hina looked at Rosen's partner and could only sigh silently and close her copy of the diary. In this way, she naturally has no chance to see the contents of the female Marine chat group. And Tashigi, at this moment, she was looking at Rosen with bright eyes. As for the female Marine chat group, he has temporarily forgotten it. Rosen, can your power create my saber Shigur? Also, can you project and make the golden sword of victory again? Although I may be embarrassed to say this. But can you project some fine swords for me to see? Tashigi said excitedly while showing his sword Shigur in front of Rosen. Yes, Mr. Rosen. What kind of power is your ability? Is it some devil fruit related to swords? And what do you think about defeating Golden Lion Shiki? A woman with blonde hair and a brown hat came to Rosen holding a small notebook. Tashigi, do you want me to copy the golden sword of victory and other swords for you to inspect? Okay, if you become my partner. Rosen smiled at Tashigi first, then turned to look at the blonde woman who asked the question before, who are you? Hello, Mr. Rosen. I'm Ellie, a member of the World Economic News Service. First of all, thank you for saving me. If possible, can I do an exclusive interview for you? As soon as Ellie finished speaking, Hina immediately frowned. She didn't know who Ellie was. But World Economic News, Hina knows. That was the news agency founded by Morgans, known as the King of News. Regarding Rosen, Hina, who wants to invite Rosen to join Marine, naturally does not want too many people to know about Rosen. That would only make it more difficult for them, female Marines, to invite Rosen to become Marines. And if Sengoku, Sakazuki and others knew that Rosen defeated the Golden Lion and Rosen formed the Flame Blade Pirates, maybe the reward for Rosen will be issued directly. Not to mention Rosen becoming Marine. However, even if Hina knew this, she couldn't do anything to Ellie. After all, Rosen and Rosen's partners are the ones taking the lead here. I see, he's a reporter working for Morgans. Rosen nodded slightly and glanced at Ellie and the other strangers on the hot air balloon. These are the remaining captured people on the main island where Golden Lion is based. When Rosen took Tashigi and others to pick up Karina and others, he picked them up as well. Let's forget about the interview or anything like that. I have some knowledge of your Morgans. That guy even did not hesitate to come up with some fake news in order to stir up the world. Although you may want to report some real facts about me. But after the manuscript you wrote gets into his hands, he may have to change the title. I believe you are very tired after being captured by the Golden Lion for so long, so you should go and rest for a while. Rosen patted Ellie on the shoulder and sat on the hot air balloon's vehicle. Although the use time of Emiyashiru's template challenge volume expired, his physical fitness was refreshed again. However, the mental energy consumed by using the template challenge volume is real. He really needs a good rest now. If possible, he wouldn't want to take a nice dip in the medicinal bath prepared by Kaya. It has to be said that after Kaya obtained the Tsunade template, her method of configuring medicinal baths was unique. It not only has the effect of fitness and refreshing, but also has the effect of moisturizing and nourishing the skin. It also led to the fact that it wasn't just Rosen who enjoyed the medicinal baths prepared by Kaya. Even Yuta and Karina, and even Kaya herself liked this medicinal bath very much. When Nami saw Rosen sitting down, closing his eyes and concentrating, his eyes lit up, and he immediately said to Rosen, "Zero. Please give me flowers. Captain Rosen, do you need a rest? In that case, why not lie on my lap?" Nami didn't have time to finish her words. Karina has taken the initiative and quickly moved to sit between Rosen and Nami. She didn't say a word, but stretched out her hands as if quite skillfully and guided Rosen's head to lie on her kneeling lap. "Thanks, Karina." Rosen closed his eyes and whispered. "This is what I should do, Captain Rosen. You can take a good rest. I'll wake you up when we get somewhere." After Karina finished speaking, she looked at Nami provocatively. Hateful. Nami stamped her feet and stared at Karina unhappily. Although Nami pulled Karina up somewhat, and then replaced Karina himself. However, she didn't dare to disturb Rosen who was resting with his eyes closed. So I could only stand aside and stare displeased ly. Karina. At this time, Yuta and Kaya also came and squatted down next to Rosen. Yuta stretched out a pair of slender hands to help press Rosen's arm. Kaya, on the other hand, put her hand on Rosen's forehead and used medical ninjutsu to help Rosen regain his energy. Nami blinked and looked at Karina, Yuta and Kaya who were cooperating with each other tacitly. For a moment, he felt that he was so redundant. At the same time, I regret that I ignored it and didn't act sooner. If she acts quickly, she can at least take Yuta's place. But at this time, with Karina, Yuta and Kaya gathered around Rosen, she really couldn't find a place to squat next to Rosen. Zero. These three people are like a team. Quote, should I also find a team to get close to Rosen so that Rosen can record more in his diary? Nami thought, turning to look at Tashigi and Hina. But soon, her brows wrinkled slightly. Tisk, you still want these two women to help me get close to Rosen. Single quote. It turned out to be Marine. Single quote. Rosen hates Marine, and getting too close to these two people may even arouse Rosen's disgust. Sure enough, even if you want to form a team, you have to find other talents. Single quote. Speaking of which, Nakigao's name was mentioned in Rosen's diary. Otherwise, I will find her. No, we can't involve Nochigao. Quote. As long as I stay with Rosen, with my strength, I can always find opportunities to get points from Rosen. Quote. Just like the previous kiss. Single quote. Nami thought of the video Rosen had taken for her earlier and felt more confident. Next to her, reporter Ellie looked at Kaya, Yuta, and Karina who were surrounding Rosen, then at Nami, and unconsciously raised her chin with one hand. It seems that Rosen is a man who likes beautiful women. Quote. This could be recorded and perhaps useful for news purposes. Ellie thought to herself. Subsequently, Rosen was unable to be interviewed. But there were two Marines, Tashigi and Hina, on the side. Ellie quickly picked up her energy and went to find Hina and Tashigi for an interview. But the two of them, like Rosen, had little interest in interviews. Even so, Ellie still didn't give up. At the same time, Rosen, who was resting, saw Ellie's behavior and couldn't help but open the system and start his own recording. Rosen's voyage diary. Unexpectedly, I would meet Morgan's reporters on Golden Lion's territory. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, I have no objection to letting the world know about my defeat of Golden Lion through reporters. Closing square bracket. Since you have become a pirate, the higher the reward, the better. Closing square bracket. Defeating the Golden Lion, first think Marine will give me a good bounty. Closing square bracket. It's strange to say that Marine didn't offer me a reward when Guion was beaten away by me earlier. Or, Marine has already given me a reward, but I didn't miss the newspaper. Guion. This guy is determined to become a pirate. He is really troublesome. Journalist Morgans, I don't know whether I should say this guy is a good journalist or a bad journalist. Closing square bracket. It's bad, but this guy can always deliver some real news despite the restrictions of world government. Closing square bracket. The alliance of the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirate Group was defeated by the three new generation pirate groups on Onigashima. Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin were defeated by. When the three main players of the new generation pirate group were defeated, Morgans bravely printed the photo of the boy using the Nika fruit in the newspaper. Obviously the five elders of the world government will never allow the Nika fruit to appear in the eyes of the world. Morgans may want to reveal the photo of him using the Nika fruit. It can be considered quite courageous. Closing square bracket. Chapter 126 Exposing the Fifth Emperor Luffy, the Nika fruit hidden by the five elders in the world. Boom. The information recorded in Rosen's diary was like a thunderclap in the ears of the holders who were observing copies of Rosen's diary. Everyone looked at the latest content recorded in Rosen's diary in disbelief. Yamato, Ale, will the bastard dad be defeated? And in Wano-kuni. Runty, did I see it wrong? Kaido actually lost. Black Maria, the Beasts Pirates allied themselves with the Big Mom Pirates but they were still defeated. Kim Rummy, oops, we really need to find Rosen as soon as possible, otherwise I will definitely get into trouble because of the defeat of Beasts Pirates. Kazuki Hiyori, Kaido was defeated in the future. Could it be that there will be some changes in the original future? No, I still need to find Rosen. Only in this way can such a future happen faster and more reliably. Charlotte Smoothie, are you kidding me? Mom will lose, and that's because she's allied with Kaido. Charlotte Garrett, who are the new generation of pirates? Who have such power? Charlotte Pudding, is it because these three pirate groups are too powerful that Sister Dadalu formed an alliance with Kaido? Peacock, Rosen really revealed a big news this time. I'm really curious about the reasons that led Kaido and Charlotte Linlin to form an alliance. Dole, I never expected that Rosen would mention this news because of a reporter. Guion, the new generation of pirates, it seems that the future will become even more chaotic. Khalifa, the Nika fruit, the devil fruit that even the five elders forbid others to know. It seems that I know something I shouldn't know. Ydub, Rosen mentioned the Nika fruit in particular. Is this devil fruit very powerful? That's right, this devil fruit, which I have never heard of, was actually hidden by the five elders. It must be very powerful. Powerful force mirage. Bello Betty, even the five elders have to prevent the devil fruit from being known to the world. It seems that we need to investigate it carefully in the future. Stussy, Nika fruit, could it be the legendary devil fruit? Who could have eaten such a devil fruit? Rosen, as always, does not disclose specific information. Everyone is surprised by what Rosen revealed about Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's defeat. Soon, everyone's attention was attracted by the information Rosen revealed next. For a time, everyone became more and more shocked. After thinking about it, the only good thing I can think of about Morgans is this. Closing square bracket. On the contrary, there are only so many bad things that can be thought of about Morgans. Closing square bracket. Tisk, this guy always adds fuel to some news events from time to time. Closing square bracket. 3 new generation pirate captains defeated Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, and were offered a bounty of 3 billion berries by Marine. At the same time, Morgans announced that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin had withdrawn from the Four Emperors position. And the Nika fruit power user became the new Four Emperors, and everyone in the world believed it. Quote. Black Maria, is Kaido the throne of the Four Emperors lost here? Charlotte Smoothie, damn it. Who is this Nika fruit user? Guion, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido lost their positions in the Four Emperors in this war, not in the Summit War. In other words, if they participated in the Summit War, at least they didn't lose. Rosen said that 3 of the veteran Four Emperors will lose their positions, and the last one to lose his position will be Whitebeard, who will almost certainly participate in the Summit War. Ydub, Dad, nothing will happen in the Summit War, right? No, Rosen must be found. If this is the future, I must change it. Dole, it turns out that the 3 billion berry pirates that Rosen mentioned are here. But it's really strange. 3 new generation captains defeated Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Why do these 3 pirates with a bounty of 3 billion berry only have that one? Nika ability users identified as 4 emperors. Even though he has the strongest ability, if Kaido and Linlin have lost their positions in the 4 emperors, there should be another 4 emperors position that can be given to a newcomer, right? It's true, the more you know, the more curious you become about the future. Rosen, can't you just write everything down? Not only that, Luffy and his men successfully escaped after causing a scene in all nations, and Morgans actually gave Luffy the title of 5th Emperor. Obviously the Straw Hat Boy at that time was not worthy of the title of 5th Emperor. Closing square bracket. Gion, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, became the 5th Emperor. Charlotte Smoothie, making trouble in all nations and escaping. Peacock, if Vice Admiral Garp knew about it, I don't know if he would be proud or angry. Dole, as expected, in addition to preventing Rosen from going to the Grand Line, we also have to prevent the future 5th Emperor from entering the New World. Also, when the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo took 3 commanders of the Revolutionary Army to the Holy Land Mariajoy to rob people, Morgans even published news to mislead people, making people think that Sabo died in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Closing square bracket. Clara, what? Sabo will die. Wait, no, Rosen said it was fake news. It really scared me to death. Gion, the Revolutionary Army is so bold that they went to Mariajoy to rob people. Bello Betty, are we going to take any action in the future? Who will we rob? Am I participating in this action again? Not only that, Morgan actually broke the news in Big Bird, saying that Sabo killed Princess Vivi's father, King Cobra. Closing square bracket. Bello Betty, fortunately, it's fake news. Vivi, my father is dead. No, what Morgan said may be fake news. That must be the case, and my father's death must also be fake. Nico Robin, Morgan's news cannot be completely fabricated out of thin air. He actually published such news. Does this mean that Cobra did not die because of crocodile? By the way, the most exaggerated thing is when Marine Admiral Kizaru took one of the 5 elders, Jago Lucia Satan Saint, to the island where Vegapunk is located. Closing square bracket. Morgans also plans to fabricate the news that Nika of the 4 Emperors has coerced Vegapunk and plans to start an all-out war with Marine and the world government. Truth or lies doesn't matter at all, news is entertainment. Morgans, who can say this, should let his people do less interviews. Closing square bracket. Otherwise, some fake or exaggerated news may appear on my head, which is not what I want. Closing square bracket. Khalifa, fortunately it's fake. It's too exaggerated for the 4 Emperors to go to war with Marine and the world government. Charlotte Smoothie, but even if Morgan's exaggerated in this news, the new 4 Emperors should have gone to Vegapunk. This guy is really amazing. Dole, Kizaru Admiral, Kizaru will still maintain the position of Marine Admiral in the future, which means Fujitora has not replaced him. But, trouble, he actually takes action. I always feel that this new 4 Emperors is more troublesome than the old 4 Emperors. Stussy, in addition to Marine's Kizaru Admiral, 5 elders took the initiative for the first time. It seems that something big happened in Vegapunk. I don't know what I was doing at that time. It seems that it is necessary to take the initiative to contact Rosen and know as much as possible what will happen to Vegapunk in the future. Quote. Bello Betty, is it related to Vegapunk? It seems there is another reason to get close to Rosen. Speaking of which, that guy from Vegapunk actually made 6 clones. Closing square bracket. And there are actually several women among these clones. Closing square bracket. I don't know how he, a man, managed to create several female clones. Closing square bracket. If he hadn't gotten these clones out, he would have had a lot less trouble. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, 2 of those female clones are quite beautiful. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, it is the clone of a man. Closing square bracket. Compared with the Stussy who appeared on Danjian Island, the charm of these female clones is nothing to mention. Closing square bracket. Black Maria, Eggtip Island. Is this where Vegapunk is located? Ain. Oops, Vegapunk's address was leaked. Charlotte Smoothie, Stussy, why did that woman appear on Eggtip Island? Stussy, I see, when there was chaos around Vegapunk, I was there. But, in what capacity did I appear there? Stussy couldn't help but fell into deep thought when she thought about her identity as a double agent. Meanwhile, where Rosen is. Karina, Yuta, Kaya and Nami all looked at reporter Ellie who was interviewing Tashigi and Hina in surprise. Same with Gion, Charlotte Smoothie and others. They also didn't expect that Rosen would reveal so much about the future at once because of an ordinary reporter in front of him. And although these futures seem to have nothing to do with them. But every future that Rosen revealed at this time is explaining a major event in the future. Hina frowned slightly, looking at Karina, Yuta and others looking at the copy of the diary from time to time, and looking at Ellie from time to time. Being smart, she immediately guessed that Rosen was recording some important information in his diary at the moment. However, after seeing Karina, Yuta and others focusing on her and Tashigi from time to time, Hina finally gave up on summoning her own copy of the diary, lest Yuta, Karina and others find a way to ask Rosen to throw her and Tashigi directly. That's all, I'll always find a chance to summon a copy of the diary. Single quote. Now, let's figure out how to repay Rosen's kindness. Hina took a deep look at Karina, Yuta and Kaya who were providing comfort to Rosen. Immediately, she looked at Tashigi next to her, who was being induced by reporter Ellie to have a heated discussion about the unlimited sword system. Do we need to let Tashigi and Hina work together to attract Rosen? Hina thought tangledly in her heart. As Hina struggled, time passed quickly. Not long after, Rosen and others returned to the sea. Not far away, Buggy used his telescope to see the arrival of Rosen and others. He immediately ordered the pirate ship he was controlling and Rosen's pirate ship to come over. Female Marine Diary Exchange Group. Dole. Rosen was really generous this time, publishing so much information at once. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. And it was revealed because of a Morgan's reporter, which further proves that Rosen will indeed reveal a lot of information because he sees someone he is familiar with or someone related to someone he is familiar with. Close black lens bracket. Sadie-chan, it seems that Morgan's, the news king, has a deep impression on Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket domino, this is also. No wonder, Morgan's made so much big news in the original historical trajectory, and Rosen will have a deep impression on him. Although, among the big news he revealed, 4.7 more. Most of them are fake news. Close black lens bracket. Dole, even if it is fake news, it also reveals a lot of information. For example, hasn't the identity of the 5th emperor been confirmed? The new 4 emperors have also been confirmed to be a foodie. The person with the ability to obtain the Nika fruit. Close black lens bracket. Domino, there is also the fact that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin formed an alliance but were defeated. It is unimaginable that someone could defeat Kaido. Close black lens bracket. Domino is very impressed with Kaido. Marine has captured and executed Kaido many times. Domino had also witnessed Marine's execution of Kaido. However, every execution failed. It is such a character who will be defeated in the future, and he will be defeated in conjunction with Charlotte Linlin. This has to surprise Domino. Gion, this shows that the 3 captains of the new era are powerful enough, especially the one with the Nika fruit ability. However, it seems that the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp will also be in the sea in the future. Breaking into a new world, this is really a complicated feeling. Close black lens bracket. Dole, it should be said that he is the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Not enough. Instead of focusing on Luffy, we should pay more attention to the person who ate the Nika fruit. We should investigate it carefully. It's about this Nika fruit. Close black lens bracket. Dole's message caused many female Marines to nod. Although Rosen did not reveal the specific identity of the new 4 emperors. But the Nika fruit is also an important feature. As long as you know about the Nika fruit, it is equivalent to knowing who will become the new 4 emperors in the future. Close black lens bracket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 127 The Nika fruit attracts the attention of female Marines, Cobra may die. Vivi panicked. At this time, Rosen had no idea. What he mentioned in his diary actually made people in Marine think that Luffy and the Nika ability user were 2 different people. If Rosen knew about it, he would definitely laugh so hard that he would even intensify his efforts to deliberately mislead the Marines. However, the Nika fruit is an existence that even the 5 elders of the world government are unwilling to reveal. How should we investigate it? Close black lens bracket. Peacock. This is indeed a bit troublesome. I will ask Grandma he later to see if she knows about the Nika fruit. Close black lens bracket. Dole, is Crane Vice Admiral. With her knowledge, it is indeed possible that she knows about the Nika fruit. Then, leave it to me to investigate Vegapunk's affairs, and I will find an opportunity to visit him. Close black lens bracket. Gion, I'm sorry to bother you, but if Admiral and 5 elders can jointly launch an operation, what happens in Vegapunk in the future may not have the same impact as the Summit War. But, things in Vegapunk should be in the very distant future, so let's continue chasing Rosen now. Since there were reporters on Rosen's side, he probably couldn't hide the fact that he killed the Golden Lion. Perhaps, this will be our last chance to get Rosen to join the Marines before he is put on a bounty. Close black lens bracket. Dole, I understand, don't worry. Gion Vice Admiral, I still know the priority of the matter, and now I am still heading to where Rosen may be with Skylark. Close black lens bracket. Gion, yeah, I hope Hina and Tashigi can find the opportunity to reveal Rosen's address. Close black lens bracket. Although Gion had a good idea, with Karina, Yuta and others watching, it was difficult for Hina and Tashigi to find a chance to take out their own copy of the diary. What is different from what Gion thought is that at this moment Hina and Tashigi don't have much motivation to reveal Rosen's location. After all, the probability of doing this is very small. On the contrary, Hina is thinking about how to repay Rosen's kindness. Tashigi, on the other hand, is trying to figure out how to get Rosen to agree to give her a close-range fighter with more noble phantasms that are more precious than famous swords. Grand Line. The first half of 05. Miss Wednesday, what are you doing? When you prepare the boat, where do you want to go? Ikaram, who has the identity of Baroque Works agent M8, looked at the blue-haired girl in front of him who seemed to be preparing to go to sea, and frowned tightly. The woman in front of her is Princess Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. She is also the woman who sneaked into the Baroque Works and obtained the identity of Miss Wednesday. As for Ikaram, he was originally Alabasta's guard captain. Because Vivi was worried about investigating the Baroque company, limited that was suspected of causing chaos in Alabasta, she worked with Princess Vivi and infiltrated the Baroque company, limited as a spy. Because he was worried that his identity and that of Princess Vivi would be exposed. Ikaram didn't even dare to call Princess Vivi her original name here. Mr. 8, I have something very important to do. Maybe you can't understand, but please don't stop me. On the coast, Vivi looked at Ikaram firmly and said. After Rosen revealed the information that King Cobra may be dead, Vivi thought about it and slowly realized that the death of Cobra mentioned by Rosen was not included in Morgan's fake news. Thinking about Alabasta's current situation, Vivi has begun to feel that Alabasta's original future will be destroyed in this crisis. Even her father will die in this crisis. Under such circumstances, Vivi could no longer bear it. She now wants to go to East Blue to find Rosen. In her opinion, Rosen may be the only person who can change this outcome. Ikaram looked at Vivi with firm eyes in front of him, looking a little confused. Miss Wednesday, do you know something? We are partners, you can tell me some things. Vivi shook her head. She could not disclose many things in the diary copy to the outside world. Even those things that she can reveal are difficult for others to believe when she says them. On the contrary, it will make others think whether she is mentally normal or not. Under such circumstances, Vivi really couldn't reveal anything about Rosen and Cobra to Ikaram. The only result of doing this is to make Ikaram even more worried. Just when Vivi was thinking about how to convince Ikaram, a very familiar voice suddenly came into Vivi's ears. Miss Wednesday, you are here. Ikaram and Princess Vivi followed the sound and saw a tall and beautiful woman with wheat-colored skin approaching. Miss All Sunday, what are you doing here? Is there any mission? Ikaram recognized that the person in front of him was Mr. Zero's partner in Baroque working group, and asked quickly with a flattering look on his face. Haha, I'm not here to find you, Mr. 8. I have something I want to discuss with Miss Wednesday. How about it, you won't refuse, right? Miss All Sunday, that is, Nico Robin looked at Vivi with a smile, pointed at the diary copy suspended next to him, and then pointed at the diary copy suspended next to Vivi. Vivi was silent for a while. She saw Rosen mentioned Nico Robin's name in Rosen's diary. Therefore, she guessed that Nico Robin would have a copy of the diary. But she didn't expect that Nico Robin would come to find her. After thinking for a moment, Vivi nodded, and walked to a deserted place with Nico Robin under Ikaram's worried eyes. You want to go to East Blue to find Rosen, Vivi kilometers? Nico Robin asked with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. You know my identity. Is it because you saw the copy of the diary next to me? Vivi looked at Nico Robin warily. No, you are wrong. While you are following me to investigate Mr. Zero's identity. I know your identity. Nico Robin smiled mysteriously. Huh, then why did you allow me to survive for so long? Vivi frowned. Seeing the princess of a country working so hard, I can't help but be kind-hearted. Nico Robin smiled softly and continued. Rather than this, let's talk about business, Princess Vivi. You're planning to go to East Blue to find Rosen, right? Vivi couldn't help but fell into silence after hearing this. Although she and Nico Robin both have copies of the diary, she does not know Nico Robin's true identity, nor does she know Nico's purpose of looking for her. So, Vivi didn't know whether to answer Nico Robin's question. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, I also want to form an alliance with you. Nico Robin laughed. An alliance? Vivi raised her head in confusion. That's right, you must also know Rosen's current situation. Nico Robin nodded slightly and continued. Rosen already has many beautiful women around him. Those women in Marine are also vying for Rosen. Those of us who have copies of the diary may even meet Rosen in the future. It's just a group of latecomers. It may not be possible to win Rosen's favor and gain strength from him. Not to mention getting character templates from him. Wanting a more secure way for us all to get what we want from Rosen. Don't you think we should form an alliance? Don't you think that with our different bodies, if we cooperate with each other, we will be more likely to capture Rosen's heart? By the way, you must be willing to sacrifice everything you have to get what you want from Rosen. After Nico Robin finished speaking, he smiled mysteriously. After the contents of Rosen's diary were exposed, Nico Robin thought of many things. In the original historical trajectory, Nico Robin has already determined that Cobra will die. However, unlike Vivi who believed that Cobra would die because of the Alabasta riot, Nico Robin believed that Cobra would die one day in the future. Rosen's diary first records that Sabo led people to invade Mariajoy, and then said that Morgans created fake news that Sabo killed Cobra. This made Nico Robin think that Cobra might have died for some reason while attending the World Summit one day in the future. In other words, he did not die in the Alabasta riot. In other words, Crocodile's plan failed. Since I guessed Crocodile will fail, Nico Robin naturally had other plans. In addition, Rosen's previous diary has clearly mentioned things related to the century-old history. Nico Robin naturally wants to see Rosen more and more so that he can get relevant information from Rosen. For this wish that has been entangled for many years, Nico Robin is ready to sacrifice his body. However, in Rosen's diary, her name was occasionally mentioned. But the times are too few. On the contrary, Vivi was mentioned even more often. Nico Robin has reason to believe that Rosen likes Vivi more than he likes her. In this case, Nico Robin thought of forming an alliance with Vivi. After all, it is a fact that there are more and more women around Rosen. Nico Robin felt that if Rosen did not like him enough, if he did not form an alliance with other women that Rosen liked, perhaps her chances of rewarding Rosen, a century-old ship, were even slimmer. Although Rosen has painted works of those female marines, due to his status, he would not really invite them to become his partners. So, even if a person is a character in Rosen's works, he may not be able to get close to Rosen because of his identity. Rosen doesn't like Marine, nor is he afraid of world government, so my identity will not be an obstacle for me to get close to Rosen. Single quote. Also, although Rosen has a crush on Nami, but because Nami was too casual with men, she also left the impression in Rosen's mind that she could not be a wife. Single quote. If Rosen has this impression of Nami, then the fact that I have betrayed many people over the years must be an obstacle for me to get closer to Rosen. Perhaps, this will make it impossible for me to even become Rosen's partner, let alone get close to Rosen in order to gain more points. Single quote. Although he probably prefers mature women, this is inconsistent with the young and cute Vivi. Single quote. But in his heart, youth and cuteness are also acceptable, and for him, what he considers more is a woman's character. Based on the behavior Rosen is showing now, he should like a brave, kind, young and lovely woman like Vivi. Quote. No matter what, I have to just seize this opportunity. Nico Robin looked at Vivi who was deep in thought and thought firmly in his heart. Vivi took a long breath, although Nico Robin's words of being able to offer his body made her a little shy 290. But after thinking about it, she still nodded firmly to Nico Robin. Then, she looked Nico Robin up and down, and a light flashed in her eyes. If I can save Alabasta, I can save my father. It doesn't matter if I give myself. Miss All Sunday, I have to admit, you are very sexy, you would be Rosen's type. Therefore, for my purposes, I can ally with you. But before that, I need to know more about you. Who are you? What do you want from Rosen? Vivi said to Nico Robin in a serious tone. Vivi is not a 3-year-old child. Although she has the desire to form an alliance with Robin, she must first understand Nico Robin better. It would be best to understand the specific purpose of Nico Robin approaching Rosen. When Nico Robin heard this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Me, you can call me the son of the devil, Nico Robin. As for the purpose, it is naturally the century-old history mentioned in Rosen's diary. If it were before, Nico Robin would naturally not want to reveal his identity. But in her heart, she couldn't care less. Sure enough, Vivi was obviously stunned when she heard Nico Robin introduce himself. But after thinking about it, she nodded to Robin again. Apparently accepting her alliance wish, Nico Robin smiled and continued. Now that we have formed an alliance, I will help you with the Baroque Working Society matter. In addition, I will also use the intelligence agency of Baroque Works to help us investigate Rosen's traces. Until you get traces of Rosen, I suggest you not go to East Blue. East Blue is so big, you might miss it. And if you leave at will, it will be considered a violation of the rules of Baroque Works. The boss will send people to hunt you down. Sometimes, his orders can be sent to senior agents beyond me. In that case, you might not be able to find Rosen. You will also die because of this. If you die, there will be no way to save your country and your father. Vivi felt really nervous when she heard Nico Robin's words. At this time, she suddenly remembered the rules of the Baroque Work Club. Even by a stroke of luck she made it to East Blue. The killers of Baroque works are also very likely to kill him in East Blue. Then, what should I do? I can't just do nothing. After Vivi became nervous, she quickly asked Nico Robin how to do it. Chapter 128 Use Roger's slashing attack against Garp. Garp will definitely be very surprised. Nico Robin had already thought of Vivi's question. So, after she just asked her question, Nico Robin gave an answer that was acceptable to Vivi. For now, you can go to Upside Down Mountain first. If Rosen wants to enter the Grand Line, he must pass there. I will use my identity to arrange a mission to Upside Down Mountain for you. If I lock Rosen's position in East Blue later and make it easier for you to find it. I will also try my best to find a job that can send you to East Blue. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. At this time, she suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with forming an alliance with the woman in front of her. I understand, I will do what you say. Vivi nodded, and then suddenly asked Robin as if she thought of something. By the way, you are the Miss All Sunday of Baroque Works. In that case, you should know the situation of almost all the female agents of Baroque Works, right? Robin raised his eyebrows with a smile on his face. Do you want to ask me, is it his female agent who holds a copy of the diary in Baroque Works? Robin smiled. That's right. Rosen's copy of the diary includes civilians, pirates, marines, and maybe just famous women. He has 2 creations. And since he knows about Baroque Works, he should also know about the other beautiful women in Baroque Works. I remember that there should be many qualified women in our work company. Vivi said with some uncertainty. You are looking for them, do you also want to find their alliance? Nico Robin had a big smile on his face and looked at Vivi meaningfully. If we have more allies, the possibility of us getting close to Rosen will be higher. Vivi said a little embarrassed. Her behavior is equivalent to actively looking for a successor for Rosen. She even plans to become a member of the harem herself. As soon as these words were spoken, Vivi hadn't realized anything yet. But when asked by Nico Robin, she immediately felt extremely shy. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Vivi knows that there are more and more women around Rosen. If she didn't have enough allies, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to catch Rosen's eye. The senior agents here at Baroque Works just happened to be out on missions. So there are some people who I think may have copies of the diaries that I haven't confirmed whether they actually have copies of the diaries. But don't worry, I will confirm them later. After Nico Robin thought for a moment, he said to Vivi. Then, Nicolo laughed again. But when it comes to beauties, there is no shortage of beauties in Alabasta. As the princess of this country, do you know some women that Rosen may be interested in? For example, your maid or something. After all, since Rosen knows you, he should also know the beautiful woman next to you, right? Vivi scratched her cheek, still blushing and said. I have no way to go back and confirm now. Robin smiled and said. It doesn't matter, let's find Rosen first. Next, as Miss Wednesday, I have to ask you to go to Upside Down Mountain. Hearing the business, Vivi nodded. I understand, Miss All Sunday. That's the Buggy Pirates pirate ship. Hina frowned as she saw the Buggy Pirates ship heading towards here. After reading Rosen's diary, Buggy is no longer the little East Blue pirate in Hina's eyes. In her eyes, Buggy at this moment is as powerful as the Golden Lion, but for a certain purpose. He chose to hide his strength. However, Rosen is willing to kill the Golden Lion. But you have no idea of killing Buggy, why is that? Is it because Buggy has no intention of destroying East Blue and will not destroy Rosen's partner's hometown? Or, it's because Buggy is Shank's brother. And Yuta is Shank's daughter. Quote. That's why Rosen doesn't want to get rid of Buggy. Quote. After all, Shanks might not allow Chanta and Rosen to be together. Hina turned her head and looked at Rosen who was resting behind her, thinking silently in her heart. You'd better not do anything misleading, Marine. Quote. Our eyes will always be on you. At this time, Karina noticed Hina's gaze, raised her head and said to Hina. Then he pointed at the copy of the diary beside him. Of course, the same goes for you. Karina looked at Tashigi and said. Tashigi and Karina both fell silent when they heard this. Although the Morgan's reporter still wanted to continue the interview. But neither Rosen nor Hina and others have lost interest. So, Rosen and others left the hot air balloon and returned to their ship. Rosen, there were floating sky islands falling from the sky earlier. Have you really met the Golden Lion? I didn't expect you to come back alive. By the way, where's the Golden Lion? Did he run away? Buggy asked confused. Rosen said nothing, silently pointing to the already cold corpse of the Golden Lion on the nail plate. Buggy was silent for a while when he saw the body of the Golden Lion in Rosen's hand. Slowly, his face gradually became twisted and ferocious, and his eyes seemed to fly out. Golden Lion Shiki. Rosen, did you really kill Golden Lion Shiki? After a long time, Buggy shouted to Rosen in shock. Is it necessary to be so loud? Isn't it the body of the Golden Lion? Rosen picked his ears and said nonchalantly. That's the Golden Lion who can fight Captain Roger and even almost bring back the entire Roger pirate group. Can I stop being loud? Buggy clapped his hands tightly on his face and said loudly. Okay, stop barking. If you miss him, please bring his body to you. Marine won't allow me to exchange his body for the reward anyway. Get off my ship quickly, I have to go to the next stop now. Rosen waved his hand and said to Buggy in disgust. Of course he would not give the Golden Lion's body to Buggy. Since he said he would find a place to bury the Golden Lion, he would naturally do it well. Wait, redeem the reward. Nami walked over and grabbed Rosen's arm with excitement. Rosen, we can ask them to help us redeem the reward. The two of them are Marines, so they can do it, right? At the end of the sentence, Nami looked at Tashigi and Hina. I helped you before, so you should be able to do this. After hearing Nami's words, Hina and Tashigi were confused. They understand that Nami is kind to them. I also want to repay Nami in my own way. It's just that Nami is asking for it at this moment. It is really beyond the scope of what they can do. By the way, you two are still here. Rosen glanced at Hina and Tashigi first, then looked at Nami and said. Don't embarrass these two women. Don't tell me that Marine can't exchange the pirate's head for the bounty. Even if they can exchange the pirate's head for the bounty. But, the Golden Lion has disappeared for so many years. The Marine people had already cancelled the reward for Golden Lion because they thought he was dead. Even if they carry the Golden Lion's body there, there's no way they can get the reward in exchange for it. Nami frowned and looked at Hina and Tashigi. Is that so? Hearing this, Hina and Tashigi nodded repeatedly. Tisk, that's not good at all. Nami pouted and said with a very unhappy expression. Rosen looked at Buggy and said. Buggy, do you still need me to see you off? No, no need, I'll leave now. Wait, don't worry, bring the Golden Lion's body with you. I don't. If I take his body with me, those dangerous people on the sea will definitely target me. I want to keep a lower profile. Buggy shook his hand in a panic and said to Rosen in front of him. Forget it, in that case, I will handle the Golden Lion's body. Rosen was originally joking with Buggy and had no real intention of handing him the Golden Lion's body. By the way, before I leave, let me ask you a question, Buggy. Rosen pulled Buggy's big red nose, temporarily stopping him from letting his head fly away from the Xenia. It hurts. Rosen, please don't pinch my nose. If you have any questions, why don't you just ask me? Buggy ate it painfully, and his expression looked very ugly. Sorry, your nose is too conspicuous. I caught it accidentally. Rosen smiled and let go of Buggy's nose. Buggy twitched his lips. When Rosen mentioned his name, he dared not speak out in anger. The corpse of the Golden Lion is on the deck of the Xenia right now. Rosen, your current strength is probably not as strong as my captain's, right? No, you must have never seen Captain Roger. Let me change the question. Are you as strong as Marine Hero Garp now? Buggy leaned his head closer and looked at Rosen curiously and flatteringly. Am I asking you a question, or are you asking me a question? Forget it, let's consider it an exchange of equal value. I'll answer your question. Rosen touched his chin with one hand and continued. Let me tell you, this guy Golden Lion must have neglected to exercise over the years. His strength has declined severely. He will no longer be a match for your Captain Roger and that Marine Hero Garp. Speaking of Garp, Rosen felt serious in his heart. Judging from Garp's performance when he rescued Kirby on Beehive Island, if Garp had used more force in Summit War, the original ending would probably have changed. So that's it. I asked Rosen how could you be as strong as Captain Roger, haha. Buggy laughed. I said, you can say this in front of me, okay. How many years have you, Captain Roger, been at sea, and how many years have I been at sea? By the time I reach the new world like Roger, I may be far ahead of Roger. Sen crossed his arms and said to Buggy angrily. Rosen, I admit that you are very strong. But you don't know how strong Captain Roger is. Buggy admired Roger very much, and he solemnly explained to Rosen. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Rosen. I know better than you think how strong Roger is. I could clearly see the move Divine Avoidance he used when fighting Golden Lion. Rosen waved his hand and said, when the two famous swords of Golden Lions Cuckoo and Sakura were projected earlier. Rosen had seen the scene of the Golden Lion and Roger fighting. Among them, there is a scene of Roger using Divine Avoidance. I have to say, that scene is much more direct and shocking than watching Roger use Divine Avoidance to deal with Kazuki Odin in the animation. That is the real power that can split the sea into two. What, have you seen the Golden Lion and Captain Roger fight? Zhao Hao, you look very young, Rosen. How old are you? Buggy asked, his eyes widening. I saw it in a special way. Also, it's time for you to answer my questions. Rosen said. Okay, what do you want to know from me, Rosen? Buggy sighed and said. It's not a big deal, it's just your captain's supreme sharp knife. Do you know where it is? As soon as Rosen finished speaking, Tashigi and Hina looked over immediately. Although I don't know why Rosen asked this question, it is the sword of Roger the Pirate King after all. This is why they cannot help but pay attention. You want Captain Roger's knife? It's not that I want his knife, I just want to see it in person. I don't know. Really do not know. Really. Forget it, it seems that this problem is embarrassing for you, that's all. You can leave. Leave, really. Buggy blinked and saw that Rosen did not stop him. His head separated from the body took a deep look at the body of the golden lion. He chose to leave quickly. As for Alvida, she was standing on the deck of the buggy pirates, looking at Rosen with a tender expression. It's just that Rosen didn't even look at Alvida, but focused on the copy of the diary. What a pity, I originally thought I could take a look at One Piece Roger's supreme sword through buggy. Closing square bracket. In that case, I might be able to record Roger's slashes by recording the famous sword. If you can copy Roger's swordsmanship, and then use Roger's slashing, divine avoidance, move on Garp when you meet him again, Garp's expression will definitely be quite exciting. Closing square bracket. Chapter 129 Kaido is having an affair with Big Mom. The Cross Union killed T-Pen. Sati-chan, this man Rosen really dares to think. Kazuki Hiyori, Roger's slash. If that's the case, Rosen can really copy my father's slash. Charlotte Smoothie, will the power of Roger the Pirate King reappear in this world in this way? Gion, Roger's slashing without hesitation, I don't know how it compares to the current Mihawk. Animation clip, Roger, God avoids, and kills Odin. Animation clip, Roger and Whitebeard fight with swords. Whiteabe, animation, this is something I have experienced before. Kazuki Hiyori, animation, is this the animation Rosen has seen? It really does exist. Father, he was knocked away by Roger. Rebecca, Whitebeard and Roger, the whole island is shaking. Are you kidding me? This is something human beings can do. Gion, is this the power of Roger and the power of Whitebeard in his youth? The sky seems to be mourning. It must be said that Roger is very powerful, and so is Whitebeard at his peak. Closing square bracket. It's a pity that Whitebeard is sick now, if he had the strength of his youth. Closing square bracket. It won't happen during the Summit War, forget it, this old man is also a strong man who is quite a pity. Closing square bracket. Whiteabe, Dad did participate in the Summit War. Rosen, you should explain clearly what happened to Dad. Gion, now, it's finally confirmed that Whitebeard will appear in the Summit War. Is Whitebeard sick? This is useful information. Charlotte Smoothie, haha, there's something good to watch. Buggy, this guy, is indeed quite low-key. Closing square bracket. It is also understandable if he really brought the body of the Golden Lion. Closing square bracket. Perhaps some reporters will report that he is related to the death of Golden Lion. Closing square bracket. In that case, not only Marine, but also Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Akoku and others who were once a member of Rock's Pirate with Golden Lion will also set their sights on him. Closing square bracket. In this case, Buggy will not be able to keep a low profile no matter how much he wants to. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Rock's pirate is really talented. Closing square bracket. 3 of the 4 emperors came from this pirate group. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Kaido was still an apprentice pirate when he was in Rock's pirate. Closing square bracket. When Charlotte Linlin, the woman 887, gave Kaido the blue dragon, fish fruit, phantasmal beast species, blue dragon form, did she foresee that he would achieve great things in the future? Or, there was actually an affair between the two people? Is that woman Charlotte Linlin because she was abandoned by Kaido, so she gave up on herself and married so many husbands, hoping to stimulate Kaido? Hiss. If that's the case, that would be really exciting. Closing square bracket. Yamato. What? My mother is not the 4 emperors' mother, right? Charlotte Custard. No, it can't be. Could it be that one of us has inherited Kaido's bloodline? Charlotte Garrett. Is this the reason why our Big Mom pirates will form an alliance with the Beast's pirates in the future? Whiteab. Rock's pirate. Why did Dad never mention it? Ain. Famous pirates such as Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, etc. all came from the Rock's pirate. How did such a powerful pirate group be destroyed? Peacock. There may be such a relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, so it is possible for them to form an alliance at any time. And Whitebeard, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin once came from a pirate group. We won't really form an alliance and appear together in Summit War, right? Black Maria. It seems that our understanding of Kaido is still very limited. Rock's pirate, what kind of behemoth it must be to be able to gather so many terrifying characters. When it comes to Rock's pirate, Marine and world government, they are really shameless. Closing square bracket. Gion. In order to become the king of the world, Rox led a group of ruthless people to show their fangs to the world government. Closing square bracket. A war surrounding pirates, marines and world government soon started. Closing square bracket. Khalifa, showing your fangs to the world government. At the end of the battle, Marine and the Roger pirates teamed up to defeat the Rox pirate. Closing square bracket. Garp and Roger teamed up to defeat Captain Rox pirate Rox. Ain, Vice Admiral Garp and Roger joined forces. Run T, the Marine hero and the Pirate King are collaborating. The result was good, although that guy Roger definitely wasn't trying to protect the celestial dragons. Closing square bracket. But after all, others have also contributed a lot. Closing square bracket. As a result, Marine and the world government took all the credit for fighting the Rox pirate. Closing square bracket. As for Garp, although Marine and the world government blocked the information of Rox pirate to prevent its information from spreading to future generations, Garp's title of Marine hero did come from this war. Closing square bracket. I don't know if Garp is ashamed of this title, although it should be someone else's decision to take away the credit for the Roger pirates. Closing square bracket. Tisk tisk, Marine and world government are so shameless. Closing square bracket. Guion, Khalifa, Charlotte Smoothie, no matter what, it's a good scolding. He is indeed a man I admire. Black Maria, it was such an interesting past. No wonder we didn't know about Rox pirate. It turned out to be blocked. Whiteabay, Dad, they turned out to have such an experience. Peacock, I always feel that my mood is a bit complicated. Habari, although, even though the members of the Roger pirates are pirates, this behavior of Marine and world government is a bit despicable. Dole, if you read Rosen's diary too much, the justice in your heart will be shaken. I don't know if the younger generation can bear it. Hey. In fact, it was just as Dole feared. Skylark, who was currently on the same warship as Dole, became increasingly shaken. As for Tashigi, who is still with Rosen, she didn't know what Rosen was exposing at this moment because she hadn't had time to read a copy of her diary. Rosen looked at the buggy pirates in the distance, and suddenly a person's name came to mind. T. Pen. Rosen muttered silently. Colonel T. Pen, Rosen, do you know him? Hina heard the name of an acquaintance and subconsciously asked Rosen. So we know each other. Rosen nodded and looked deeply at the direction the buggy pirates left. The world has undoubtedly changed. I don't know if Buggy will become the Four Emperors or the president of the Cross Union in the future. If he becomes the president of the Cross Guild and puts a bounty on Marine, that Colonel T. Pen will probably die. Single quote. Thinking of this, Rosen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Among Marines, it is rare to find someone as pure and kind as T. Pen. It is precisely because of his kindness that he died. Naval Headquarters T. Pen, this guy's name suddenly came to mind. Closing square bracket. Currently, he is still the Naval Headquarters Colonel, and it is expected that he will become the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral in the future. Closing square bracket. There is AFDB, a lot of garbage in Marine, which is not worthy of the justice of the Marine cloak. Closing square bracket. T. Pen is a rare hardcore man who can be worthy of these two words. His compassionate character should be very comparable to Fujitora. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, this man will not die in a battle for justice in the future, but in the hands of the civilians he asked to protect. Closing square bracket. Skylark, why, how could this happen? Guion, did you foresee Marine's death? Dole, killed by protected civilians, why? Charlotte Smoothie, is this the Marine that Rosen admires? If you meet him later, you have to take a good look at what kind of Marine he is. I don't know if the Cross Union will be born under the current situation. Closing square bracket. If the Cross Guild were born, they would still put a bounty on Marine. Closing square bracket. At that time, T. Pen may still be killed by civilians in exchange for bounty. Closing square bracket. Who is this guy? He has no defense against civilians. Closing square bracket. T. with a character like Pen, if he knew that the ordinary person who killed him was because his family was about to starve to death, so he killed him for the bounty, he would probably forgive the person who killed him. Quote. Sadi-chan, are you kidding me? There is a bounty on Marine. Will there be an organization that offers a bounty on Marine in the future? Dole, there is a bounty on Marine. It looks like it will be a very troublesome organization. Baccarat, wealth is indeed powerful. For the bounty, civilians will also raise their butcher's knives to Marine. Nico Robin, if Marine wants to protect civilians while underestimating civilians, it will really be a disaster for Marine. Run T, it's really good. The bounty for Marine, this Cross Guild is more ruthless than us pirates. Moreover, there are ordinary people who actually do it and achieve it. Guion, Cross Trade Union. Is there such an organization in this vast ocean now? Rosen, why did he suddenly mention the Cross Union? Did he think of it because of someone or something he saw? Or, through someone, he thought of T. Pen, and then thought of the Cross Union? Could it be Buggy? Will he meet T-Pen in the future? Or is Buggy simply a member of the Cross Union? No, according to Rosen, Buggy is the future Shichibukai, there is no reason for him to be a member of the Cross Union. At this moment, Rosen didn't know. Because I wrote the diary wherever I thought, countless people were already thinking about the Cross Union. In fact, some people have already planned to find out whether there is any shadow of the Cross Union on this sea. Hina and Tashigi looked at Karina, Nami, Yuta and others looking at their copies of the diary from time to time, looking at their expressions from time to time, and they all frowned for a moment. They could tell Rosen was writing in his diary. The expressions on Yuta's and others' faces also made them want to see what Rosen was recording even more. At this moment, Rosen's voice caught their attention. Kaya, I'm going to prepare a bucket of medicinal bath. I need to recuperate and refresh myself. By the way, also clean up the traces of the previous battle with the Golden Lion. After Rosen saw that the buggy pirates had gone away, he turned to look at Kaya and said. I understand, Captain Rosen. Just, what should Miss Insichi and Miss Hina do? Kaya nodded and looked at Hina and Tashigi. At this moment, Kaya's face was slightly red. She thought of Rosen once. The diary mentions the treatment of Tashigi and Hina. Nami, Colin, and Yuta also looked over. As pirates, they naturally want Tashigi and Hina to leave immediately. But since Rosen didn't speak, there was nothing they could do. Rosen turned around to look at the sound, raised his eyebrows and said. So you are still here, I thought you two had gone with that group of ordinary people. Speaking of which, do you two still want to stay at my place? As Marines, shouldn't you find a way to escape? Hearing this, Tashigi and Hina looked at each other and each thought of their reasons for staying. Tashigi lowered her head, wondering how to get Rosen to let her see more noble phantasms. You can't, just quit the sea and join Rosen. Hina took a deep breath and looked at Rosen firmly. She was about to speak, but Rosen waved her hand and walked towards the cabin. Forget it, I'm tired, let's take a medicinal bath first. You two will deal with it later. Karina, Yuta, adjust the course back to the previous position. While talking, Rosen had disappeared from the entrance of the cabin. Seeing this, Kaya quickly stepped to follow. Seeing this situation, Hina couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth and said silently. This is the first time Hina has been ignored like this. Yuta put his hands on the back of his head and looked at Hina with a smile on his face. Who called you Marine? Otherwise, Rosen would definitely invite you to become a partner. That way, you can become stronger quickly like us. How about, why don't you just quit Marine and join us? Yuta had a naughty smile on her face. Don't joke with them, Yuta. If these two quit Marine, we have to be careful that they are here to be spies. Karina said at the rudder while controlling the rudder to adjust the course to the direction of Bharati, the sea restaurant. Chapter 130 Kaya will be a good mother in the future, the Golden Emperor was once a slave. That's true. After all, with a copy of the diary, they can easily pass the information to other female Marines. As expected, I still have to keep a close eye on you. Don't take out a copy of the diary. Otherwise, be careful as I use my fruit ability or template ability to teach you a lesson. After Yuta finished speaking, he pointed to his eyes at Hina and Washi. For a moment, Tashigi and Hina fell into silence again. After a long time, when the Senya's course stabilized and Karina left the helm, Tashigi subconsciously asked. Where are we going? Did you think I was going to tell you, Marine? Karina glanced at Tashigi, then back at Yuta. Yuta, did you notice where Nami went? She went to the cabin just now, and now. Yuta raised her eyebrows and looked at the new content that appeared on the copy of the diary. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. As for her current location, you can know it by reading the diary. Karina frowned and immediately opened a copy of her diary. At this moment, there was a brand new photo on Rosen's copy of the diary. Photo. Namichi shows. In the photo, Rosen is sitting in a medicinal bathtub with his eyes slightly closed. Kaya blushed behind Rosen. Nami, on the other hand, looked like she had taken off her coat, sitting on the edge of the bucket next to Rosen, with her legs in the water. At this moment, Nami looked at Rosen with a little smile, as if she was talking to Rosen. This little thieving cat, you really can't let down your guard against her at all. As Karina finished speaking, her body turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the deck. As expected, Nami and Karina are mortal enemies. With Nami here, Karina felt much more relaxed when facing Captain Rosen. She clearly has a crush on Rosen. Yuta rested his chin with his hands and looked in the direction of the cabin with a smile on his face. What about you? Do you have a crush on Rosen, your red-haired daughter? Hina narrowed her eyes slightly and stared at Yuta closely. Want to get information from me? Yuta smiled and glanced at Hina. However, this bit of information is not a big deal. I do have a crush on Rosen. After hearing this, Hina continued. In that case, aren't you going to fight for Rosen? Besides, aren't you jealous of Rosen's behavior? Tashigi looked at Yuta with the same curiosity. Yuta smiled and said. Although I have a crush on Rosen, I want to go out with Rosen on my own terms. As for jealousy, Rosen's diary has already let me know what kind of person he is. If I still like him under such circumstances, then there will be no reason to be jealous. The worst thing is that in the end, we can just marry Rosen together with Karina and the others. Yeah, sure enough, most people still want to have fun and get along. After saying that, Yuta nodded heavily. When Hina and Tashigi saw Yuta's open-minded look, they couldn't help feeling that Yuta was indeed their red-haired daughter. Since you are so open-minded, you probably don't mind having another woman in Rosen. Hina took a deep breath and said to Yuta, "From your tone, it sounds like you want to develop something with Rosen." Yuta walked up to Hina and looked at me and Na with interest. Hina nodded heavily. "That's it, what about you?" Yuta looked at Tashigi. Me. Tashigi was stunned on the spot. It's a completely different reaction. It seems interesting. Come on, I'll take you to Rosen's place. Let's see how you react when the time comes. After Yuta finished speaking, Hina and Tashigi directly walked towards where Rosen was. Should I go too? Tashigi thought that Rosen was taking a medicinal bath at the moment, and his face instantly became like an apple. Of course, by the way, how about I choose 2 good-looking sets for you? If you are in my ability space, I think I can help you change your clothes more conveniently. But since Rosen is taking a medicinal bath, let's use real clothes. Yuta said, speeding up her pace again. The other side. Hey, Rosen, do you think I look good like this? Nami sat on the edge of the medicinal bathtub, raised her hand and put it on Rosen's shoulder, and said with a smile on her face. Well, it's quite beautiful. By the way, I'm taking a medicinal bath. You took off your coat, do you want to take a bath with me? Didn't you see that Kaya next door is blushing? Rosen said, looking back at Kaya. Seeing this, Kaya smiled coquettishly. She wanted to leave here and leave space for Rosen and Nami. It's just that she still needs to add new medicinal ingredients for Rosen from time to time, so naturally she can't leave. What does it matter? Nami said, raising her toes and tapping Rosen's leg. Although Rosen had previously taken a photo of her and put it in his diary. But just that one photo is obviously not enough for Nami. She wants more points. She even wanted to get the Thunder and Lightning template from Rosen. Although she has doubts about whether she has the attributes to use the Thunder movie template. But no matter what, Nami wanted to give it a try. Nami, you are really bold for a man you have met for less than a day. Rosen took a look at Nami's beautiful long legs and said. After all, Captain Rosen, when you rescued me earlier, I promised to give you everything I had. Besides, this is my first time doing this. I will only treat you like this in the future, Captain Rosen. Nami thought of Rosen's previous overly open evaluation of her, and naturally wanted to show Rosen her dedicated attitude. At this moment, the door of the medicinal bathroom was pushed open. A figure flashed past the door and landed directly in Rosen's medicinal bathtub, causing waves of water to splash. It's you, Karina. Why, you want to take a medicinal bath too? Rosen looked at Karina, who was sitting directly opposite him and sitting on his lap, who had also taken off her coat. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and took 3 different Kakuzu photos for Karina. Yes, the potion prepared by Kaya is good for the body. So I wanted to take a dip too. Captain Rosen, you won't drive me away. Karina smiled and put her hands on both sides of Rosen's shoulders, preventing Nami from entering the water. She noticed the photo in the copy and immediately gave Nami a provocative look. It's like saying, look, I have 2 more pictures than you. When Nami saw this, a bow immediately popped out of his forehead. Cunning fox. Nami secretly spat in her heart, looked at the size of the medicine bath bucket, and said to Rosen resentfully. Captain Rosen, I think you should change to a larger medicinal bathtub. In this way, I can also try this medicinal bath. After hearing what Karina said about the effects of medicated baths, I wanted to give it a try. Behind a few people, Kaya's face was so red that she almost smoked. Please, my medicinal bath is not for you to take a bath together. In this case, Kaya can only complain in her heart. This is a medicinal bathtub, not a swimming pool. If it's too big, the number of medicinal materials you want will increase. That would be too wasteful. Rosen shook his head. Yes, Rosen is right. Nami, if you want to experience it, try it next time. Karina nodded and said provocatively to Nami. Hateful. Nami clenched her fists and glanced at Karina, then smiled at Rosen. Actually, if we all brew together, we don't have to prepare medicinal materials multiple times, which can be considered a kind of saving. When Rosen heard these words, he took a good look at Nami again, and then looked at the barrel. What you said makes sense, but we have to prepare for it next time. After finishing speaking, Rosen opened the diary system and filmed the conditions of himself, Nami and Karina at once. Photo. Just taking a medicinal bath, Nami and Karina both came in. Nico Robin, Rosen, I really enjoyed it. Vivi, am I going to do this in the future? Sati-chan, it seems like a lot of investment is needed to make Rosen a marine. Bakura, I have seen this kind of situation with Tezzolo. This scene reminds me of the Golden Emperor Tezzoro for some reason. Closing square bracket. 0. Please give me flowers. Bakura. I remember in the animation I watched, when Bakura reported work to the Golden Emperor Tezzoro, the man was soaking in the water, surrounded by beauties. Quote. The difference is probably that my place is a medicinal bath and his place is a small swimming pool. Closing square bracket. Bakura. I see, there was a scene like this in the story Rosen read. However, my name was finally mentioned once. It's really not easy to get some points. Speaking of which, Karina was also sitting next to the Golden Emperor at that time, and she was still wearing a swimsuit. At that time, she was sitting on the edge of the pool, stretching her legs into the water, just like Nami is now. Closing square bracket. Although Karina is the Golden Emperor who only approached him in order to steal the treasure, and she is still far away from Tezzoro, but when you think about it, Karina is actually no different from Nami. Closing square bracket. Both are the kind of women who are too open-minded. It seems that if you want to get married, you can neither choose Nami nor Karina. Closing square bracket. Sure enough, the innocent and cute Kaya is better. Closing square bracket. After she completely masters the Tsunade template, it will become even better. At that time, even if she and I had more children, she would still have the capital to feed them. Closing square bracket. How so? I've obviously never done anything like that. Quote. Those are things that will happen in the future. Quote. I have never worn a swimsuit in front of a man. Single quote. Karina looked at Rosen resentfully and thought. Humph, I'm not the same. What Rosen mentioned is that I am too open-minded. Quote. I haven't done the same yet. Quote. He was the first man to see me like this. Quote. The corners of Nami's mouth rose, as if she could see Karina's thoughts at this moment. Why are you talking about me again? Single quote. Kaya. He blushed and looked at Rosen's back. Bakura. Interesting. Isn't Rosen planning to marry Karina and Nami? In that case, why not consider me? I can also feed our children. Charlotte Smoothie. When it comes to feeding our children, I not only have enough capital, but also the ability to prepare various juices for our children. Waidabe. I should be pretty good. I hope Rosen won't dislike older women. Speaking of Golden Emperor Tezzoro, this guy is really a talent. Closing square bracket. From nothing to something in just 12 years, from the beloved woman being killed by celestial dragons, to being reduced to a penniless slave, to taking away the golden fruit used by Shichibukai Doflamingo to build momentum. In order to gain strong strength and reach a consensus with Doflamingo to become a business partner. In the end, Bailey became the world's richest man with his amazing talent, controlling 20% of the world, and even had the power to use world government. Closing square bracket. Tezzolo has experienced a lot along the way. Closing square bracket. Bakura. Huh, Tezzolo was once a slave. Stussy. Funny, there is such a thing. Gion. Tezzolo, is there such a thing between you and Shichibukai? Monet. Oops, now Marine may have to focus on the line between the young master and Tezzolo. This man is better than me. Closing square bracket. Khalifa. Hey, this arrogant man actually admits that he is not as good as Tezzolo. Tezzolo was once captured by the celestial dragons for the woman he loved. If the fishman Tagore hadn't caused trouble in Mariajoy, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Closing square bracket. Boa Hancock, is he the same? However, this guy was clearly treated so badly by the celestial dragons, and in the end he had to lick his face to please the celestial dragons. Closing square bracket. Although it is for his benefit and purpose, it cannot be said to be wrong. Closing square bracket. But at this point, I absolutely can't do it. Closing square bracket. You want me to please the celestial dragons. Unless I get my head smashed between the legs of Charlotte Stussy or Charlotte Snamon. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Snamon. Huh, my legs. Charlotte Stussy. Oh, my name was mentioned again. It seems that the legs of long-legged people are indeed attractive to Rosen. In other words, it is my legs that are attracted to Rosen. Gravity. Haha. Quote. Boa Hancock, pleasing to the celestial dragons. Gion. Tezzolo, was he once a slave of the celestial dragons? Bakura, surprisingly, there is such a thing. Where? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 131 The Golden Emperor is an enemy of marine and pirates, Hina is willing to repay the favor. Tezzolo is also a man who wants to be affectionate, but if his dead lover knew that he bowed to the celestial dragons, even if he was pretending, I don't know how he would react. Closing square bracket. It's a pity that this guy didn't end well in the end. Closing square bracket. No wonder, if you use your own fruit ability to do something like that, sooner or later something will happen. That guy never imagined that in the end, he would be the enemy of the pirates, Marines, Revolutionary Army, and world government. Closing square bracket. Dole, isn't it going to end well? If something happens to Tezzolo, it will have a huge impact on the world economy. Stussy, interesting, what this guy did has attracted the attention of so many forces. Bello Betty, did we also attack Tezzolo? Could it be that we went to this guy to ask for revolutionary funds? Guion, the deal with Doflamingo ended up causing many forces to fight against each other. It seems that this Tesoro needs to be investigated carefully. Karina, did I take away the entertainment city of Tezzolo under such circumstances? My future me is so awesome. Wait, I can't be my future self. This guy Rosen is going to be killed by Nami, take it away. Quote. At this moment, there is the largest entertainment city in Tezzolo. Baccarat stood up from her seat excitedly. She looked deeply at her copy of the diary and frowned tightly. Although Rosen did not mention what Tezzolo actually did with his abilities. But as a cadre of Tezzolo, Baccarat naturally knew. Obviously, Tezzolo's plan to use gold powder to quietly control his, June 1st, people was discovered by someone. In the end, it caused many reactions. As a result, Tezzolo was besieged by many parties. It turns out that Tezzolo will not only experience Karina stealing Gulen Tezzolo. Will there still be a terrible future where we are jointly attacked by multiple forces? And he's an escaped slave of the Celestial Dragons. If people from Marine and World Government know about it, they might come back to arrest him. I originally wanted to wait and leave here. It seems we can't wait any longer. Baccarat murmured to herself and looked out the window. Rosen, I hope I can meet you on the sea after I leave here. Captain Rosen really recorded some exciting things. Yuta was walking in the aisle of the Xenia cabin, looking at the copy of the diary in front of her and muttering to herself. Suddenly, she turned to look at Tashigi and Hina beside her. By the way, what do you two think? Tashigi was shocked when he heard this and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Yuta. Hehe, it's okay, don't be shy. I grant you permission to produce a copy of your diary. But you can still take a look at a copy of my diary. You see, Rosen has recorded many heavenly events. It also involves celestial dragons and stuff. Yuta said with a smile and pointed to her diary. No, I'm not shy about your copy of the diary. It's because of who I am now. Yuta, Colonel Hina, do we really want to go directly like this? Tashigi pursed his lips and looked at Hina, who was standing on the other side of Yuta, with a blushing face. Now that I've changed into this outfit, Hina thinks I have to make good use of it. Hina crossed her arms and nodded while looking at a copy of Yuta's diary. Since Yuta didn't mind her viewing a copy of the diary, Hina naturally didn't mind learning more about Rosen through it. After noticing the photos of Nami and Karina posted by Rosen, Hina looked at herself again. At this moment, Hina was wearing a fancy swimsuit in the style of Xavier. The sparse pieces of cloth made her proud figure even more conspicuous. This approach should be feasible. Single quote. Hina thought to herself. She thinks that her current outfit is much better than Karina and Nami's current outfit. It's no wonder that Karina and Nami were not carefully prepared. At this moment, they were just taking off their coats. And it's just a simple, ordinary person mode. As for Hina, she has carefully prepared a summer beach suit. At this point, Hina thinks she is better than Nami and Karina. She was even ready for Rosen to be attracted to her and then she would successfully return the favor. Suddenly, Hina seemed to have thought of something and said to Tashigi. Don't worry too much, Tashigi. Just think of it as a trip to the swimming pool. Besides, Hina will protect you. Yuta also smiled and patted Tashigi on the shoulder. That's right, don't worry too much. I just want you to be a model for Rosen. Didn't he say before that he wants you to be her model? Miss Hina is with you. I believe that even if Rosen can't control it, he will give priority to the more mature Miss Hina. You know, Rosen likes to be mature. When Tashigi heard this, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Although her figure is indeed much greener than Hina's. Likewise, the swimsuit she chose was also extremely conservative. But when Yuta said this, as a woman, Tashigi still felt a little bit disappointed. However, before Tashigi could speak, Yuta suddenly stopped and raised his hands to hold Hina and Tashigi. Here we are, right here. Yuta put his hands on his hips and pointed at the label next to the door. There, the three characters, infirmary, were clearly written. Infirmary. Shouldn't it be a medicinal bathroom? Hina asked confused. Hehe, the medicinal bathroom is also part of the infirmary. This is all Kaya's territory. The space here is also relatively large, which is quite convenient. Yuta smiled and looked at Hina and Tashigi carefully. Not bad, no flaws, both mature style and pure neighborhood style. Rosen would probably like it very much and would be happy to have your appearance at this moment engraved in his mind. I should record you in the diary as well. Well, am I considered an enemy? Forget it, you won't get many points at once anyway. And Rosen also said that your future will be like that. It won't pose any threat to us. After saying that, Yuta nodded heavily. She didn't notice that Hina and Tashigi were already looking extremely embarrassed because of Yuta's self-centered speech. Please, although our future will be very good, you can't say it in front of us, we also want to become stronger, okay? Of course, Tashigi and Hina only dared to think about similar complaints in their hearts. The two of them finally saw that Yuta was not only a music elf but also a little devil. If they really dare to say such things, I wonder how Yuta will give them two small shoes in the future. ... If you two get points. Please, thank me properly. Yuta patted Hina and Tashigi on the shoulders, then turned around, pushed open the door of the infirmary before Tashigi was ready, and pulled the two of them quickly to the medicinal bath in the infirmary. The year of the house. Rosen, I'm here with benefits. Hehe, thank me well. Yuta said with a smile on his face. Photo, the way Yuta walked in the door surprised me. Gion, my red-haired daughter, did she do something? Wait, Karina and Tashigi are dressed like this in this photo. Skylark, it's difficult, are they going to do such and such things with Rosen? Boa Hancock, huh, what a boring man. If I hadn't seen you saying that you wanted to deal with the celestial dragons, I would have killed you long ago. Dole, no wonder Hina and Tashigi couldn't reply to the message. Sure enough, they were being watched by Rosen's people. In this state, are they really going to hand themselves over? Blushing Vivi, let's see, hey. It's Tashigi and Hina in swimsuits. Are they still on Rosen's boat? Rosen, you really like beautiful girls. It seems that forming an alliance is right. Nico Robin, finding Princess Vivi is the right choice. Stussy, in a situation like Rosen's, it seems that even if she is unwilling to accept a woman as a crew member, he is willing to accept it as long as she has been injured by him twice. Yuta, what are you doing? After Rosen saw Yuta entering the room with Hina and Tashigi, he subconsciously took a photo and put it in his diary. Then he continued to endure the temptation from Karina and asked Yuta. The scene in front of me was a bit surprising to be honest. Yuta's outfit is quite normal. But in Rosen's eyes, the outfits of Hina and Tashigi behind Yuta were not very serious. Hehe, these two women want to see you. He also said he wanted to repay you for his kindness. I guess since it's Captain Rosen. If you want to repay your kindness, of course you have to do it this way. How about it? Do you want to use a sketchpad to record it? I know you like this. Yuta first nodded to Karina, Nami and others, and then came to Rosen with the drawing board that had been prepared. Yuta knew that Rosen could use his system to take photos and record videos. But, he will also use the brush in his hand to paint from time to time. The content of the painting is naturally related to the female crew members on the Senya. I see, I'm here to repay my kindness. So, you two have thought it through and planned to repay the favor with your own body. Rosen patted Karina's thigh, motioned her to sit on the edge of the medicinal bathtub, on her other side opposite Nami, and took the drawing board handed over by Yuta. Because of his superb painting skills and excellent system. After a while, a sketch of a carefree Hina standing there and a shy Tashigi not knowing where to stand appeared on Rosen's drawing board. It was the first time Nami saw Rosen painting live. When she saw Rosen's paintings, she became even more convinced that the serial interrogations and car inspections in her diary were drawn by Rosen himself. Without him, the painting style of Kuanyin.com is really similar. Does this man want to have sex with Tashigi and Hina right now? See you Nami. After Rosen quickly polished the painting, he became more and more suspicious. The sketch is okay. If you haven't read Rosen's comic strips and don't look carefully, you will just think it is a simple character sketch. But after polishing it, Nami felt that something was obviously wrong. If I want to say something, this is exactly the style of painting this character. Yuta, what are you bringing them here for? This place is obviously full. Karina looked at Yuta and said slightly complaining. Nami also pursed her lips and looked at Yuta's new partner. Hehe, what does it matter? Quite interesting, isn't it? Besides, they don't get much benefit. Yuta shrugged and said casually. What she said about not getting much 0.6 benefit was naturally after seeing Rosen only take a photo of Tashigi and Hina. Seeing Yuta's appearance, Karina and Nami could only shake their heads helplessly and turned their attention to Tashigi and Hina. This swimsuit looks good. Maybe I can wear it later to attract Rosen. Nami stared at Hina's outfit and thought. Although Tashigi's outfit is simple, it should be unique if I wear it. Karina looked Tashigi up and down, making Tashigi feel like a little white rabbit being stared at by a hungry wolf. So, you are not going to answer my question. Miss Hina, Miss Tashigi. After Rosen quickly finished a painting about Tashigi and Hina, he still didn't get an answer from the two, so he couldn't help but raise his head and ask them questions. If you want to repay your kindness, Hina can satisfy you. But as for Tashigi, just looking at it like this is enough. Compared to Tashigi, the more feminine Hina should be more in line with your preferences. Hina took a deep breath and finally said what she was thinking. After she finished speaking, she deliberately wrapped her arms around them and lifted the two burdens in front of her. Even though I was prepared, when I actually said these words and made these actions. Hina also had a blush on her face. Rosen could even see that her exposed skin was turning rosy. Colonel Hina. Tashigi looked at Hina with emotion and complexity. Chapter 132 The Undercover Reveal, the CP9 Undercover in the Seven Waters capital, and the Vice Admi. Interesting, this is really interesting. To be honest, your behavior really surprised me. Besides, your posture is quite attractive. Keep your current posture and don't move, I will make another painting. Tashigi over there, you're pretty good too. The shy look is exactly proportional to the confident Hina. That's right, even if it looks like this, don't move. Rosen raised his eyebrows with interest and picked up his paintbrush again. Although he has recorded Hina's photo at this moment. But Rosen thinks, his collection can't just be systematic photos but also has real-life paintings. And his words also succeeded in making Hina and Tashigi's heads emit smoke due to overheating of the CPU. But even though they were very shy, the two of them couldn't refuse Rosen's request at this moment. Even if Yuta pushed her copy of her diary in front of them and let them see the photo taken by Rosen that can be enjoyed by all holders of copies of the diary. Photo. Close-up shots of Hina and Tashigi. I have to say, seeing Hina and Tashigi's fashion shows, I feel like swimming. Quote. When I pass by the Seven Waters City in the future, maybe I should ask the boatman there to help me get a larger pirate ship that can have an artificial swimming pool. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, although the history of this world has changed, those CP9 agents should still be working undercover there for the ancient weapon Pluton drawings. Closing square bracket. Otherwise, I can go find them to build a boat for me when the time comes. Closing square bracket. Anyway, two of these spies have pretty good shipbuilding skills. Closing square bracket. Hina, Tashigi, Khalifa, this guy knows that we are undercover in the capital of Seven Waters. How bad is this? Belobeti, is it the capital of the Seven Waters? The undercover agent should be a boatman. It's worth paying attention to. Charlotte Smoothie, ancient weapon. This is really interesting. People in the world government are actually thinking about obtaining this legendary O5 thing. Stussy, Rosen can even know the information about the ancient weapon. Now whether it is Marines, pirates, or the Revolutionary Army, they will want to have him even more. Black Maria, is it the blueprint of the ancient weapon? If necessary, Vice Admiral may have to steal it from these spies. Gion, people from the world government are actually thinking about such a thing. However, Rosen knows a lot about some troublesome things. Dole, but those agents are just undercover agents. Maybe the ancient weapon blueprints are not necessarily there. Or, Rosen will directly reveal the location of the blueprints, allowing world government agents to end their undercover career early. Khalifa calmed down after a moment of panic. She also thought about this. Although their identities may be exposed. But if Rosen could reveal the location of the ancient weapon when revealing their names, that might be a good thing for them. As long as the Pluton blueprint can be obtained quickly, he can leave the Seven Waters City before other forces intervene. Victory belongs to them. However, Khalifa's idea will eventually come to nothing. At this moment, Rosen did not mention that the drawings of the ancient weapon were with Frankie at all. Rosen's attention quickly returned to Hina and Tashigi. Hina, this woman, actually used the excuse that Tashigi's figure is not as good as hers, telling me that if I want her, I can just have her. Closing square bracket. What a good boss who cares about his subordinates. Closing square bracket. However, the current Hina must not have imagined that although the current Tashigi's figure cannot compare with her. Quote. But in 2 years, Tashigi will usher in a second development. Closing square bracket. When the time comes, Tashigi will have a heart that Hina will not have either. Closing square bracket. I don't know what kind of reaction Hina would have had when she saw Tashigi's heart at that time and thought about what she said at that moment. Closing square bracket. When Yuta saw this, the corners of her mouth were already raised. Hina, on the other hand, raised her eyebrows and looked at Tashigi's heart, as if wondering why Tashigi could develop a second time. Under Hina's eyes, Tashigi buried his head again, embarrassed to look at her. Speaking of Tashigi's feelings, I have to say that her boss Smoker is really a good boss. Closing square bracket. During the duel with Law, Smoker and Tashigi were forced to switch bodies due to the influence of Law's ability. Closing square bracket. It turns out that this Smoker, because of his habit of not buttoning his shirt, controlled Tashigi's body and unbuttoned his shirt while his consciousness was still in Tashigi's body. Closing square bracket. Tisk, tisk, if it hadn't been for this, I really wouldn't have known that Washi had such a broad heart. Quote. But speaking of it, there is something strange. I didn't seem to see Tashigi's clothes at that time. Closing square bracket. Did Smoker also tear it off and throw it away? Tashigi, Colonel Smoker, actually do such a thing. Wait, if it's him, it's really possible. Wait, in the future, I won't be swapping bodies with Smoker, right? No, no. Hina, Smoker, even in the future it will still be like that. However, being affected by Luo's ability and switching bodies is a strange devil fruit ability. Monet, Luo, is he that boy? When Naomi Mo saw Rosen mention Luo's name, there was a hint of hesitation on his brows. Tashigi is also in bad luck following Smoker. Closing square bracket. It's okay if you don't know how to understand a woman's shyness. Closing square bracket. It's not that good in terms of strength either. Closing square bracket. Even if he becomes the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, it cannot be compared with the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral who was sent by the pirates to serve as an undercover agent in the Marine. Closing square bracket. Smoker took action with hatred after learning that the other party was an undercover agent. As a result, he was beaten violently and was almost completely unable to fight back. Closing square bracket. Tashigi feels too insecure with such a boss. Closing square bracket. Should I advise this Tashigi again? If she is really willing to quit Marine, I will accept her to avoid being tricked by Smoker. Closing square bracket. Tashigi, the undercover hiding in Marine. Will I die? Could it be that this undercover killed me and Colonel Smoker? Hina, in the future, something like this will happen again. Who did it? Dole, is there an undercover agent arranged by the pirates in the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? No, it could also be the future Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Guion, to be able to reach the level of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, this undercover agent is very capable. Charlotte Smoothie, Marine, it's not that big of a deal, it's about to be stolen, haha. Stussy, are you undercover? It's not easy to become the Vice Admiral of our headquarters. Who would have arranged it? Sugar, no, don't say the name. Monet, God, please don't tell Rosen to say Virgo's name. I have to sigh, that guy is quite good at it. Closing square bracket. We were able to arrange for an undercover Vice Admiral to be at Marine's place. Closing square bracket. Shichibukai has no one to his level. Closing square bracket. Monet, stop talking, please. Stussy, Shichibukai arranged it. Haha, I seem to know who it is. Guion, 7 warlords of the sea. Arranged undercover agents to go to naval headquarters. This is really, quite interesting. Dole, young fellow Rosen, don't speak half-heartedly. Which Shichibukai is it? Is it Crocodile or Doflamingo? Could it be that the Empress used her charm to instigate a certain Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters? Boa Hancock, is it an undercover arranged by Shichibukai? He looked at the content displayed on the copy of Yuta's diary with a serious expression, hoping that Rosen would reveal the name of Shichibukai and the name of Marine's undercover agent. But Rosen seemed completely focused on admiring her and Tashigi at the moment. Therefore, no new content can appear on the diary copy for a long time. Such a scene made Ling Jiaona frown tightly. Hina, frowning doesn't look good. Keep the cold attitude just now. Or, if you feel that being cold is not good, you can also act like a bitch. Rosen noticed Hina's frown and immediately took the paintbrush and said to her. This. Hina twitched the corner of her mouth. Hina won't. Why not? Rosen raised his eyebrows. It's okay to give it a try. Don't you want to repay the favor? I can repay the favor myself, but can't I just show my face? Still, let's go to my room and have a fight now. Then you know how to look like that. When Hina heard Rosen's bold words, even she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Thinking of some of the expressions Rosen painted in his works about her. Hina finally sighed and tentatively put on her own expression in the comic strip. Aren't you quite good at this, Ms. Hina? Rosen looked at Hina's expression and said with admiration. As soon as these words came out, Hina felt more and more helpless. At this moment, Yuta on the side pushed his copy of the diary in front of Hina again. It's so similar, this expression is so much like a real slut, it doesn't look like it's fake. Closing square bracket. Could it be that she is really a very casual woman? It can't be wrong, otherwise why would this woman come over and ask for something to repay her kindness? Quote. Although I was the first to say this at the beginning, but she actually wanted to do this, she must have figured it out too quickly. Closing square bracket. Generally, women who are a little bit ashamed will not agree to my conditions, just like Tashigi. Closing square bracket. Wait a minute, is this Hina already used to this when she was in Marine? Now that I think about it, this woman does have many suitors around her. Closing square bracket. Could it be that what I see in the animation is her usual appearance, but in private life, she is actually an extremely open-minded woman? Hiss. If it were true, that would be a bit scary. Closing square bracket. In this way, if I really sleep for one night, I don't know who will suffer. Closing square bracket. Hina looked at the contents of the diary in front of her, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her face kept turning red. But this time, she wasn't blushing out of shame. But it was purely because of Rosen's anger. What does it mean to be open and understand no shame? Isn't this what you want? Hina wanted to yell out what she was thinking to Rosen. However, before she could speak, Rosen spoke first. Let's draw here first. Yuta, take Hina and Tashigi out. Next, I have to take a nap. Kaya, remember to call me when you see me later. Rosen suddenly hit him and handed the drawing board in his hand to Yuta. Rosen, are you going to rest like this? Nami put her hand on Rosen's shoulder and asked quickly. She is now eager to get points from Rosen, and even a template for Rei's movie. So waiting an extra minute or second made her very anxious. After fighting the Golden Lion just now, I am very tired. If you hadn't run in earlier, I would have fallen asleep in the medicinal bath. Now that I have been delayed for such a long time, I am even more tired. Nami, I know you will have something to talk to me about. Don't worry, I will talk to you carefully later. Rosen smiled at Nami, then looked at Hina and Tashigi. As for you two, please report here first to repay your kindness. Of course, this alone cannot offset the kindness of saving a life. I believe you think so too. Wait for 2 years, after your body shape has changed. Come be my model again. Especially you, Tashigi. I'm quite looking forward to you. As for now, you can almost leave my ship. When Tashigi heard this, he thought of the situation Rosen described in his diary 2 years later, and his face and neck instantly turned red. Hina frowned tightly. If it's true, let this man develop step by step for 2 years. This man will become impossible to deal with. Leave now, that's it. Hina thought silently. Chapter 133. The moment the news exposed Rosen, the world was shocked. Just when Hina wanted to continue chatting with Rosen, she saw that Rosen had closed his eyes. His steady breathing was as if he had fallen asleep. Kaya noticed Rosen's condition and came over. Everyone, please leave first. Next, it's my job. As Rosen's partner, Karina naturally knows what to do and what not to do at this time. She patted Nami on the shoulder and led her to leave. Karina and Nami are still like this. Although Tashigi and Hina had different thoughts, they both left the room obediently and returned to the place where Yuta had left them to change clothes. After Yuta took Hina back to the room to change clothes, Hina turned to look at Tashigi and said quietly. Tashigi, is Hina disliked by Rosen? Tashigi opened his mouth, but chose silence after all. She didn't know what she should say at this time. Hina looked at Tashigi's expression, then at Yuta's playful look, and couldn't help but clenched her fists. Damn it, Hina, I want you to make sure whether Hina belongs to an untouched woman. At this moment, the idea of repaying kindness with one's own body began to change in the direction of anger. I don't know what you are thinking though, but I think it's better for you two to be ready to leave. I am Rosen, and I will not give you another chance to seduce him into joining your marine. At this time, a slightly unhappy voice appeared behind Tashigi and Hina. The two of them turned around and saw that they didn't know when. Nami was already standing there. At this moment, she was crossing her arms and looking at the two of them with disgust. Nami. Tashigi pursed his lips and looked at Nami, his savior, with a troubled expression. Nami, maybe we can talk. Hina took a breath and spoke to Nami in a slower tone. HMPH, I have nothing to talk about with you Marine. What can you Marines do? Will you help the pirates rule my hometown? Do not make jokes. Now that I have found Rosen, I believe he will help me. It's not just Arlong and his men. And the Marine who shielded them, I will never forgive him. When she mentioned her hometown, Nami's face became gloomy and scary, and she obviously thought of some extremely bad things. Facing Nami like this, Tashigi and Hina were speechless for a moment and could only stand there uneasily. After all, in Nami's case, he is indeed qualified to criticize Marine. If you still remember what I helped you with. Now, don't stop me from taking Rosen to my hometown. After Nami finished speaking, she snorted at Hina and Tashigi, and then she turned and left the room. Only the three of them, Hina, Tashigi, and Yuta, who were all watching, were left. Arlong. Is this the pirate mentioned in Rosen's diary who caused Nami's tragedy? Quote. Hina frowned slightly, remembering the name in her heart. At the same time, on the other side. New World. Wano-kuni. Black Maria, why did you come to us? Runti pushed open the door and walked in with a frown on her face. Behind her is Kim Rami, who is a member of Beast's Pirates. Although the status of Jin Lamy, Runti and Black Maria is very different. However, with the existence of a copy of Rosen's diary, Jin Rami has gradually integrated into the circle of Runti and Black Maria. Although the pirates and the Beast's Pirates were confused, those low-status pirates did not dare to treat Ginrami like before. It is also for this reason that Jin Lamy has a more favorable impression of Rosen, who has never been masked. I came here to talk to you about Rosen. You must have seen the information he disclosed earlier. Black Maria patted the tatami in front of her and spoke to her two colleagues who entered the living room. Of course I saw it. I didn't expect that Kaido would be defeated despite allying with that woman Charlotte Linlin. Which 3 new generation pirates killed them? And he still defeated us on our turf. What were we doing at that time? Runchi frowned and said immediately after sitting down cross-legged. If we don't, won't we be dead? Jin Lami said with a trembling body. What to say? Rosen just said that Kaido was defeated and not dead. So, we won't die either. Although Runchi's tone was tough, she was actually not sure in her heart. The battle between pirates is brutal. Kaido may be able to survive by relying on his strong physical fitness. But those members of the Beast's pirates are not necessarily the same. Perhaps only Rosen knows what will happen to us in the future. Besides, I didn't come to you to complain. It's about finding ways to solve the difficulties we will face in the future. Black Maria said solemnly. Trouble solving. Black Maria, are you trying to get rid of all the new generation pirates that may appear in the future? Runchi asked. Even as Beast's pirates would have trouble doing something like that. Black Maria shook her head. Then what are you going to do? Runchi frowned even more tightly. Go to sea and find Rosen. Black Maria said with firm eyes. Go to sea to find Rosen. Are you confused, Black Maria? Kaido will not allow us to go to sea casually. Run said unhappily. If it was really that easy to go to sea, the holders of the diary copies of Beast's pirates would have already gone to sea. That was before. Black Maria smiled mysteriously, and then her face darkened. Previously, I found Xiaozi, the most famous Ouran in Wano-kuni. She is also the holder of a copy of the diary. I wanted to find a way to make her our partner. But that woman disappeared mysteriously. Now that I think about it, that woman must have gone to sea to look for Rosen. Being able to go to sea in this closed Wano-kuni, I think her identity is more than just an ordinary Ouran. After a pause, Black Maria continued. If Xiaozi is like this, there must be others who have also gone to sea to find Rosen. The owner of Marine's copy of the diary has completely targeted Rosen. There is even a woman named Marine next to Rosen. So, we can't wait any longer. We have to find opportunities to go to sea. If it's any later, maybe we won't be able to make it in time. Even if the 3 of us can't go to sea at the same time, at least one of us needs to be able to go to sea. When Run heard this, he raised his hand and touched his chin. But Rosen wasn't famous before, and he didn't show the power of the demon beast species. You said earlier that you would wait until Rosen and Rosen's partners used character templates to show the abilities of suspected phantom beasts. Use this matter to talk to Kaido again and ask him to allow us to go to sea. Right now, we don't have the conditions to go to sea yet. Hearing this, Black Maria smiled and said, Run-T, you forgot, Rosen killed the Golden Lion. And he had a Morgan's reporter with him. Even if Rosen has no intention of accepting an exclusive interview with that reporter, do you think Rosen will not be famous in the future? After saying that, Black Maria looked at Jin Lami in the same room. Yes. Jin Lami nodded heavily and said, the Golden Lion is a legendary pirate, and was once a member of the same Rocks pirate as Captain Kaido. Such a legendary pirate was killed by Rosen. Captain Kaido will definitely care about Rosen. Perhaps, we can make a fuss about this matter and get Captain Kaido to allow us to go to sea. Why? Black Maria smiled happily when she heard Jin Lami's words and said, you are very good, and you are a very spiritual woman, Jin Lami. As you said, we can encourage Captain Kaido to arrange for people to find Rosen and invite him to join the Beast's pirates. A new pirate who defeated the Golden Lion is enough for Kaido to be interested in inviting him to join the Beast's pirates. After hearing this, Run-T also understood. I see, it can still be like this. Okay, I admit that you convinced me. Just do as you say, Black Maria. Run said. Then, now let's wait for Morgan's reporter to expose Rosen's killing of Golden Lion. Black Maria raised the corners of her mouth and said with an expectant tone. At the same time, Black Maria, Run-T, and Jin Lami were the same. Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Garrett and others also thought of this. 10,000 Kingdoms, Cake Island. I understand, we just have to wait for Morgan's reporters to expose Rosen's defeat of Golden Lion. Then we start taking action, right? Charlotte Custard put down the water glass and raised her head to look at the tall Charlotte Smoothie. That's right. Charlotte Smoothie nodded with a smile and said. Morgan's reporter exposing Rosen's defeat of Golden Lion. The unlimited sword control and other abilities used by Rosen to defeat the Golden Lion should also be exposed. Custard, you and I both use swords. We can all understand how attractive this form of power unlimited sword system is to those who use swords. When the time comes, I will mention to my mother that I am very interested in this man and want him to be my husband based on the fact that Rosen defeated the Golden Lion and can use unlimited sword system. Maybe in this way, mother will agree to let us go to sea to find Rosen. Exactly, didn't Rosen say he was interested in my legs? I think he won't refuse me wanting to get married to him, haha. Charlotte Custard nodded slightly, her left hand fell on the hilt of the sword at her waist, and she secretly nodded to Charlotte Smoothie's statement. She knew Charlotte Smooch was right. Rosen's unlimited sword system is indeed very attractive to people who use swords. Charlotte Smoothie used this as a reason to mention her interest in him to Charlotte Linlin, totally. One that holds its own. Not to mention the fact that Rosen killed the Golden Lion. In this world, many women admire strong men. If Charlotte Smoothie told Charlotte Linlin that Rosen killed the Golden Lion, he is strong enough to be her husband, and applied to go to sea. Looking for Rosen, Charlotte Custard felt that Sha Wang Jiao Lot Linlin might not have the slightest suspicion. After all, Charlotte Smoothie is already strong enough. There are very few men who are worthy of her. And Rosen, who defeated Golden Lion, is naturally suitable. To sum up the above 2 points, Charlotte Custard could not find any reason why Charlotte Linlin dismissed Charlotte Smokina's search for Rosen at sea. It should be no problem to go to sea. The question is, will Mom really let you go to sea, Smoothie? You are our 4th general, and you have the important task of protecting all nations. Even if Mother agrees to let you marry Rosen, she may not let you go to sea. Especially now that Rosen isn't even in the first half of the Grand Line. Charlotte Custard said hesitantly. This is indeed a problem. Charlotte Smoothie sighed, then took a look at Morlot Karstad, Morlot Snamin, Trulot Garrett and Heavy Lot Pudding who were summoned to her room, and then continued, said. That's why I summoned you here. Quote, although I most likely won't be able to go there in person. But I will see to it that one of you leaves the kingdoms to find Rosen. With Rosen's current situation, I don't expect that I can monopolize him. Just like Mom was allowed to have multiple men, I was allowed to have Rosen have multiple women. It's not just the Karina, Kaya, Yuta and others that are already around Rosen. That also includes all of you here. If you have the opportunity to leave the 10,000 nations and go to Rosen, I hope you can invite Rosen to the 10,000 nations for my sake and for yours. Chapter 134 Beauty Exclusive Rosen is undesirable, Nami finally becomes a Thunder movie. In the beginning, Charlotte Smoothie did have the idea of monopolizing Rosen. But as Rosen's diaries began to record more and more information, Charlotte Smoothie began to feel that it might be difficult for her to monopolize Rosen. With Rosen's energy, she couldn't possibly let Rosen abandon Yuta, Kaya and others around him. And now, she may also need to rely on the power of Charlotte Custard, Charlotte Garrett and others. Therefore, although she was helpless, she was gradually ready to share Rosen's ideas with Charlotte Custard, Charlotte Garrett and others. She could see that in addition to Pudding, Custard, Garrett and Snamin all showed great interest in Rosen. This is understandable, after all, Rosen's existence can bring them extremely powerful power. Love is not the most absolute thing for pirates like them, but power is something. In order to get it, they don't mind sacrificing their bodies. Especially knowing that the Big Mom pirates will be defeated in the future, strength is what they need. I understand, I will do as you say. If my mother arranges for me to go to sea then, I will search for Rosen with the greatest determination and find a way to get him to accept the invitation to come to all nations. Charlotte Custard spoke. After her, Charlotte Garrett and Charlotte Snamin also nodded. Although Charlotte Pudding was a little hesitant, she still nodded slightly after being watched by Smoothie and others. Very good, then let's wait for the news that will shock the world. Rookie pirate Rosen kills legendary pirate Golden Lion. I wonder if that guy Morgans would give a news headline like this. I hope that reporter has a camera. In this case, maybe she can record the unlimited sword system used by Rosen. Speaking of which, if Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman, saw the photo of unlimited sword system, I wonder if he would go look for Rosen, haha. Charlotte Smoothie said, turning her head and looking out the window. It seems like this, you can see Rosen in the distance in East Blue. Some time passed. Senya number. At the stern of the ship. Nami, you are here. Nami was looking at the sea in a trance. The sudden sound of 983 made her heart tremble and she quickly turned around. Rosen, it's you. Have you rested yet? When Nami saw Rosen, she ran over in surprise. Yeah, Kaya's medicinal bath works great. Both physically and mentally, I have returned to a complete state. Now, we can talk about you. You must have something to tell me. Rosen nodded slightly and said. Hearing what Rosen said, Nami didn't hesitate at all and directly told the story about the dragon pirates' rule over Kokoja village. She understood that Rosen knew about Kokoja village, so she had no intention of hiding it. On the contrary, she wanted to reveal what happened in Kokoja village quickly so as to officially give Rosen a reason to go to Kokoja village. So, you will definitely help, Rosen. Quote, after all, I'm all yours now. By helping me, you are helping yourself. As Nami spoke, she already put her hands around Rosen's arms, letting Rosen's arms feel her heart from time to time. You're quite good at it, Nami. Obviously I'm doing you a favor, but I say I'm doing it to help myself. Rosen raised his hand and flicked Nami's forehead angrily. In response, he just stuck out his tongue naughtily and smiled softly. That's okay, although I was a little surprised to meet you at the Golden Lion. But since I have accepted you, the Dragon Pirate's affairs are the Flame Blade Pirate's affairs. So don't worry, Nami, I will help you solve the matter in Kokoja village beautifully. Rosen said affirmatively. Awesome, you're awesome, Rosen. Nami jumped up happily, put her hands around Rosen's neck and pulled her into her arms. In an instant, Ron felt a scent of fragrance reaching his nose. It's a pity. If it were Nami from the future, the touch should be better. Quote. However, if the template for Rei's movie is given to Nami. Single quote. I don't know if it will make Nami's body AFAF get closer to 2 years later in advance. After all, if your heart is not broad enough, you can't draw the knife from the heart like in the Thunder movie. Single quote. Rosen felt the feedback from his face and thought to himself. Isn't this enough? Nami pressed Rosen's head firmly into her arms while paying attention to her copy of the diary. However, the copy of the diary did not contain the video recorded by Rosen or the photos taken as she expected. Rosen doesn't even have any relevant written records. This made Nami, who wanted to gain points, feel a little disappointed. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt an extremely powerful energy pouring violently into her body from Rosen's hand on her shoulder. In an instant, the roar of thunder and lightning sounded, and the shining thunder continued to flow through Nami's body. This is. Nami was surprised and let go of the hand holding Rosen's head, staring blankly at the lightning on the surface of his body. Calm down, Nami. Feel this power. If you can master 1/10,000th of this power, the Dragon Pirates will be at your disposal. Rosen put his hands behind his back, opened the Voyage Diary system with interest, and recorded the changes in Nami at this moment. When Nami heard Rosen's words, she immediately realized that Rosen was giving her the template for Rei's movie. In addition to being excited, she quickly followed Rosen's words and calmly felt the energy in her body. At the same time, the movement on Nami also attracted the attention of other people on the ship. Karina, Yuta, Hina and others rushed over quickly. Everyone looked in surprise when they saw Nami's body gradually changing into the costume of General Thunder surrounded by bursts of lightning. Karina gritted her teeth as she looked at Nami, who was surrounded by lightning. Damn it, did Nami manage to trick Rosen into getting the power of the Thunder movie? The power of Reikage is greater than the power of Ye Shenzi. Quote. Wouldn't this make her stronger than me? Moreover, Ye Shenzi is also a descendant of Reikage. Single quote. Do you mean that I also want to be Nami's dependent? No, we can't just wait for death. Single quote. Even if the original Ye Shenzi is no better than Reikage. Quote. That doesn't mean I can't become stronger than Nami. Quote. As long as I can get many more points than Nami. Single quote. I will definitely be stronger than Nami in the future. Quote. When the time comes, Nami should be my dependent. Single quote. I am the first person to board the boat. Quote. Karina clenched her fists and her eyes were firm. At this moment, she had already begun to conceive of her plan to seduce Rosen and film the video. General Thunder and Lightning, Wu Zhang's sword. Rosen actually gave this power to Nami. Can I see that shocking sword from Nami in the future? Tashigi opened his eyes as wide as possible and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Even if he has already seen the infinite sword technique performed by Rosen. But this does not mean that Tashigi has forgotten the unparalleled sword struck by General Raiden. To a certain extent, the God's One Sword and Rosen's unlimited sword system are taking two different paths. One is an infinite sword, and the other is refining one sword into ultimate. No matter which one it is the area of strength that Tashigi longs for in his heart. Beside Tashigi, Hina frowned. Rosen, are you still giving this power to your partners? Quote. With how much Nami hates Marine. Single quote. If she really fully grasps the power of Thunder movie. Single quote. Marine, we may face a very difficult opponent. The more she thought about it, the more worried Hina became. Let's not talk about how convenient it will be to obtain points if Nami stays by Rosen's side. Just talking about Lei's talent in movies, it has absolutely nothing to do with the word, poor. Since Reikage is a god, Hina has reason to believe that the potential of Reikage will be the highest among the templates Rosen previously handed over to his partners, including Yae Kamiko, Elizabeth, and Tsunade. Rei's powerful talent coupled with Nami's ability to gain points from Rosen. Hina even suspected that it might not take long for Nami to fully master the power of Thunder movie. Video. Nami Cheng Lei movie. Charlotte Smoothie. There's still a video screen at this late hour. Wait, Nami becomes a Thunder movie. Wide. This video. Rosen gave the template for Rei's movie to Nami. Damn it, am I still 10 steps late? Peacock. How could this happen? Isn't Nami not allowed to use the attribute conditions of Lei movies? Bello Betty. Oh, now it seems that Nami is going to become the female 4. It's really enviable. Vivi. It's really enviable. As expected, just by boarding Rosen's ship, you can get the template. Gion, don't Nami only possess the two attributes of a Thunder movie? Could it be said that as long as Rosen is willing, he can hand over the template to his partner even if he is not satisfied with the three attributes? Or, there are other attributes not mentioned by Rosen in Rei's movie, and this attribute matches Nami's personal attributes. Gion looked at the video screen in the diary copy in front of him and fell into deep thought. Although she didn't mention it to the other female Marines who had copies of the diary. But in her heart, she is particularly yearning for the wushang knife, shown in Lei's movie. She knows that she fits the template of Lei movies, and if possible, she really wants to embrace the template of Lei movies. You can only give up. Single quote. Gion sighed deeply in his heart. Nami possesses the two attributes of woman and beauty, as well as the attribute of thunder, which barely qualifies her to use the Thunder movie template. Closing square bracket. I hope my decision will not be wrong, and I hope Nami can maximize the power of the Thunder movie. Closing square bracket. This woman is not pursuing Ultimate's martial arts like the Thunder movie. Maybe after defeating the dragon pirates, she slacked off in rescuing her. Quote. It seems that from now on, we should supervise her practice more. Closing square bracket. Black Maria. So, Nami has the attribute of thunder. Gion, thunder. It turns out, does Nami still have three attributes? Nokigao, haha, I didn't expect to see such exciting content so late at night. But Rosen gave Nami the template of Lei's movie, and it seems he doesn't intend to let her go. The Flame Blade Pirates. Now I have no way to replace Nami, so now, do I still need to be Rosen's crew? Forget it, let's wait until we meet with Rosen and Nami before making a decision. I still have the option to board the ship if necessary. However, I really didn't expect that Nami actually has the attribute of thunder. Could it be that she was struck by lightning while traveling outside? Karina, that's weird, why is Nami related to the thunder? Confronting Rosen's diary. Most diary copy holders naturally accept the fact that Nami has this thunder attribute. However, Nokigao and Karina, who are familiar with Nami, are quite puzzled by the fact that Nami has thunder attributes. They would never have thought of it at this moment. Nami's thunder attribute does not mean that she now has the power of thunder. Due to historical reasons, Nami's destiny has the attribute of thunder. How do you feel? Are you still getting used to it, Nami? Rosen asked Funny Ly when he saw Nami looking at him blankly. Feels great, Rosen. What a powerful force this is. Nami looked at Rosen with great excitement and shock. Although we already know how powerful the template of Lei movie is, when we really get such power. Only then did she know what level of power this was. Even though this power was still weak, she seemed to feel that she was being cared for by the gods, as if she could easily crush those people if she really used this power. The majesty of the gods faintly revealed in the movie made Nami worry about whether he was worthy of this power. Chapter 135 Want to find Garp to arrest me. Strongly recommend Hina and Tashigi to quit Marine. At this moment, Nami has noticed the video in Rosen's diary of herself taking the power of Rei's movie and the text that mentions her name many times. Thinking of the points that could be exchanged for this, Nami felt even more grateful to Rosen. About this power, Rosen didn't know that Nami had learned about the template for Rei's film through the diary. So, he opened his mouth and prepared to explain to Nami the template of a thunder movie. But at this moment, he noticed two Marines, Tashigi and Hina, standing beside him, and he immediately shut up. At the same moment, thunder flashed across Nami's body and she quickly retreated from the template of the thunder movie. After returning to her original attire, Nami's legs weakened and her body fell directly in the direction of Rosen. Rosen subconsciously raised his hand forward and supported Nami. However, looking at the cunning and blushing Nami in front of him, Rosen fell into deep thought. Unfortunately, he had no intention of taking advantage of Nami. But when Nami fell down, her body suddenly deflected a kakuzu, causing Rosen's left hand that was supposed to reach Nami's side to slightly miss a kakuzu, and finally landed on one side of Nami's heart. This woman did it on purpose. Single quote. Karina felt like her back molars were about to be broken. When Nami fell down earlier, the cunning flash in his eyes when his body turned did not escape Karina's gaze. Thinking of Nami's character, Karina immediately understood that Nami deliberately deflected Kakuzu with his body, and also deliberately made Rosen obsessed with a soft dish. Rosen, if you want to touch me. Actually, it doesn't need to be like this. As long as you tell me, there's nothing wrong with it. Nami's eyes were filled with peach light, and she looked at Rosen as if she wanted to reject him. Really? Rosen raised his eyebrows and immediately squeezed his hands. Nami, on the other hand, immediately groaned in fright. This scene couldn't help but make Karina even more angry. Just when Nami wanted to go one step further and induce Rosen to take videos and photos. Rosen picked up Nami and handed it to Kaya who was standing aside. At the same time, he shook his head with regret. It's a pity that the power you gained does not allow you to directly obtain the heart bonus like Kaya. I don't know if it's because you usually have too many thoughts. Anyway, let yourself grow up, Nami. Whether it's strength or heart. Otherwise, you may not be able to use Noka's sword. Also, about the powers you gain. I'll explain it to you later. After Rosen finished speaking, Kaya immediately looked aggrieved and shy when her name was called. Noka's sword. Nami blinked, thinking about the noun Rosen mentioned with some confusion. Soon, she understood what Rosen was talking about. That's obviously Wushang's sword. Not far away, Tashigi also thought of this. For a moment, Tashigi's expression looked extremely extreme. It was obviously such a powerful Wushang sword. As a result, Rosen arranged for such a name. For a moment, Tashigi felt that his respect for Wushang Yida seemed to be irreversible. I said, it's almost time for you two to leave, right? If you continue to stay here, do you want me to drag you to sell you? No, no one has put a bounty on Marine yet. Even if I want to sell you, there will be no buyer. Rosen rubbed his chin and said to Hina and Tashigi beside him. By now, Rosen had gotten what he wanted from Hina and Tashigi, and there was no thought of continuing to take them with him. Wait, do you really want to drive us away now? Hina frowned tightly. Tashigi's face also showed a look of reluctance. Of course, this reluctance mostly stems from the reluctance to let go of Rosen's unlimited sword control ability. Otherwise, will you stay here to celebrate the new year? Or are you really planning to have something happen with me? Words. 1. You must be trying to take advantage of me, right? As Rosen spoke, he put his hands in front of him, showing a guarded expression. When Hina saw this scene, a tic-tac-toe appeared on her forehead. You guy. Hina has obviously never been with a man. Hina stamped her feet and said something that would make the women present blush. Then, she stepped forward and walked directly in front of Rosen under the extremely surprised eyes of Tashigi and Kaya. It's too late, but it's soon. But within a moment, Rosen felt that he had once again experienced the same situation he had experienced with Nami on the floating sky island. But this time the heroine is Hina. Rosen blinked, feeling that the technique seemed a bit unfamiliar. Gradually, he also began to doubt his previous ideas. Could it be that I thought wrongly? Quote, this woman is not that kind of open-minded woman. But the kind of person who can really sacrifice himself in order to repay a favor. This character of repaying kindness with kindness is somewhat similar to my motto. Single quote. While Rosen was thinking about it, he opened the Voyage Diary system and started recording Hina's kiss. Video recorded live. Marine Hina's raid. Charlotte Smoothie, Marine. This female Marine actually does this. Waidabe, the same trick as Nami. Did you see the video of Nami being recorded, so you decided to use the same trick as her to guide Rosen to record the video? Black Maria, it's been a minute, and now the points are at 20 points. However, it is impossible to let Rosen become a Marine with this method. Violet, it seems like this is a good way. Maybe we can use this method to get power from Rosen in the future. Bello Betty, whether it is possible to get Rosen to join the Revolutionary Army or not, you can try this method, at least you can get points. It seems that it is necessary to practice your lung capacity. In this way, the time of the video recorded by Rosen will be extended, and then the points will naturally be more. Nokigao, it's amazing. It's been going on for 5 minutes. This female Marine has much stronger lung capacity than Nami. Peacock, you have a skill, Colonel Hina. I wonder if Tashigi will have one later. Gion, isn't there going to be a kissing duration competition in the future? After 5 minutes and 30 seconds, Hina finally let go of Rosen because of difficulty breathing. By this time, Hina's face was as red as an apple. On the one hand, it is caused by shame, on the other hand, it is simply not breathing fresh air. The way Hina was panting at this time was no longer the cold look of Hina in the book. It's quite sweet, but it smells like cigarette smoke. By the way, since you are conducting a surprise attack, aren't you being a little unkind? Shouldn't we negotiate the price first and then do it? Forget it, we've already done it, there's no point in talking about it. Anyway, right, Rosen said, extending his hand to Hina. Hina blinked, looked blankly at Rosen's hands, and then at Rosen's face. It took a long time for her to understand what Rosen meant. You actually asked Hina for money. Why, shouldn't you pay? Your wife wants a free ticket. What, a free ticket? Hina is not that kind of person. I don't care what kind of person you are, but if you touch my mouth casually, don't you have to pay anything? Then am I not too cheap? Rosen said matter-of-factly. Looking at Rosen like this, Karina and Nami were speechless. Rosen obviously liked this kind of thing, but as a result, he didn't let the woman pay after it was done. For a moment, the two of them felt that Rosen was thick-skinned enough to compete with them. Hina has no money. Hina pursed her lips, her voice almost coming out from between her teeth. I don't have money, so what do you think I should do to you? You can choose to let Hina stay and work for you. What? You still want to stay and have free meals? Hina said, Hina can work. Haha, I am a pirate, so I can let you, a marine, work here. Do you want to stay and secretly send my location to other marines? Rosen sneered and looked at Hina with an expression like I've seen through you already. When Hina and Tashigi heard this, they were both shocked, thinking that Rosen actually knew about the copy of the diary. 0, please give me flowers. Not long ago, I met that old guy Garp in East Blue. After that, first met Marine Admiral candidate Gion again. Calculate the time, if they don't sail in the completely opposite direction to me. Their location at the moment should not be far from me. I said, don't you think that after I defeated the Golden Lion, I will become a big threat on the sea in the future? So you want to stay undercover in my place, and then secretly contact Marine using the phone bug you hide in your fourth-dimensional space? Rosen said, raising his hand and pointing at Hina's heart. It turns out that I didn't know the copy of the diary. Single quote. When Hina heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time, she raised her hand and took out a small phone bug from between her heart. This phone bug has been modified and cannot make calls. It's just a special impression phone bug that can record an image. Hina said, pointing to the phone bug. Now that the phone bug has been discovered, she has no intention of hiding it anymore. If Rosen wanted to take it away, the worst she could do was return to Marine Base and narrate the battle between Rosen and the Golden Lion orally. Captain Rosen, these female Marines definitely want to stay with us as undercover agents. Even the special phone bug has been taken care of, let's take it away and drive them away. At this time, Nami took a step forward and stared at Hina and Tashigi fiercely. 0. Especially when looking at Hina. Obviously, Nami is very unhappy with Hina secretly learning her tricks. However, people have learned everything, and they have learned quite well. Although the technique is to stretch the crotch, at least it lasts a long time. The video recorded by Rosen will only count points based on its duration, not the woman's skills. Just thinking that Hina used her own tricks to get more from Rosen than she did. Point by point, Nami was quite unhappy. It must be driven away. But I'd better leave the memory phone bug to them, Marine. I used my ability to look at this phone bug, and it's true that I can't make calls. After Rosen played with the phone bug in Hina's hand for a while, he exchanged it with Hina. But, will this be dangerous? Nami asked worriedly. Is there anything dangerous? Nami, you have to feel confident in me and us. Since I have become a pirate, I naturally have to aim for a high reward. The impression recorded by the phone bug can let Marine fully know my power. In this way, my first reward should be high enough. Rosen laughed. Although such behavior would expose his abilities, Rosen thought that even if his abilities were exposed, the enemy on the opposite side might not be able to cope with it. Moreover, Rosen can also obtain other abilities through the Voyage Diary system in the future. Therefore, he didn't have much interest in dealing with Hina's impression of the phone bug. Okay, Hina, this time the account will be recorded first. Remember to bring Barry next time and pay me. Of course, don't forget that you haven't repaid my kindness yet. When you guys develop a little bit, then let me do the second creation. As he spoke, Rosen stared at Voss. This immediately reminded Hina and Tashigi of the statement mentioned in Rosen's previous diary that Tashigi's physical condition would surpass Hina's in the future. For a moment, Hina felt complicated and Tashigi felt shy. Here are some portraits of you that I drew earlier. Since you are the heroines, you should also get one. You're welcome, I won't pay this time. Rosen then stuffed 2 stacks of picture albums into the arms of Tashigi and Hina, and then greeted Karina and Yuta to put down the Senya's lifeboat. Then, without any explanation, Rosen jumped onto the lifeboat, holding Hina and Tashigi by their collars in one hand. Because of Rosen's power, there was no reaction between the two throughout the whole process. By the way, Hina, if you really want to come to my place, I strongly recommend that you quit Marine. Only in this way can I allow you to join. Tashigi, you too. Rosen raised his hand, patted the two on their shoulders and said. This time, Rosen's words were sincere. Chapter 136, Forging the Supreme Sharp Sword, Searching for the 16th Branch, Colonel Mouse beside CE. Hina, Tashigi, and even Gion, who fought against Rosen last time, were all heroines in Rosen's works. If possible, Rosen would naturally not want to be their enemy. Similarly, I also hope that these heroines can all become his wings like in his second work. If Hina, Tashigi and other Marines really leave Marine and are willing to join his pirate group, Rosen is not unwilling to accept them. However, Rosen also knew that this was unlikely. At least, not possible now. Perhaps, when the world moves forward for a while, and when the world government's conspiracy is really exposed, Tashigi, Hina and others' concepts of justice will be shaken. At that time, Rosen would have the possibility of acquiring them. Rosen didn't know it at this time, but his diary was already secretly shaking Tashigi and Marine's justice. Even the female Marine of the older generation has begun to examine the word justice she carries. Quit, Marine. Tashigi lowered his head, lost in confusion. Hina sighed, knowing what Tashigi was thinking. She could only pat Tashigi on the shoulder to comfort him. Then, this time is the real farewell. Don't be so unlucky next time and get targeted by pirates like Golden Lion Shiki. It's not every time you are so lucky to meet me just right. Rosen said, taking Tashigi's famous sword Shigur that Yuta threw from the Senya. After some hesitation, Rosen chose to use Emiyashiru's cast magic. Projection, start. Successfully analyze the structure of matter. Strengthen, start. Reinforcement, 410, has been completed. The whole project is over. As Rosen recited the incantation, green magic circuits shone on his body. At the same time, blue-white light particles surrounded the entire Shigur blade. This is. Tashigi was stunned by the scene in front of him and said a little unclearly. I strengthened your Shigur. Now its quality should be on the same level as the supreme knife. Come on, young swordswoman. I hope you can become a standalone sword warrior before you leave Marine and become a member of my pirate team. This strengthening is equivalent to my investment in you. After Rosen handed Shigur back to Tashigi, he said to him with a smile on his face. The 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword are rare in the world of pirates. But Rosen is a man who can project a noble phantasm far beyond the supreme knife. Moreover, the Shigur in Insiki's hand is also among the famous swords. When there is a real object, it is quite easy for Rosen to use projection magic to improve its quality to the level of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword. He is indeed investing in Tashigi. Among the Marines, Rosen has the highest fondness for Tashigi. This may have something to do with Tashigi's frequent appearances. Of course, what caught Rosen's eyes the most was the benefits she showed when she and Smoker exchanged consciousness. Lovely character, a shell of character. How could Tashigi not be loved by Rosen? Since he knows that the other party likes famous swords, Rosen doesn't mind building her an unparalleled fast knife with 12 skills. In this way, as long as the other party sees Shigur in the future, he will have to think of him. Thinking of this, the corners of Rosen's mouth couldn't stop rising. The supreme sharp sword, 12 skills. That's a lot of money, Rosen. What about me, do I have the gift of practice? Hina sighed and said to Rosen. After seeing Rosen's infinite sword system, Hina did not doubt the quality of Shigur in Insiki's hands at this moment. Likewise, she was sure that there was no way she could stay on Rosen's Xenia at this moment. What, do you want me to use projection magic to make a black seal for you? Your black threshold is made by your ability. If I strengthen your black threshold for you, are you sure you can still take it back into your body? Rosen waved to Hina and planned to jump back to his Xenia from the lifeboat. At this moment, Hina suddenly grabbed Rosen's hand that had not yet been withdrawn. The next moment, Rosen felt a strange touch. What are you doing? Rosen turned around, looked at the hand that was already on Hina's heart, and asked Hina with some doubts. Nothing, I just want you to remember your current size. Hina in the future will not be like this. As Hina said this, she held Rosen's hand firmly and squeezed it inward. Rosen tilted his head and looked at Tashigi. Miss Tashigi, is she usually like this? Tashigi lowered his head and looked at the situation in front of him with great embarrassment. She understood that Hina was dissatisfied with the fact that the future Hina mentioned in Rosen's diary was not as good as Tashigi. However, she could not mention the contents of these diaries to Rosen, nor did she dare to mention them in front of Hina. Well, you're not bad anyway. Let's meet again if we have a chance in the future. Rosen retracted his hand, stepped on the lifeboat with his legs and quickly returned to the deck of the Xenia. After instructing Karina and others to continue sailing according to the prescribed route, Rosen pulled Nami towards the bow of the ship, where he planned to have a good chat with Nami about the Thunder movie template. As for the Senya, under the control of Karina and Nami, it didn't take long to leave Hina and Tashigi far behind. Hina looked at Senya, who was about to lose sight of its tail, and finally opened her copy of the diary. More than 5 minutes of recorded video, as well as photos taken previously. This time it was quite fruitful. Hina looked at the records in the diary and said with some sigh. She didn't know whether she should be happy or ashamed of the way she earned points. Perhaps, it's both. Tashigi looked at the records in his own copy of the diary, and his mood was also very complicated. Although there is no video of her kissing. But Rosen took a lot of photos of her in the medicinal bathroom. Thinking that these photos have been seen by many diary copy holders, including Gion, Hibari and other female marines, Tashigi now wants to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Don't worry too much, Insichi. Compared to killing the Golden Lion, just letting Rosen take a look is already a very light thing, isn't it? Besides, we also got points in exchange, didn't we? Hina patted Tashigi's shoulder and comforted him. Even so, even so. I can't be as calm as you, Colonel Hina. Tashigi's voice was almost inaudible at this moment. Even I would be shy. It's just that there are some things that should be done. Hina sighed. What should be done? Tashigi looked towards the direction in which the Senya left, thinking of the energy he had spent during this period and what he had seen in Rosen's diary. Then what should I do? Are you continuing to act like Colonel Hina to make Rosen a Marine? However, Rosen hates Marine so much, and there are indeed injustices in Marine. As he thought about it, Tashigi felt that his thoughts were once again buried in a dead end. In the end, Tashigi could only sigh and turn his attention to Shigur. At this time, only by looking at Shigur in his hand, which had been enhanced by Rosen, could Tashigi feel a little calmer. Anyway, let's report our situation to Gion Vice Admiral and Dole Vice Admiral first. We can't let them worry any longer, Hina said, and found the interface of the female Marine chat group in her Japanese copy. Hina, Gion Vice Admiral, Dole Vice Admiral, everyone, Hina and Tashigi have left Rosen's Flame Blade Pirates and are now riding on the lifeboat provided by Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, let's leave now. Weren't you and Rosen hugging each other fiercely earlier? I thought you would go further, but I've already prepared popcorn. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Domino, Sadi-chan, what are you talking about? Close black lens bracket. Dole, haha, Sadi-chan, you are really leisurely. If something like that happens on the video screen, are you sure you can eat the popcorn? Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, that's right, maybe I should prepare some tissues. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina, close black lens bracket. Gion, okay, please stop talking and let's listen to what's going on with Hina and Tashigi. Hina, Tashigi, what exactly happened there and what is the current situation? Close black lens bracket. When it came to business, Hina regained her composure. Soon, Rosen shared what he saw and heard through the Women's Marine chat group. Naturally, this also includes Rosen's strengthening of Tashigi's Shigur. Gion, is that guy Rosen actually capable of strengthening Shigur to the level of a supreme sword? Projection magic is really an unreasonable ability. 01. Doll, Rosen's infinite sword system has so many super standard swords in reserve. To him, the famous swords in this world are really nothing. Rather than this, let's get down to business. Hina, is there really no way for you to guess where Rosen is going? Close black lens bracket. Hina, unfortunately, Rosen's partner Karina and others were very defensive against Tashigi and me. We couldn't even take out a copy of the diary when we were on the Senya. Similarly, Karina and others also concealed the location they were going to next. Perhaps, we can only know where they went back next through Rosen's diary, but too. Peacock, but what, do you have any other discoveries there? Close black lens bracket. Hina, when I faced Nami before, Nami once said, Arlong. This pirate should be one of the pirates who ruled her hometown. If we can know where Arlong is, we may be able to know where Nami's hometown is, where Rosen will definitely go. Close black lens bracket. Domino, this is a good method. I remember that Arlong was a subordinate of Shichibukai Jinbei. Because Jinbei became Shichibukai, Arlong was acquitted. Unexpectedly, he now went to East Blue and ruled Nami's hometown. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, in this case, Shichibukai's ping is equivalent to becoming acquainted with Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Gion, Arlong, I will rule East Blue. Marine will investigate Arlong. However, Rosen mentioned that Marine was protecting the pirates who ruled Nami's hometown. Therefore, the progress of the investigation may not be smooth. Close black lens bracket. Peacock, that's better than doing nothing. We just happened to have arrived in East Blue and can visit Marine base in person. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hina. Hina also plans to go to Marine base. By the way, Hina can also transmit the scene of Rosen fighting the Golden Lion recorded on the special memory phone to Naval Headquarters through the base's special memory phone bug. Close black lens bracket. Gion, Naval Headquarters. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. Morgans, reporters will definitely make Rosen's case public. It is indeed necessary for us to let you on. Shuai and the others know Rosen. Afterwards, I will contact Sister He and ask him to communicate with Marshal Sengoku. Maybe we can delay his being wanted for a while and buy us time for Vice Admiral Garp to stop Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Hina, Vice Admiral Garp. Hina understands. Close black lens bracket. Maybe, before Rosen entered the Grand Line. Only Vice Admiral Garp has the chance to prevent Rosen from truly becoming a pirate. Hina said with emotion after closing the Marine communication group. Garp and Rosen met once and had a good conversation with each other. And Garp has the ability to stop Rosen. These conditions made Hina place her hopes on Garp. T. Xiao, where should we go next? 3.7. Tashigi raised his head and asked weakly. Next, we go to Marine Branch 16 in East Blue. Department 16, is that Colonel Mouse's territory? Yes, we will go to him next. Colonel Hina, do you want to go to the 16th branch to stop Rosen from causing trouble to Colonel Mouse? No, it's just because that place is relatively close to us. Hina recalled the distribution map of East Blue's Marine branch and continued. Given the possibility of Rosen taking revenge on Colonel Rat, and the possibility that he knew the location of Colonel Rat. In order to prevent Rosen from taking revenge on Colonel Mouse, there will be no turning around for him. The Guion Vice Admiral has used her authority to warn Colonel Mouse not to return to Branch 16 for the time being. Speaking of which, it seems that that guy is now finding reasons to follow the Celestial Dragon's fleet because of Guion Vice Admiral's warning. We go to the 16th branch, and we won't meet Colonel Mouse even if we think about it. The purpose of our trip there was to get a ship and upload the contents of the impression phone bug to our superiors. Hearing this, Tashigi nodded silently. Soon, the two of them were operating oars to sail in the designated direction. At this time, Hina and Tashigi would never have imagined how deviant marine they would see in Branch 16 during their trip. No one would have thought that the marine who shielded Arlong and caused the hometown of Nami, now Rosen's partner, to fall into dangerous rule was Colonel Mouse, the colonel of the Marine branch from the 16th branch. Tashigi himself would never have imagined that his concept of justice would be further impacted in the 16th branch. Chapter 137 The bet between Stussy and Morgans, Hawkeye's curiosity about the new 12 workers. Meanwhile, on the other side, Morgan's reporter Ellie is in contact with the World News Agency headquarters with the equipment she finally found that was taken away by the Golden Lion pirates. Soon, a dedicated receptionist answered Ellie's phone. Ellie, you are still alive. So I haven't heard from you. I thought you died in East Blue, haha. A rough voice sounded on the other side of Ellie's phone. How could I die, Wesker, don't curse me. I won't die until I become the most powerful reporter in the World News Service. Ellie scolded her colleagues angrily, and then immediately said. I won't chat with you anymore, help me contact Mr. Morgans. I have very important news to discuss with President Morgans. After Ellie finished speaking, she immediately heard Wesker's laughter on the other side of the phone. Ellie, you know, with your current rank at World Economic News, there is no chance of contacting President Morgans. Unless you have special news. Before Wesker finished speaking, Ellie interrupted him directly. Idiot, I just have big news. In the same era as Pirate King Roger, the great pirate Golden Lion who once forced Roger into despair has reappeared. And he also had a battle with Rosen, a rookie pirate who was also the captain of the new pirate group, the Flameblade Pirates. In the end, Rosen defeated the Golden Lion with great strength. I went through the trial just because I was caught by the Golden Lion. It was precisely because of Rosen's appearance that I was saved. Ellie finished speaking quickly in one breath and took a long breath. Opposite the phone bug, Wesker was a little stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses. Ellie, are you kidding me? Wesker asked with a frown. Idiot, am I kidding about my career as a reporter? I took the photos, set up the device for me, and I will use the equipment around me to send them to you now. Damn it, there are too few negatives, and many photos were not taken. I took some key photos. So many wonderful moments, but it should be enough. Ellie said while controlling the photo transmission equipment around her. When Wesker heard this, he doubtfully set up the equipment around him. Soon, a photo was printed. The moment he saw the photo, Wesker rushed out of his office and went straight to the office area of Morgans, the president of World Economic News. President Morgans, big news. The Golden Lion appeared, and he was killed by the new pirate Rosen. Wesker excitedly opened the door and spoke to Morgans, but noticed that there was another person in the room and quickly closed his mouth. The Golden Lion really appeared. Isn't the Rosen you were talking about the captain of the Flameblade Pirates? Morgans turned his head and asked suspiciously. You know. Wesker's eyes widened, and then he looked at Morgans with admiration. As expected of our great president, he actually knew the news a long time ago. Morgans shook his head, looked at the beautiful woman sitting opposite him wearing a dress, a white coat, and a white hat, and said with great sigh. Your intelligence is really powerful, Stussy. I didn't believe it when you said before that the Golden Lion reappeared and was killed by a Flameblade Pirates. As a result, now, all my people have come to report. I think this is true. So, the man who defeated the Golden Lion was really named Rosen. Stussy, the queen of the formal pleasure street who sits opposite Morgans, is the king of the underworld with Morgans. Stussy took a sip of black tea, smiled calmly and said. Can't you just ask your reporter about the next thing? Perhaps your reporters will take photos of the battle, but not necessarily. I just got the news here, but there are no photos that can prove this. Morgans heard this and nodded in agreement. Then, he stood up excitedly and walked towards the door while saying. You made a bet with me earlier about the Golden Lion being killed, so I lost. I can promise you to do something for you after that. I never thought that there would be a day when my intelligence could not match yours. Stussy raised the corners of her mouth and said. In that case, then help me keep track of the Flame Blade pirates. I wish I could know where he was and who he met at any time. Hearing this, Morgan stopped and looked at Stussy doubtfully. You already know about Rosen before I do. Do you still need me to help you keep an eye on his location? Besides, why are you paying attention to his location? Stussy shook his head and said. In terms of intelligence, you are still stronger. I just happen to know about the Golden Lion. As for why I want you to pay attention to Rosen, you will know as time goes by. Morgans raised an eyebrow. Mysterious woman, nothing more, willing to admit defeat. I will help you keep an eye on Rosen's affairs. Haha, this guy defeated the Golden Lion. He is a man worth noting. When the time comes, if you buy more of my newspapers, you should be able to find out what's going on with Rosen. Stussy took another sip of black tea. I need first-hand information. Morgans waved his hand and left his office. His voice reached Stussy's ears from outside the door. Okay, first-hand news is first-hand news. Stussy raised her hand and stroked the blonde hair beside her ear, and a very charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In front of her, there is a diary-like object that Morgans cannot see. On the cover of the diary, the words, copy of Rosen's diary, Stussy version, are clearly written. Rosen, you are often reluctant to reveal your exact location in your diary. Single quote. If you were willing to reveal it, I wouldn't bet with the Morgans. Fortunately, I am. Please don't reveal the news about Vegapunk and the relationship between me and Vegapunk so quickly. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble. Quote. Stussy murmured in her mind, thinking of Rosen's words about herself when she mentioned Vegapunk. Although Rosen didn't make it clear what happened to Vegapunk's Cake Island. But Stussy had a hunch that when he appeared in that place, he might no longer have the identity of a world government CPC agent. Cake Island is facing the arrival of the new 4 emperors, Marine Admiral, and 5 elders. The situation there almost never gives her the opportunity to leisurely maintain her status as a CP0 agent. Oh man, I care about, I want to gain the strength to resist the waves of the future from you. Single quote. What price do I have to pay, Rosen? Single quote. Stussy closed the copy with his mind and looked deeply out the window. Soon, your news will be broadcast to every corner of the world. Except for those of us who hold copies of the diary. Quote. The 4 emperors, Marine Marshal, Marine Admiral, Revolutionary Army Leader and other characters will all be watching you. Quote. Haha, Charlotte Smoothie and the others can also find an opportunity to take action. Single quote. Rosen mentioned my name in the diary, and Smoothie and the others most likely know that I have a copy of the diary. Do we need to have a shoulder-to-shoulder relationship with them to discuss and form an alliance? Stussy thought of this and took out an invitation letter from her arms. The words, Big Mom Pirates Tea Party, are clearly written on it. The next day, the sun rose as always, and the warm sunshine shone on the vast sea. For ordinary civilians, today is an ordinary day as usual. But for the major forces on the sea, it is by no means a simple day. As the World Economic News Service's newspapers fly to the world from branches in the 4 seas, the first half of the Grand Line, New World and other sea areas. A piece of news about rookie pirate Rosen and the captain of the Flame Blade pirates went to sea and killed the legendary pirate Golden Lion with mysterious swordsmanship, has fallen into the eyes of powerful forces such as the Marine, 4 emperors, and the underworld. Similarly, he also fell into the eyes of Hancock, the world's #1 swordsman who had just arrived in East Blue and was killing the Creek pirates to kill his leisure time. The ability to use mysterious power to create famous swords out of thin air, and even surpass the ability of famous swords. A sword that can create gold out of thin air and cut off the Golden Lion's Cuckoo and Sakura Plus. Can you copy Golden Lion's Cuckoo and Sakuraju, and use the same slashes as Golden Lion? Being able to create a land full of swords that never ends, unlimited sword system. Every sword in unlimited sword system possesses the power that surpasses the supreme sword. It can even create a huge axe sword and kill the Golden Lion with absolute power. Hancock murmured, looking at the several blurry photos in the newspaper in his hand. On each photo, words such as, Golden Sword, Unlimited Sword System, and, Shoot 100 Heads, were written respectively. There is Rosen in every photo. However, due to distance and resolution, the human eye cannot discern Rosen's true appearance through the photo. Even Hawkeye is like that. Even so, Hawkeye's face showed an expression of interest. Looks like this trip to East Blue won't be boring. Rosen, you have the ability to create a sword that surpasses the Supreme. I hope I can meet him. After saying that, Hawkeye put down the newspaper in his hand and continued to let the sea breeze blow the sails and sail his ship forward. Gradually, I don't know how much time passed. The movement of the wind and the feeling of being watched made Eagle Eye Miho 213 grams open his eyes again. He turned his head and looked in the direction of his vision, where there was a lifeboat floating in the wind not far from him. There was only a pink-haired woman and a girl holding a knife on the boat. The person who made Eagle Eye realize that he was being watched was the girl holding the knife. Huh, this knife. After Hawkeye looked at the long knife blade reflecting sunlight in the girl's hand, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Then, his figure flashed and he was already on the lifeboat. Mahawk. The girl holding the sword, Tashigi, looked at the world's greatest swordsman who suddenly appeared in front of her, and took a step back in horror. Shichibukai Mahawk, we are Marine, please. Don't act rashly. The pink-haired woman, Hina, frowned tightly as she looked at the uninvited Mahawk. Marine. Hawkeye glanced at Hina and said in an indifferent tone. It's okay, I have no ill intentions towards you, I just want to see the knife in your hand. After the last words, Hawkeye was turned to what Tashigi said. My knife. Tashigi looked at the long knife in his hand and subconsciously held it tightly. However, she could only see a shadow flashing in front of her, and the next moment, her famous sword Shigure was already in Hawkeye's hands. No, don't take my knife away. It's my precious treasure. When Tashigi saw the famous sword being taken away, he overcame his fear of Hawkeye and reached for Shigure, which was held by Hawkeye. Fortunately, Hina had quick eyesight and quick hands, and quickly stopped Tashigi. Eagle Eye, although the world government allows Shichibukai to legally deprive him, Marine is not legally deprived of him. I hope you can take care of yourself. After Hina comforted Tashigi, she said to Hawkeye solemnly. Hawkeye ignored Hina and Tashigi, and just looked at the long knife in his hand quietly. The more he looked, the closer the eagle's brow drew to Peter. After a long time, he looked at Tashigi and asked. Where did you get this knife? Why do you think so with Shigure? But it is a higher level than Shigure, and has even reached the level of the supreme sword. Tashigi gritted his teeth and stared at Hawkeye. Mahawk did not answer his question. Eagle Eye raised his eyebrows and said, answer my question and I can return this knife to you. Chapter 138 Marine uses Eagle Eyes to catch Rosen. Garp. Is Rosen hiding his strength? After listening to what Mahawk said, Tashigi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Out of admiration for Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman. After thinking for a moment, she answered Hawkeye's question. This sword is Shigure. Impossible, I know, Shigure, that sword is just a sharp sword, it is not even one of the 50 skills of a good sharp sword. It is indeed Shigure, but because Rosen helped me strengthen it, its level has been improved. Rosen. You mean Rosen? What's wrong? Is there any problem? Is he the man mentioned in the news? News. Looking at Tashigi's confused expression, Mahawk showed the newspaper in front of Insichi and Hina. Morgan's is really fast. Have the newspapers appeared yet? Moreover, photos were taken. Hina said with emotion. Although the scene captured in the photo is far from comparable to the scene captured by her impression phone bug, it is enough to illustrate the fact that Rosen fired the Golden Lion. Interesting. You don't know about newspapers, but you know about this. And you met Rosen again, and Rosen helped you strengthen the knife. Could it be said that you witnessed it with your own eyes when Rosen fought with the Golden Lion? Mahawk looked at the two people in front of him and asked aloud. As soon as the words fell, Tashigi and Hina's expressions changed slightly. And these small changes were enough for Mahawk to understand that his guess was correct. Interesting. It seems that what is described in the news is true. Women, tell me, you have seen with your own eyes Rosen create a knife that surpasses the level of a supremely fast knife. I've also seen him create a land full of infinite swords, right? Hawkeye looked at Tashigi with deep eyes and asked solemnly. Yes. Being stared at by the hawk's eyes, Tashigi nodded subconsciously. Although later, she felt regretful. I understand, it looks like this trip to East Blue will be quite interesting. Mahawk had a smile on his face, returned Shigure to Washi and then jumped back to his ship. Last question, do you know where Rosen is? Hawkeye asked Hina and Tashigi. We are Marine. Although Rosen let us go, he will not inform us of his location. Hina shook her head and said. That's it. Eagle Eye thought for a moment and sat down on his boat. The sea breeze rose again, blowing the eagle-eyed ship as it sailed into the distance. Tashigi and Hina didn't feel at ease until they couldn't see Mahawk anymore. I didn't expect that Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman, would be here. In being so interested in Rosen. His presence will be a variable. Tashigi, we need to tell the Gion Vice Admiral about this. And let Gion Vice Admiral tell Vice Admiral Garp. Tashigi. As Hina was talking, she saw Tashigi looking blankly at the direction Mahawk left, with an emotion called worry flashing in his eyes, and she couldn't help but frown. Tashigi, are you worried about Rosen? Hina put her hand on Tashigi's shoulder and asked. No, I didn't. Tashigi replied in a panic. This expression is obviously lying. Hina sighed and shook her head. Immediately, she opened the chat group and sent the news about her encounter with Hawkeye to the Women's Marine Communication Group. Not long after, the originally silent female Marine chat group became lively again. Peacock. What? You actually met the world's greatest swordsman, Mahawk, in that remote place in East Blue. Close black lens bracket. Dole. And he also communicated with you and expressed his interest in the famous sword Shigur strengthened by Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Ain. This is such a coincidence. Rosen just helped Tashigi strengthen his sword, and he unexpectedly met the world's greatest swordsman, and he was here. 1. Domino. According to me, Mahawk is usually active in the first half of the Grand Line in the New World. There is indeed a very small chance that he will appear in the East Blue. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan. That guy, did he take action because he learned the news about Rosen? No, it was probably too late. Close black lens bracket. Dole. Perhaps this should be attributed to the world's greatest swordsman sensing Rosen's mysterious projection sword ability. Gion, what do you think of this matter? Close black lens bracket. Gion. Hawkeye Mahawk's appearance was unexpected, but since he showed interest in Rosen, he will definitely look for Rosen. Maybe we can take advantage of his arrival, allowing us to more accurately invite Rosen. Close black lens bracket. Dole, are you planning to use Hawkeye's power? He can indeed stop Rosen. But it's not an easy thing to make Eagle Eye obey. Unless we can get permission from the world government now, it is unlikely that those people would be able to use their authority to order Hawkeye so easily, right? Moreover, even if the world government does issue an order, Mahawk may not choose to obey it. Close black lens bracket. Gion, even if we don't have the authority to command Hawkeye, his power can still be used. As long as he could find Rosen, he would be able to slow down Rosen's journey to the first half of the Grand Line. This will be good for us to catch up with Rosen. Alternatively, he fought with Rosen and wounded Rosen to some extent. After Rosen is injured, our probability of success in catching Rosen will also increase. Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, aren't you worried that Rosen will be killed by Mahawk? That's the greatest swordsman in the world. Even the Marine Admiral doesn't look down on him. Close black lens bracket. Gion, haha, do you think that man Rosen would die so easily? Close black lens bracket. Sadi-chan, that's true, if he died too easily, I wouldn't be able to have a proper chat with him about my notebook. Close black lens bracket. After Sadi-chan left a message, he adjusted the interface of his copy of the voyage diary to the interface related to the work. She skillfully opened a book and looked at herself tied up in braids and hung in the air, showing an expression of great enjoyment. Rosen was behind her, working hard with a little sweat. This guy actually painted me like this. If you really understand me, shouldn't you and me be in the opposite situation? Why am I the one who is bound? Sadi-chan spat in a low voice, because she was so focused on watching that she didn't even notice Domino walking around. Sadi-chan. Domino called Sadi-chan twice. Seeing that Sadi-chan didn't seem to hear her, she frowned, walked to Sadi-chan's side and looked at the diary copy panel in front of Sadi-chan. With just one glance, Domino's face turned red. At this moment, she finally understood why Sadi-chan looked so shy, and also understood why Sadi-chan said what she said before. Sadi-chan seems very happy to see it. Quote, no, she should hang others up. Wait a minute, does it mean that she prefers to hang others up in normal times? But when something happens with a man, she prefers him to be stronger and hang her up. At this moment, Domino realized something when he thought of some of the Sadi-chan plots that Rosen had drawn about himself. Among those works, there is a plot in which Sadi-chan prefers to be whipped when faced with a man she likes. According to what is said in those works. Single quote. Sadi-chan's situation should be considered a fight, right? Domino held his chin, thinking to himself. Domino, what are you doing? Suddenly, Sadi-chan's voice woke Domino from his thoughts. No, it's nothing, I just came to inform you to complete some work. Domino shook his head quickly and said. But you were clearly looking at a copy of my diary earlier. I don't care, you also need to show me the works in your copy of the diary. Sadi-chan didn't believe what Domino said. She stood up from her seat, raised her legs and rushed towards Domino. Wait a minute, those things are not convenient for you to see. Domino exclaimed and ran towards the door. Sadi-chan was naturally unwilling to let Domino go, so she chose to pursue him from her office to the corridor of Impel Down. The guards passing by looked at the two women running in Impel Down with doubtful expressions. Naturally, this includes Impel Down's director Mazarin and deputy director Hanniable. Why do I always feel that Sadi-chan and Domino are acting weird lately? W. Hanniable, do you know what happened to them? Mazarin touched his chin and looked at his colleagues next to him in confusion. I don't know, but they seem to be talking about a man. Hanniable also touched his chin and said with some uncertainty. Talk about men. Is it a criminal? Not a criminal, I heard rumors, it seems to be the man outside Impel Down. Men outside of Impel Down. Did they know men outside of Impel Down? They probably know each other, that man doesn't seem to be the one they like. These two women like the same man. Stop talking, director, I feel my heart is hurting. Are you suddenly sick, Hannibal? Don't you understand, director? The two flowers from our impel down fell in love with the same man outside. Is there anything more heartbreaking than this? Although it's a bit bold that they fall in love with the same man, it won't make you heartbroken, right? Director, I want to pursue Domino and Sati-chan. It's best if both of them agree to my pursuit, but now. Okay, stop talking and come with me to check the 6th floor of the prison. Wait a minute, director, don't pull me, and don't blow on me, I'm afraid your devil fruit ability will poison me. I'm poisoned. Mazarin looked at Hannibal, who had calmed down due to the poisonous gas he had spit out, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned to look at where Sati-chan and Domino were leaving. Are Sati-chan and Domino in love with men outside? It's strange how they know the men outside. No, it's possible that Hannibal is lying. Forget it, wait until things here are over. Let's talk to Domino and Sati-chan sometime. Money earned. Mazarin murmured to himself and walked away. Meanwhile, on the other side. Somewhere in East Blue, 2 marine warships are sailing side by side. On top of one of the warships with a dog-head-shaped bow. Naval Headquarters Hero Garp and Marine Admiral Candidate Guion are standing side by side at the bow of the ship. That's about it, Vice Admiral Garp. Quote, you have also seen that this man Rosen has established a pirate group called the Flameblade Pirates. And now defeated the once legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki. If left alone, he will definitely threaten the stability of this sea in the future. So, I can only trouble you to meet this Rosen. After Guion explained some situations to Garp, he said to him with a smile. At this moment, Garp's face looked quite troubled. It's like being hungry for days and not being able to find a toilet. This Rosen, isn't he going to form some kind of music group? Why did you go to work as a pirate for me in the blink of an eye? And you're taking the red-haired Shank's daughter with you to become a pirate. Damn it, I obviously still want this little girl to be a marine, and then take revenge on Shanks. And Rosen also defeated the Golden Lion. Wait a minute, is this guy that strong? The last time I saw him, I didn't see that he had the strength to defeat the Golden Lion. Did he hide his strength the last time I saw him? Garp said, with an extremely confused look on his face. Chapter 139 Sengoku criticized Garp for letting Rosen go. Red hair, my daughter is on Rosen's ship. Vice Admiral Garp, have you met Rosen? And what about the red-haired Shank's daughter? Speaking of which, since you know there is Shank's daughter on Rosen's ship, why didn't you intercept them when you saw them? If you could have intercepted Rosen, not only will Shank's daughter become a marine, but that man Rosen will also become a marine. Guion looked at Garp with a surprised expression, as if he was getting to know Rosen for the first time. Then, she showed an extremely resentful expression. Guion's resentment is not just an act. She is really resentful now. If Garp could have intercepted Rosen at that time, she would not have spent so much energy on Rosen, and even let Rosen take advantage of him. Ahem, it's all an accident, an accident. Guion, we are Marines, not bandits. Rosen had not committed any crime at that time. There's no way I can catch Rosen like a robber, right Marine? By the way, you said before that you also met Luo Lin. I also saw his potential and wanted to invite him to become a Marine. It turned out that he didn't agree at that time, and then you had a fight with him. What do you think of his strength when you fight him? Does he really have the power to defeat the Golden Lion? Garp waved his hand towards Guion and quickly changed the subject. I think at that time Rosen wasn't as strong as he was when he fought Golden Lion. Vice Admiral Garp, Rosen is a man with too much talent. I dare to say that he will rise up very soon. To prevent him from embarking on a path that threatens this sea, we have to stop him from becoming a real pirate. Guion said solemnly. She knew that Garp did not have a copy of the diary like she did, so she could understand why Garp let Rosen go when they first met him. Therefore, she did not bother too much about Garp letting Rosen go. It seems that you are quite fond of Rosen's potential. Even if he has formed a pirate group, do you still want him to become a Marine? Garp asked Guion curiously. If you had more contact with Rosen and knew more about him like I did, you will also understand 843 my approach, Vice Admiral Garp. Rosen hasn't done anything irreversible yet, and it's still not too late. Guion nodded and said. Garp touched his beard and thought about the meaning of Guion's words. At this moment, the phone bug in his arm suddenly rang. Hey, this is Garp. Garp answered the phone and said carelessly. Garp, you bastard, look what good things you have done. On the other side of the phone, Marshal Marine Sengoku's slightly irritable voice came over. Sengoku, please don't talk nonsense. Have I done anything outrageous recently? Garp pressed his nose and said casually to Garp on the other side of the phone. Although Sengoku couldn't see Garp himself, the phone bug in front of him did his best to show Garp's disdainful expression in front of Sengoku. This made Sengoku even more angry. You still have the nerve to say this to me? Not long ago, you, a Marine hero, was beheaded by Branch Colonel Monka. Do you know how hurtful it would be if Marine knew about this? Do you know how arrogant the pirates would be if they knew about this? On the side, when Guion heard this, the expression on his face also seemed a little tangled. Once upon a time, when she learned from Rosen that Garp would be injured by Axe King, she thought what a powerful figure this Axe King was. As a result, now, she actually learned that this was a Marine branch colonel, and he was the kind of branch colonel who was extremely weak. It's pathetic how surprised she was when she found out the truth about this matter. However, we are gone. Single quote. But those female pirates don't know the details of Axe King yet. Single quote. They should still be shocked by the fact that Garp was beheaded by the Axe King. Quote. I hope Rosen won't reveal anything about Axe. Single quote. If not, the majesty of Marine in the hearts of these pirates will really fall quickly because of the Marine hero being beheaded by the branch colonel. While Guion was thinking helplessly, Sengoku's criticism of Garp continued. We can forget about Menka. But what's going on with this Rosen? Have you read today's newspaper from the World Economic News Agency? Why did Rosen become a pirate? Didn't you swear that this kid wouldn't become a pirate? You want me to find a way to recruit this kid into Marine. Now, he has not only become a pirate, but he has also become a pirate with his red-haired daughter. What's more, he has now defeated the Golden Lion. Do you know what impact this news will have after it is spread outside the world? Looking like this, I'm still thinking of some crazy way to recruit him into Marine. Sengoku's whole face screwed up when he said the angry words. Just thinking about Rosen, a man with great strength, great potential, and being involved with the four emperors Shanks, would appear on the sea, Sengoku felt anxious. Sengoku became even more angry when he thought that Garp had a chance to stop Rosen. Marine are not robbers. Rosen has not committed any crime before, so I can't just arrest him like a robber. Garp shrugged and said, you guy. Sengoku gritted his teeth and was about to continue teaching Garp a lesson when Staff He, who was sitting in his office, spoke. Sengoku, let's get down to business. We need to deal with Rosen's matter as soon as possible. There was a deep light shining in the crane's eyes. She had learned some things about Rosen from Guion and passed them on to Sengoku. Although Guion insisted on letting Rosen become a member of Marine's side, even when Rosen had already established a pirate group, this was quite surprising to Suru. However, considering Guion's work efficiency and personal personality, Suru still plans to support Guion's idea. Therefore, when talking to Sengoku, Suru insisted on seizing the opportunity to make Rosen Marine's man. Instead of dealing with Rosen directly as an ordinary pirate. When dealing with Rosen, you can still consider using persuasion as the main method. Sengoku nodded to Crane, and then said to Garp opposite the phone bug. Garp, forget about the previous matter. Don't run to Windmill Village just yet. Go after Rosen with all your might. He was not a pirate before, but now he calls himself a pirate. You can always catch him. After catching him, I need to have a good talk with him. All East Blue branches will also pay attention to Rosen. If there is news about Rosen, we will notify you and Guion as soon as possible. When Garp heard this, he naturally had no objection. Now, he really wants to catch Rosen. Where did this Rosen come from? Obviously he has such power, why has his name never been heard in the sea before? And he also has a red-haired daughter with him. Could this man's appearance be related to the red hair? After Sengoku hung up the phone with Garp, he frowned and turned to Crane. I don't know Rosen as well as Garp. He was the one who really had contact with Rosen. Everything I know about him comes from Guion. He shook his head, thought for a moment and then continued. However, it would make both Garp and Guion want to invite him to Marine. This Rosen is definitely not simple. I very much agree with what Guion said to me. For such a man with potential and not a bad character. Even if he becomes a Shichibukai, he cannot become Marine's enemy. Sengoku nodded slightly and said in agreement. Indeed, there is an existence that can defeat the Golden Lion. Instead of becoming Marine's enemy, it would be a better choice to become Shichibukai. It's just that there is no vacancy at Shichibukai's position right now. However, since Guion said Rosen has a good character, why did he insist on forming a pirate group? It can't be the influence of having a red-haired daughter, right? Crane shook his head and sighed. On this point, I am Dacheng. This man's ship was once sunk by celestial dragons. Sengoku's eyes widened, it's actually celestial dragons. No way. Sengoku twitched the corners of his mouth fiercely. At this moment, he only felt helpless in his heart. If a potential person who could have become a marine became a pirate because of celestial dragons, Zanwei really doesn't know if he should complain about it. I remember there's still the celestial dragons in the East Blue, and they'd better give them some attention. Avoid contact between Rosen and celestial dragons. At this time, he suddenly proposed to Sengoku. No matter how crazy Rosen is, he won't take action against the celestial dragons. Sengoku raised his eyebrows and said. Just in case that man Rosen goes crazy. Crane said. After hearing this, Sengoku looked at the information about Rosen on his desk and fell into deep thought again. After a long time, he looked at Yuta's information next to Rosen's information and murmured to himself. The red-haired guy should have noticed today's newspaper. Whether he's going to take action or not. If Rosen really takes action against the celestial dragons, what kind of action will Shanks take? However, Rosen probably won't take action against the celestial dragons. After much deliberation, Sengoku still couldn't find a reason why Rosen would take action against celestial dragons. But even so, Sengoku would not fail to listen to Crane's advice. Soon, he discussed relevant decisions with Ma, just when Sengoku was troubled. On the other side, New World. A deserted island. Boss, please read the latest newspaper. Something big has happened. Usopp, a senior cadre of the Red Hair Pirates and a sniper, came quickly with a newspaper and was drinking. Wine redhead Shanks sighed. What could excite you so much, Usopp? Don't worry about it, put aside all the big things and have a drink first, ha ha ha. The red-haired Shanks laughed and stretched out his hand in front of Usopp. You can drink at any time. Anyway, read the newspaper first. After Usopp took Shanks' drink, he put it down directly and raised the newspaper in front of Shanks with a serious look. If it were before, Usopp would drink Shanks' wine without hesitation. But the things described in the newspaper made him unable to drink anyway. Not far away, senior officials such as Red Hair Pirates Ben Beckman and Lacey Lu also looked over curiously because of Usopp's actions. Everyone wanted to know what news made Usopp stop drinking. Shanks glanced at Usopp strangely, but cheered up and read the newspaper in front of him. After a moment, his eyes suddenly widened. What, this guy Golden Lion has returned to the sea. Wait a minute, instead of returning to the sea, I was killed by a new pirate. Shanks exclaimed, immediately attracting the attention of all the Red Hair Pirates. Golden Lion. Is that the legendary pirate who once competed with Roger? He is still alive, but it seems that he is old enough to be killed by the new pirates. The fat man Lucky Lu took a bite of the meat and walked over with interest. No, Golden Lion still has powerful fighting ability. This newcomer is too pervert. The newspaper said that he could create a world of swords, and it seemed that the swords in it surprised even the Golden Lion. This newbie pirate named Rosen seems to have said that these swords are more powerful than the supreme knife. Beckman explained to his partner while reading the newspaper. With the ability to create infinite swords, that guy with Hawkeye will definitely be quite curious about this Rosen, ha ha ha. 11. Shanks said, patting his thigh. I said, Shanks, and you, could you please focus on serious matters? Usopp looked at his companions and said helplessly. Aren't we just paying attention to serious things? Usopp, didn't you come to us just to tell us about the Golden Lion? Shanks laughed. Idiot Shanks, take a good look at this place. Don't you think the people in this photo look familiar? Usopp raised his finger and pointed at a photo engraved in the newspaper. Photo. Wait, this is Yuta. The red-haired Shanks looked at the slightly familiar face in the photo and stood up in surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 140. News ferments, 4 emperors pay attention, Rosen, Zoro's new target. What, it's Yuta. It shouldn't be. Didn't she stay on that island? It's definitely Yuta. Look at her hair color and outfit. They are exactly the same as Yuta's when she was a child. Did she go to sea? It was this Rosen who found her. But shouldn't Yuta stay in the music city and become a musician? How could he think of going to sea with this Rosen to become a pirate? I don't understand, but I'm very happy to see Yuta smiling so happily. It's a good thing that Yuta laughs, but since Rosen killed the Golden Lion, there must be many Marines targeting Rosen and Yuta by the way. Boss, let's go to sea to find Yuta. In the newspaper, Yuta, Karina, Kaya and Nami were photographed together. But because reporters' main attention is on Rosen. So she used only one film for Yuta at all. In fact, even the content about Yuta and others is very scarce. The layout of this content and related photos is also very far back. It is also for this reason that Shanks and others did not notice Yuta's incident at first. She must be Yuta. Although the news did not mention that Yuta is your daughter. But Rosen's defeat of the Golden Lion was enough for Marine to pay attention to Yuta. Shanks, are you going to meet Yuta? Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain Beckman sat down next to Shanks and asked. Shanks frowned slightly and stared closely at the photo of Yuta in the newspaper. After a long time, he shook his head and said, no need for now. Since Rosen defeated the Golden Lion, he has the ability to protect Yuta. Although I don't know why Yuta left the Music City and became a member of the Rosen Pirates. But since Yuta is smiling happily, there is no problem. What if we suddenly appeared in front of her? It's not convenient for me to answer questions about the Music City. At this time, Shanks would never have thought that Yuta had already known the specific situation of the Music City. After Shanks finished speaking, he pointed specifically at the smiling photo of Yuta. Beckman looked in the direction of Shanks's finger, and then he nodded as well. As the brain trust of Red Hair Pirates, Beckman is very smart. From Yuta's expression, Beckman can not only see Yuta's happiness. It can also be seen that Yuta trusts someone. Obviously, this trust is in Rosen. Since Yuta trusts Rosen and is happy around him, and Rosen has the ability to protect Yuta, Beckman naturally follows Shanks' orders. So, are we just going to do nothing? Usopp rubbed his face and asked. No need to do anything on the surface. But now that Yuta has gone to sea, we still need to pay attention to what we should pay attention to. Next, let everyone pay more attention to Yuta and Rosen. Rosen killed the Golden Lion right from the start. I really don't know what kind of exaggerated things he will do in the future. Shanks shook his head and thought of Luffy again. I wonder if Luffy has gone to sea. If he sees the news about Yuta, I don't know what his reaction will be. Beckman blew out a puff of cigarette smoke and smiled. If it were Luffy, he would probably want to invite Yuta to be his musician. It's a pity that he seems to be a step too late. Shanks patted Beckman on the shoulder and raised his glass. No matter what, today is a happy day. Everyone, let's have a party. After the words fell, the pirates of the Red Hair Pirates raised their wine glasses in the air. Oh. At the same time, the other three emperors of New World looked at today's newspapers and fell into deep thought. At first, Whitebeard, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were very skeptical about the news. But after some investigation, the three people had to admit that what the World Economic News newspaper said was true. The Golden Lion was really killed. Golden Lion Shiki, has he become this weak? But this Rosen is pretty good. I wonder if you can kill me too, ha ha ha. Kaido took a sip of wine and laughed. Not far away, Black Maria, who was well prepared, glanced at Runty and Jin Lamy, then walked towards Kaido. Since Captain Kaido is interested in this Rosen, why not find an opportunity to have him brought to our territory? Black Maria said with a chuckle. Shiki is indeed alive. It's a pity that he died just after he appeared. The young man who can kill the Golden Lion seems to be a pretty good man. Charlotte Linlin shook her head and put down the newspaper in her hand. Is Mom also interested in this man? How about we send him an invitation? I am very interested in a man who can create high-quality famous swords. Charlotte Smoogie took a step forward and was ready to persuade Charlotte Linlin to allow her or Charlotte Snamon, Charlotte Custard and others to go to sea. Is it true that there are no ships capable of carrying the elderly in the new era? Whitebeard looked at the sky and said dully. Not far away, Marco and Josie couldn't help but frown when they heard Whitebeard's words. East Blue. The Straw Hat Pirates. As expected of Rosen, he actually killed the Golden Lion. Zhang looked at the newspaper in his hand and took a long breath. Golden Lion, is it very powerful? Luffy heard what Zhang said and walked over curiously. Of course he's awesome. He was a legendary pirate in the past. Zhang nodded slightly and handed the newspaper in his hand to Luffy. On the side, Usopp and Zoro came over with the same curiosity after hearing Zhang mention Rosen. Hey, this is Yuta. Is this Yuta? Luffy looked at the newspaper in his hand and suddenly exclaimed. What's all the fuss about, Luffy? We all know about your relationship with Yuta. Speaking of which, Yuta is at Rosen's place. I told you about this before. Compared to this, are there any photos of Kaya in the newspaper? Usopp moved closer to Luffy, his eyes fixed on the newspaper. There really is Kaya, but he didn't participate in the battle with the Golden Lion. Hey, Rosen can actually create a world with infinite swords. I didn't see him using this ability before in Zailuobu village. Usopp nodded and muttered, a world with infinite swords. Zoro frowned and muttered curiously. That's literally what it means. The newspaper said Rosen created an otherworld-like world. There are countless swords in this world. Rosen relied on this ability to severely damage the Golden Lion. As Zhang was talking, he suddenly noticed that Zoro had moved closer to Usopp, also focusing on the newspaper. In response, Zhang could only helplessly shake his head. After a while, Luffy put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at Zanchi with some excitement. Zhang, we can catch up with Rosen and the others. I want to meet Yuta. Luffy said. Luffy, I know the relationship between you and Yuta, but East Blue is also very big, so it's not that easy to find Rosen. Zhang shook his head, just when he wanted to educate his unreliable captain about the difficulty of finding a person on the vast sea. Zoro suddenly came to Zhang side and put his hand on his shoulder. What's wrong, Zoro? Zhang asked doubtfully. Zhang, I also want to see Rosen. You must have a way to lead me to him. Zoro said with eyes shining. This. Zhang blinked and looked at Zoro's excited expression. I don't know if Zoro was stimulated by what was described in the newspaper about Rosen's abilities. It's no wonder, after all, you aim to become the world's greatest swordsman. Rosen isn't a Mihawk though. But the ability he showed is enough to make every swordsman care. It's just that Zoro, you also saw what the newspaper said. That is a man who can create a world of swords and control thousands of swords to fly together. Are you really sure you can surpass him? Zhang Gao sighed and persuaded Zoro to give up targeting Rosen. Zhang Gao, who was deeply persecuted by Rosen, even felt that it would be more reliable for Zoro to challenge Hawkeye than to challenge Rosen. He didn't know if Hawkeye was powerful or not. But with the ability Rosen showed, Zhang Gao felt that even Tipama couldn't catch up with him. Some things you won't know until you try. Anyway, I must meet Rosen and see the world of swords he created. Zoro's eyes were firm, and his belief was not deflected by Zhang Gao's words at all. Yeah, let's go meet Rosen anyway. Luffy nodded heavily. I also want to know how Kaya is doing now. Zhang Gao, from the locations described in the news, can you deduce where Rosen will go? Usopp asked. Zhang Gao looked at the three people in front of him, and after a long time, he let out a long sigh. Forget it, since you are so insistent, I can't refuse. It is impossible to deduce where Rosen intended to go from what was depicted in the news. But I stayed with Rosen for a while after all. There's still some idea of where he wants to go. Zhang Gao recalled the memory of being with Rosen and said. Really? Where is he going? Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp all asked. If I remember correctly, Rosen probably went to the sea restaurant. Zhang Gao said, turning his head and looking towards the other side of the sea. There, it is in the direction of Barati, the sea restaurant. This is also the direction Rosen's Xenia is heading at the moment. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 141 Using Celestial Dragons to Deal with Rosen. Exposed Garp beats up Aokiji. East Blue. The marine warship where Colonel Mouse is located. Colonel, do we need to truthfully respond to the order from above to find the location of the dragon pirates? Colonel Mouse's adjutant walked up to Colonel Mouse and asked. Are you an idiot? By reporting Arlong's location, are you waiting for the people above to know what happened between us and the dragon pirates? Colonel Mouse turned his head and stared at his adjutant fiercely. Yes, but the orders from above are very decisive. We have to give the above a reply. Otherwise, we should go to Arlong quickly, tell them about Marine's plan to investigate them, and let them leave East Blue quickly. If you go to Evil Dragon Park and explain things clearly to him, Arlong will definitely understand and leave. The adjutant pursed his lips and lowered his head. He and Colonel Mouse are in the same boat, and in order to avoid punishment, he does not want the dragon pirates' affairs to be exposed. No, we can't leave now. Finally, I was appreciated by Master Celestial Dragons by helping him sink the ship, and I got the opportunity to stay and serve Celestial Dragons. If I can satisfy the Celestial Dragons, I might be able to be promoted. So now, I can't leave here no matter what. Colonel Mouse shook his head, his tone very firm. But if you just use the words of a phone bug, Arlong won't listen. And we have to give a reply to what was explained above. The adjutant said worriedly. Arlong, let's hold off for now. Anyway, it will take some time to investigate this thing, right? And, having said this, Colonel Mouse's eyes flashed with a trace of evil. Even if I go to Dragon Park to negotiate with Arlong in person, there's no chance that guy will listen to me and leave East Blue. I stayed with Master Celestial Dragons just in case Arlong really broke up with me and revealed my relationship with him. Don't those male Celestial Dragons like beautiful women? As long as I find a chance to tell him that there are beauties on the island in Dragon Park, perhaps we can lure him there. If I remember correctly, Arlong's human pilot Poseidon was quite eye-catching. When the adjutant heard this, his eyes lit up. Colonel, you mean to use the Celestial Dragons to destroy Arlong and the others, and then die without evidence? Colonel Mouse patted the adjutant on the shoulder happily and said with a smile. It's worth all the time I allowed you to stay with me. Compared to before, you have become smarter. That's right. As long as the Celestial Dragons go to Dragon Park, the world government agents around him can deal with the pirates in Dragon Park. At that time, no matter how Marine wants to investigate Arlong, it will not be investigated on us. Of course, you still have to be prepared. Celestial Dragons may not really follow me to Dragon Park. It would also be great if Arlong could be persuaded to leave voluntarily. Hearing this, the adjutant nodded clearly. I understand. I will continue to follow up on this matter and ask the correspondent of the 16th branch to contact Arlong. Try to make Arlong realize the seriousness of the situation as early as possible and agree to leave East Blue. After finishing speaking, the deputy commander, Colonel Mouse, saluted. Then he left Colonel Mouse's office. Then, I have to continue to please the Celestial Dragons. It would be great if I could have that kind of right. Colonel Mouse thought of the various performances of Celestial Dragons, and a strong yearning arose in his heart. A few days later, East Blue. It is close to the sea area where the sea restaurant Barati is located. Rosen's pirate ship Senya is moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Rosen sat at the bow of the boat and silently recorded today's diary. Captain Rosen, sea restaurant Barati is coming soon. Do you need to make any preparations? Nami walked up behind Rosen and looked at Rosen sitting at the bow of the boat with a smile. Finally, is it here? Sure enough, there is not much concept of time when sailing on the sea. Rosen raised his head and looked into the distance, sighing slightly and saying, "There's no need to prepare anything, just drive the ship over at this speed." Hearing this, Nami smiled and nodded. In that case, why don't we try to practice the fusion ability again? Captain Rosen, there are still many things I don't understand about the power of thunder movies. If we can integrate a little bit, maybe I can figure out this power, but I don't know. As soon as Nami finished speaking, and before Rosen could respond, Karina's voice rang out immediately. We're about to arrive at our destination. But I don't have so much time for you to fuse. Karina stood behind Nami, put her hands on her hips, and said to Nami with a pouted mouth. Her expression seemed to say, "Don't think I don't know you're here for points. Why don't you have time? Captain Rosen is very fast." Nami fought back not to be outdone. "Fast? How am I fast? Nami, you have to speak clearly." Rosen jumped from the bow of the boat and landed in front of Nami and Karina. "Is there anything wrong with what I said? It really won't take long for us to merge." "Wait, that's what you mean? If it refers to a matter between a man and a woman, why don't we find a time to verify whether Captain Rosen is fast?" The corner of Nami's mouth raised. She put Rosen's arm into her arms with a charming smile on her face. "Haha, I'm afraid you'll think I'm too slow then." Rosen raised his hand and flicked Nami's forehead. After spending a few days together, Rosen gradually got used to Nami's openness. Therefore, Rosen didn't pay much attention to what she said at this moment. It should be said that the current Nami is an enhanced version of the Nami in the original work. "Captain Rosen, there is a marine warship coming ahead. Need to prepare for a fight." At this time, Yuta's voice came over. "Marine warship? Could it be those two women, Hina and Tashigi, who called us here?" Nami frowned and looked over. Hina and Tashigi were not seen on the warship. The commander above is a man with pink hair. Kaya walked over with a telescope and said, "A man with pink hair? It can't be that one." Rosen took the telescope and looked curiously in the direction of the marine warship. After a while, he gave the captain's order. "There is no need to change the route, just continue to move forward. If those marines plan to attack us, just sink them." When Karina, Nami, Yuta, and Kaya heard this, they all nodded and devoted themselves to their work. Rosen's Senya and the opponent's marine warship were traveling opposite each other, and both ships were traveling at the fastest speed. Not long after, the two ships were only a few meters apart. "Captain Hobody, there is a pirate ship on the opposite side. Do you need to arrest it?" A sailor ran to the leader of the warship and told him. "Pirates, are they from Krieg?" Hobody had a look of extreme horror on his face. "No, it's a pirate flag I've never seen before. It should be a new pirate," said the marine. "New pirate? That's great. As long as we catch them, we should be able to offset the responsibility of letting go of the Krieg pirates' battle captain." Hobody excitedly ran to the side of the warship, directly opposite the Xenia. But just when he was about to give the order for his soldiers to arrest people, he caught a glimpse of the flag of the Flame Blade Pirates. "Wait, this is the pirate flag of the Flame Blade Pirates. Stop, don't want the people." Hobody's eyes widened and he was so frightened that the sailors around him stopped moving the cannon. "Hey, do you recognize my pirate group flag?" Rosen was lying on the edge of the ship, watching with interest the reaction of Hobody on the marine warship opposite. His ear is very good, and he heard all the previous conversations between the sailor and Hobody. Therefore, he determined that the man opposite Hobody was the man in marine who had the same iron fist title as Garb. A new pirate is not afraid of marine. How arrogant. "Captain Hobody, let's take them down." A sailor looked at Rosen's indifferent expression and thought of the grievances he had suffered from the Krieg pirates before, and immediately proposed to Hobody. "Idiot, if you want to die, don't drag me with you." Hobody turned around and punched the sailor directly in the head. Then he quickly turned to look at Rosen with a fearful expression, only to find that Rosen was no longer on the Xenia. "Are you looking for me?" Rosen's voice sounded from behind Hobday. When Hobody turned around and looked at Rosen behind him, frozen in place. "You know my pirate group, tell me how you know it." Rosen looked at Hobday's reaction in amusement and asked. Hobody swallowed, although the Rosen in front of him had a smile on his face. But he always felt that if he rejected Rosen, he would definitely be killed by Rosen. Thinking of the introduction to Rosen's situation above, Hobody finally spoke. "You defeated the Golden Lion, and Naval Headquarters told us about you." "I see. Marine knows about my situation, but this is strange. Why didn't you give me a reward?" I don't know. I don't know. The Golden Lion is also a character. I defeated him, but you didn't offer me a reward. Shinchi Wen insists on paying attention to my situation. Can you tell me why?" I don't know either." Really, the above just asked me to pay attention to you. Well, what you said is true. So, what is the purpose of paying attention to me? Now that we have met, what are you going to do? Rosen is really curious about the reward order. He really couldn't figure out why Marine didn't issue his reward order. Now that he met Marine who knew something about him, he naturally wanted to ask. But this time when faced with Rosen's question, Hobody remained silent. First think Marine wants to know your location and find another opportunity to invite you to join Marine. Karina. Lying on the edge of the boat, he said with a smile. Rosen didn't know that Marine's woman could see his diary, so Karina understood Rosen's thoughts very well at the moment. She also understood that the order Hobody received from above was probably to report Rosen's location to the higher-ups so that Guion and Garp, who might still be in East Blue, could find Rosen. Invite me to join Marine. Rosen raised an eyebrow. Yes, have you forgotten the invitation from Garp and Guion? But I have formed a pirate group and even defeated the Golden Lion. Perhaps, they think there is still a chance to pull you into the right path. Oh, if that's the case, then they really think highly of me. Rosen shook his head, mentally accepting Karina's statement. Forget it, it doesn't matter if the reward order is delayed. They have to make up for me later anyway. Speaking of which, if I kill you here now, Marine will have to issue a reward for me, right? Rosen said, turning to look at Hobody and Marine behind him. Quote, Hobody only had time to say one word. He felt a majestic aura pouring out of Rosen's body and instantly penetrated his psychological defense. The next moment, Hobody's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. The same goes for the Marine soldiers behind him. Conqueror's Hockey, I find it quite convenient every time I watch it. But are you going to just leave them alone? What if they wake up and send a message to other Marines about our location? Karina looked at Rosen who had returned to the Senya, and asked with confusion and worry. They're just minor characters, there's no need to kill them all. As for reporting our location, they are too weak. After being shocked by my Conqueror's Hockey, they won't be able to wake up within a short period of time. By the time they report our location, we will have already left Balati, the sea restaurant. Rosen smiled and waved to everyone to continue driving forward. It makes sense. Karina nodded and agreed with Rosen's words. However, just when I was planning to continue my work, the new content that appeared on the copy of the diary forced her to work with Nami and others while paying attention to the copy of the diary. Encountered Naval Headquarters Captain, Iron Fist, Hopperty. He knew about me, but was tight-lipped about why Marine didn't issue a bounty for me. Closing square bracket. Karina said, this is because Marine still has the idea of recruiting me to join Marine. Closing square bracket. Maybe so. Closing square bracket. However, if this is indeed the case, they will probably be disappointed. Closing square bracket. They will probably be disappointed when I kill the celestial dragons. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, I don't know if the two celestial dragons I met in 0.0 East Blue have left East Blue. It would be great if I could meet them. Closing square bracket. Guion. Al-Ain. Hina. Speaking of which, this Hobody is really interesting. He actually has the same, Iron Fist, title as Marine Hero Garp. Closing square bracket. How dare he? Garp is the man who hunted down the Pirate King. Closing square bracket. With such little strength, he still dares to call himself Iron Fist. Remember, this guy will not be very good in the future. He will follow Hina all day long to show his courtesy. Closing square bracket. Compared with Golden Lion, Garp is still powerful enough. Closing square bracket. Even if you are very old, you can still shake the entire island with one move, Fist and Bone Impact, on the future Beehive Island. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, this move is somewhat similar to Roger's Divine Avoidance. It's no wonder that guy was able to chase Roger for so long. Closing square bracket. Image. Garp's Fist Bone Blast. Run T. Is this Garp's move? It's so powerful. It's almost the same as Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams, maybe even more powerful. Domino. If Vice Admiral Garp is willing to take more actions, it will be enough to deter most pirates. 11. Widub. Is there anyone in Marine who has the same title of Iron Fist as Garp? Charlotte Smoothie. A Marine captain is a bit ridiculous. Black Maria. Rosen spoke highly of Garp. It seems that Garp's strength has not declined due to age, unlike Golden Lion. Peacock. Beehive Island. That was the former territory of Rock's pirate, right? Why would Vice Admiral Garp go to that place in the future? The Fist Bone Impact move can perfectly explain the name of Garp's Iron Fist, but the really powerful one is Garp's Undersea Drop move. Closing square bracket. Even the elemental Aokiji was smashed to pieces by this fall to the bottom of the sea move. Chapter 142. Rayleigh and Kaido are both Luffy teachers. Will Luffy join the Beast's pirates? Black Maria. Am I wrong? Marine hero Garp beat up Marine Admiral Aokiji. Charlotte Snamon. If I remember correctly, Aokiji should be considered Garp's disciple. Are the two just practicing? Charlotte Smoothie. No, if it was just a practice, Rosen should not use beating to describe this battle. Run-T. A fist bone impact is so powerful, so how powerful is Garp's undersea drop? Suddenly I want to watch the video of Garp beating Aokiji. Vinsmoke Reiju. It seems that Marine's future is not very stable. Ain. This. I must have seen it wrong. How could Aokiji Admiral be beaten up by Vice Admiral Garp? Aokiji Admiral is not only a disciple of Teacher Zephyr, but also the second son of Vice Admiral Garp. Skylark. I suddenly have an uneasy feeling. Dole. When Garp beat up Aokiji, was it just a simple connection, or was it because Aokiji Admiral violated justice and was taught a lesson by Garp, or was it because Garp violated justice and Aokiji Admiral got into trouble with Garp? Hey, this is not the future I want. Rosen, this guy, can't explain himself clearly. At least give me a picture. East Blue. Aboard the Gion Marine warship. Huh, what? How could such a thing happen? Gion exclaimed and his eyes widened instantly. This sound also made Garp, who was not far away, look over in confusion. Gion, what's wrong with you? Do you have a nightmare? Garp asked confused. No, it's nothing, it's just, that's all, just think it's me having a nightmare. Gion looked deeply at Garp. Judging from the results, if Garp really beats up Aokiji, it will indeed be like a nightmare for Gion. What will happen in the future? Why did Vice Admiral Garp fight with Aokiji? Gion frowned 05, hoping to get the answer from a copy of Rosen's diary. However, at this time, she found an extra prompt from the system on her copy of the diary. Today's diary has been settled, Gion. The number of times your name was mentioned in Rosen's diary today is 0, the number of photos is 0, and the number of videos is 0. You have accumulated 0 points today. Closing square bracket. Has Rosen's diary been completely recorded today? This will reduce the chance that he will continue to write Vice Admiral Garp and Aokiji Admiral in the diary for 10 years. Quote. Moreover, the points I got today are 0 points again. This is really a helpless result. Gion shook his head and sighed. Unlike Gion, Nami, Karina, Yuta and Kaya on the Senya were quite happy. Because they are next to Rosen, each of the 4 of them can earn a guaranteed 10 points every day. This is even if they don't take the initiative. If someone like Nami deliberately finds opportunities to provide benefits in exchange for points, their final gains will be even higher. At this moment, the 4 of them looked at the points obtained as indicated in their respective diary copies, and they all began to fantasize about the power they could gain by using these points for practice. Meanwhile, Rosen sighed. You have recorded enough diary content for today. Congratulations, you have earned 103 points. You currently have a total of 10 points. Closing square bracket. Today's settlement was really fast enough. Single quote. With 10 points, you can participate in a high-level lottery. However, I haven't figured out Shuro Emiya's template here yet. If I use the advanced lottery to win the challenge volume of a certain character template again, it may not be of much use. In this situation, if we can acquire hockey-related abilities. Or it might be more important to draw a character template that can be used by Nokigao. Quote. Rosen thought to himself while looking at his personal dashboard. Rosen also wanted to invite Nokigao on board. Although Nuo Chigao's own talent is not very good, as long as there are character templates provided by the system, Rosen does not think that Nuo Chigao cannot become stronger. Moreover, Rosen's works include many works by the 2 sisters Nami and Nokiko. Now that Nami has been accepted, Rosen will certainly hope that Nokigao can come on board. Then let's do 2 mid-level draws. Single quote. After Rosen thought about it, he made a decision immediately. Ding. Follow the host's wishes. Closing square bracket. 1,000 points have been deducted, and there are currently 10 points remaining. Closing square bracket. Start the draw. The draw has ended. Closing square bracket. Congratulations to host, you have obtained the Intermediate Conqueror's Haki Awakening Potion. After using it, you will master Conqueror's Haki that you can freely control. Congratulations to host, you have obtained the Blank Character Template Challenge Volume. This reward can be used in conjunction with the character template. After use, the character template can be further awakened through rigorous battles with enemies. Closing square bracket. Note, Blank Character Template Challenge Volume cannot be used for templates that have been fully mastered. Closing square bracket. Hey, this reward is really unexpected. Single quote. Rosen raised his eyebrows, opened the introductions to the 2 rewards and read them carefully. After a while, he opened his diary recording interface again. Unexpectedly, I would win the Intermediate Conqueror's Haki Awakening Potion from the Intermediate Lottery. As long as I use this thing, my Conqueror's Haki will not be unable to control the direction, and I can use it like Pluton Rayleigh used Conqueror's Haki to hit the target he wants to hit in Sabayati Archipelago. Closing square bracket. Although this ability is good, it will be very effective when dealing with minions in the future. Closing square bracket. But now I want to learn armament haki even more, so that it will be much easier to deal with Logia demon fruit power. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, Conqueror's Haki. Did Rosen directly get the advanced Conqueror's potion this time? Black Maria, it's really enviable, but for such an enviable ability, Rosen actually dislikes him so much. Is it worthy of him? Runty, Humph, isn't it armament haki? You can practice that thing anyway, but Conqueror's Haki is more important. Widub, probably, only a man with a system like Rosen can say this. By the way, Pluton Rayleigh. Is he the deputy captain of Roger the Pirate King? Boa Hancock, it's so arrogant. The Conqueror's Haki that I control is easily controlled by you, and you still dislike it so much. It's so arrogant. And that guy Rayleigh, is he still in Sabayati Archipelago? Dole, this is somewhat enviable, but Rosen is busy with the lottery. No wonder he only told half of the story about Vice Admiral Garp and Aokiji Admiral. However, it is new news that Pluton Rayleigh will appear in Sabayati Archipelago. Quote. Hina, even without armament haki, Rosen's ability should allow him to deal with Logia's espers. While everyone was discussing, Rosen also chose to use the intermediate Conqueror's Haki Awakening Potion. As a wave of heat spreads from the stomach to the whole body. Rosen clearly felt that the originally weak Conqueror's Haki in his body had been qualitatively improved. At the same time, Conqueror's Haki is easier to control like his arms. Interesting. After taking the intermediate Conqueror's Haki Awakening Potion, you not only become able to control Conquerors freely. Closing square bracket. Quality-wise, my Conqueror's Haki has also improved. Closing square bracket. If I explode Conqueror's Haki with all my strength now, I might be able to make the Naval Headquarters Colonel-level Marine immediately lose its combat effectiveness. Closing square bracket. As a reference, it should be similar to Luffy after practicing with Rayleigh. Closing square bracket. I remember that when Luffy and Rayleigh went to sea again after training, they used Conqueror's Haki to knock out 50,000 people in a war. Closing square bracket. Skylark, Luffy, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, how could he practice with Pluton Rayleigh? Dole, Luffy's guide is the red-haired Shanks, and Rayleigh used to be Shanks' deputy captain. Rayleigh may indeed become Luffy's teacher. Charlotte Smoothie, haha, a man worthy of causing riots in all nations, actually also possesses the power of Conqueror's Haki. Black Maria, have you mastered Conqueror's Haki? It's worthy of being the fifth tomb. Vivi, Conqueror's Haki, the ability to directly knock out weak people. If I can master this ability, even if a war does break out in Alabasta, I can use this ability to end the battle forcibly. In this way, maybe I can minimize Alabasta's damage. Rosen has now mastered the intermediate Conqueror's Haki. If he gets the same Conqueror's reward in the future, he will definitely give this reward to his partners. If I could have met Rosen earlier, I might have a chance to master this ability. No, even if he cannot master this ability, as long as he brings Rosen to Alabasta, he will definitely be able to stop the webmaster. Speaking of this, Vivi looked determined. At the same time, like Vivi, many diary copy holders have realized something. Rosen has awakened Conqueror's Haki, and if there is a similar reward in the future, he will definitely use it on his partners. Kim Rummy, Charlotte Smoothie and others thought about owning Conqueror's Haki, and their desire to find Rosen became even more intense. Even Runty, who showed disdain for Rosen at first, unknowingly identified more with Rosen under the temptation of Conqueror's Haki. Speaking of which, Rayleigh is a bit unqualified as a teacher. She is far behind Charlotte Katakori and Kaido. Closing square bracket. Yamato, Kaido, Charlotte Garrett, Brother Katakori. Rayleigh taught Luffy for 2 days before Luffy could master Haki. Close tortoise shell bracket. But Katakori, it only took 477 seconds for Luffy to master the future-seeing observation Haki. Closing square bracket. That guy Kaido is even more amazing. The first time he taught Luffy, he learned the emission-level armament Haki. The second time he taught Luffy, he learned Conqueror's Entanglement. The third time he taught Luffy, he even awakened the Devil Fruit. Sure enough, Rayleigh is only qualified to be a junior teacher, Katakori is an intermediate teacher, and Kaido is a king-level teacher. Closing square bracket. Gion, Charlotte Snamon, it's fake, isn't Luffy going to cause trouble in all nations in the future? How could Brother Katakori guide him in his practice? Charlotte Smoothie, has this Luffy really learned Katakori's brother's future-seeing observation Haki? Domino, isn't this Luffy Garp's grandson? How come he's not just with the red-haired Rayleigh? So soon, will he become Kaido's disciple in the future? Runty, it's hard to imagine that 4 emperors Kaido would accept disciples and have such a powerful teaching ability. How did he do it? Dole, Conqueror's Entanglement. It's a power that only a very few strong men can master. Luffy can actually master this power. It can be said that he is worthy of being a man with the blood of Vice Admiral Garp. Black Maria, could it be that the future 5th Emperor was impressed by Kaido and became a member of the Beast's pirates? Wait, what if Kaido knew that Luffy was a Kato? As for Pooh's grandson, it is indeed possible that he would be accepted in order to discuss Garp. 17. Yamato, impossible, how could Ace's brother become the disciple of that guy Kaido? This is absolutely impossible. 27. Speaking of which, Garp and Kaido have something in common. Quote. Neither of them can teach their children. Closing square bracket. Garp teaches his grandson Luffy, as long as Luffy doesn't die. Closing square bracket. Kaido teaches his daughter Yamato, as long as Yamato doesn't run away. Closing square bracket. But what makes Kaido better than Garp is that he taught such a powerful disciple as Luffy. Closing square bracket. Even his daughter Yamato is quite powerful. Conqueror's entangled with this top power, his daughter Yamato also possesses it. Closing square bracket. Maybe she hasn't mastered it yet, but she will definitely master this power in the future. Closing square bracket. Although Kaido doesn't know how to educate his daughter, he is still quite qualified as a teacher who teaches others to become stronger. Closing square bracket. On the contrary, this guy Garp is not good. Closing square bracket. It will only throw Luffy into a dangerous place to hone his vitality, but it will not allow Luffy to master powerful power at all. Closing square bracket. Chapter 143. Will Hawkeye be Rosen help? Meet the protagonist group. Thanks to Mr. Cheng. 4. Yamato. Huh. Can I also master Conqueror's entanglement in the future? Is Kaido really a good teacher? Wait, he doesn't seem to have taught me much. He always lectures me with a mace. Dole. Kaido's daughter also masters the Conqueror's entanglement. This man actually taught 2 disciples who possess the Conqueror's entanglement. He is truly the king-level teacher that Rosen calls him. Charlotte Smoothie. It's strange, Kaido taught such a disciple, why did he lose to the newcomer pirates and lose the 4 Emperor's throne? Charlotte Custard. Ignore Yamato for now, this Luffy has an excellent talent and possesses such a powerful power. In the future, he will definitely not be just as simple as the 5th Emperor. Run T. Does it mean that after Kaido's defeat, this Luffy will be able to take revenge? Black Maria. No matter what, this Luffy deserves attention. When looking for Rosen, let's see if we can recruit Luffy into Beast's pirates. Gion took a deep look at Garp not far away, and an extremely complicated light flashed in his eyes. Luffy is such a man with potential. Quote. Vice Admiral Garp didn't notice and let the red-haired Shanks lure him into the way of pirates. Single quote. If Luffy can stay in Marine and accept the teachings of Marine's strong men, he should also be able to gain the ability to foresee the future, such as Observation Haki, Conqueror's Entanglement, and Fruit Awakening. Perhaps, he will become the mainstay of Marine in the future. What a pity. I don't know if Vice Admiral Garp can make Luffy give up the path of being a pirate and target Marine instead. Single quote. Thinking of this, Gion couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Sure enough, when trying to find a way to stop Rosen from going to the Grand Line. Single quote. We also have to stop Luffy from going to the Grand Line. Single quote. While the Straw Hat Pirates haven't done anything outrageous yet. Quote. Their pirate ways must be nipped in the bud. Single quote. At this moment, Gion's eyes were firmer than ever. At the same time, see Restaurant Barati. Hatch. Luffy rubbed his nose and raised his head in confusion. Luffy, do you have a cold? After Usopp stuffed the food into his mouth, he asked Luffy doubtfully. I've never had a cold before. Luffy frowned. I see, then you are being remembered. Being remembered? Who is it? Maybe, it's Yuta. Yuta. Did Yuta also come to this restaurant on the sea? Luffy exclaimed, with an expression of surprise on his face. Fake. Usopp smiled. What, how dare you lie to me? Luffy roared at Usopp, and immediately grabbed the food with Usopp at the table. Soon, Zoro and Django were also involved. At this time, Luffy didn't know that the Senya, where Yuta was, had already arrived near the sea restaurant Barati. Senya number. It turns out that Luffy will become so powerful in the future. Quote. Sure enough, he is indeed the man chosen by Shanks. Quote. In this case, in order not to lose to Luffy, I have to work harder. Yuta thought to herself as her attention shifted from the copy of the diary in front of her to Rosen. In order not to lose to Luffy, maybe I need more points. Single quote. It seems that I will have to find more opportunities for Rosen to give me points in the future. Quote. Yuta couldn't help but think about Luffy's future strength. At this moment, she discovered that there was new content in her copy of the diary. Generally speaking, the rewards of Intermediate Conqueror's Haki are quite good. Closing square bracket. But compared to this reward, a blank character template challenge volume is better. Closing square bracket. With this thing, I can take the template of Emiyashuru, who has not yet reached its limit, a step further. Closing square bracket. After I fully master Emiyashiru's power, I should be able to gain power that surpasses the 4 emperors. Closing square bracket. At that time, I could easily beat Marine Admiral. Closing square bracket. Before I beat up the Marine Admiral, maybe I should find some trouble with Gion, the Marine Admiral candidate. Closing square bracket. I let the woman run away last time. Next time I catch her, I must make her realize how wrong it was to offend me. Closing square bracket. Perhaps, I can customize a slavery chapter plot for her. Closing square bracket. Although it is not interesting to force a woman to do some things that love should do, if you want to enjoy it, the woman still has to voluntarily do it. Closing square bracket. However, if the purpose is to punish, it shouldn't matter if you force it a bit. Closing square bracket. Gion, how dare you think about it, Rosen. Charlotte Snaman, forced to have a relationship, this is quite in line with the aesthetics of pirates. Duor, I always feel like Rosen is becoming dangerous. Bello Betty, it seems that offending Rosen is not a good thing. Charlotte Garrett, do you like willing women? I understand. If we can meet, I will take the initiative, Rosen. Forget it, I still have to wait until I meet that woman from Gion again to decide whether to force it or not. Closing square bracket. The top priority now is to find an opponent strong enough to have a hearty battle. Closing square bracket. It's a pity to say that if the Golden Lion could last a little longer last time, I might be able to truly master the power of the heroic spirit Emiyashiro. Closing square bracket. Gion, Rosen, have you gained the power to take Shuro Emiya further? Ain. The power Rosen obtained last time was enough to kill Emiyashiro of the Golden Lion. It was already troublesome enough. If he goes one step further, I don't know how difficult he will become. Tashigi, is it the ability to control the infinite sword and the further power after killing 100 heads? Could it be that it is the power of Shuro Emiya with the red figure that I saw at the beginning? Charlotte Smoothie, is it possible to see stronger projection magic here in Rosen? It's really exciting. Whiteabe, with full mastery of Emiyashiru's power, can he have the power to surpass the 4 emperors? Could it be said that Rosen will surpass the 4 emperors with the power he obtained this time? If he gained such power, the possibility of major forces wanting to invite him would be even lower. Perhaps, I can only choose to integrate into his team to stay by his side. Quote. Black Maria, if Rosen reaches the level of the 4 emperors, maybe we will have to join the Flame Blade Pirates. Charlotte Garrett, will my mother allow me to leave the Big Mom Pirates and join the Flame Blade Pirates? Marine, such as Gion, Dole, and others, naturally had the same concerns as Whiteabe, Charlotte Garrett, and others. Suddenly, all Marines became more pessimistic about inviting Rosen to join Marine. Skylark, Gion Vice Admiral, is it really appropriate for us to go to Rosen now? The Shuro Emiya template challenge volume that Rosen previously obtained gave him the ability to restart, even if he exhausted his physical strength and was injured during the battle. But if he succeeds in making Shuro Emiya's template take a step forward, his physical strength can be restored and his injuries can be recovered. Close black lens bracket. Hina, indeed, if Gion Vice Admiral Garp comes to Rosen now, will it be his help to advance Emiyashiro? After all, that man seemed to be worried about finding a powerful opponent. Close black lens bracket. Sati-chan, it is indeed possible. If Vice Admiral Garp had a hearty battle with Rosen now, he might push Rosen's Shuro Emiya template to the limit. By that time, he may really have the power of the 4 emperors level. Close black lens bracket. Domino, but if Rosen is not found during this time, Rosen will only become more and more troubled in the future. After Rosen becomes stronger, his partners will become stronger at a faster rate. When that time comes, Rosen isn't the only one we need to be wary of. Close black lens bracket. Duoer, whether you look for it or not, there are corresponding troubles. Gion Vice Admiral, what do you think we should do? Close black lens bracket. Gion, before Rosen's template can be advanced, you need to go through a certain amount of battle. If we directly attack Rosen with thunder when we find him, we may be able to directly make Rosen lose the consciousness of fighting. Close black lens bracket. Dole, I see, are you planning not to give Rosen's template time to advance? With the power of Vice Admiral Garp, it seems that this kind of thing can be achieved. If Rosen were really allowed to master the power of the complete Emiyashiro, even Vice Admiral Garp would have a hard time dealing with him. Close black lens bracket. Gion, so, let's continue looking for Rosen. It's best to find Rosen before he finds a suitable opponent. Of course, Rosen cannot be allowed to master the full power of Shuro Emiya through battle. Close black lens bracket. When all the Marines saw Gion, they all nodded involuntarily. Although no one knew how powerful Emiyashiro would be if his power were stretched to its limit. But everyone trusted Rosen's judgment. Even if Emiyashiro's power is not as good as Raikage's, it is probably very close. Everyone thought of the devastating knife shown in the Thunder movie in Rosen's diary video, and they were determined to find Rosen before he found a suitable opponent. However, at this moment, words appeared in Rosen's diary that shocked them. When watching the animation, Hancock, the world's greatest swordsman, once arrived at Baladi, the restaurant on the sea. Closing square bracket. And he also met his disciple Zoro here. Closing square bracket. If we count the time, Zoro should have become Luffy's partner. Closing square bracket. It is also unknown whether the Straw Hat Pirates have arrived at the sea restaurant now. Closing square bracket. Eagle Eye Hancock has chased the Kalik Pirates to the sea restaurant. Closing square bracket. If you can meet Hawkeye, you can have a good fight with him. Closing square bracket. With the strength of the world's best swordsman, it should be enough for my Shuro Emiya template to be upgraded to the level of the final version of Shuro Emiya, Senko Muramasa. Closing square bracket. The ability of Senko Muramasa to forge a single sword out of infinite swords is exciting to think about. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie. Hancock will appear at the restaurant on the sea, and Luffy's friend Zoro is also said to have become his disciple. Waidabe. This pirate group established by Luffy is really amazing. Not only Luffy himself, but also his partners can get guidance from strong men. Black Maria. The Straw Hat Pirates are becoming more and more complicated. Tashigi. Is it really possible that the world's best swordsman would accept Luffy's partner as his disciple? That Hawkeye clearly looks like he's keeping strangers away. Close black lens bracket. Hina. Hina is also surprised. The Straw Hat Pirates have too many powerful people to help them. Close black lens bracket. Peacock. The situation of the Straw Hat Pirates is indeed worthy of attention, but Rosen is more worthy of our attention. Hawkeye did indeed come to East Blue as Rosen said. It is also very possible to go to the sea restaurant Baladi. Based on the analysis of Rosen's words, his current destination is likely to be Baladi, a restaurant on the sea. Guion Vice Admiral, are you far away from the sea restaurant Baladi? Can you find Rosen in time? Close black lens bracket. Guion, is it a restaurant on the sea? This time, Zhao Dahao is in trouble. Our route is slightly deflected from the restaurant on the sea. We may not be able to get there in time. Close black lens bracket. Dole, this would be terrible. If Rosen met Hancock at the restaurant on the sea first, he would definitely use the blank character template he got from the lottery to challenge the role. Bar. With Hawkeye's strength, if he were interested in fighting Rosen, he would definitely push Rosen to the level of the so-called Thousand Suns Muramasa. And with Rosen's power of the sword that can project infinity, and his previously shown interest in Tashigi's Shigur. If he meets Rosen, there will definitely be a fight. Close black lens bracket. Guion, there is nothing I can do to worry now. I can only hope that Rosen will not run into Hawkeye, but I will run into Hawkeye first. Close black lens bracket. Dole, that's all it can do, hey. At this moment, the female marine was filled with worry. On Rosen's side, the distance between the Xenia and the sea restaurant Baladi has been getting closer. Rosen, Karina, Kaya, Yuta and others all showed interest. Especially Rosen, after seeing the Creek Pirates ship and the Straw Hat Pirates ship opposite him, he was already looking forward to what would happen next. The Creek Pirates are indeed here. Quote, in this way, Hancock will definitely arrive. Single quote. Furthermore, the Straw Hat Pirates ship is also here. I don't know if there will be a famous showdown between Zoro and Hawkeye later on. Pungent. Speaking of which, Yuta can also meet Luffy. Single quote. After all, he is the son of luck in this world, so we can see if this guy has been affected by the butterfly effect. Quote. Rosen thought to himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 144 Zoro Challenge. Let's defeat Nami first and then talk about it. See Restaurant Barati. Hey, isn't it? Is that yellow-haired chef really planning to cook for Krieg? Zhang pushed up the sunglasses in front of his eyes and looked at Sanji in amazement opposite, who was being intercepted by the chefs. Is that guy an idiot? Krieg is a pretty vicious pirate. Even Captain Crow is not as vicious as him. If he is full, he will never let the people here go. Luffy, are you really going to invite that yellow-haired idiot to be our chef? Zhang shook his head and looked at Luffy beside him. That guy is very interesting, isn't he? Luffy smiled and turned to look in the direction of the sea restaurant door. The next moment, his eyes widened and he showed an extremely shocked expression. What's wrong, Luffy? Usopp glanced at Luffy doubtfully, and then followed Luffy's line of sight. Soon, he also showed the same expression as Luffy. Immediately afterwards, the same goes for like sales. Aren't you three just one Krieg? Look at the expressions on the three of you, what a fuss. Zoro shook his head and said helplessly. However, after he looked in the direction where Luffy and others were looking, his expression also became serious in an instant. That man has such a strong kendo smell. The same goes for the orange-haired woman. Wait a minute, this guy is, the Rosen the newspaper said. Zoro looked at the people pushing in the door. After recognizing Rosen's identity, his arm involuntarily rested on the hilt of his knife. It seems that we came at the right time. It seems that the plot of Bharati at Sea restaurant has just begun. Rosen looked at the pirate Krieg kneeling on the deck, and then at Sanji who was being blocked by many chefs from cooking, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then, he turned his head and looked at the source of the intense gaze. Interesting, I actually met someone from the Straw Hat Pirates. And there are actually acquaintances. Rosen's eyes swept past Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp, and finally landed on Django. Immediately, he patted the shoulders of Yuta and 077 Kaya beside him, and led everyone around Krieg and akin towards Luffy and others. During this period, it did not attract the attention of the two people. Yuta, you really are Yuta, right? Before Rosen and others walked in, Luffy rushed over excitedly. During this period, Rosen was ignored. Hee, long time no see, Luffy. You are still the same as before. Quote, although I knew you were in East Blue, I didn't expect to meet you so quickly. After Yuta looked up and down at Luffy's appearance, his eyes finally settled on Luffy's straw hat. Shanks' straw hat, you will grow into a man worthy of this straw hat. Yuta smiled. With Rosen's diary, Yuta knew that Luffy had the potential to become a strong person. Therefore, I don't think Luffy is not worthy of Shanks' straw hat. I think so too. Luffy first touched his straw hat, then said with a smile. Yuta, where have you been all these years? Didn't Shanks say you don't want to be a pirate? Why are you going to sea and becoming a pirate again now? Yuta smiled when he heard this and said, I have a lot going on here. Come here, let's have a nice chat. After saying that, Yuta looked at Rosen beside him. Rosen naturally did not stop him and nodded with a smile. At this time, Luffy seemed to have just noticed Rosen. Hey, are you the man who is said in the newspaper to be able to wield some kind of infinite sword? It's unlimited sword system, Luffy. At this time, Zoro walked over and stared at Rosen. Yes, it is indeed that famous minister. By the way, are you still the captain of Yuta? She became your musician, Luffy asked. Yes, Yuta is indeed my musician. How's it going? Do you feel envious, Straw Hat? Rosen laughed. Well, Yuta is the best musician I've ever seen, Afe. Damn it, if I had known Yuta you were going to become a pirate again. I invite you to join my pirate team. Luffy pouted and looked at Yuta. Even without me, I believe you will find a good enough musician. Are you right, Captain Rosen? Yuta smiled and looked at Rosen. In this regard, Rosen, who knew the future, naturally nodded. Yuta knew that Rosen knew about the future, and after seeing Rosen nod, she also became confident that Luffy would have excellent musicians. Okay, let's go aside and talk. After Yuta finished speaking, she took Luffy and walked away. Rosen, right, I'm Nanalo Zoro. You should have heard my name. I want to challenge you. Zoro smiled ferociously and looked at Rosen ferociously. Hey, are you kidding me? Do you really want to challenge Rosen? Usopp was greeting Kaya, and Zoro's words suddenly shocked him. Also shocked was Zangao. It's better not to die, Zoro. If you have read the newspaper carefully, you should know the gap between you and Rosen. Django put his hand on Zoro's shoulder and smiled flatteringly at Rosen. Sorry, brother Rosen, you don't want to be on the same level as Zoro. He is just a pure swordsman. After Zangao finished speaking, Zoro immediately frowned. Rosen smiled and looked at Nami behind him. Nami, you are also a swordsman now. There is a swordsman here who looks promising and wants to challenge me. Don't you think you should put your captain out of his way? After hearing this, Nami immediately looked solemn and stood next to Rosen. Did you hear what Captain Rosen said? If you want to challenge the captain, you need to pass me first. Zoro frowned more and more, looking up and down at Nami in front of him. After a while, he nodded slightly and said, You are very strange, you smell like a swordsman. But it doesn't seem pure. But forget it, since he said you must defeat you before you can challenge him. Then let's have a sword show. After finishing speaking, Zoro made a gesture of drawing his sword in the horrified eyes of Usopp and Zangao. But as soon as his blade was unsheathed, Rosen took it back with his hand. So fast. Zoro's eyes widened and he looked at Rosen's palm against the handle of the knife, and he froze on the spot. Just now, he didn't see clearly when Rosen made his move and pushed back his knife. Doesn't this situation mean that when he faces Rosen, he may not even be able to use the knife? For a moment, Zoro's eyes turned slightly bloodshot when he looked at Rosen. Haha, don't worry, young man. The big drama over there isn't over yet. Let's watch the show over there first. And I also have something to ask Zangao around you. Rosen first glanced at Sanji, who had already put a bowl of fried rice in front of Krieg against the opinions of all the chefs, and then looked at Django. Zangao, why are you here? Could it be that you joined the Straw Hat Pirates? While Rosen was speaking, he had already let go of his hand on the handle of Sanji's knife. Although Zoro was unhappy that he couldn't compete with swords right away, seeing Rosen's current state, he could only give up temporarily. And at the same time, I hope that things on Sanji's side can end soon. Brother Rosen. I met Luffy and the others after I left Zailuobu village. They seem to be missing a navigator. I thought, Luffy has a good relationship with Yuta anyway. And I know some sailing skills. So just join them. Well, you won't blame me for continuing to be a pirate, right? Zhang rubbed his hands and said flatteringly to Rosen. I see. Forget it, the relationship between Luffy and Yuta. It's true that I won't do anything to you. Do it well, Zhang. Rosen patted Zhang's shoulder meaningfully and sighed. Hearing Rosen's words, Zhang's face was immediately filled with a smile, and he was obviously very happy. At the same time, Rosen also quietly opened his own voyage diary system. Image: Straw Hat Pirates Navigator Zhang. The sudden appearance of the information instantly cheered up the women who were paying attention to the copy of the diary. Charlotte Smoothie: the members of the Straw Hat Pirates will probably become troublesome like Luffy and Zoro in the future. Gion: Zhang, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. This man actually became the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Peacock: remember that he was captured by Rosen. How did he become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? Hina: he was actually photographed by Rosen for notes. Could it be that this Django was actually a navigator who originally belonged to the Straw Hat Pirates? Although he was influenced by Rosen, he still joined the Straw Hat Pirates because of the images of historical tracks. Thieves. I saw the impact of the butterfly effect again. Closing square bracket. This guy Zhang should obviously become Marine in the future, and become Hina's licking dog with Hoboti, who has the same title as Garb. Closing square bracket. Unexpectedly, this guy actually became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Closing square bracket. The Straw Hat Pirates will go through many large-scale battles in the future. I don't know if this guy like Django can handle it. Closing square bracket. Although Usopp is not as strong as the three main members of the Straw Hat Pirates such as Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, and he seems to be just a long-nosed man with better physical fitness than ordinary people, his talent and luck are very strong. Closing square bracket. Usopp can keep up with Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, but that doesn't mean that Django can keep up. Closing square bracket. I hope this guy won't die in a battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and others. Closing square bracket. Hina: will it become Hina's licking dog? Dole: did the original Marine become a pirate? Gion: Rosen doesn't think highly of Django. Losing him doesn't mean much loss to Marine. The only problem is that this man has become the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, Usopp actually became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Red: Usopp's child, even if he is not the three main force of the Straw Hat Pirates. In the future, he will also become a very powerful being. I hope this guy won't become a headache for Marine like Usopp. Ain: it's about the Straw Hat Pirates, both Usopp and that Django have to worry about it. Peacock: Django has a bounty on his head. He has become a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, which means Marine has lost the chance to get Luffy back. Sati-chan: the three main players of the Straw Hat Pirates. Rosen has a high opinion of this Sanji. Could it be that he also became a disciple of some powerful person? Bello Betty: chef. Speaking of which, Ivankov has a pretty powerful recipe. Luffy is the son of a dragon. This Sanji will probably have nothing to do with Ivankovi in the future. Charlotte Smoothie: looks like this guy named Sanji needs some attention. Vinsmoke Reiju: Sanji. Could it be him? Photo: Sanji beaten by Krieg. What a famous scene. It seems that the butterfly effect caused by me traveling to this world has not affected this famous scene. Closing square bracket. Now that this famous scene has happened, the Straw Hat Pirates happen to be here again. Closing square bracket. Presumably Sanji will eventually join the Straw Hat Pirates. Closing square bracket. It's a pity, Sanji's cooking skills are quite good. Closing square bracket. If only I could have such a good cook on my ship right now. Closing square bracket. The meals on the Senya will also be greatly improved in the future. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, this guy is a man, which does not meet my conditions for recruiting partners. Closing square bracket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 145, exposing the three main players of the Straw Hats. Rosen is interested in the Historica. Dole: this guy Rosen is still the same, he only plans to recruit female partners. Peacock: I don't know if Rosen would say similar things in the real world. Gion: the more Rosen likes women, the easier it will be for Marine to take advantage of her. Of course, the same is true for Marine. Charlotte Smoothie: although Rosen likes women, he doesn't like to be violent with the heroines in his novels. But if he is really hostile to him, he will still do it if he should. Black Maria: just like when Rosen attacked Gion. Widub: and if Rosen is really pissed off, he will probably have the idea of forcing the heroine in his novel, just like his current attitude towards Gion. Next to Rosen, Nami, Karina, and Yuta couldn't help but sigh secretly after seeing the contents of Rosen's diary. And Kaya, who knew Rosen was interested in her, suddenly blushed. This made Usopp, who was talking to Kaya, think for a moment that Kaya was sick again. This Sanji guy, it's not just that he is a man that makes me unable to allow him to become a member of the Flame Blade Sea Pirate group. Closing square bracket. This guy is quite lustful, which conflicts too much with my character. Closing square bracket. From this point of view, this guy cannot be allowed to board the ship under any circumstances. Speaking of which, that's it, Sanji, after all, his character has not been affected by Judge's transformation. Closing square bracket. But several other men of the Vinsmoke family have clearly been transformed into cold-blooded combat weapons. Closing square bracket. Why do you look like a pervert when you face a beautiful woman? Could it be that the lustfulness of the Vinsmoke family has been deeply engraved into the inner layer of the genes, and even the modification of Judge's blood factor cannot erase this? Huh, this Sanji is from Germa 66. Gion looked at Rosen's message and frowned tightly. As expected of being recognized by Rosen as one of the three most powerful forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, his background is quite extraordinary. Belabeti raised her eyebrows and murmured. Germa 66, Garp's grandson really knows how to gather some troublesome beings. Dole Vice Admiral shook his head, inexplicably complaining about Garp. Germa 66, and Quinn of the Beasts. If Sanji really follows Luffy and becomes Kaido's power, then the Beasts Pirates will become more than just a powerful pirate group. It will also become a pirate group with top technological power. Although Judge and Quinn can't compare to Vegapunk. Stussy muttered. People from Germa 66, I remember that my mother seemed to be very coveted by the power of Germa 66. In other words, if we can win over the Straw Hat Pirates, maybe the Big Mom Pirates will be able to possess the technological power of Germa 66. Wait a minute, does it mean that Kaido will accept Luffy as his disciple because he is interested in the power of Germa 66? But, is this a lustful family? Maybe this Sanji is surprisingly easy to control. As long as he doesn't want to be as difficult as Rosen. Charlotte Smoothie touched her chin and frowned slightly. Speaking of which, Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates is also very visionary, and actually plans to make Germa 66 the power of the Big Mom Pirates through marriage with Sanji. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Smoothie, Mom really did that. Unfortunately, the wedding ended in a farce. Charlotte Linlin doesn't want to get married at all, but wants to completely control Germa 66. The so-called marriage is nothing more than deceiving Sanji. Closing square bracket. Based on this, the marriage of the Big Mom Pirates is quite unreliable. Closing square bracket. If someone from the Big Mom Pirate group comes to ask me for marriage in the future, I will have to refuse verbally. Closing square bracket. Quote. Charlotte Smoothie, Mom, you really gave your daughter a difficult problem. Charlotte Snamon, oops. Charlotte Garrett, no. I'm still looking forward to getting a lot of points from you. Charlotte Pudding, if you choose not to marry, but follow him directly to leave, Rosen may not dislike the daughter of the Charlotte family. Waidabe, haha, you really did a great job, Charlotte Linlin. In this way, I will have fewer opponents. Black Maria, Smoothie and Snamon from the Charlotte family were both named by Rosen, and he seems to be very fond of their long legs. But now it seems that these two people are no longer a threat. Unless they, Pudding, Garrett and others can leave the Big Mom Pirates and directly join Rosen's Flame Blade Pirates. Quote. Gion, I see. It seems that this is the reason why the Straw Hat Pirates are causing trouble with the Big Mom Pirates. To make Rosen unwilling to marry the Charlotte family, the future aunt has really done a good thing. Ah. Dole, even so, this Sanji deserves special attention. If other pirates get Sanji, they might also be able to get the support of Germa 66. Hina, but, why is this Sanji working as a chef at a sea restaurant instead of being part of the Germa 66 family? At this time, except Vinsmoke Reiju. Even if the other holders of the diary copy wanted to break their heads, it would be difficult for them to understand why Sanji appeared in the sea restaurant Barati. The base of Germa 66. The woman with magenta hair, curly eyebrows, tall figure, and beautiful face is looking at the void in front of her with wide eyes. There are Japanese floating diaries that ordinary people cannot see. The words, Rosen's diary copy, Vinsmoke Reiju, are clearly written on the cover of the diary. It's really Sanji. He is indeed alive. Vinsmoke Reiju murmured to himself, with a beautiful smile on his lips. I didn't expect Sanji to have become such a good chef that Rosen was impressed. It's a pity that you are a man. Otherwise, you can get on Rosen's big ship. But it's strange to say that Yuji and the others like beautiful women just as much as Sanji. Could it be true that it's as Rosen said? Has Germa 66's lecherous genes been engraved deep into his genes? And this gene only affects men, but it has no effect on me as a woman. Speaking of this, Reiju suddenly had a trace of doubt on his face. If I tell my father about this topic, he will definitely be very interested. But forget it, it's best not to let him know any of these things. However, Rosen wrote directly in the diary that Sanji was Germa $6 a child. Those female pirates and female marines should conduct some investigation on Sanji. Hey, Rosen, you really caused a lot of trouble for my lovely brother. Speaking of which, what if I join Rosen's team? It should be able to help Sanji with some things. After murmuring this in a low voice, Reiju couldn't help but feel a little yearning in his heart. Unable to disobey Judge's orders, she wasn't able to go out to sea to find Rosen. But this did not prevent her from wanting to meet Rosen more and more as time passed. After all, in today's world, only Rosen can possibly lift the restriction that prevents her from disobeying the Judge's order. Hey, did Rosen finally mention me again? Sure enough, after meeting Sanji, he might mention me who is related to Sanji. But, unfortunately, I have no talent in cooking. I'm afraid I can't be your chef anymore. If you want to watch the transformation up close, I can fulfill your wish. Or, let you experience detoxification in my way. Reiju looked at Rosen's latest message and muttered with a smile on his face. 0, please give me flowers. Speaking of which, Sanji has great potential as a chef. Closing square bracket. I wonder if her sister Reiju is good at cooking. Closing square bracket. If there is, you can invite her over. Closing square bracket. However, she is probably better at poisoning than cooking. Closing square bracket. As expected, if you want to invite a chef, it must be Charlotte Pudding from the Big Mom Pirates. Closing square bracket. Charlotte Pudding looks sweet, and her three-eye design is also quite distinctive and cute. Closing square bracket. And if the three-eyed tribe awakens, they can also understand the text of history. Quote. If you can invite Pudding, you will make a lot of money no matter how you think about it. Closing square bracket. You can also use the historical text translated by Pudding later to learn more about the celestial dragons and the world government behind them. Quote. Gion, historical text. Pudding actually has such an ability. Dole, there is no way Pudding can successfully join Rosen's team. Nico Robin, Rosen is also interested in historical texts, so it's more likely that he will allow me to join. Moreover, since he intends to use the historical text to make the celestial dragons fall into injustice, it means that there is a high possibility that he will look for the historical text stone tablet. However, Charlotte Pudding, I seem to have a pretty strong competitor. Quote. Charlotte Smoothie, Rosen, I really like Pudding. With Rosen's ability, I think he can awaken Pudding's three-eyed clan blood. 0. MNMMMM. Charlotte Garrett, what about your cooking skills? My cooking skills aren't bad either. Why didn't Rosen mention me? Garrett fell into deep doubt at this moment. Opposite her, Charlotte Pudding covered her cheeks with her hands, her face flushed. I'm very cute. Rosen, don't you dislike my three-fingered eyes? Wow, because, it's so good. Charlotte Pudding cried tears of joy. If she didn't have high expectations for finding Rosen at the beginning. So now, she really wants to see Rosen. After all, Rosen is the first man in many years who doesn't dislike her three eyes. See Restaurant Bharati. Listen up, prepare fried rice for 100 people. Otherwise, I will definitely sink you into the sea. That's right, all of you. Whether it's the restaurant staff or you diners. After Krieg left a threat, he walked out of the door with Jin, who was ashamed of Sanji, and went to his broken pirate ship. During the entire presentation, Krieg did not notice the presence of Rosen and others. This Krieg is really arrogant. How dare you say you want to deal with us diners? Let's forget it, he actually included you, eldest brother, in it. This is too much. Brother Rosen, are you going to deal with them? Asked Rosen in a flattering tone. Hey, Zhangao, are you saying that we, the Straw Hat Pirates, can't handle Krieg? Zoro asked with a frown. Well, I don't doubt the strength of our pirate group. But the eldest brother is stronger. This is a no-brainer. Zhangao patted Zoro's shoulder and said meaningfully. Zoro's frown deepened. How could he not hear the meaningful words in Zhangao's words? Zhango clearly wanted to remind Zoro of the strength gap between him and Rosen. He planned to use this method to persuade Zoro not to fight Rosen. Rosen glanced at Zhangao and Zoro with a smile and said. Let's take a look first. Besides, I haven't eaten anything since I entered the restaurant. Rather than dealing with Krieg, I want to fill my stomach a little bit. After saying that, Rosen walked towards Vinsmoke Sanji, who was being blocked by many chefs who were preparing food for 100 people for the Krieg pirates. 5. Chapter 146. The destination of the Yuta girls is in Rosen, and Sanji was stimulated to wake up on the asshole. Let me go. You guys, please let me go. Faced with the obstruction of the waiters and chefs in the restaurant, Sanji shouted angrily. You stupid chef. Did Krieg beat you silly? You clearly prepared a meal for him before, but did he abide by the agreement? No, now you actually cook 100% fried rice for him. Do you really want to wait until he has eaten and drank enough to kill us? The waiters and chefs in the restaurant stopped Sanji and persuaded him. Not just the waiters and chefs in the restaurant, but also the guests sitting in the restaurant. After all, Krieg is targeting everyone in the restaurant right now. They are also the guests who dine in these restaurants. As long as you don't want to die, you don't want Sanji to cook for the Krieg pirates. Could you please let go of Chef Sanji? I'd like to taste his tail if I could. At this time, Rosen had already walked nearby and said to Sanji and others with a smile. Although Rosen himself had no intention of inviting Sanji to join the Flame Blade Pirates. But Sanji is one of the top chefs in the pirate world after all. Even though he hasn't gotten the recipe from Ivankov yet. His cooking skills are also among the best. Since he met Sanji at this restaurant on the sea, Rosen naturally planned to try his craftsmanship. Behind him were Karina, Nami and Kaya. Even Yuta, temporarily leaving Luffy, came over with an interested expression. Like Rosen, the four women are also curious about the chef Sanji whom Rosen praised. Of course, they are more curious about Sanji's sister Vinsmoke Reiju mentioned by Rosen. After all, in Rosen's diary, Rosen has mentioned more than once that he is interested in Reiju's transformation in the antidote kiss. As the women on Rosen's ship, especially the four women who wanted to get as many points as possible from Rosen, they naturally wanted to get to know Reiju, an opponent who could potentially affect their points. Guest, what time has it been and you still want to eat? Please, don't even think about letting Sanji go to the kitchen. Otherwise, he would have prepared fried rice for 100 people for the Krieg pirate. The waiters and chefs heard Rosen's voice and tried to persuade him. At this moment, the waiters and chefs suddenly felt a strong force coming from Sanji. In just a split second, Sanji, who was originally suppressed by them, flew everyone away. Oops, the waiters, chefs, and guests stared at Sanji in shock. But just when everyone thought that Sanji would rush to the kitchen immediately after breaking through the defense lines of the waiters and chefs. But he was surprised to find that Sanji actually spun in circles and came to Nami, Karina and others behind Rosen. I saw him kneeling on one knee, taking out a rose from somewhere, and said with an intoxicated look. Ah, the sea is so beautiful and romantic. I didn't expect that I would be able to meet four beauties with different styles here. Beautiful girl, please accept my love. As Sanji said this, he reached out his hand to touch Karina's hand, which was closest to him. But before his hand reached far enough, his movements and words were interrupted by Karina's casual note of thunder and lightning. Everyone looked at this sudden scene, and at Sanji's body that was shaking and smoking due to the lightning, they were stunned for a moment. Sorry, you're not my type. Compared to you, Captain Rosen is more to my liking. Karina dissipated the lightning in her hand and reached out to hold Rosen's arm. What? This man? When Sanji heard Karina's words, he immediately recovered from the electric shock and looked at Rosen with wide eyes. It was as if Karina's words gave Sanji more power than being shocked. Rosen smiled and nodded to Sanji without saying anything. In that case, I wonder if you, young lady, can accept my proposal. Sanji took a deep breath and turned his attention to Yuta. However, the result of Sanji's encounter this time was the same. Before he even had time to finish his words, Tower put his hand on Rosen's shoulder with a smile on his face. Sorry, curly eyebrows. If I want to get married, I will choose the man next to me. Yuta said. What? Why is it this man again? Didn't the blue-haired lady say that she liked him? Sanji asked in shock. What? Yuta, are you getting married? At the same time, Luffy's voice came over. Hehe, it's still early. I'm just saying that if you were thinking about getting married, Rosen would be a good match. Yuta smiled at Luffy, then looked at Sanji. I haven't said that other women like Rosen, so I can't like him. Love and marriage can both be competitive, right? After Yuta finished speaking, Karina nodded in agreement. Seeing this scene, Sanji immediately fell to the floor, as if something important in his heart was broken. The chefs and waiters on the side were also very happy to see this scene. Although Rosen's situation makes some men envious. But Sanji was too lost to make food for the Krieg pirates, which they also wanted to see. Are you really going to marry Yuta? If you get married, will you have a baby soon? Now, let me help you and Yuta train your little baby when the time comes. Luffy approached Rosen and said excitedly. What are you talking about? I told you it's still early, Luffy. Yuta said with a blushing face. But if you had a baby with this man earlier, I can train him just like Grandpa trained me. Luffy said. Huh, you actually plan to train Rosen and I's baby like your grandpa trained you? No, absolutely not, the baby will die. Yuta thought of what she heard about Garp's training experience from Luffy, and thought of the tip of the iceberg of Garp's training with Luffy revealed in Rosen's diary. She quickly shook her head and expressed her rejection to Luffy. Why? Luffy curled his lips and looked at Rosen. Hey, Rosen, will you let me help you train your and Yuta's baby? When Rosen heard this, he smiled even more. He followed Yuta's example, put his hands on her shoulders, and said with a smile. If I really have a child with Yuta, I don't think I will need you to train. Yuta and I can give him the best training possible. So, I won't bother you to help. After finishing speaking, Rosen turned to look at Yuta. I take what you said seriously. When do you think we will consider having children? When Yuta heard this, her eyes suddenly widened and her face became even scarlet. Rosen, you really know how to follow the words. I just said that I might consider marrying you, but I didn't say that I would definitely marry you. Besides, I haven't met Shanks and the others yet. Rosen nodded understandingly. I understand, you think we haven't met the parents yet, right? Your concerns are justified. It seems that it's because of your marriage to me. I have to go see your old father soon. Yuta shook his head, put his hand on his forehead in distress and sighed. Sure enough, Captain Luo, you are quite good at climbing up the pole. Yuta, you are the best and the best singer. Rosen put his hand on Yuta's head with a smile on his face. Really, I am also a singer. Are you being too partial, Rosen? Karina put her hands on her hips and looked at Rosen complainingly. But soon, after she saw Nami approaching Rosen secretly, she immediately showed an extremely close look and buried Rosen's hand in her arms again. This scene made Sanji, who was originally in a daze, jump up immediately. Damn it, what's so good about you? How can you make these two such outstanding ladies so fond of you? Sanji said angrily. Well, who knows? Rosen shrugged and decided not to prod Sanji further. After all, he still wants Sanji to cook for him. You guy. Sanji took a deep breath and looked Rosen up and down. At this moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Kaya. Immediately, Sanji's spirit was shaken. Ah, beautiful lady, our encounter. Sanji slid to his knees and came to Kaya, intending to express his joy. However, after Kaya saw Sanji approaching, she subconsciously approached Rosen and raised her hand to hold Rosen's corner. Click. Sanji felt a sound of glass breaking in his heart. Don't you also like this man? Sanji stretched out his hand and said these words with difficulty. Kaya pursed her lips and murmured in a low voice. Captain Rosen, he is a very good man. Click. This time, a louder sound of breaking glass sounded in Sanji's heart. The same thing rang in Usopp's heart, who was watching all this not far away. Although Kaya didn't say very clear words, but in Sanji's eyes, Kaya's behavior is enough to show that she likes Rosen. Sanji turned his head tremblingly and looked at Nami at the end, and asked in a trembling voice. Beautiful young lady, wouldn't you also? The corners of Nami's mouth raised, revealing a devilish smile. Hee, Captain Rosen saved me, and I promised Rosen that I would do anything for him. Boom. Sanji's heart was completely broken, and his whole person's color instantly turned gray-white. At the same time, the surrounding discussions began to get louder. Damn it, these four beautiful ladies actually like the same man. What is so good about this guy that he can win the favor of four beautiful ladies? Although it's a good thing that he let the chef settle down, I don't know why, but my heart hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts. First I met the bastard Krieg pirates, and now I see a scene like this. Damn it, I shouldn't have come to eat at this sea restaurant today. Quote. This is my sad place. I will never eat at Hi restaurant again. A group of male diners slapped the table and muttered regretfully. No, take a closer look at that man. That man was the man in the newspaper. And his name, those women call him Rosen. At this time, a diner suddenly realized Rosen's identity. Rosen, what's wrong? Wait, is it the Rosen who defeated the Golden Lion? The legendary man who can control countless swords. Doesn't this mean that we are saved? Krieg cannot be his opponent. But that guy is a pirate, will he do something to us too? It shouldn't be possible. Didn't the newspaper say that when he had a conflict with Golden Lion, he only killed Golden Lion and the Golden Lion pirates? Others. The people who were captured by Golden Lion for experiments were saved because of him. Quote. By the way, I remembered that the newspaper also said that the little blonde girl treated the injured. So, these pirates won't attack us. Probably so. As long as we are not hostile to him, he will not attack us unless there is a marine or a pirate or bounty hunter who is hostile to him. Holy crap, aren't you a bounty hunter? Don't hurt us, you guy. I said, do you think I am a 2.6 idiot? How could I possibly catch that Rosen? Besides, there is no reward for Rosen now. Yes, indeed, I didn't see any bounty issued by Marine to Rosen's pirate group. He has obviously defeated the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Could it be that they forgot? I don't know if Marine has forgotten. I know that if Rosen saved me, I would be willing to support him for the rest of my life. Me too, I instantly became his fan. As the discussion intensified, Rosen also felt the fiery looks from the surrounding diners. This is really, I'm not used to being stared at by so many people. Being stared at while dining is not a fun experience either. Rosen shook his head and turned to look at the gray-white Sanji. Speaking of which, how long do you want to be disappointed? You wouldn't let your guests continue to be hungry, would you, Sanji? As soon as the words fell, Sanji seemed to be restarted and ejected directly from the kneeling state. Ah, you hateful man. How come you are favored by so many beautiful ladies? Sanji's body tensed up and his eyes, which were not covered by his hair, seemed to be on fire. No, it doesn't look like it, but it actually burns with flames. The flames quickly spread throughout Sanji's body. Coupled with his ferocious face, he looked like a demon coming out of the hell of fire. Wow, it's on fire. Rosen raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and took a special photo of Sanji in front of him. Photo: Sanji on fire. Vinsmoke Sanji, shouldn't he be awakening directly? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 147 Sanji, your sister is very smooth, Nami is holding the and quad. Nagi no Ina Hikari and quad. Charlotte Smoothie, huh, what happened to this kid from Germa 66? How did he really get on fire? Black Maria, the expression is quite ferocious, and it's facing Rosen's direction. He probably wants to fight Rosen. Waidabe, awakening, what is that? Gion, it's an unexpected situation. What happened over there? The photo that Rosen suddenly uploaded made all the diary copy holders look over curiously. Especially Vinsmoke Reiju. Others don't know what Rosen means by awakening. But as a member of Germa 66, Reiju couldn't be more clear. Awakening, does it mean that Sanji will become a person like me who can only obey his father's orders? Or become like Yuji and others, a cold-blooded monster with no emotions? Reiju murmured to himself, feeling worried in his heart. What happened at Rosen's place? Why is Sanji acting like this suddenly? Reiju muttered. Sanji is indeed a man who has the word lust engraved into his genes. Closing square bracket. It turned out to be like this directly because of a woman. Closing square bracket. I'm really worried that this guy will directly awaken into a cold-blooded, emotionless monster like Vinsmoke Yuji. Closing square bracket. But probably not, Sanji's mother sacrificed her life to prevent Sanji from becoming like that. Closing square bracket. The result is also valid. If Sanji wants to awaken, he will only awaken the exoskeleton of Germa 66 at most. Closing square bracket. After all, this guy only awakened his exoskeleton when he was on Ghost Island, but he didn't lose his feelings because of it. Closing square bracket. Exoskeleton, with strong recovery and self-healing capabilities, its defense power even surpasses that of 06 armament Haki, which is not yet at the top. Closing square bracket. Remember that Sanji only relied on the power of the exoskeleton to shatter the sword that Epidemic Quinn used to return with his neck. At that time, Epidemic was also happy about Sanji's awakening and planned to test it many times. Closing square bracket. However, that was the awakening qualification that this guy only obtained after 2 years of practice. Closing square bracket. Could it be that he is really going to wake up because of this thing today? Gion, an exoskeleton with stronger defense than the normal armament Haki. Germa 66 really has something powerful. Charlotte Smoothie, so this is what awakening refers to. Exoskeleton is a pretty good power. Runty, are you kidding me? Can you withstand the sword that Quinn slashed at your neck? And it even broke into pieces. Black Maria, Quinn's strength is no joke. It proves the power of the exoskeleton. I understand why future Charlotte Linlin wants to possess the technological power of Germa 66 so much. Kim Rummy, it's just that, didn't Luffy become Captain Kaido's disciple? Then why was Sanji, Luffy's crew member, attacked by Lord Quinn? Stussy, Quinn was a colleague of Judge, and he must be quite interested in Judge's works. Could it be that Quinn is the teacher of Sanji, the 3 main members of the Straw Hat Pirates? He used his own technology to help Sanji awaken. Already. Dole, hey, if you really think about it, can it be said that the Straw Hat Pirates will really become the power of the Beast's pirates in the future? But it is clearly Shanks who guided Luffy to become a pirate. Even if Luffy wants to find someone in the future, with the 4 Emperors team joining, shouldn't we look for the Red Hair Pirates? Ain, what happened in the future that caused the Straw Hat Pirates to have such a close connection with the Beast's pirates? Wait, if those women from the Beast's pirates appear in front of Rosen, will Rosen be asked to pass this on? The idea of explaining things in a diary. Waidabe, but, what is the reason that made this Sanji look like this? A woman, lustful. Wait, is it because Sanji found Yuta and the others? Vinsmoke Reiju. Fortunately, Sanji will not become an emotionless monster. However, Rosen mentioned early awakening. Maybe Rosen did something to stimulate Sanji. This guy Sanji was actually stimulated to look like this because Karina, Nami, Kaya, and Yuta, whom he wanted to like on the watch, showed their love for me at the same time. Closing square bracket. Well, this probably has nothing to do with me. Closing square bracket. After all, I didn't say that Karina and the other 4 liked me. They took the initiative to make Sanji think that was the case. Closing square bracket. Sin, it's really a sin, especially Yuta, actually said she wanted to have a baby with me. This must have been quite irritating to Sanji. Closing square bracket. Obviously she is not ready to have a child with me, but she still said such words. Yuta is also guilty of a serious crime. Closing square bracket. Yuta. The same goes for Nami. She was willing to do everything for me even if I saved her, but she didn't come to warm the bed at night. Closing square bracket. It seems that this woman is still the Nami I know. The benefits and other benefits are just a taste, and I will not really enjoy it thoroughly. Closing square bracket. Nami pouted as she read the message in front of her, and looked at Karina standing aside with some resentment. Only she knew that she actually had the idea of attacking Rosen at night in order to gain points, and actually took action. However, this was stopped midway by Karina. And this also shattered the courage that Nami had finally mustered up. Karina noticed Nami's eyes, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and moved her lips up and down. Nami could see that Karina was clearly saying, "Rosen is mine." On the other side, Nuo Chigao, who was in Kokoja village, held his chin with one hand and frowned slightly. It seems that Nami really has no intention of dedicating herself to Rosen. The last kiss was probably the limit of what she could do. Sure enough, I still have to play. Otherwise, there is no way to repay Rosen. I hope Nami can bring Rosen to Kokoja village soon. Nokigao murmured. Although Nami becoming Rosen's partner has almost destined Rosen to come to Kokoja village to solve the dragon pirates' affairs. But Nojiko also worried about not being able to repay Rosen. Nokigao would eventually feel uneasy if she couldn't repay Rosen. She was worried that Rosen would threaten Nami because she didn't get what she wanted. Although these worries are meaningless in both Nami's view and Rosen's own view. Speaking of which, Sanji's body was on fire. Closing square bracket. If I say that I have an affair with his sister Reiju, will he explode on the spot? Hiss, suddenly it feels like giving it a try. Closing square bracket. This Rosen is really bad. Vinsmoke Reiju shook his head unconsciously when he saw the contents of Rosen's diary. That's all, since Rosen wants me. It shouldn't be like doing anything harmful to Sanji. If Sanji can really awaken his exoskeleton because of this, it's not a bad thing. In this way, maybe he can use the invisible black suit. It's a pity that my father won't be willing to give this suit to Sanji. After all, in his opinion, Sanji is a useless person. Wait, the Big Mom pirates will try to use Sanji's marriage to her daughter to unite with Germa 66 in the future. If there was no father's consent, it would be impossible to do it. Could it be that my father will have the idea of accepting Sanji in the future? Thinking of this, Reiju couldn't help but get excited. But the excitement only lasted for a moment, and Reiju calmed down after a while. Even if my father is willing to accept Sanji, Sanji will not be willing to return to Germa 66. That's fine. With a family like this, Sanji can just stay outside. Perhaps the Straw Hat Pirates will be a good home for Sanji. Reiju put his hand on his heart and looked out the window. If the Straw Hat Pirates are Sanji's destination. What about me, where is my destination? Will I have my destination in the original historical trajectory? Perhaps, in the original historical trajectory, there would be no destination for me at all. But now, the world that Rosen has changed should have a destination for me. Reiju murmured to himself, his eyes falling on the notebooks in the diary copy. What a bitter boy he is, to draw such a work. Do you really want to taste my viral kiss, haha. Reiju raised the corners of his mouth, stretched out the red snake and licked his lips. At this moment, she looked so charming and tender. See Restaurant Bharati. Rosen did what he thought of and said to Sanji with a smile on his face. Sanji, please don't worry. Let me say a few words. You are continuing to worry and get angry. You're such an enviable and jealous guy, do you have anything else to say? Rosen's voice brought Sanji back to consciousness, and he turned his head and stared at Rosen with burning eyes. Nothing, I just want to tell you something. What's the matter? It doesn't have to do with women, does it? You're right about that. Could it be related to other ladies that are different from the 4 ladies behind you? That's really smart. You got it right again. Could it be said that she is a very beautiful, gentle and kind lady? Awesome, Sanji, you've learned how to answer questions without asking any questions. Damn it, how many more women are you going to provoke? Who is that lady? Haha, Sanji, your sister is very moist. My sister. Do you know my sister Reiju? Wait, what does very moist mean? That's right, it's your eldest sister Reiju. As for being very moist, what do you think that means? After Rosen finished speaking, Sanji's expression changed from shock to confusion, then from confusion to shock. Finally, slowly, Sanji was completely stunned. Rosen just crossed his arms and looked at Sanji with a smile on his face. To be precise, I was waiting for his reaction. After a long time, Sanji suddenly broke out. You bastard, what have you done to Reiju? Sanji was so angry that he kicked Rosen directly. Rosen could even see a little flame wrapped around Sanji's kicked leg at this moment. Devil Fengjiao, was he born right away? Quote. Rosen raised his eyebrows, thinking in his mind without any movement of his body. Just when Sanji's attack was about to hit Rosen, a blade of light pierced Sanji's leg. Sanji's eyes widened, and the strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously take 2 steps back. It's you. After Sanji stood still, he looked at Nami, who was holding a long naginata, with a look of astonishment. Yes, it's me. Nami is wrapped in lightning and dances with her hands. A sword flashes out. If you want to take action against Captain Rosen, you need to get through me first. After saying that, Nami glanced provocatively at Karina, who had just raised her hand before she could release the lightning. Karina snorted and turned her head away. Meanwhile, Zoro was looking at Nami with wide eyes. That naginata is so strong. And where did this woman get it from? Why did her aura become so much stronger after she took out this naginata? Not just Zoro, when Nami took out the naginata, everyone in the restaurant was attracted to it and Nami holding it. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that Nami, who looked thin, was not weak at all. Zoro would not have thought that the blade Nami is holding at this moment, the sword he cares about, is far beyond the 12 most powerful swords among the famous swords. It is held by a god. Thunder Blade, Nagi no Inako. Chapter 148. Gion deserves to be severely whipped, will Dover be imprisoned and impelled down. Opening parenthesis. Zoro is a talented swordsman. His vision for swords is so sharp, it is countless times more powerful than his knowledge of roads. The naginata that Nami took out attracted his attention immediately. Even though he has deep feelings for the famous sword and Dao Yuan he holds in his hand, and thinks it is an extremely powerful famous sword. But if that is compared to the Naginus no Inamitsu that Meikichimanji and Nami are holding at the moment, Zoro still feels that he is no match for Meikichimanji Nagigusa no Inamitsu. Nagigusa no Inamitsu, that is a level beyond Wado Ikimanji. No, it is a weapon that surpasses several levels. Where did this woman get this weapon? Could it be that Rosen gave it to her? Zoro thought of the newspaper's description of Rosen's ability to project swords, and muttered to himself involuntarily. Think about this. Zoro became increasingly curious about Rosen's abilities. The same goes for Nami's power. If, at first, Zoro was a little curious about Nami's faint scent of kendo. Fighting Nami was just the condition he wanted to get through to fight Rosen. But now, after seeing Nami holding Nagigusa no Inamitsu, at this moment, Zoro really wants to have a battle with Nami. Photo. Nami holds Naginus no Inamitsu in hand and forces Sanji back. Vinsmoke Reiju. Is this Nami attacking Sanji? Is it because Sanji attacked Rosen before? Could it be that the two sides really fought? Tashigi. What a beautiful naginata. Although I have seen it once before, this naginata is so beautiful. Even my Shigur that has been enhanced by Rosen is far behind. Gion. Naginus no Inako. It's not only beautiful, but the blade also has an indescribable power. Charlotte Smoothie. My ability is related to water, and it could have complemented the power of thunder and lightning. It's a pity that the power of thunder and lightning never fell into my hands. Widub. If I can obtain that naginata no Ina Hikari, there is nothing wrong with letting me put down the western sword in my hand and learn how to use the naginata from scratch. Kazuki Hiyori. Nami, I'm so enviable. She is really good at it. Stopping Sanji for Rosen will also help Rosen improve her favorability in his mind. I also have to learn from Nami. Black Maria. So, is Nami really planning to kill Sanji for Rosen? However, Rosen seems to be very interested in Sanji's sister, so he probably won't really kill Sanji, right? What a risk. I almost got kicked in the face by Sanji. I don't need this guy's plastic surgery. Thanks to Nami's help. Closing square bracket. Just kidding, even if Nami doesn't take action, I still have many ways to intercept Sanji midway. Closing square bracket. The flames on Sanji's body have now dissipated. This is not only because he sensed the danger on Nami's blade, but also because this guy doesn't want to take action against the lady. Closing square bracket. After all, this guy, even if he was kicked continuously by Khalifa, even if he was punched by Black Maria, he was not willing to fight back. Closing square bracket. It's a pity to say that it would be a pity if I could continue to stimulate Sanji while taking advantage of the previous momentum. Closing square bracket. Maybe this guy's exoskeleton can really be awakened on the spot. By then, not only demon wind kicks, but even demon god wind kicks can be used. Closing square bracket. Although with this guy's current system, he may not be able to support the use of demonic wind kicks. Closing square bracket. Khalifa. I will fight this guy in the future. Black Maria. Am I going to punch Sanji? Could it be that I'm helping Quintest Sanji? Or, before the Straw Hats became one of the beasts, we fought against the Straw Hats. Run T. That's right. If the Straw Hat Pirates hadn't been defeated, the Straw Hat Pirates wouldn't have joined the beasts. Peacock. The reason why the Straw Hat Pirates did not join the Red Hair Pirates, but joined the Beasts Pirates, is because during the battle between the two sides, were Luffy and his team impressed by Kaido's power. Wide Bay. Strange. According to what Ace said, his brother is not the kind of person who is willing to join other pirate groups. No, Ace was the same at the beginning, and eventually joined his father's pirates group. Dole. But this Sanji seems to like beautiful women more seriously than Rosen. Rosen can attack women who are malicious to him mercilessly. But this Sanji seems to be less interested in women who are malicious to him. I won't take action. Sati-chan. Sanji's most important thing is to defend and dodge the ladies' attacks. Well, a man who can't resist is not interesting. Boa Hancock. Humph, another man like this. Gion. It seems that this Sanji will be quite easy to deal with. It would be great if Rosen could be as easy to deal with as this Sanji. If that was the case, I would have taken him when I was in Silab village. Get off. Bello Betty. If Rosen is as easy to deal with as Sanji, then it will be easy for him to join the revolutionary army. Sanji and I do have a strong overlap in liking beautiful ladies. Closing square bracket. But no matter what, I will not become a licking dog like Sanji. Closing square bracket. Even if you like a beautiful lady, you must have principles. Even if you don't want to beat a lady. This is fine for your partners, but it's not good for your enemies. Quote. When dealing with an enemy, even a beautiful woman, you still have to beat her when she deserves it. Closing square bracket. Just like I did with Marine's Gion. Closing square bracket. Not only does she have to be beaten, but she also has to be hung up after the beating, so that she can fully experience what a man's whipping is. Although there is no point in doing this, at least it can make that woman regret taking action against me. Wait, this Gion was so open-minded in the first place, will she regret such a thing? Gion, am I really that casual? Sati-chan, fishing. Is this guy planning to reproduce the scene in my second work on Gion? Domino, it seems that as an enemy of Rosen, you need to be prepared to risk your body. Bello Betty, what a wild man, but not annoying. Koala, what does this Rosen write in his diary? Even if he lets go of himself, he can't write all this for us to see. Wait, he doesn't know that we can see the diary. Ah. Speaking of which, the women in Dressrosa are also very open-minded. If they meet a man they like, they seem to be happy to have a passionate love affair with him. Closing square bracket. But if the other man betrays the woman will kill the man without hesitation. Closing square bracket. Even if Gion is very open-minded, if he is insulted, he will probably want to kill me like the Dressrosa woman did. Closing square bracket. If you think about it from this perspective, she should regret it. As expected, she still has to sacrifice her body to flog Gion. Closing square bracket. Seeing this, Gion was silent for a while, and then let out a long sigh. This man actually said that he had sacrificed his own body. Sure enough, it's really yours, Rosen. Gion shook his head and sighed. At the same time, Gion began to think uncontrollably. If he was really hung up and taught a lesson by Rosen, would he have the idea of killing Rosen? At the same time, Kaya, Yuta and others beside Rosen were already blushing. They quietly looked at their copies of the diary and glanced at Rosen quietly. When the women looked at Rosen's changing expression, they couldn't help but admire Rosen's psychological quality. Some admire Rosen for not blushing even when he recorded such a bitter diary. All the women sighed in their hearts that Rosen was worthy of being a man who could draw many works. Speaking of Dressrosa, it's a dream country. Closing square bracket. Violet, Rebecca, Monet, Baby 5, are all pretty good women. Closing square bracket. And Sugar, although this guy cannot grow up due to the shortcomings of his abilities, he can return to his adult form as long as he can overcome Devil Fruit's weaknesses. Closing square bracket. With my system's template, it should be possible to do this. Closing square bracket. When the time comes, I have to go to Dressrosa to have a look. If Doflamingo can be wise enough to let Monet, Baby 5, Sugar and others be my women. Perhaps you can give this guy a little boost so that he will not be personally taken to Impel Down by Counselor He who has been chasing him for many years, and become the king of newspaper readers in Impel Down. Closing square bracket. Monet, what? The young master will be arrested in the future and imprisoned in Impel Down. No, we must not let this happen. Even if I pay the price of becoming a Rosen woman, I have to help the young master. Sugar, is this fake? The young master will be imprisoned in Impel Down. What about me, how am I doing? No, we can't let this future happen. We don't hesitate to find my sister and let her think of a solution. Violet, in the original future, something like this would happen. What about Dressrosa? What will Dressrosa become? Rosen wants to mention some Doflamingo. No, that can't be the case, since Rosen is willing to mention some Doflamingo for Monet, Baby 5 and the others. As long as I am willing to dedicate myself, he will definitely be willing to help my father, right? Rebecca, Please, don't let anything happen to Mr. Soldier. No, we can't just pray. For Mr. Soldier and the others, I must find Rosen. Sati-chan, Doflamingo will come to impel down. This will be interesting, hee hee. Domino, the king of reading newspapers. The king of reading newspapers. Dole, it's surprising. Doflamingo is among the people who will be replaced by Shichibukai. Peacock, this guy is an extremely special being among the Shichibukai. I really didn't expect that he would be the one who will be replaced. Gion, moreover, it was Suru-san who imprisoned Doflamingo and impel down. But, since this guy Rosen is planning to raise Doflamingo for the sake of women. This point must be paid attention to. But, what on earth did that guy Doflamingo do to fall from the position of Shichibukai? And he was imprisoned and impel down. Baccarat, did Doflamingo fall too? Sure enough, it was the right choice for me to leave the Golden Emperor's side. Stussy, the clown in the dark world has failed after all. Baby 5, Rosen, are you proposing to me? That's great. I'm needed. Rosen, I accept your proposal. I will. To be your wife. The future of Doflamingo revealed by Rosen caused the women who were originally paying attention to Nami to hold the sharp blade to instantly focus on Doflamingo. Especially those who know the ins and outs of Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo is really special. King of a nation, Shichibukai, original celestial dragons, one of the kings of the underworld. With these identities, people who know the details of Doflamingo do not think that Doflamingo will lose his position as Shichibukai one day. Even though Rosen's diary revealed that Buggy and Teach would one day replace someone and become Shichibukai. But everyone never thought that Doflamingo would be replaced by Shichibukai. For a moment, except for Baby 5, who was fascinated by Rosen's need. Monet, Violet and other people related to Doflamingo, Marine, Stussy, Zonglot Smooth and others could not help but be filled with surprise. Even Monet and Violet had the idea to take the initiative to find Rosen. It should be said that they have already had this idea. It's just because of the matter at hand that they can't help themselves. Chapter 149 Violet is determined to find Rosen. Nami, Zoro, I hold the blade of God. I almost forgot, Violet and Rebecca are both natives of Dressrosa. Closing square bracket. If I establish a relationship with the two of them. Closing square bracket. Then they learned that there was someone else in my heart. Closing square bracket. They too don't want to kill me, do they? Hiss. It seems that you have to be careful before making friends with these two. Closing square bracket. If you are not sure whether they can accept other people while being associated with me, it is better not to take action against them. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, the relationship between Violet and Doflamingo is a bit unclear. Closing square bracket. Hiss, this makes me a little embarrassed. Closing square bracket. Unfortunately, Violet is a pretty good dancer. I originally wanted to invite her to be a dancer on my ship. Quote. Vivi, dancing girl. In Rosen's opinion, my dancing is no better than others. Damn it, I should have been more serious when training before. Rebecca, as long as I can help this country, I will do anything, and I will never do it to you. Monet, Rosen mentioned the woman Violet many times and planned to invite her to become a dancer. This woman definitely has a copy of the diary. It seems like we need to have a good talk with this woman. If she finds Rosen, something extremely bad might happen. Violet, it's great that Rosen actually had the idea of inviting me to be a dancer. However, how could such a thing be possible? How could I have an unexplained relationship with Doflamingo? No matter what the future holds, I am at least innocent now. Don't worry, Rosen, as long as you can save this country. No matter what it is, no matter how many women are around you, I am willing to serve you. Violet's eyes were deep at this moment, and she finally decided to go to sea. She knew that Rosen's repeated mention of her name would make Monet and Sugar suspicious that she had a copy of the diary. After that, I'm afraid it will be a thorough attention and investigation. Now Rosen has revealed that Doflamingo may be imprisoned and impelled down in the future. Then Monet and Sugar will do many things that they would never do in order to prevent this from happening. For example, first completely trap her, a woman who may have a copy of the diary and who Ron wants to invite to become a dancer. Sugar's childlike fruit ability is very dangerous. If she turns me into a toy, perhaps my existence will disappear in Rosen's mind. We can't wait any longer, we have to get out of here quickly. Violet stood up and looked out the window. A trace of worry first flashed across her face, and then her heart was filled with firm emotion. I'm sorry, Father, although this may put you in a dangerous situation. But this matter has reached a point where I have to leave the country. As long as I look for Rosen, there is a possibility of finding Rosen, and there is a possibility of getting Rosen's help. At that time, maybe Monet and Sugar will be wary of me getting help from Rosen, and persuade Doflamingo not to attack you. This is already the last choice. Violet murmured to herself, quickly picked up her pen and wrote a letter to Monet and Sugar on the paper. For her father's safety, she needs to threaten the two of them to a certain extent. Of course, the threat was made in Rosen's name. Sorry, Rosen, let me use your name in advance to threaten Monet and Sugar. Please rest assured, when the time comes, everything I have will be handed over to you and can be used by you. I will definitely be able to dance on you. Violet thought about the scene in her work where she took off all her clothes and danced on Rosen's body, which was the dance she was most familiar with, but in a different way. There was determination and shame in her expression. Rosen, you are really a thoughtful person. Do I really have the energy to dance while doing something like that? No, no matter what, I have to do it. It's just Rebecca. I don't know if I can find her before leaving. Quote. While Violet was chanting firmly, she quickly wrote words on the paper for both Sugar and Monet. Damn it, this guy is so virtuous and capable that he can win the favor of such a beautiful lady. In fact, she is willing to protect him even in battle. Why don't I get such treatment? Sanji looked at Nami and was stunned for a long time. Finally, after coming to his senses, he knelt on the ground with his legs and kept hitting the deck with his head. At this moment, tears were already covering Sanji's face. If you could change your character of rushing towards women when you see them. There must be many beautiful ladies who will like you. Rosen shook his head and continued. Also, didn't you hear clearly before? I said, I'm hungry and want to try your food. After the words fell, Sanji stood up silently, lit a cigarette for himself and took a long puff. This time, Sanji even burned a cigarette in one breath. Since you are hungry, as a chef, I will prepare food for you. But after you've had enough to eat and drink, I need to have a good chat with you about what happened between you and my sister. Sanji said, you said Reiju, haha, don't worry, in fact I just know your sister. I have never met her in the real world. Rosen waved his hand and smiled. You guy, you actually made such a joke with me. It's not a complete joke, after all, I am indeed very interested in your sister. What, are you really going to take action against Reiju? That's right, you guys, since you know Reiju, don't you know who her father is? Of course I know, isn't he just a mad scientist? Don't worry, brother-in-law, he is no match for me. Damn it, who is your brother-in-law? No one in that family has anything to do with me. Then why did you attack me for saying I was interested in Reiju? Don't you care about her? Forehead. Sanji seemed to be choked and fell silent. After a long time, he began to speak. Anyway, you and the guy don't take action against Reiju. I'll do the cooking right away. You can't let the ladies next to you get hungry either. Several beautiful ladies as apologies for disturbing you earlier. I can waive your bill. Of course, your order cannot be waived. Sanji said the last sentence while glaring at Rosen. However, Sanji had just finished speaking. The chefs and waiters on the side quickly gathered around. No, 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 little brother, of course your order can be waived. That's right, not only is it free, you will also enjoy the best service in our store. You can eat the best food and drink the best wine here. Sanji, don't stand there, go to the kitchen quickly. Also, pay attention to your tone, he is an honored guest. Hurry up, we are here to help, don't keep our distinguished guests waiting too long. Sanji looked at his colleagues who were talking in a daze, and asked in confusion. Is there anything wrong with your heads? You are usually quite stingy, why are you so generous today? You actually want to treat him to the best wine. AGBF, do you know how expensive those wines are? He's not a lady. The chefs and waiters looked at the indignant Sanji with speechless faces. Do you think it's okay to give famous wines to ladies because of your feelings, Sanji? Also, didn't you keep blocking me from entering the kitchen before? Don't you think you are worried that if I enter the kitchen, I will cook for the Krieg pirates? Sanji asked confused. What is the Krieg pirates? Take a good look, Sanji, who is this? A waiter pointed at Rosen and said with respect. Isn't he just a very lucky man? What's so great about him? When he said this, Sanji's face was full of envy. He's Rosen. Have you forgotten the newspaper you read earlier? He is the man who defeated the Golden Lion. The waiter said in a very sharp tone. Rosen. Sanji was stunned for a moment, then looked at Rosen in surprise. Only then did he notice that Rosen looked exactly like the man who had appeared in the newspaper. Is it really you? Why, I who defeated the Golden Lion should be worthy of your sister. You guy, you still dare to say such things. Sanji felt his blood rushing to his heart. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat Rosen first. However, before Nami could stop him, the waiters and chefs on the side took the initiative to restrain Sanji from all angles. And forcefully pulled Sanji towards the kitchen. As they walked, everyone kept apologizing to Rosen. During this period, Sanji roared with dissatisfaction. Damn it, let me go. You bastards, I have feet, I can walk on my own. Really, we've been making a fuss for so long. Finally we can start cooking. Let's go, Nami, everyone, let's find a place to sit aside. Rosen patted Nami next to him and planned to find a seat to sit down. After he finished speaking, some diners immediately gave up their seats and planned to let Rosen sit. Brother Rosen, why don't you come sit here with us? Zhang Dao also took the initiative to propose to Rosen. Still not. If I go to your place, I won't be able to eat quietly. Rosen glanced at Luffy and smiled. Zhang Dao Zunsheng looked at Luffy, thinking of Luffy's dining style, and fell silent for a moment. With Luffy here, others really don't want to have a quiet meal. Even with Luffy around, others had to face starvation. Who knows? Luffy likes to grab the food on the table and eats an amazing amount of food. Having said that, my partners and your people must still have a lot to talk about. In that case, let's sit together. After Rosen glanced at Yuta and Kaya next to him, he took the initiative to walk towards the table where the Straw Hat Pirates and his group had previously dined. Seeing this, Zhang Dao was overjoyed and quickly followed him to please him. Luffy was naturally very happy about this. After all, I can have a free meal again. So, Takashi frowned slightly, and his eyes glanced at the gorgeous naginata that Nami had been carrying. After enduring it for a long time, she finally couldn't help but walk to Nami's side. That knife was made for you by Rosen using his so-called projection ability. Nami glanced back following the sound, and when she saw it was Zoro, a proud smile appeared on her face. Nagigusa no Enemitsu was indeed given to me by Rosen. But it's not made using projection magic. But I think for you, it doesn't matter whether Nagi no Inagori is projected by projection magic. Nami smiled. Zoro nodded, agreeing with Nami's statement. For him, it really doesn't matter where the weapons Nami holds come from. The important thing is that the grade of Naginus no Enemitsu is real. And he will later compete with Nami who holds Naginus no Enemitsu. The name is Naginus no Enemitsu, it does not belong to the ranks of famous swords. Isn't this knife, as the newspaper said, a blade that surpasses the supreme sharp knife? Zoro asked. Of course, this is Thor's weapon. Nami puffed up her chest and looked at Kurina while speaking proudly. Rather than showing off the weapons in her hands to Zoro, she prefers to show off to Kurina, who inherited the power of the Eightfold Son of God, a descendant of General Raiden. Kurina naturally noticed Nami's expression, so her face also showed a little displeasure. Thor's weapon. Haha, I really dare to say that. In that case, after I defeat you, can you let me see the Thor's weapon in your hand? Zoro said with a cruel smile. Please do not make such requests, swordsman Zoro. Nami frowned. Why, you don't allow others to observe your weapons? It's not that I can't understand. Before Zoro could finish his words, Nami was planning his words. No, there's no way you can beat me. Naturally, you can't use my weapon effectively. Nami said firmly. Zoro. Chapter 150 Nami and Kurina compete, Rosen gets benefits, the fate of Ivankov and Sanji is exposed. See Restaurant Bharati. Damn it, I finally let this guy Sanji make enough food for the Krieg pirates. Forget it Sanji, why does boss Zappu make food for the Krieg pirates? Fortunately, Rosen is here. As long as we take care of him, we will be fine. Yeah, don't worry about the Krieg pirates, hurry up and continue serving the food to Rosen. That damn straw hat boy, why is he eating so much? Many dishes went into his stomach. Those were obviously made for Rosen. Don't you see, the little girl named Yuta has a good relationship with Luffy. In this case, Luffy must take good care of her. Quick, quick, keep going. When the fried rice for 100 people needed by the Krieg pirates was placed at the door of the restaurant by Sanji and Zappu. More and more delicious dishes were served to Rosen's table. The happiest person about this is Luffy. Rosen was equally satisfied. With his ability, there is no need to worry that Luffy's hands can snatch the food in front of him. Come on, Rosen, have a taste of this. Kurina picked up a piece of meat with a fork and placed it in front of Rosen's mouth. At the same time, she almost pressed her body in front of Rosen. As Kurina becomes more and more proficient in mastering the power of Ye Shenzi, the influence of Ye Shenzi's bloodline on Kurina is also growing. In addition to his increasingly charming appearance. Her figure also caused secondary growth. So, when Kurina stuck in front of Rosen, Rosen could clearly feel the surging pressure coming from him. Thanks, Kurina. Rosen put his hand on Kurina's waist and ate the piece of meat she handed him with a smile on his face. What I should do. Kurina felt Rosen's somewhat dishonest hand on her waist, chuckled twice, and glanced at Nami proudly. Nami was naturally extremely displeased with this. Of course, what was even more displeased was Sanji who was not far away. At this moment, he was biting the napkin and looking at Rosen with envy and jealousy. Seeing Rosen surrounded by beauties, Sanji even forgot to notify Jin from the Krieg pirates to pick up the food. Especially when he saw Nami holding Rosen's arm in her arms as intimately as Kurina, and putting the expensive wine he personally delivered into Rosen's mouth, his eyes became even more intense. And his flame-like sight was naturally perceived by Rosen. Captain Rosen, what do you think of this wine? Nami licked the remaining wine on her lips and asked Rosen with a smile on her face. It's quite sweet. Besides, he's quite naughty. Rosen raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Nami blushed instantly when she heard this. Of course she knew what Rosen meant by being naughty. When she was drinking kudu wine just now, she specially teased Rosen with the clever things in her mouth. Doing this was enough to make her feel shy. Now he was pointed out directly by Rosen in front of everyone. This made Nami blush even more. However, Nami still showed a happy smile after seeing that the previous scene of her inviting Rosen to drink imported wine was taken by Rosen in the form of a photo and uploaded to the diary, while Karina's previous feeding behavior was not captured in the photo. She turned to look at Karina, who was standing aside, and gestured with her eyes to the copy of the diary beside her. Karina frowned and opened her own copy of the diary. After seeing the photos in the diary, Karina couldn't help but grit her teeth angrily. Then, she rolled her eyes and learned Nami's way. Rosen, try this. This soup is also quite delicious. Karina put a mouthful of soup into her mouth with a spoon, and then rushed towards Rosen. Then, I made that soup. Sanji's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body turned pale again. Strange, would eating like this be more delicious? Luffy scratched his cheek and looked at Usopp, Django and Zoro in confusion. I don't know, I haven't done it. Usopp said, shaking his head. Tisk, don't ask me either. Zoro smacked his mouth and turned his head to look away. Although his words seemed a bit cold, there was a little blush on his face. Rosen, Nami and Karina were obviously a little embarrassed to do this in public. After all, he was sitting at the dining table with Rosen, and almost everyone in the restaurant was focusing on them. To a certain extent, it will indeed be a lot more delicious. Zhangao looked like someone who had come before and said with a smile. That's it, how about we give it a try? Luffy nodded first, and then said something shocking to Zhangao and others. No, I reject. Don't look for me. Zhangao, Zoro, and Usopp shook their heads quickly, fearing that Luffy would fuck them too. How is it? How does it taste? Karina separated from Rosen slightly, licked the remaining soup on Rosen's lips, and asked with a smile on her face. Well, pretty good. Rosen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Captain Rosen, you mean Sanji's craftsmanship? Or does it mean something else? Karina spit out the little snake and slid it from the left to the right of her red lips, asking with a smile on her face. Well, this is pretty good. Rosen nodded heavily. At the same time, Rosen also completed recording the video. Karina looked at her video and immediately showed a victorious smile to Nami. Although the video is less than 1 minute, compared with Nami's photos, it still has more points. And Nami, as Karina wished, pouted and showed an unhappy expression. In less than 2 seconds, Nami and Karina copied each other. Kaya and Yuta saw this and shook their heads helplessly. Photo: Nami's imported wine. Video: Karina's imported soup. Photo: Sanji in off-white. This Nami is really good at it. Karina is equally good. I probably learned this from Nami. But Rosen, can you please stop irritating Sanji so much? Reiju looked at the latest content in the diary and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Having said that, looking at the photos and videos of Nami and Karina, which each represented a large number of points, Reiju's mind became more active and he couldn't help but lick his lips. I have to say that it was the right choice to invite Nami and Karina on board at the same time. Closing square bracket. When the two of them are together, a series of chemical reactions will indeed occur. Quote. I don't know what's going on, but these two people seem to be vying for my favor. Closing square bracket. Could it be that there was some kind of bet between them in private? For example, whoever seduces me will win a lot of berry. If this is really the case, then I should be more cautious and not be easily tempted. Closing square bracket. Maybe in this way, there will be more benefits like this. Closing square bracket. I have to say that the current Karina is indeed better than Nami. Closing square bracket. The fox attribute of Yae Kamiko really adds a lot to Karina, and now her charm is getting stronger and stronger. Closing square bracket. In terms of figure, Karina has also received good bonuses. Closing square bracket. The power of Raikage inherited by Nami does not have the charm attribute of Yae Shenzi, which is a disadvantage. Closing square bracket. Although Thunder Movie also has its own advantages, Nami has not inherited the power of Thunder Movie for a long time, and there have not been many changes in her body. Closing square bracket. In terms of charm and figure, she is indeed a little worse than Karina. Closing square bracket. I hope Nami can fully inherit the power of Thunder Movie soon. Closing square bracket. Nami looked at the contents of the diary in front of her, and her beautiful brows immediately knitted together. She raised her head and looked at Karina, and sure enough she saw Karina's provocative look. Suddenly, the two fought again. Although the benefits from Nami and Karina are very pleasant. Closing square bracket. But if this continues, I'm afraid Sanji will really get sick. Closing square bracket. After all, you have cooked a table full of delicious food for me, so it's better not to irritate this guy now. Closing square bracket. After all, this guy will almost die from nosebleeds just because he saw a picture of a beautiful girl for a while in the future. Closing square bracket. Tisk, tisk, I almost bled to death because of the blue blood spray. This guy Sanji is also a great guy. Closing square bracket. Vinsmoke Reiju, isn't it right? Sanji actually became such a man in the future. Charlotte Smoothie, wouldn't it be easy to kill Sanji? Black Maria, do you even need to take action against Sanji? Gion, just give him some photos of beauties. Zero, please give me flowers. Stussy, if we arrange some girls from Happy Street for Sanji, I don't know what he will become. Haha, I'm looking forward to it a little bit. But it's no wonder that his nosebleeds look like that because of a few pictures of beautiful women. Closing square bracket. After all, as a pure man who loves girls, I was chased by a group of ladyboys on that ladyboy island, and even worked as a ladyboy for a while. Closing square bracket. After that, he was trained by the Revolutionary Army Kadri Ivankov on the Transvestite Island for 2 years, and was chased by the transvestites for 2 years. Closing square bracket. After you leave there, it is normal for you to be unable to resist the charm of a normal woman for a period of time. Quote. If I had been chased by a she-male at Ivankov's place for 2 years, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. Closing square bracket. No, if I arrived at the transvestite island and those transvestites dared to chase me, I would definitely beat them up. Closing square bracket. Gion. Sanji will be involved with the Revolutionary Army. Koala. Mr. Ivankov, can he actually train Sanji? Vinsmoke Reiju. Sanji, he will actually be a she-male for a while. Dole. Isn't this man supposed to be Plague Quinn student? Bello Betty, why on earth did this man named Sanji get involved with Ivankov? Is it because of Luffy? Could it be that he came to seek recipes for special dishes from Ivankov? Sati-chan, Ivankov appears again. Although I don't know where you were in Impel Down, I will never let you escape. 0. Sanji's cooking is really good, and this is before I got the recipe for Ivankov's cooking. Down. Quote. I don't know what kind of delicious dishes Sanji made after getting Ivankov's cooking recipes. Closing square bracket. Speaking of which, Ivankov's cooking recipes are not only delicious, they can even improve physical fitness. Closing square bracket. Although I do not intend to recruit Sanji to serve as a chef on the Senya. Closing square bracket. But you can get this recipe. If you recruit Pudding into the team in the future, you can give the recipe to her. Closing square bracket. Black Maria. So, Sanji got involved with Ivankov of the Revolutionary Army to cook the recipe. Charlotte Pudding. It's great that the chef Rosen wants most is still me. Khalifa. Rosen wants the recipe from Ivankov of the Revolutionary Army. This is troublesome. If he gets in touch with the Revolutionary Army, the situation will be detrimental to the world government. Koala. Ivankov's cooking recipe. Maybe we can use this to connect the Revolutionary Army with Rosen. Bello Betty. If I go to Rosen with Ivankov's cooking recipes, I don't know if he will allow me to stay on his ship. It seems necessary to contact Ivankov. Now he should also be targeted by others. Run said. Since Rosen wants the recipe, let's grab it and then tempt Rosen with it. Gion. Perhaps Marine can take away Ivankov's cooking recipes first to gain Rosen's friendship. Domino. But before that, we have to find Ivankov and Impel Down. As long as we can find him, with the power of Director Mazarin, we will definitely be able to subdue him, right? At this time, Ivankov still didn't know that he was in Impel Down, but women from various forces were already eyeing him. Boom. The sudden noise caused Rosen to stop eating and journaling. He turned his head to follow the sound and found that Krieg had smashed the door of Bharati, a restaurant on the sea, and barged in. Behind him was a djinn, who looked depressed. I've given you enough time. Why haven't the dishes I asked for been delivered yet? You guys, do you all want to die here? Krieg looked at everyone and said angrily. Suddenly, the entire restaurant became silent. The only sounds left were Luffy, who was still eating like crazy, and Yuta, who was eating more than Luffy. Krieg heard the sound and turned around. When he saw Rosen's table full of delicacies, his face immediately twisted together. You bastard, how dare you touch my food? Are you looking for death? Krieg said as he strode over. He didn't realize that there was a big bag of fried rice placed on the floor somewhere he didn't see. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories, and never miss out on a great listen.